R. Jonathan B. Joseph says, from the following verse, of Sabbath it is written, for it is holy unto you. Unto you, the Sabbath is for you, but not you for the Sabbath. R. Simeon B. Manasseh says, it is written, and the p. 132. Children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath. The Torah enjoins thus, violate one Sabbath, that ye may keep many Sabbaths. R. Jehudah said, Samuel has said, if I had been there, I would have said a thing better than this, namely, it is written, ye shall keep my statutes. Which, if a man do, he shall live by them. He shall live by them, but not die. Said Rabbah, all the verses from which they have deduced it may be questioned, but to Samuel's nothing can be objected. Rabbana, and according to others R. Nahman b. Itzhak, has said of this, 1 grain of pungent pepper is better than a whole basket of cucumbers. Mishnah, sin offerings and trespass offerings atone. Death and the Day of Atonement, if one is penitent, atone. Penitence atones for slight breaches of positive or negative commandments. For grave sins, it effects a suspension, till the Day of Atonement completes the atonement. To him who says, I will sin, repent, sin again, and repent again, is not given the opportunity to repent. For him who thinks, I will sin, the Day of Atonement will atone for my sins, the Day of Atonement does not atone. A sin towards God, the Day of Atonement atones for, but a sin towards his fellow man is not atoned for by the Day of Atonement so long as the wronged fellow man is not righted. R. Eliezer b. Azariah lectured, it is written, from all your sins before the Lord shall ye be clean. The sin towards God, the Day of Atonement atones for, but sins toward man, the Day of Atonement cannot atone for till the neighbor has been appeased. Said R. Akiba, happy are ye, O Israel! Before whom do ye cleanse yourselves, and who cleanses you? Your Father who is in heaven. For it is written, then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean, and it is also written, the mikveh of Israel is the Lord. As a legal diving bath purifies the unclean, so does the Holy One, blessed be He, cleanse Israel. Gemara, Death and the Day of Atonement, etc. Only when one is penitent, but otherwise they do not atone. Shall we assume that the Mishnah is not in accordance with Rabbi? In the following Boraitha, Rabbi says, all sins mentioned in the Bible, whether one is penitent or not, are atoned by the Day of Atonement, except throwing off the yoke, expounding the Torah falsely, and abolition of circumcision. These sins are atoned for by the Day of Atonement. P. 133. If one is penitent, but not otherwise. It may be said even that the Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi, penitence is supplemented by the Day of Atonement or death, but the Day of Atonement does atone alone. Penitence atones for slight breaches, if positive or negative, etc. Why has it to be told, positive? If negative, so much the more positive? Said R. Jehudah, the Mishnah meant to say, a positive commandment, or a negative commandment inferred from a positive. But a real negative commandment is not atoned. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, what are called slight sins? A breach of a positive and negative commandment, except the negative commandment, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, and all things equal to this, since this, which is a real negative commandment, is accepted, the other negative commandments are atoned for? Come and hear another contradiction, it is written, and he will clear of sins. We might think, from this sin, the breach of the negative commandment, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord, etc., he will also clear. Therefore it is further written, by no means. Shall we assume, that from the breaches of all negative commandments he will not clear? Therefore it is written, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Infer from this, that breaches of other negative commandments he does atone for? There is a difference of opinion among the Tannim, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, what does penitence atone for? For breaches of positive, and negative inferred from positive, commandments. And for which does penitence only gain a suspension, and the Day of Atonement atones? The sins for which the penalties are karath, death by Beth Din, and real negative commandments. The Master has said, because it is written, he will clear of sins. How is it to be understood? That is as we have learned in the following Boraitha. Our Elazar said, we cannot say it means, he clears of sins, because it is written further, by no means does he clear. We cannot say, he does not, because it is written clear of sins. 1. We must therefore. P. 134. Explain the verse, he clears of sins those who do penance, and does not, those who are not penitent. R. Mathia B. Harish asked R. Elazar B. Azariah at Rome, have you heard of the 4 differences made in atonements, about which R. Ishmael lectured? He replied to him, there are only 3, and penitence is combined with each. When one has transgressed a positive commandment, and done penance, he is atoned for before he goes away from his place. As it is written, return, O backsliding children. If he has transgressed a negative commandment, penitence suspends, and the Day of Atonement atones. As it is written, for on that day shall he make atonement for you, to cleanse you from all your sins. If he has committed sins for which the penalties are karath, or death by Beth Din, then penitence and the Day of Atonement suspend and afflictions wipe it out. As it is written, then will I visit with the rod their transgressions, and with plagues their iniquity. But he who has on his conscience the defamation of God, neither penitence can suspend, nor the Day of Atonement atone for, nor sufferings wipe out. But all the 3 only suspend, and death wipes out, as it is written, and it was revealed in my ears by the Lord of hosts, surely this iniquity shall not be forgiven unto you, until ye die. What is called defamation of God? Says Rabbi, for instance, if I take meat from the butcher, and do not immediately pay, I profane God. Says Abai, this is when it is the custom to pay cash, but not where it is the usage to pay later. R. Yohanan says, for instance, when I should walk 4 ells without Torah, I profane God. R. Janna's disciples have said, when a man's companions are ashamed of his reputation, it profanes God. Said R. Nahman B. Itzhak, when people say of a man, O God, pardon him for his deeds. And Abai says, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, thou shalt love the Lord thy God. That means, God's name should be loved through thee, that is to say, a man must read and study the Torah, and attend on scholars, and his dealings with the world should be mild. What do people then say of him? Well with his father, who taught him Torah, well with his teacher, who has instructed him in Torah, and woe to those people. P. 135. Who have not learned the law. Behold, the one who has learned Torah, how beautiful are his ways, how just his deeds. Of him says the verse, and he said unto me, my servant art thou, O Israel, thou on whom I will be glorified. But if one has learned Torah and served the scholars, but is in his dealings not honest and speaks with people not gently, then what do people say about him? Behold, him who has learned Torah, woe to his father, that has taught him Torah, woe to his teacher, who has instructed him in Torah. See the one who has learned Torah, how evil are his ways, how evil his deeds. Of him says the verse, they profane my holy name, because they said of them, these are the people of the Lord, and out of his land are they gone forth. R. Hania B. Hananiah said, penitence is great, and brings healing to the world, as it is written, I will heal their backsliding, I will love them freely. The same has found a contradiction, it is written, return, O backsliding children, by which seems to be implied a former backsliding. And here it is written, I will heal thy backsliding, where it seems to be implied that it will remain, only be healed. It presents no difficulty. When one does penance out of love towards God, he is as he had not been, but if he does penance only out of fear, his previous sins remain, only they are healed. R. Jehuda finds a contradiction. In these verses it is written, backsliding children, and elsewhere, for I am become your husband and will take you. It presents no difficulty. Children they are called, when they do penance out of love or fear, and otherwise, when they do it through suffering. 1. R. Levi said, penitence is great. It reaches the throne of his glory, as it is written. Return, O Israel, even unto the Lord thy God. R. Yohanan said, penitence is great, so that it supersedes a negative commandment in the Torah. As it is written, one could say, behold, if a man send away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man's, can he return unto her again? Would not that land be greatly polluted? And thou hast played the harlot with many companions, and wilt yet return to me, saith the Lord. P. 136. R. Jonathan said, penitence is great, so that it brings the redemption, as it is written. But unto Zion shall come the Redeemer, and unto those who return from transgression in Jacob, which means, why is the Redeemer come? Because Jacob has returned from transgressions. Resh Lakish says, penitence is great, even the sins that have been done intentionally are considered as if they had been done unintentionally. As it is written, for thou hast stumbled in thy iniquity. Iniquity is intentional, and yet it is called stumbling. This is not so. Did not Resh Lakish himself say, penitence is great, so that intentional sins come to be considered as merits, as it is written, and when the wicked returneth from his wickedness, and execute justice and righteousness, he shall surely live for them? It presents no difficulty. One is from love, and the other from fear. R. Samuel B. Nahmani in the name of R. Jonathan says, penitence is great. It causes man to live long, as it is written, he shall surely live. R. Itzhak said, in Palestine, they say in the name of Rabhabi Mari as follows, come and see. The ways of the Holy One, blessed be he, are not like the ways of a man. When a man had incensed another man by his speech, it is doubtful whether he has really appeased him or not, but the Holy One, blessed be he, even if a man commits a sin in secret, allows himself to be appeased, as it is written, take with you words, and return to the Lord. And not this alone, but he takes it as a favor, as it is written, accept good, and not this only, but the verse makes him equal to one who has sacrificed bullocks, as it is written at the end of the verse, let us repay the steers with our lips. Perhaps it will be thought like steers as sin offerings. Therefore it is written, I will heal their backsliding, I will love them voluntarily. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Meir used to say, repentance is great, when an individual repents, the whole world is pardoned, as it is written, I will heal their backsliding, I will love them freely, for my anger is turned away from them. 1. It is not said from them, but from us, from all of us. What is a penitent man? Said R. Jehuda, when he had an opportunity to do a sin once, and a second time he did not. P. 137. Do it. The same explains, that is meant, the same woman, the same place, the same time. R. Jehuda said again, Rabbi found a contradiction in the following passages, it is written, happy is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered, and, he that concealeth his transgressions will not prosper. It presents no difficulty, this refers to a sin publicly known, he ought to confess, and repent, but that refers to one not yet known, he ought to repent before it has become known. R. Zutra B. Tubia said in the name of R. Nahman, the one refers to a sin toward a man, he must make it public, and appease the man, but a sin toward God, one need not make public, but repent. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jose B. R. Jehuda said, when a man sins the first time he is pardoned, the second time, he is pardoned, the third time, he is pardoned, the fourth time, he is not pardoned, as it is written, Thus hath said the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4, will I not turn away their punishment. And it is written, Lo, all these things doth God 2 or 3 times with man. The rabbis taught, the sins one has confessed on one day of atonement, he need not confess on the next day of atonement. This is the case, if he has not repeated the sin, but in that case, he should repeat the confession. If, without having sinned again, he confessed again, then to him applies the verse, As a dog returneth to his vomit, so doth a fool repeat his folly. R. Eliezer B. Jacob, however, said, So much the more may he be praised, as it is written, For of my transgressions I have full knowledge, and my sin is before me continually. When he confesses, he must specify his sin, as it is written, This people hath sinned a great sin, and they have made themselves a god of gold. So said R. Jehuda B. Babha. R. Akaba, however, said, Happy is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. P. 138. 2 good leaders Israel had, Moses and David. Moses said, May my sins be inscribed, as it is written, because ye have not confided in me, to sanctify me. And David said, May my sins not be inscribed, namely, Happy is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Moses and David may be compared to 2 women punished in court, one, because she has really sinned, and the other, because she has eaten fruit of the sabbatical year. The second said, Pray, proclaim what my transgression is, that it should not be thought I am punished for the same sin as the other woman. They took the fruit, and suspended it on her neck, and proclaimed, Be it known, she has been chastised for eating fruit of the sabbatical year. The evil deeds of hypocrites should be made public, that the name of the Lord may not be profaned. As it is written, When a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and doth what is wrong, then will I lay a stumbling block before him. When a confirmed sinner repents, the execution of the punished is not carried out, even after the decree has been sealed. The mirth of the wicked ends in sin, and the possession of power buries him who wields it. Naked he enters, and naked he comes out. Were he but as clean when he goes out as when he came in. He who is given to philanthropic activity, him sin reaches not, and he who induces the public to sin, to him is not given from heaven the opportunity to repent. The first is not allowed to sin, that he may not be in Gehenna while his disciples are in paradise, as it is written, For thou wilt not abandon my soul to the grave, thou wilt not suffer thy pious to see corruption, and the second is not permitted to repent, that he should not be in paradise while his disciples will be in Gehenna, as it is written, A man oppressed by the load of having shed human blood will flee even to the pit, they shall not support him. I will sin, the day of atonement will atone. Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with Rabbi, who said in the following Boraitha, all the sins mentioned in the Bible, whether one has repented or not, are forgiven on the Day of Atonement? The Mishnah may be according to Rabbi, but if he sins, relying on the Day of Atonement to atone for his sins, then Rabbi also agrees that he is not pardoned. P. 139. Transgressions towards God. R. Joseph B. Habu pointed to a contradiction to R. Abahu. Here it is said, the sins against men the Day of Atonement does not atone for. But is it not written, if one man sin against another, God will forgive him when B will pray? Not God is meant, but the judge, and by uphill low, not will forgive for prayer is meant, but shall punish. If it is so, what means what is written further, if against the Lord a man should sin, who shall judge him? This is meant, if one sins against a man, and appeases him, God forgives, but if he sins against God, who can pray for him? Repentance and good deeds. R. Itzhak said, he who has provoked his neighbor, even by words, must appease him, as it is written, My son, if thou hast become surety for thy friend, etc., go hasten to him and urge thy friend, which means, if thou hast his money, open thy palm, and restore it to him, if not, request some persons to pray him to forgive thee. Said Arhisda, he must try to appease him 3 times, and among 3 circles of persons, as it is written, he then should assemble men around, and say, I have sinned, and perverted what is right, yet have I not received a like return. R. Jose B. Hananiah said, when one tries to appease another, he need not try more than 3 times, as it is written, Oh, I pray thee, forgive, I pray thee, the trespass of thy brothers, and their sin, for evil have they done unto thee, and now we pray thee, forgive. And if the offended person is dead, he should bring 10 persons to his grave and say, I have sinned against God and him who lies here. R. Jeremiah had been not on quite good terms with Abba. He went to appease him. He sat down on the threshold. The servant maid came out to empty dirty water, and bespattered him. He said, I was made like unto mud, and applied unto himself the verse, from the dunghill he lifteth up the needy. When Abba heard about this, he came out and said, Now I have to ask forgiveness of you, as it is written, Go hasten to him, and urge thy friend. When Zara was on bad terms with any person, he passed him repeatedly, that the other might recollect and appease him. Rabbi once had a quarrel with a butcher. When the eve of the P140 Day of Atonement arrived, the butcher did not come to ask his forgiveness. Rabbi said, If he does not come to me, I will go to him to ask his forgiveness. On the road, Arhuna met him, and inquired of him, Whither goes the master? He said, I go to appease that man. Then Arhuna said to himself, Abba is going to kill a man. Meanwhile Rabbi came to the butcher, who was cleaving heads of cattle. When the latter raised his eyes and perceived Rabbi, he said, Abba, is that thou? Go away, I don't want to have any dealings with thee. When he resumed the cleaving of the heads, a bone flew out, and stuck in his throat, so that he died. Rabbi read a section from the prophets before Rabbi. In the meantime Arhiah entered. Rabbi began again from the beginning. Then entered Bar Kapara. He began from the beginning again. Later came Simeon the son of Rabbi. He read from the beginning once more. Then came Hananiah b. Hama. He said, Shall I begin again from the beginning, after so many times? And he did not do it. Hananiah was provoked by this. Rabbi went to him 13 eves of the Day of Atonement, and yet that man did not permit himself to be appeased. How did he do it? Did not Joseph b. Hananiah say, more than 3 times one need not try? Rabbi is different. He treated himself more rigorously. How did Hananiah do so? Hananiah saw in a dream that Rabbi was hanged on a tree, and there is a tradition, if one dreams of a man that is hanged, he will become a head. He said, If I will not permit myself to be appeased, he will go to Babylon, and become a head there, and I will become one here. The rabbis taught, the duty of confession is on the eve of the Day of Atonement, when it grows dark. Still, the rabbis said, one should confess previously to the meal, for if something happened to him at his meal, he will have remained without a confession. But although one has confessed before the meal, he should confess again in the evening, and once more the next morning, and in the additional prayer, Minchab prayer, and the concluding prayer. At what place in the prayer should he confess? An individual, at the end of the prayer, and the reader for the congregation, in the middle of the prayer. What shall he say? Rabbi says, he shall begin, Thou knowest the secrets of the world. Samuel says, he should begin, from the depths of the heart, and Levi says, he shall begin, in thy Torah it is. P 141. Written thus. Yohanan says, he should begin, Lord of the universe, and Jehudah says, he shall begin, our transgressions are too numerous to be counted, and our sins too mighty to be told of. Hamnana says, he shall begin, my God, before I was created I had not been worthy to be created, and now when created, I am the same as previously. I am earth during my life, and so much the more when I will be dead. I am entirely before thee as a vessel full of disgrace and shame. May it be thy will that I may not sin more, and my sins hitherto mayest thou in thy great mercy wipe off, but not by means of suffering. And this was the confession of Rabha the whole year, and that of Arhamnana the younger on the Day of Atonement. Said Marzutra, all this has to be said, if he has not said previously, it is true we have sinned. If, however, he has pronounced this, he need add nothing to it. As Barhamjari related, when he stood once before Samuel on the Day of Atonement, he perceived that as soon as the reader came to the sentence, it is true we have sinned, all rose. Hence he understands that this is the principal part. Ulabi. Rabite was a reader in the presence of Rabha. He began the concluding prayer with, Thou hast chosen us, etc., and concluded with, What are we and what is our life? Etc., and Rabha praised him. Arhuna the son of Arnathan, however, said, when an individual reads the concluding prayer, he should say, What are we and what is our life, etc., after it. Rabite said, the prayer of Enila substitutes the evening prayer also. Rabite is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that it is an additional prayer, and if it has been read, no other prayer is needed for the evening. Did Rabite say so? Did he not say elsewhere that the evening prayer is in general voluntary, not a duty? He means, even according to him who would say it is a duty, the concluding prayer substitutes it? An objection was made. We have learned in a Boraitha, in the beginning of the evening before the Day of Atonement, one shall read as prayers the 7 benedictions, and confess. The same one does in the morning, and also in the additional prayer, the 7 benedictions, and confessions, the same in the concluding prayer, but in the evening one shall say as prayers 7 of the 18 weekday benedictions. 1 Arhanana b. p. 142. Gamaliel said in the name of his ancestors, he shall say all the 18 weekday benedictions, because he must include the Havdalah in the benediction of wisdom. The opinions of the Tannim differ about it. The disciples of Ar Ishmael taught, he who sees carry on the Day of Atonement, he shall pray the whole year, but if he has survived this year, he shall be sure of entering the world to come. Rna Haman b. Itzhak said, the proof is when the whole world is hungry, he was full. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, he will live long, he will see children and grandchildren, as it is written, shall see seed, live many days. End of Tract Yuma. Appendix. We think it will please our readers to have placed before them the following letter, written by a Gentile who had witnessed the services at the Second Temple on the Day of Atonement. We give the entire extract as it is translated in Shevet Yehuda by Solomon Aben Verga, who translated it from a letter written by Versovius to King Alfonso the Pious, although it began with the Feast of Passover, part of which is already mentioned in Tract Pesachim, as it will be of much interest to the historian to know some details of the Jewish services at the temple. Extract from a letter written by Versovius to King Alfonso the Pious, who copied it from a written report sent by Marcus, Consul of Jerusalem, to Rome. 10th Concerning the service at the temple, these Jews were reluctant to inform me about it, as they declared it was against their law to inform a Gentile about the manner of their serving God. They have enlightened me upon 2 subjects only, part of which I saw with my own eyes, and was greatly rejoiced thereat. One was the sacrifice which they brought on the feast that they call Pesach, and is considered to be the greatest of all their feasts, and the second is the entrance of the high priest, whom we call Sacerdote Mayor, into the temple on the day which to them, in regard of holiness, purity, and strengthening of the soul, is the most important of all the days in the year. The Pesach sacrifice, which I have partly witnessed, as also, as I was told, the entire ceremony, takes place in the following manner. When the beginning of the month which they call Nisan approached, by the command of the king and the judges, swift messengers visited every one in the vicinity of Jerusalem who owned flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, and ordered him to hasten to Jerusalem with them, in order that the pilgrims should have sufficient animals for sacrifices and food, for the people were then very numerous, and whoever did not present himself at the appointed time, his possessions were confiscated for the benefit of the temple. Consequently all owners of flocks and droves came hastily on, and brought them to a creek near Jerusalem, and washed and cleaned. P. 144. Them of all dirt. They believed that in regard of that Solomon said, a flock of well-selected sheep, which are come up from the washing. When they arrived at the mountains which surround Jerusalem, the multitude was so great that the grass was not seen any longer, as everything was turned white, by reason of the white color of the wool. When the 10th day approached, as on the 14th day of the month the sacrifice was brought, every one went out to buy his paschal lamb. And the Jews made an ordinance, that when going forth on that mission, nobody should say to his neighbor, Step aside, or let me pass, even if the one behind was King Solomon or David. When I remarked to the priests that this was not seemly nor polite, they made answer that it was so ordered, to show that there is no rank before the eyes of God, not even at the time of preparing to serve him, more especially at the service itself. At that time all were equal in receiving his goodness. When the 14th day of the month arrived, they went to the highest tower of the temple, which the Hebrews called Elul, and whose stairway was made like those in our church towers, and held 3 silver trumpets in their hands, with which they blew. After the blowing, they proclaimed the following: People of the Lord, listen. The time for slaughtering the paschal lamb has arrived. In the name of him who rests in the great and holy house. As the people heard the proclamation, they donned their holiday attire, for since midday it was holiday for the Jews, being the time for sacrifice. At the entrance of the great hall stood 12 Levites on the outside, with silver staves in their hands, and 12 within, with gold staves in their hands. The duties of those on the outside were to direct and to warn the incoming people not to injure one another in their great haste, and not to press forward in the crowd, to prevent quarrels, as it previously happened on one of the feasts of Pesach, that an old man, together with his sacrifice, was crushed, in consequence of the great rush. Those on the inside had to preserve order among the outgoing people, that they should not crush each other. They were also to close the gates of the hall when they saw that it was already full to its capacity. When they reached the slaughtering place, rows of priests stood with gold and silver bowls in their hands. One row had all gold bowls and another row had all silver bowls. This was done to display the glory and splendor of the place. Every priest who stood at the head of the row received a bowl full of the sprinkling blood. He passed it to his neighbor, and he to his, until the altar was reached, and the priest who stood next to the altar returned the bowl empty, and it went back in the same manner, so that every priest received a full bowl and returned an empty one. And there occurred no manner of disturbance, as they were so used to the service that the bowls seemed to fly back and forth, as the arrows in the hand of a hero. For 30 days previous they practiced that service, and p. 145. Therefore, found out the place where there was the possibility that a mistake or a mishap might occur. There were also 2 tall pillars, on which stood 2 priests with silver trumpets in their hands, who blew when each division began the sacrifice, in order to give warning to the priests who stood on their eminence to begin Hallel amid jubilee and thanksgiving, and accompanied by all their musical instruments. On that day, namely, they brought forward all the instruments. The sacrificer also prayed the Hallel. If the sacrifice was not ended, Hallel was repeated. After the sacrifice, they went into the halls, where the walls were full of iron hooks and forks. The sacrifices were hung upon them and skinned. There were also many bundles of sticks, for when there were no more empty hooks, they put a stick upon the shoulders of 2 of their number, hung the sacrifice upon it, skinned it, and put the particular portion upon the altar, and went away rejoicing, as one who went to the war and returned victorious. The one who did not bring the paschal lamb at the appointed time, was eternally disgraced. During the service the priests were dressed in scarlet, that the blood which might accidentally be spilled on them should not be noticed. The garment was short, reaching only to the ankle. The priests stood barefoot, and the sleeves reached only the arms, so they should not be disturbed during the service. On their heads they had a cap, around which was tied a 3 L long band, but the high priest, as they told me, had a band which he could tie around his cap 40 times. His was white. The ovens in which they roasted the paschal lambs were before their doors, in order, as they told me, to publish their religious ceremonies, also on account of the festival joys. After the roast, they ate amid jubilee songs and thanksgiving, so that their voices were heard from afar. No gate of Jerusalem was closed during Passover night, because of those who were constantly coming and going, who were considerable in number. The Jews also told me that on the feast of Pesach the number of those present was double of that which went out of Egypt, for they wished to acquaint the king with their number. The second service was the entrance of the high priest in the sanctuary. Of the service itself they did not tell me, but of the procession to and from the temple. Some of it I have also seen with my own eyes, and it surprised me so greatly that I exclaimed, "Blessed be he who imparts his glory to his nation." 7 days before that day which they call Atonement Day, and which is the most important in the entire year, they prepared at the house of the high priest a place and chairs for the chief of the courts, the Nasi, the high priest, his substitute, and for the king, and besides these, also 70 silver chairs for the 70 members of the Sanhedrin. The oldest of the priests got up and delivered an oration before the high priest, full of earnest entreaty. He said, "Bethink thyself. P. 146. Before whom thou enterest, and know that if thou wilt lose the devotion of thy mind, thou wilt at once drop down dead, and the forgiveness of the Israelites will come to naught. Behold, the eyes of all Israelites are turned upon thee. Investigate thy deeds. Perchance thou hast committed some slight sin, for there are sins which equal in weight many good deeds, and only the Almighty God knows the weight thereof. Investigate also the deeds of the priests, thy brothers in office, and have them repent. Take it to heart, that thou art going to appear before the King of all kings, who sits upon the throne of judgment, who sees everything. How darest thou to appear, when thou hast the enemy within thee?" The high priest then makes answer that he has already investigated himself, and has repented all that which seemed to him sinful, that he has also already assembled all the priests, his brother officers, in the temple, and by him who rests his name there conjured them that each one should confess the transgressions of his brother officers, as well as his own, and that he prescribed for each transgression a corresponding repentance. The king also spoke to him kindly, and promised to shower upon him honors, when he should safely come out of the sanctuary. After that it was publicly proclaimed that the high priest was about to take possession of his room in the temple. Whereupon the people made ready to accompany him, and marched before him in the following order, which I witnessed myself. First went those who traced their ancestry to the kings of Israel, then those who were nearer in the priesthood, then followed those who were of the kingly house of David, and, indeed, in the most perfect order, one after the other, and before them was exclaimed, "Give honor to the family of David." Then followed the Levites, before whom it was exclaimed, "Give honor to the family of Levi." Their number amounted to 36,000. At this time the substitute Levites donned blue silk garments, but the priests, 24,000 strong, donned white silk garments. Then followed the singers, the musicians, the trumpeters, then the closers of the gates, the preparers of the incense, the preparers of the holy curtains, the watchers, the masters of the treasury, and then a corps which was called chartophylax, then all who were employed at the temple, then the 70 members of the Sanhedrin, then 100 priests with silver staves in their hands to make room, then the high priest, and behind him the older priests in pairs. At the corner of every street stood the heads of the colleges, who spoke to him thus, "High priest, enter in peace. Pray to our Creator for our preservation, so that we may occupy ourselves with the study of his law." When the procession reached the mount of the temple they halted and prayed for the preservation of the kings of the house of David, then for the priests and the temple, whereat the Amen exclamation, because of the great crowd, was so loud that the birds overhead fell to the ground. After that the high priest bowed before the entire p. 147. People very respectfully, and, weeping, separated himself from them all, and two substitute priests led him into his room, where he took leave of all the priests, his brothers in office. All that took place at the procession to the temple, but at the procession from the temple his honor was double, for the entire population of Jerusalem marched before him, and most of them with burning candles of white wax, and all attired in white. All windows were draped with varicolored kerchiefs and were lighted dazzlingly, and, as the priests told me, the high priest, during many years, because of the great crowds and rush, could not reach his house before midnight, for although all fasted, nevertheless they did not go home before they convinced themselves whether they could kiss the hand of the high priest. On the following day he prepared a great feast, to which he invited his friends and relatives, and made that day a holiday, because of his safe return from the sanctuary. After that he caused a goldsmith to make a gold tablet with the following inscription engraved upon it: I, so and so the high priest, son of so and so the high priest, have performed the service of the high priest in the great and holy temple, in the service of him who rests his name there, in the year of creation so and so. May he who favored me with the performance of that service, favor also my son after me, to perform the service before the Lord. Tract Haggadah. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 6 Tract Haggadah, 3. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the Holocaust, and the appointed time for the peace offering, 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning public lectures which are and which are not allowed, 21. Chapter 3. Regulations regarding in what cases sacred things are more rigorous than heave offerings, and vice versa. 44. Synopsis of subjects. Of Tract Haggadah. Chapter I. Mishnah 1. The law concerning the Holocaust, and who are exempt from it. What is the law in the case of one who is half a bondman and hall free? Yohanan b. Broca and R. Elazar b. Hasma have related to their master the wonderful lecture of R. Joshua, and what he rejoined. What is called a fool? The law about the lame, blind, and sick. An entire series of passages from Scripture which the different rabbis wept over when they met them in their studies, and the reason of it. What is meant by evils and troubles, written in Deuteronomy XXXI. 21. What will become of us with the minim? For three things the Holy One, blessed be he, weeps every day. What happened to Rabbi and Arhiah while on the road with the blind scholar, and his beautiful blessings? The law as to minority, and at what age a child is exempt from this condition, 1-13. Mishnahs 2. To v. The law regarding the offerings which may or may not be brought from the money of the second tithe. Peace offerings and burnt offerings of the pilgrims are divided according to their circumstances. The different opinions of the rabbis regarding the passage. What is crooked cannot be made straight. The explanation of Elijah to Ben-Hay regarding the passage cf. Islayath. 10. About a scholar who has separated himself from the law. The laws about the dissolving of vows hang in the air, and which laws are suspended by a hair, and which of them are the essential parts of the law, 13-20. Chapter 2. Mishnah 1. Concerning the discussion of illegal unions, the creation, and the divine chariot. By 10 things the world was created, by wisdom, by knowledge, etc. Which was first created, the earth or the heavens? What is meant by the term heavens? Woe to the creatures which see and know not what they see, which stand and know not upon what they stand. The names of the 7 heavens, and what is contained therein. What answer? P4. Did the heavenly voice make to that wicked man when he said, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, etc.? To whom the secrets of the law may be imparted. The king among living creatures is a lion, among domestic beasts an ox, among birds an eagle, after which comes man, but the Lord takes his place proudly above them all. The thousands of troops who minister unto him. The stream of fire which is issued. Comes from before him. Where it comes from? About. The 974 generations which were held back from being created. What are the 18 curses of Isaiah? Even at the time of the destruction of Jerusalem there did not cease from them faithful men. About the 4 who entered in the heavenly garden, the legends of Aher concerning Ar-Meir his disciple when he was alive and after his death, and also what Ar-Yohanan said and did. About what Rabbi Bar Shila questioned Elijah, and his answer. What Ar-Jehudah questioned Samuel about the world to come, and what the latter rejoined. Nemes of Gardi and Ar-Meir. The 6 things regarding the demons. Every one who gazes upon 3 things, his eyes grow weak, 21-38. Mishnahs 2-4. The difference of opinions concerning the princes and the chiefs of courts. About the law of laying the hand on the offers on a festival, which is the feast in which thou makest proclamation and reapest. About the garments of a common person which are defiled by pressure for Pharisees, 38-43. Chapter 3. Mishnahs 1-9 all of them treat about the details of the rigorous rules of heave offerings, and vice versa, the conditions in Judah and in Galilee as to which of the inhabitants are trusted and which are not. About the salamander and the fire of Gehenna, and that the fire of Gehenna will not affect the sinners of Israel, who are full of merit as a pomegranate is full of seed, 44-54. Tract Haggadah. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the Holocaust, and the appointed time for the peace offering. Mishnah, all are bound in the case of a Holocaust one except a deaf man, a fool, a minor, and one of doubtful sex and one of double sex, and women and bondsmen, the lame, the blind, the sick, the old, and he who is not able to go upon his feet. What is a minor? Every one who is unable to ride on his father's shoulders, and to go up from Jerusalem to the mountain of the temple. So is the decree of the school of Shammai. But the school of Hillel say, every one who is unable to take hold of his father's hand, and to go up from Jerusalem to the mountain of the temple, as it is said, 3 times, 2 etc. The school of Shammai say, the Holocaust involves 2 silver coins, and the feast offering 1 miah. But the school of Hillel say the contrary. Gemara, what is meant to be added by the word all? It means to add a man who is half a slave. But according to Rabbina, who says that such a man is absolved from Holocaust, what did the Mishnah mean to add? One who was lame on the first day, but on the second day he became well. This would be correct according to him who says that on every day of the succeeding 6 days the obligation of the Holocaust exists, but according to those who say that all the 6 days are only a completion of the p2 first day, and as he was not obliged the first day, although he was fit for it later, he is free from it. What did the Mishnah mean to add by the expression all? Therefore we must say that it is as stated above, and Rabbina's statement is in accordance with the later Mishnah, which states as follows, for the sake of the world, it was ordained that the master of the slave shall be compelled to set him free for the purpose that he should be able to marry a free man, and the slave shall give him a note for it for the half of his value. And the school of Hillel retracted their decision and decided as the school of Shammai, consequently if he is yet half a slave, he is obliged, because he will be free, and the Mishnah adds by all such a case. A deaf man, a fool, and a minor, etc. The Mishnah mentions the deaf man together with fool, to teach us that as the fool has no intelligence, so also the deaf man is absolved when he has no intelligence, i.e., when he is both deaf and dumb, but if he speaks but cannot hear, or vice versa, he is obliged. But did we not learn in a Boraitha, both when he can bear but not speak, or speak and not hear, in either case he is free? Said Rabbina, the Boraitha is not completed, and must read thus, all are obliged in case of a Holocaust, and to enjoy the festival, except a deaf man. Who hears but speaks not, or vice versa, then he is free from Holocaust, but not from rejoicing. but he who neither hears nor speaks is free from rejoicing also, because he is exempt from all commandments contained in the law. And so we also learned in a Boritha plainly. But why is a man who hears but speaks not, or vice versa, exempt from holocaust? Because about holocaust he deduces from an analogy of expression as follows: it is written, assemble the people together, the men and the women, and the children, and when all Israel came to appear before the Lord thy God. But whence do we deduce that he who hears not but speaks, etc., is exempt from pilgrimage? Because it is written, that they may hear, etc., that they may learn. And a Boritha taught, may hear to exclude one who can talk but cannot hear, and may learn to exclude those who can hear but cannot speak. Is that so, that he who cannot speak cannot learn? We know there were 2 dumb men in the neighborhood of Rabbi, who were sons of the daughter of Ar Yohanan b. Judah, who, when Rabbi entered the house of learning, went. p3. In also, shook their heads, and muttered with their lips, and Rabbi prayed mercy for them and they were healed, and it was found that they were well versed on Halakha, and on the whole 6 sections of the Mishnah. Said Mar Zutra, read in the Bible, they may teach one, and who cannot speak cannot teach. Said Ar Ashi. Assuredly, it must be so, because if learning is meant it could be deduced from the words, and they may hear, and he who cannot hear cannot learn. R. Tanhum said, he who is deaf in one ear is free from holocaust, because in the verse stated above it is written, in their ears. R. Tanhum said again, he who is lame in one foot, is also exempt, because it is written, 3 times. Rabha lectured, it is written, how beautiful are thy steps in sandals, O prince's daughter. This refers to the pilgrims on the festivals. R. Kahana said, R. Nathan b. Minyumi lectured in the name of R. Tanhum, it is written. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. If it was empty, is it not self-evident that there was no water in it? Infer from this that it was empty from water, but not from snakes and scorpions. The rabbis taught, it happened that R. Yohanan b. Broka and R. Elazar b. Hazma went to visit R. Jehoshua in the city of Pekin, and he asked them, what news is today in the house of learning? They answered him, we are your disciples, and we drink only your waters. He rejoined, nevertheless, it cannot be there should not be something new in the college, tell me whose Sabbath was it for lecturing? And they said, R. Elazar b. Azarias. And on what verse did he lecture? On the portion of the assembly. And what did R. Elazar preach? He lectured thus, it is written, assemble the people together, the men and the women and the children. It is right, the men came to learn, the women came to hear, for what purpose were the children brought? Only that those who brought them should be rewarded. And he rejoined, you have had a good pearl in your hand and you wanted to deprive me of it. He also lectured on the verse Deuteronomy XXVI. 17. p4. The same lectured again, it is written, the words of the wise are like goads, and like nails planted one are the words of the men of the assemblies which are given by one shepherd. As the goad keeps the animal which plows furrows, so as to produce sustenance for the world, so also the words of the law away from the ways of death for the ways of life. But if you would say, that as the goad is movable so also the words of law. Therefore it is written, nails. But if you will say, as the nail diminishes, so also the words of the law diminish and do not add. Therefore it is written, planted, as a plant is fruitful and multiplies, so also the words of the law. The men of assemblies, which means the scholars who sit in assembly, studying the law and discussing these make clean, the others make unclean, these prohibit and those allow, these make valid, those make invalid. But if one may say, if it is so, how can I learn the Torah? Therefore it is written, given by one shepherd. One God gave them, and one master said it from the mount of the Lord of all creatures, blessed be he, as it is written, and God spoke all these words. And therefore you must make your ears as an epikuzivi, and gain an understanding heart to comprehend the reason why these make unclean, those clean, etc. Then our Jehoshua rejoined, I tell you, it is not an orphan generation in the midst of which our Eleazar be Azariah lives. Why did they not tell him at once the news in the house of learning? Because of the occurrence stated in the following Boritha. It happened once that our Hosea, the son of a Damascene woman, went to visit our Eleazar in the city of Luda, and our Eleazar asked him, what news was there in the house of learning today? And he answered, it was voted, and the decision was that in the lands of Ammon and Moab the tithe to the poor is to be given on the sabbatical year, and he told him, Hosea, stretch out your hand, and take out your eyes. And he did so. Then our Eleazar wept and said, it is written, the sacred counsel of the Lord is for those that fear him, and his covenant to make it known to them. And he said to our Hosea, go and tell P5 them, you should not doubt about your conclusion today, because I have a tradition from our Yohanan b. Zakkai, who heard it from his master, and his master from his master, etc., up to Moses on Sinai, that the land of Ammon and Moab may give the tithe to the poor on the sabbatical year. The rabbis taught, what is called a fool? He who goes out alone in the night, and who sleeps in a cemetery, and who tears the clothes he wears. It was taught, Arhuna said, it is only when he does all these things together. How is the case? If because he is a fool, then any of these is sufficient, and if he does it not through folly, what is the proof of all these? It is meant he does it through folly, but when he does all these things, he is like an ox goring another ox, a camel and an ass, after which he is considered vicious as to all creatures, so he is considered a fool in all respects. Said our Papa, if Arhuna had heard the following Boritha, which states, who is a fool? When he destroys all things that are given to him, he would have retracted his decree. One of doubtful sex, etc. The rabbis taught, it could be written, the males, which would exclude only the women, but it is written thy males, which means to exclude also those of doubtful as of double sex. But why is needed a verse to exclude the women? Is not this a commandment which is dependent upon the time? And it is known that of all commandments which are dependent upon the time the women are exempt. This verse is needed, for at the first glance one might say that it shall be drawn from an analogy of expression, the assembly, as to the assembly women are also bound, so would be the case here, therefore, it comes to teach us. The Master said, all thy males to include the minors. But did not we learn in our Mishnah, except a deaf man, a fool, and a minor? Said Abai, it presents no difficulty, there is the case of a minor who has not arrived at the age of education yet, and here is the case when he has arrived at such age. When a P6 minor who has arrived at such age, his duty is only rabbinical. Why then is needed a verse? Yeah, it is only rabbinical, and the verse is only a support. But to what else does the verse apply? To that of the following Boritha, anonymous teachers said, those whose work imparts to them a bad odor which accompanies them wherever they go, are exempt from the Holocaust, because it is written, all thy males, i.e., all that can go together with others, but not such as cannot be in others' company. Women and bondsmen. This is correct as to women, as it was said above, but whence do we deduce about bondsmen? Said Arhuna, because it is written there, before the Lord thy God, which means one who has only one Lord, but not such as has another Lord. Let us see, to what purpose is needed a separate verse. It is known that all the commandments which are obligatory to a woman are so also to a bondsman, and all the commandments from which a woman is exempt a bondsman is also exempt, and this is inferred from an analogy of expressions, right her, and her freedom given her, hence a woman and bondsman are equal in duties. Said Rabbina, the verse is needed for one who is half a slave and half free, and it seems to be so because the Mishnah taught, women and bondsmen who were not freed. To what purpose is stated not freed? If it is meant that they were not freed at all, bondsmen alone is enough. We must say, therefore, that the Mishnah meant those who were not wholly free. And what can that be? One who is half a slave and half free. The lame, blind, sick, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written regalim to exclude the lame, sick, blind, and old men who cannot go with their feet. What is meant to be added by who cannot go with their feet? Said Rab Ha, such delicate persons as cannot walk without shoes, as it is written, when you come to appear in my presence, who had required this at your hand to tread down my courts. We have learned in a Boraitha, if one is uncircumcised, or unclean, he is exempt from the Holocaust. It is right of one unclean, because it is written, and thither shalt thou come, and ye shall bring thither. From this we infer, that he who can come in ought to bring, but he who cannot, should not. P7. But of an uncircumcised, wherefrom is it deduced? This is in accordance with our Akaba, who makes an uncircumcised equal to an unclean one, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, our Akaba said, it is written, any man whatsoever of the seed of Aaron. Any man dash it could be written a man. Why any man, to include that the uncircumcised shall be equal to the unclean ones? The rabbis taught, Ar Yohanan b. Dahabai said in the name of Ar Jehuda, a man blind in one eye is exempt from the Holocaust, because it is written, shall appear, one as if one comes to see, it is with both eyes, so if he appears, he must be with both eyes. Arhuna, when he came to the verse above cited, used to weep and say, that a slave whose master exhorts him to come to see him should be debarred from seeing him, as it is written, when you come to appear in my presence, who had required this at your hands to tread my courts. Also when he came to the following verse, and thou shalt slay peace offerings, and eat there. A slave who is invited to eat from his master's table, shall be debarred from seeing him, as it is written, or what serveth me the multitude of your sacrifices? Our Eleazar, when he came to this verse, and his brothers could not answer him, because they were terrified at his presence, he wept and said, if one is thus terrified when a human being has recognized his guilt, how much the more will it be before the Holy One, blessed be he. Also when he came to the verse, and Samuel said to Saul, why hast thou disquieted me, to bring me up? If Samuel, the upright, was afraid of the judgment, so much the more must we be afraid of it. How shall this be understood? It is written, and the woman said unto Saul, divine beings have I seen ascending out of the earth. Olam is plural. It was Samuel and Moses, because Samuel was afraid. Perhaps he was asked to the judgment, and he had gone to Moses and asked him to testify, that he had done all that was written in his law. Rmi, when he came to the following verse, used to cry, that he put his mouth in the dust, perhaps there still is hope. He said, after so much had been done. P8. Nevertheless it is said perhaps. Also when he came to the following verse, seek righteousness, seek meekness, perhaps ye will been protected, he said, after so much will have been done, still it will be perhaps. Raci, when he came to the following passage, used to cry, hate the evil and love the good, and establish justice firmly in the gate, perhaps the Lord, the God of hosts. He said, after so much will have been done, it will still be perhaps. R. Joseph, when he came to the verse, but there are many who are taken away without justice, one cried. R. Yohanan, when he came to the following passage, and thou hast incited him against me to destroy him without cause, he cried. He said, if a slave persuades his master, and the master is persuaded, what cure can there be? Also, when he came to the following passage, in his Holy One he putteth no trust, he cried and said, if he puts no trust in his Holy One, whom will he believe? Once when on the road he saw a man pick figs from a tree. He left the ripe ones and picked the unripe ones. R. Yohanan asked him, are not the ripe ones better? He answered, these which are unripe I need for the root, because the ripe ones will be spoiled, but not these. Then said R. Yohanan, this is as what is written, he putteth no trust in his holy ones. R. Yohanan, when he came to the following verse he wept, and I will come near unto you to hold judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against those that swear falsely, and against those that withhold the wages of the hired laborer. Fear me not, saith the Lord of hosts. R. Yohanan b. Zakkai said, Woe is to us, the verse makes equal for us light sins as well as grave sins. R. Hananiah bar Papa said, when a man commits a sin and soon repents of it, he is forgiven immediately, because it is written, and fear me not, saith the Lord of hosts. When he fears and asks for forgiveness, he is pardoned. R. Yohanan, when he came to the verse, for every deed will God bring into the P9 judgment, concerning everything that had been hidden, he cried. He said, if there is a slave whose master reckons his unintentional sins as his intentional sins, what cure can there be? What is meant by everything that hath been hidden? Said Rabbi, when one kills a louse in another man's presence, and makes himself disagreeable thereby to him. And Samuel says, even if he spits in the presence of his neighbor, and makes himself disagreeable. What is meant, whether it be good, or whether it be bad? The disciples of Jannes said, that applies to a man who gives charity to a poor man publicly. As Jannes saw a man give a zuz to a poor man publicly, he said to him, it would be better if you gave him not at all than as you did now, and put him to shame. The disciples of Shelah said, it means a man who gives charity to a woman secretly, which brings on him suspicion. It is written, and it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles. What is meant by evils and troubles? Said Rabbi, evils that trouble one another, for instance, a man who was bitten by a bee and by a scorpion, for the bee's sting warm water is needed, and for a scorpion's bite cold water is needed, hence the use of either will harm the other wound. Samuel said, what is written before, whether good or bad, means one who gives money to the poor only when the latter is in extreme poverty. Said Rabha, this is what people say, a zuz for pleasure is not to be obtained, but a zuz for trouble must be found. It is written, and my anger shall be kindled against them on that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be given to be devoured. Said Bartala bar Tabiamai, in the name of Rabbi, a man from whom God hides not his face is not an Israelite, and he who is not given to be devoured is not an Israelite, either. Said the rabbis to Rabha, it seems to us that you are neither included in the hiding of the face nor in the devouring. And he rejoined, can you know how much I must spend secretly on the government? Nevertheless the rabbis looked at him with an evil eye, and finally they came from the government and robbed him of everything. Said he, this is what our Simeon be. Gamaliel said, whatever the sages looked at with their eyes, either death or poverty followed. P10. It is written, and I will hide my face from them. Said Rabha, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, although I have hidden my face from them, nevertheless I will talk to them in the dream. R. Joseph said, still his hand is inclined to us, as it is written, with the shadow of my hand have I covered thee. R. Joshua b. Hananiah was before the emperor. A man who stood by showed him with his hand a people from whom God had turned away his face. R. Joshua b. Hananiah showed him with his hand that his hand is still over us. Asked the emperor of R. Joshua, do you know what the man has shown you with his hand? He replied, yes, he showed me a people from whom God had turned away his face. He asked him, what have you shown him with your hand? He answered, I showed him that God's hand is still inclined over us. The emperor then asked the men, what have you shown to our Joshua b. Hananiah? He said the same. And he asked him, what did he show you? He replied, I do not know. Then the emperor said, a man that does not know what is shown to him by a sign, should he dare to raise his hand in the presence of an emperor? He ordered, and the man was killed. When our Joshua b. Hananiah was dying, the rabbis asked him, what will become of us with the minim? He rejoined, it is written, is counsel vanished from the sons, is their wisdom become corrupt? And this must be interpreted, when the children of God love their advisor, the wisdom of their adversaries becomes corrupt. R. Ula, when ascending the steps of the house of Rabba bar Shila, heard a child read the following passage, He that formeth the mountains, and createth the wind, and declareth unto man what is his thought. And he said, if there is a slave whose master can declare him what his secret thought is, what cure can there be? What is meant by he declareth? Said Rabbi, even a superfluous conversation between a man and his own wife is mentioned to him at the time of his death. It is written, my eye shall weep sorely and run down with tears, because the flock of the Lord is driven. P11. Away captive. Said R. Eleazar, what signify the 3 tears? One over the first, one over the second temple, and one over the exile of Israel from their land. The rabbis taught, for the following 3 things the Holy One, blessed be he, weeps every day, for him who has the power to study the law every day and does not, for him whose circumstances do not allow him to study, but who nevertheless does, and for a chief of the congregation who is haughty toward his congregation. Rabbi held the book of Lamentations and read. When he came to the verse, he had cast down from heaven unto the earth, the book dropped out of his hand. He said, it fell from the highest attic to the lowest pit. Rabbi and Arhiah were on the road. When they came to a city they said, if here is a scholar we will go to pay him a visit. They were told, there is here a young scholar, but he is blind. Said Arhiah to Rabbi, you, as a Nasi, stay here, not to degrade your dignity, and I will go to see him. Rabbi did not listen, but perforce accompanied him. The blind man said to them when they were departing, you have come to see a countenance that can be seen, but cannot see, therefore ye should deserve to see that countenance which sees all, but which no one sees. Said Rabbi, if I had listened to you, and refrained to accompany you, I could not have received this blessing. They then asked the blind man, from whom have you heard this beautiful saying? He replied, I heard it at the lecture of our Jacob of the village of Hetia, who used to visit his master every day. When he became old, his master said to him, do not take this trouble now, for you are too aged to walk every day. He answered, is this slight in your estimation what is written about scholars, should he still live forever, and not see the pit, for he must see that wise men die. Now, if he who sees the wise die lives forever, much more so he who comes to see them when alive. Edi, the father of our Jacob bar Edi, had the custom to be 3 months on the road, and 1 day in college. The students of the college called him the single-day student. So he became discouraged, and said in application to himself the verse, I am as one laughed at by his friends. Said P12. Yohanan to him, I pray thee, do not cause the rabbis to be punished, and he himself went and lectured thus, it is written, yet me do they ever seek day by day, and to know my ways do they always desire, and said, do they seek only by day, and not in the night? This comes to teach us that he who studies the law even 1 day in the year, the verse makes him equal to one who studied the whole year. Every one unable to ride on his father's shoulders, etc. Arzera was opposed to this teaching, and asked, and who brought him as far as Jerusalem? Abai answered, as his mother is bound to rejoice, she brought him, and there if he can go up to the temple mountain with his father, he is no longer a minor. To defend the teaching of the school of Hillel, Rabbi replied thus, it is written in 1 Samuel 22, Hannah said, so soon as the child shall be weaned, I will bring him. Why did she let him wait till he would be weaned, since the father could have carried him? Said Abai one to him, according to your question, why did Hannah herself fail to go, since she was bound to rejoice? It must be said, that because of the too delicate condition of the child she did not want to go. Beth Shammai say 2 silver coins, etc. The rabbis taught, Beth Shammai say 2 silver coins for Holocaust, because the sacrifice is a burnt offering and must be more valuable, but for the feast offering, which is only a peace offering, 1 miah suffices. And we find also in case of Pentecost, about which the law commands the burnt offering should cost more than the peace offering. And the Beth Hillel say, for the Holocaust only 1 silver coin is sufficient. But the feast offering had existed before the law was given to Moses, as it is written. And they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. And we also find when the princes of Israel offered sacrifices, the cost of the peace offerings was greater than the burnt offerings. Abai said, Beth Shammai all hold that the sacrifice the Israelites offered in the desert was a Holocaust offering, and the Beth Hillel all hold that it was the daily offering, but not that of Holocaust. We have learned in Tract P, Chap I, the following. P 13. Things have no biblical prescribed quantity, p. the first fruit, and the Holocaust offering, and the conferring of kindness and the studying of the law. R. Yohanan taught to say, they have no prescribed maximum, but they have a prescribed minimum, until our Oshia the Great came and taught, the Holocaust has no prescribed quantity, even a minimum. But the sages said, the Holocaust offering should not be of less worth than a silver coin, and the feast offering not less than 2. The expression in the above-cited Mishnah for the Holocaust is the seeing. Now the question arises, what is meant by the seeing? R. Yohanan said, he can come to the court as many times as he likes to see it, the sacrifice, however, is only once in each festival. Resh Lakish, however, said, every time he comes to visit the court he must offer a sacrifice. And they differ only during the whole year, not in the festivals. According to R. Yohanan he may visit it without a sacrifice, but according to Resh Lakish he must bring a sacrifice, but both agree, in the festivals, he must come with a sacrifice, and one is sufficient for all days of the feast. And Resh Lakish agrees also that when one comes to visit in the middle of the year without a sacrifice, he may nevertheless enter the court and the temple, but they differ when he came in the middle of the year and brought a sacrifice with him. According to R. Yohanan it must not be accepted from him as an offering of the Holocaust, because it is not prescribed how many times he should visit, but is prescribed that only one sacrifice in each festival. And according to Resh Lakish it may be accepted, because there is no prescribed quantity for sacrifices also, and he can sacrifice as much as he likes. We have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, make thy foot scarce to the house of thy friend. From this we may infer, thou shalt forbear to bring too many sin offerings. Whence do we deduce this? Perhaps it means too many burnt offerings or peace offerings. It cannot be, for it is written, I will enter thy house with burnt offerings, I will pay unto thee my vows. Now we see that burnt offerings and peace offerings he can offer when he likes. What, then, does the verse mean? Sin offerings. Mishnah, burnt offerings on the intermediate days come from ordinary things, but the peace offerings from second tithe. On the first day of Passover the school of Shammai say that. P 14. They come from ordinary things, but the school of Hillel say that they come from the second tithe. Israelites generally fulfill their duty with vows and voluntary offerings, and with cattle tithe, and the priests by the eating of sin offering and of the trespass offering, and by the firstborn, and by the breast which hath been waved, and the shoulder which hath been lifted up, but not by eating of birds or of meal offerings. Gemara, according to this Mishnah, burnt offerings are only to be sacrificed on the intermediate days, but not on the festival itself, and this would not be according to the school of Hillel concerning the Mishnah in the next chapter. The Mishnah is not completed, but must read thus, burnt, vow, and voluntary offerings can be brought only on the intermediate days, not on the festival itself. The Holocaust offering, however, may be brought even on the festival. And when it is brought it must be only from ordinary things, but the peace offerings of enjoying may be brought also from the second tithe. The feast offering, however, on the first day of Passover, the school of Shammai say, from ordinary things, and the school of Hillel say, from second tithe. and so it was taught plainly in a Boraitha. Why is the feast offering on the first day of the Passover different? Said Rashi, the Mishnah comes to teach us only the feast offering of the 15th of Nisan may be brought on the festival, but not of the 14th. The Mishnah says, the school of Hillel say, it may be brought from the second tithe. Why? Is this not a duty offering, and all that is a duty offering must come from ordinary things? Said Ula, they meant to say, when he added the money of the second tithe to the ordinary money. Hezekiah, however, said, an animal from second tithe can be added to an ordinary animal, but with money it cannot be done so. Yohanan, however, said, that, on the contrary, money to money can be added, but an animal to an animal cannot be added. We have learned in one Boraitha in accordance with Hezekiah, another in accordance with Yohanan. Israelites fulfill their duty, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, thou shalt rejoice on thy feast, that is to add, all the monies you have for rejoicing you can add to the money for this rejoicing. From this the sages infer that the Israelites can fulfill their duty with vow and voluntary offerings and with cattle tithe, and the priest with sin and trespass offerings, with the firstlings and wave and heave, lest one say, also with birds or meal offerings. It is therefore written, thou shalt rejoice thy feast, and from this we may infer that all the things of which a feast offering may be brought can be used for enjoying, excluding the above, of which a feast offering cannot be brought. And Rashi said, from the expression only thou shalt rejoice it can be inferred, because meal and fowls are not used for rejoicing. Mishnah, he who has many to eat with him and few possessions brings more peace offerings and fewer burnt offerings. He who has more possessions than persons to eat with him brings more burnt offerings and fewer peace offerings. If one has little of both, to this case applies the saying about the miah of silver and the 2 pieces of silver. If he have enough of both, to this case applies the words, every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given you. Gemara. More peace offerings. Where should he take them? Said Arhisda, he should add money, and shall bring a large bull. Ula said in the name of Resh Lakish, if one have separated 10 animals for his feast offerings, if he have offered 5 on the first festival, he may offer the other 5 on the second day of the festival. Yohanan, however, said, as soon as he stopped offering, he shall not do it more. Said Abba, they do not differ, however. Yohanan says he must do so, when he stopped, without any condition, but Resh Lakish meant the case when he said, when he stopped, that he would offer more. So it was taught also, that Shaman bar Abba said in the name of Yohanan, the case where he cannot continue his offerings is only when he has no time to continue this day, and did not do so, but when he had time he may continue on the morrow. Mishnah, if one has not offered the feast offering on the first day of the festival, he may do it on any of the 7 intermediate days, and even on the last day of the festival, but if the feast is over and he has not done it, he is not responsible for this. Of such a person is said, that what is crooked cannot be made straight, and what is defective cannot. P16. Be numbered. Simeon b. Manasseh, however, said, who is this that is crooked that cannot be made straight? That is he who forms an illegitimate connection and begets therefrom a bastard child. If you should say, nay, it has to do with theft and plunder, then he could make restitution of it and be made straight. Simeon b. Johai said, nothing is called crooked that was not straight at the beginning and has become crooked. And what is this? A scholar that separates himself from the law. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? Said Yohanan in the name of Ishmael, it is written of the 7 days of Passover, assembly, and it is also written of the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles, assembly. As the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles is a completion, so also is the 7th day of Passover, and this expression is empty, because if it would not be superfluous it could be objected to that the 7th day of Passover is not separated in anything from the former days, but the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles is separated from the former days in the offerings and in many things. And in reality this expression assembly is superfluous, for let us see, what is meant by assembly to the Lord thy God. They shall assemble not to do any labor, and this is already written above, you shall not do any labor. Why assembly again? Infer from this to make it empty for the analogy stated above. But the Tana of the Boraitha infers this from the following passage, it is written, Ye shall celebrate it as a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. Might we assume he shall celebrate the holidays all the 7 days? Therefore it is written it but not all the 7 days. And for what purpose then is it written 7 days? You must say, they are only for a completion. But whence do you know that if he has not offered the feast offering on the first day, he may do so on all the succeeding 6 days of the festivals? Therefore it is written, in the 7th month shall ye celebrate. If the 7th month, one might assume that he shall celebrate the whole month. Therefore it is written it, but ye cannot do so outside of the festival. If the feast is over, etc. Said Ben-Hay to Hillel, if it is so, why is it written, cannot be numbered? It should be written, fulfilled. We must therefore say that this verse means p. 17. That if a man was numbered among his colleagues for a religious duty, and he did not want to be numbered of him is said the verse. So also we have learned plainly in a Boraitha. Ben-Hay again asked Hillel, it is written and ye shall return and see the difference between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that has not served him. What is the difference between the righteous and the servant of God, or the wicked and him who serves not God? Is it not the same? And he answered, both he who serves God and serves not are really upright men, but when one repeats his chapter of the law 100 times he is not equal to him who does it 101 times. Said Ben-Hay again, can the man be called upright who serves not God, because he did not repeat the 101st time? And he said, yeah, go and learn from the marketplace, where asses are hired, when one hires an ass for 10 parsa, he pays 1 zuz, but if for 11, he must pay 2. Elijah said to Ben-Hay, according to others to our Eleazar, it is written, behold, I have refined thee, though not into silver, I have approved thee in the crucible of affliction. One infer from this when the Holy One, blessed be he, looked for merits given to Israel, he found only poverty. Said Samuel, and according to others are Joseph, this is what people say, poverty becomes Israel as a red leather trapping a white horse. R. Simeon b. Manasseh, etc. If born, yeah, but if not, nay. Did we not learn in a Boraitha, Simeon b. Manasseh said, if one has stolen something, he can return it and repair his sin, if one has robbed, he can return, and make all good, but he who has had a connection with his neighbor's wife, and disqualified her for his neighbor, this man is destroyed from the world, and is lost? R. Simeon b. Johai said, we do not say, one shall examine a camel, or one shall examine a pig. But what is to be examined? A sheep. Perhaps it has received a blemish which makes it unfit, that is, a scholar who has departed from the law. R. Jehuda b. Lachish said, of a scholar who separated himself from the law the verse said, as a bird that wandereth away from her nest so is a man that wandereth away from his place. Of him is also p. 18. Written, what fault did your fathers find in me, that they went away from me? And if you wish I will say, in both cases it is when he used force. If he had a connection with the wife of a priest, he is lost even when no bastard was born, and when it is stated that he is lost only when a bastard is born, the wife of a common man is meant. It is written, and for him that went out or came in there was no peace. Said Rabbi, that means, if a man goes out from the study of the Mishnah to read the verses of the Bible, this man can have no more peace. Samuel, however, said, even the man who separates himself from the Talmud to learn the Mishnah. R. Yohanan said, even he who separates himself from the Palestinian Talmud, and goes to the Babylonian Talmud, and so explains Rashi, but Tosfos says, it can be explained vice versa, i.e., one who goes from the Babylonian Talmud before understanding it thoroughly to the Palestinian Talmud, who will surely not understand it. Mishnah, the laws about the dissolving of vows hang in the air, and have no basis. The halakhath concerning Sabbath, feast offerings, and trespasses are as mountains suspended by a hair, because the verses of the Bible concerning this are very few, and the halakhath are very many. The jurisprudence, the temple services, and the purification and uncleanness and the cases of illegal unions, have a basis in the Bible, and they are the essential parts of the law. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, our Elazar, however, said, they have a basis in the Bible, as it is written, if a man make a particular vow, and p. 19. It is written again, pronounce an especial vow. Why twice? It is to signify one is to make the vow, the other is to dissolve it. Our Joshua said also, they have a basis, as it is written, so that I swore in my wrath. From this we infer, what I have sworn in my wrath, which later I recalled. Our Itzhak said, there is a basis from the following. Whosoever is of a willing heart. From this we may infer, he can make a vow with a willing heart, but otherwise he can ask for its being dissolved. Hananiah the son of Jehoshua his brother said, their basis is the following verse, I have sworn and I will perform it, to observe thy righteous ordinances, and when he says, I will perform it, he may sometimes not do it, although he has sworn, because he will ask it to be dissolved. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, if I would be there I would say to them, the following verse would be better than yours, viz., he shall not profane his word. He shall not profane, but others can make him profane it. Said Rabha, to all said above I can object, but what Samuel said could not be objected to. The halakhath concerning Sabbath. Are not written many verses about Sabbath? Why do they say, they are as mountains suspended by a hair? It is prohibited only to labor with an intention, but what is and what is not labor with an intention is not written at all, but the Talmud concludes that it is such that was done in the tabernacle, because the commandment of Sabbath immediately precedes the building of the tabernacle. The offering of peace. Why, it is written. This may be inferred from an analogy of expressions. It is written, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness, and it is written, have yet offered unto me sacrifices and meat offerings in the wilderness. Hence as there is plainly stated offerings, so also hold a feast means to bring offerings. Why, then, is it said, they are as mountains hanging by a hair? Because between the words of the law of the Pentateuch and the words of the prophets we do not draw any analogies. Trespass. Is that not written? Said Rabha, it means as p. 20. A case of the following Boraitha, if the owner has remembered, but his messenger did not remember, the messenger has trespassed. Now, what has the poor messenger done to trespass? That is, these laws are as mountains hanging by a hair. In the Bible are very few, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, that about plagues, tents for a dead body, the verses are few, and the halakhath are many. Is that so? Of plagues there are very many verses. Said our Papa, the Boraitha meant to say thus, about plagues there are many verses, but few halakhath, but about tents there are few verses, but many halakhath. And what is the difference? That is, if one is doubtful in a halakha concerning plagues, he should look up the Bible, but if he is doubtful concerning tents, he must look up the Mishnahs. Jurisprudence. Is it not written all about it? It is meant a case as in the following Boraitha, Rabbi said, what is written? Life for life means money. But whence do we deduce this? Perhaps it means life in the reality? Therefore here it is written, thou shalt give, and in the preceding verse it is written, he shall give by the decision of the judges. As there it is to pay money only, so it is here. The temple services. Is this not written? It means to say about the bringing of the blood to the altar, as we have learned in a Boraitha. The passage shall bring means receiving the blood, as it is a service that must be done by the priest with the observation of all the regulations of the law. Clean and unclean. Is this not written? The Mishnah means, the prescribed quantity for a legal bath, which is not written at all. But about unclean things, is it not written? It means to say, the size of a lentil from a reptile defile, which is not written. Illegal unions. Is it not written about this plainly? It was necessary to meet the case of the daughter of a woman whom he has forced, which is not written about in the Bible, and that is only drawn from an analogy of expression. And they are the essentials of the law. Are only these the essential parts? And the former not? Say, they are also. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning public lectures which are and which are not allowed. Mishnah, one should not discuss illegal unions unless there were 3 besides him, nor the creation unless there were 2 besides him, nor the divine chariot with 1 individual, unless he was a wise man and had much knowledge of his own. Every one who tries to know the following 4 things, it were better for him if he had never come into the world, viz., what is above and what is beneath, what was before creation, and what will be after all will be destroyed. And every one who does not revere the glory of his Creator, it were better for him he had not come into the world. Gemara, in the first part it is said, the divine chariot with an individual, and afterwards it is said, unless he is a wise man and will understand by himself. The Mishnah meant to say thus, one must not lecture about illegal unions even to 3, nor about the creation even to 2, and not about the divine chariot even to 1, unless the lecturer was a wise man and will understand himself to answer, if they will question him about something. Why so? Said Rashi, one must not lecture about illegal unions not mentioned in the Bible, and why not to 3? This is common sense. If there are only 2, the master speaks to 1, and the other listens to him. But if there are 3, one listens, and the other 2 discuss it between them, and can err and come to a wrong conclusion to permit an unlawful thing. If it is so, why only about unlawful unions? The case should be the same with the whole law. In case of unlawful unions it is different, because the master says, robbing and vice a man desires. If so, why only in case of illegal unions? Let him not lecture about robbery. p. 22. Also to 3. Robbery one desires when the thing to be robbed is in his presence, but this is desired in the party's absence also. And not about creation to 2. Whence do we deduce this? As stated in the following Boraitha, it is written, for do but ask of former days. From this we may infer, that one may ask, not 2. Lest one assume that a man can ask, what was before the creation? Therefore it is written, since the day that God created man from the earth, but lest one assume, a man must not ask even what was done in the 6 days of creation? Therefore it is written, which were before thee, lest one ask, what is above and what is beneath, what was before creation and what will be after it. Therefore it is written, from one end of the heavens unto the other end of the heavens. But not what is beyond. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, 10 things were created on the first day, and they are, heaven and earth, chaos and desolation, light and darkness, wind and waters, the measures of the day and those of the night, heaven and earth, for it is written, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, chaos and desolation, for it is written, and the earth was without form and void, light and darkness, for it is written, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, light, for it is written. And God said, let there be light, wind and water, for it is written, and the Spirit of God was waving over the face of the waters, the measures of the day and those of the night, for it is written, and it was evening, and it was morning, the first day. We have learned in a Boraitha, chaos is a green line compassing all the world, and from it darkness springs, as it is written, he made darkness his hiding place, round about him. Desolation. This means the stones covered. P. 23. With mud, which are sunk in the deep, from which waters come forth, as it is written, and he shall stretch out over it the line of destination and the weights of desolation. Was light created on the first day? Is it not written, and God set them in the expansion of the heaven, and also, and it was evening and it was morning the fourth day? This is as our Eleazar said, the light which the Holy One created on the first day, Adam saw by its means from one end of the world to the other. When the Holy One considered the generation of the flood and the generation of the dispersion, and that their works were vain, he took it from them and concealed it for the upright in the world to come. In this, however, the following Tannim differ, as we have learned in a Boraitha, the light which the Holy One, blessed be he, created on the first day, Adam observed and saw by its means from one end of the world to the other. So said our Jacob. But the sages said, these are the luminaries which were created on the first day, but were not hung up until the fourth day. R. Zutra bar Tobiah in the name of Rabbite said, by 10 things the world was created, by wisdom and by understanding, by knowledge and by strength, by rebuke and by might, by righteousness and by judgment, by mercy and by compassion. 1 R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite said, at the time that the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world it went spreading on like 2 clothes of shoot and warp, until the Holy One, blessed be he, rebuked it and brought it to a standstill, as it is written, the pillars of heaven tremble greatly, and are astounded at his rebuke. And this is what Resh Lakish also said, what is meant by, I am the Almighty God? It means, I am he who said to the world, enough. Resh Lakish said again, at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, created the sea, it went spreading on, until the Holy One, blessed be he, rebuked it and made it dry, for it is written, he rebuked the sea and made it dry, and all the rivers he dried up. The rabbis taught, the school of Shammai say, the heavens were created in the beginning, and afterwards the earth was created, for it is written, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. But the school of Hillel say, the earth was created in the beginning, and afterwards the P. 24. Heavens, for it is written, on the day that the Lord God made earth and heaven. Said the school of Hillel to the school of Shammai, according to your words, a man builds an upper story, and afterwards builds a house, and the heavens are the upper story, as it is written, that buildeth in the heavens his steps, and hath founded his vault over the earth. Said the school of Shammai to the school of Hillel, according to you, a man makes a footstool, and afterwards makes a throne, as it is written, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. The sages say, both were created together, as it is written, my hand also hath laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand hath spanned out the heavens. I call unto them, they stand forward together. What is meant by heavens? Said our Jose bar Hanana, it means, the place where there is water. In a Boraitha it is explained as equivalent to fire and water, thus teaching that the Holy One, blessed be he, brought them and mingled them one with the other, and made from them the firmament. Our Ishmael questioned our Akaba when they were on the road, thou art one who hast served for 22 years Nahum, the man of Gimzu, the man who expounded the meaning of all the particles eth which are in the law. What was his exposition of eth Hashemayim v eth haaretz? Our Akaba answered, if the words had been simply, first created God heaven and earth, I should have said, heaven is another name of God. But as it is now, all know that heaven and earth are to be taken in the literal meaning. And why do I find the expression v'eth haaretz? To show that heaven preceded the earth. There is a Boraitha of our Jose which says, woe to the creatures which see and know not what they see, which stand and know not upon what they stand. Upon what does the earth stand? Upon the pillars. The pillars stand upon the waters upon the mountains upon the wind upon the storm. The storm is suspended upon the strength of the Holy One, blessed be he, as it is written, and here beneath, the everlasting arms. The sages say, it stands upon 12 pillars, as it is. p. 25. Written, he set the bounds of the tribes according to the number of the sons of Israel. According to others, 7 pillars, as it is written, she had hewn out her 7 pillars. R. Elazar b. Shammua said, upon 1 pillar, and its name is Tzaddik, as it is written, but the righteous is an everlasting foundation. R. Jehudah said, there are 2 firmaments, as it is written, behold, to the Lord thy God belong the heavens and the heavens of the heavens. Resh Lakish said, they are 7, viz., Vilan, Rakiah, Shechem, Zebul, Mon, Makhon, Araboth. Vilan serves no purpose whatever save this, that it enters in the morning, and goes forth in the evening, and renews every day the work of creation. Rakiah is that in which are set sun and moon, stars, and constellations. Shechem is that in which the millstones stand and grind manna for the righteous. Zebul is that in which is the heavenly Jerusalem and the temple, and the altar is built there, and Michael the great prince stands and offers upon it an offering. Mon is that in which are companies of ministering angels, who utter his song in the night and are silent in the day for the sake of the glory of Israel. Resh Lakish said, every one who studied in the law in this world, which is like the night, the Holy One, blessed be he, stretches over him the thread of grace for the future world, which is like the day, as it is written, by the day the Lord gives his merciful command, and by night his song is with me. Makhon is that in which are the treasures of hail, and the high dwelling place of harmful dews and the high dwelling place of the round drops, and the chamber of the whirlwind and of the storm, and the retreat of noisome vapor, and their doors are made of fire. Araboth is that in which are righteousness and judgment and grace, the treasures of life and the treasures of peace and the treasures of blessing, and the souls of the righteous and the spirits and souls which are about to be created, and the dew with which the Holy One, blessed be he, is about to quicken mortals. There also are celestials and seraphs and holy beings and ministering angels and the throne of glory, and the King, the living God, high and lifted up, sitting over them among the clouds and darkness and cloud and thick darkness surround him. How is there darkness in the presence of the Lord? Is it not written, he is that revealeth what is deep and secret, he knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him? This presents no difficulty. p. 26. The one refers to that which is within, the other to that which is without. Rahab bar Jacob said, there is again a firmament above the heads of the living creatures, for it is written, and the likeness of vault was over the head of the living creatures, shining like the glitter of the purest crystal. So far thou hast permission to speak. Thenceforward thou hast not permission to speak. For thus it is written in the book of Ben-Sirah, seek not out the things that are too hard for thee, and into the things that are hidden from thee inquire thou not. In what is permitted to thee instruct thyself, thou must not discuss secret things. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai said, what answer did the heavenly voice make to that wicked man at the time when he said, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be equal to the Most High? The heavenly voice said to him, thou wicked man, son of a wicked man, grandson of Nimrod the wicked, who led all the world to rebel against him in his kingdom, how many are the years of a man? 70 years, as it is said, the days of our years in this life are 70 years, and if by uncommon vigor they be 80. And is not from the earth to the firmament a journey of 500 years, and so too the interspace of the firmaments? Above there are the holy living creatures. The feet of the living creatures are of corresponding measure to all the things mentioned above, the ankles of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the legs of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the knees of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the thighs of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the bodies of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the necks of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the heads of the living creatures are of corresponding measure, the horns of the living creatures are of corresponding measure. Above them is the throne of glory. The feet of the throne of glory are of corresponding measure. The throne of glory is of corresponding measure. The King, the living and eternal God, high and lifted up, sitteth upon them. And thou didst say, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be equal to the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to Bel, to the uttermost parts of the pit. Nor the divine chariot with one. Arhaya taught, but you may impart to him the quintessence of the chapters. Said p. 27. Arzera, even that may only be imparted to a chief of the Beth Din, and only then when his heart yearns for knowledge. R. Ami said, the secrets of the law may be imparted only to the one who has the 5 prescribed things, viz., the captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the skillful artificer, and the eloquent orator. R. Yohanan said to R. Eleazar, Come, I will fully instruct thee in the subject of the divine chariot. He said to him, I am not old enough. When he was old enough, R. Yohanan's soul had passed away. Raci said to him, Come, I will fully instruct thee in the subject of the divine chariot. He said to him, If I had been worthy, I should have received full instruction from R. Yohanan, thy teacher. R. Joseph was giving full instruction in the subject of the divine chariot. The sages of Pumaditha were teaching the subject of creation. They said to him, Would the Master instruct us fully in the subject of the divine chariot? He answered them, Instruct me in the subject of creation. After they had instructed him, they said to him, Would the Master instruct us in the subject of the divine chariot? He answered, In reference to this we have learned in a Boritha, it is written, Honey and milk are under thy tongue. That means, let words sweeter than honey and milk be under thy tongue. Arabohu infers the same thing from the following passage, The sheep are for thy clothing. That means, things that are the secrets of the world shall be under thy clothes. They said to him, We have worked in them as far as the words, and he said unto me, Son of man. And he said to them, But this is the real subject of the divine chariot. The rabbis taught, It happened once that a certain child, who was reading in his teacher's house in the book of Ezekiel, was pondering over Hashmal, and there came out fire from Hashmal and burnt him, and they sought in consequence to conceal the book of Ezekiel. Said Hananiah b. Hezekiah to them, If he was wise, are then all wise? It is written, And I saw, and behold, a storm wind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a flaming fire, and a brightness was on it round about, and out of the midst of it was like the glitter of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Whither did it go? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, It went forth to subdue the whole world under the wicked Nebuchadnezzar. And this was done that the nations might not. p. 28. Say, the Holy One, blessed be he, delivered his children into the hands of a low nation. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, What forced me to minister to worshippers of carved images? The iniquities of Israel, they forced me. It is written, And I looked on the living creatures, and behold, there was one will upon the earth close by the living creatures. Said R. Eleazar, it means a certain angel who stands upon the earth, and his head reaches to the level of the living creatures. In a Tosefta we are taught that his name is Sandalphon, who is higher than his fellows by the space of a journey of 500 years, and he stands behind the divine chariot and binds crowns for his creator. This is not so, as it is written, Blessed be the glory of the Lord from his place. From this we may infer that his place is impossible to know. He utters one of the holy names of the Lord over the wreath, and thereupon he goes and rests by his head. Rabha said, All which Ezekiel saw Isaiah saw, but Ezekiel was like a villager who saw the king for the first time. Isaiah, however, was like a townsman who has often seen the king. Resh Lakish said, What is the meaning of the passage, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously? It means a song to him who takes his place proudly above the high, as the Master said, The king among living creatures is a lion, the king among domestic beasts is an ox, the king among birds is an eagle, but man takes his place proudly above them, and the Holy One, blessed be he, takes his place proudly above them all, and above the whole world in its entirety. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi said in the name of Abba Jose B. Dosai, it is written, 1,000 times thousands ministered unto him. This is the number of one troop, but all his troops cannot be numbered. R. Jeremiah bar Abba, however, said, this passage refers to the fiery stream, as it is written, a stream of fire issued and came forth from before him, 1,000 times thousands ministered unto him, and myriad times myriads stood before him. Whence does it come forth? From the perspiration of the living creatures. And upon what is it poured? Said R. Zutra bar Tobiah in the name of Rabbite, upon the heads of the wicked men in Gehenna, as it is written, behold, the storm wind of the Lord is gone forth in fury, yea, a whirling storm upon the head of the wicked shall it fall grievously. R. P. 29. Aha bar Jacob said, upon those who were held back, as it is writ. 10. Who were shriveled up before their time, whose foundation was flooded away like a river. There is a Boraitha to the effect that R. Simeon the Pious said, there are 974 generations which were held back from being created. The Holy One, blessed be He, scattered them through all the successive generations, and these are the impudent who are in a generation. R.N. Haman bar Itzhak, however, said, on the contrary, this passage refers to those who are wrinkled for blessing, as it is written, as for these scholars who have become wrinkled over the words of the law in this world, the Holy One, blessed be He, discloses to them the secrets of the world to come, as it is written, whose foundation was flooded away like a river. Samuel said to Hiah bar Rabbite, thou son of a scholar, come and I will tell thee something of those noble words which thy father used to say, every several day ministering angels are created from the fiery stream, and they utter a song and perish, as it is written, they are new every morning, great is thy faithfulness. When Ardimi came he said, 18 curses did Isaiah pronounce upon Israel, and he was not satisfied, until he had spoken against them this passage, the boy shall demean himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. What are the 18 curses? The following, for, behold, the Lord, the Eternal of hosts, doth remove from Jerusalem and from Judah stay and staff, every stay of bread, and every stay of water. The hero and the men of war, etc., etc. Stay - these are the learned in the law. Staff - these are the learned in the Mishnah, example are Jehuda b. Tima and his fellows. Every stay of bread - these are the learned in Talmud, as it is written there should be a wise sentence on the lips of the king. And the ancient - this is he who is worthy to sit as a teacher presiding over an academy. The captain of 50 - this is in accordance with Arabohu, who saith, from this we may infer, that an interpreter who is less than 50 years old is not appointed over the congregation. And the honorable man - this is he for whose merits his generation is forgiven, by heaven, in this world. And the counselor - one who knows how to intercalate years and to fix months. And the skillful - this is the disciple who, by his keenness, sharpens the minds of his teachers. Artificer - at the time he is unfolding the words of the law all are made like deaf men. 1 And the eloquent - this is he who, having knowledge of one thing, can derive therefrom knowledge of another thing. 2 Orator - this is he to whom it is fitting to impart the words of the law, which is given in a whisper. And I will set up boys as their princes - that is, as our Eleazar said, these are men who are deprived of good works. 3 And children shall rule over them - as are. Aha bar Jacob said, these are foxes and sons of foxes. 4 And he was not satisfied until he had said to them, the boy shall demean himself proudly against the ancient, etc. These are the men who are deprived of good works. They shall demean themselves proudly against the one who is filled with good works as a pomegranate. And the base against the honorable - I.e., that one to whom heavy sins are like light ones will demean himself proudly against the one to whom light sins are like heavy ones. R. Katana said, even at the time of the destruction of p. 31. Jerusalem there did not cease from them faithful men. Is that so? Did we not learn, Rabha said, Jerusalem was not laid waste till there ceased from it faithful men, as it is written, roam about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and notice, and search in its broad places, if ye can find one man, if there be one who executeth justice, that searcheth for truth, and I will pardon it? This presents no difficulty. The former means, faithful in the study of the law, and the latter means, honesty in common business. The rabbis taught, it happened with Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai that he was riding upon his ass and was traveling on the road, and Elazar b. Arak was behind him, as driver. Said the latter to him, Rabbi, teach me a chapter on the subject of the divine chariot. And he answered him, have I not taught you, nor the chariot with one individual, unless he was a wise man and had much knowledge of his own? Then he said to him, Rabbi, allow me to say before thee one thing which thou hast taught me. He allowed him. Immediately Yohanan b. Zakkai dismounted from the ass, and wrapped himself up and seated himself upon the stone under the olive tree. Elazar asked him, Rabbi, wherefore didst thou dismount from the ass? He answered him, is it right that thou shouldest investigate the subject of the divine chariot, and the Shekinah is with us? And ministering angels accompany us, and that I should ride upon the ass? Then Elazar b. Arak entered upon the subject of the divine chariot and lectured, and there descended fire from heaven and encircled all the terebinth trees of the field, which uttered a song, praise the Lord from the earth, yes ye monsters, and all deeps, fruitful trees and all cedars. Hallelujah! An angel answered from the fire, this is the real subject of the divine chariot. Yohanan arose and kissed him upon his head, and said, Blessed be the Lord God of Israel who hath given to our father Abraham a son who is able to understand and lecture on this subject. There is one who lectures well, but doth not perform well. There is one who performeth well, but does not expound well. Thou dost expound well and dost perform well. Blessed art thou, Abraham our father, from whose loins bath come forth Elazar b. Arak. And when these things were told to our Joshua, he and our Hosea the priest were traveling on the road. They said, let us also expound on the same subject. Our Joshua opened his mouth. P. 32. And lectured, and it was the day of the summer solstice. The heavens were wrapped in clouds, and there appeared the form of a bow in the cloud, and the angels were assembling and coming to hearken, as the men assemble and come to look at the festivities of bridegroom and bride. Our Hosea the priest went forward and related the whole occurrence to Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai, who said, Blessed are ye, and blessed is she that bare you. Blessed are mine eyes, that they have thus seen. And also in my dream I and ye were resting upon Mount Sinai, and a heavenly voice was heard, which said, Come up hither, come up hither. Large banqueting chambers are prepared and fair coverlets are spread for you, you and your disciples' disciples, as fitted to attain to the third degree of blessedness. Is it so? Have we not learned in a Boritha, our Hosea in the name of our Jehudah said, there were 3 consecutive expositions. Our Joshua explained things before our Yohanan b. Zakkai, our Akiba explained things before our Joshua, Hananiah b. Hakina explained before our Akiba. Hence we see that our Elazar b. Arak was not mentioned. He who teaches and before whom others teach is mentioned, while he who teaches and before whom others do not teach is not mentioned. But was not Hananiah b. Hakina one who taught and before whom others did not teach? And still he was mentioned? Yeah, for he taught at least in the presence of one who taught others. The rabbis taught, 4 men went up into the heavenly garden, one and they were, Ben Azai and Ben Zoma, Aher and Ar Akiba. Ben Azai gazed and died. 2 To him the scriptural passage may be applied, grievous in the eyes of the Lord is the death of his pious ones. Ben Zoma gazed and went mad, to him the scriptural passage may be applied, hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou consume too much of it, and have to vomit it forth. Aher cut the plants. 3 Ar Aqaba departed. P 33. In peace. 1 Aher cut the plants, it is to him that the scriptural passage may be applied, suffer not thy mouth to cause thy body to sin. There came out a heavenly voice and said, Return, O backsliding children. When he learned it he said, Inasmuch as that man is excluded from yonder world, let him go and enjoy himself in this world. Aher went forth into evil courses. Aher asked this question of Ar-Medir, after he had gone forth into evil courses, what is the meaning of the passage, also this hath God made in equal measure with the other? He answered him, everything which the Holy One, blessed be he created with its counterpart. He created mountains, he created hills, he created seas, he created rivers. He said to him, Aqaba thy teacher did not say so, but he explained it as meaning that he created righteous, he created sinners. He created the Garden of Eden, he created Gehenna. To every individual belongs 2 shares, one in the Garden of Eden and one in Gehenna. If one is meritorious and righteous, he receives his own portion and also the portion of his neighbor in the Garden of Eden. If he has incurred guilt, he receives his own portion and also the portion of his neighbor in Gehenna, therefore in their hand shall they possess a twofold, as regards the wicked it is said, and strike them with a double breach. Aher asked again of Ar-Medir, what is the meaning of the passage, she cannot be estimated after gold and glass, and not in exchange for her vessels of refined gold? He answered him, these are the words of the law, which are difficult to buy, as vessels of gold and of pure gold, and are easily lost, as vessels of glass. He said to him, Aqaba thy teacher did not say so, but he explained it as meaning that as vessels of gold and vessels of glass, although they are broken, may be mended, so a disciple of the sages, although he have sinned, may be mended. He said to him, Return thyself also. He answered him, I have already heard from behind the curtain, return, O backsliding children. Also, what happened to Ben Zoma with Ar-Jehoshua b. Hananiah, as it seems to us the version of the Palestinian Talmud is correct. See note above. P 34. The rabbis taught, it happened that Aher was riding upon his horse on the Sabbath, and Ar-Medir was walking behind him to learn the law from his mouth. He said to him, Medir, turn thee backwards, for I have already measured by means of my horse's hoofs up to this point the legal limit of the Sabbath. He answered him, Return thyself also. He said to him, And have I not already answered thee what I have heard from behind the curtain? He forced him to enter a place of lecturing. He said to a child, Repeat for me thy verse. He said to him, There is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked. He brought him to another synagogue, until he had brought him into 13 synagogues. They all repeated to him the same way. In the last one he said to him, Repeat for me thy verse. He said to him, But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to relate my statutes, and why bearest thou my covenant upon thy mouth? That child was a stammerer. It sounded as if he had said, And to Elisha said God, etc. 1. And he said, If there had been a knife in my hand I would have cut him in pieces. When Aher died it was said, Let him not be brought into judgment, but let him not be admitted to the world to come. Ar-Medir said, It would have been better if he would have been brought to judgment and punished, and then admitted to the world to come. I wish I would die, in order that smoke should go up from his grave. When Ar-Medir died it was so, smoke went up from the grave of Aher. Said Ar-Yohanan, A mighty deed it was to consign his teacher to the flames. There was one among us, and we should not find a way to save him. If I take him by the hand, who will snatch him away from me? Would that I might die and extinguish the smoke from his grave. And it was so. When Ar-Yohanan died the smoke ceased from the grave of Aher. The public mourner then uttered this expression over him, Even the keeper of the door of Gehenna stood not his ground before thee, O our teacher. The daughter of Aher came to Rabbi and asked him for food. He said to her, Whose daughter art thou? She answered. P. 35. I am the daughter of Ahur. And he said to her, Is there still of his seed in the world? Is it not written, He will have neither son nor grandson among his people, nor any that escapeth in the places of his sojourning? She said to him, Remember his studiousness, and not his deeds. Immediately there came down fire, and consumed the seed of Rabbi. Rabbi wept and said, And if those who disgrace themselves through it, are honored thus, how much more those who obtain praise through their use of it? How did our Meir study the law from the mouth of Ahur? Have we not learned that if it is not certain that the rabbi is equal to an angel, no instruction must be received from him? Said Resh Lakish, our Meir interpreted the following passage thus. Incline thine ear, and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart unto my knowledge. It is not written, unto their knowledge, but unto my knowledge. Our Hananiah said the following passage, Hearken, O daughter, and look and incline thy ear, and forget thy own people, and thy father's houses, etc. But do not these passages contradict each other? Nay, the one is the case of an adult, the other of a young person. When Ardimi came he said, They say in the West, our Meir, while eating the date, he threw away the stone. Rabha expounded the meaning of the passage, Into the nut garden was I gone down, to look about among the plants of the valley, etc. Why are scholars likened to a nut? It means to say that, as a nut, although soiled, what is within it is clean, so also, although a scholar has sinned, his study of the law is not rejected. Rabbi Bar Shiloh met Elijah and said to him, What is the Holy One, blessed be he, doing? He answered him, He had uttered doctrine in the name of all other rabbis, but in the name of our Meir he had not uttered. He said to him, Why? Because he learned doctrine from the mouth of Ahur. He said to him again, Why? Our Meir found a pomegranate. He ate its inside and cast away its husk. He answered him, He is at this moment saying, Meir my son is speaking and says, At the time that men were afflicted, the Shekinah used the following language, My head and my arm are heavy on me. If the P. 36. Holy One, blessed be he, is thus grieved when the blood of wicked men is poured out, how much more when the blood of the righteous man is poured out? Samuel found Jehudah when the latter was swinging upon the bolt of a door and weeping. He said to him, Is it a small thing that is written concerning the rabbis, where is he who wrote down? Where is he that weighed? Where is he that counted the towers? Where is he that counted? For they counted all the letters that are in the books of the law. Where is he that weighed? For they weighed the light and the heavy things which are in the law. Where is he that counted the towers? For they taught 300 doctrines concerning the tower which flies in the air. And Arami said, 300 questions were treated by Dog and Ahithophel concerning the tower which flies in the air. And we learned, however, in a Mishnah, 3 kings and 4 private persons have no position in the world to come, and what will there be for us? He said to him, O, clever one, there was uncleanness in their hearts. It was said about Ahur, Greek melody ceased not from his mouth, as it was said of him, that at the time when he stood up to go out of the college many books of the Minim used to fall from his lap. Nimis of Gardi one asked our Meir, Does all wool which goes down to the dyeing vat come up with the right color? He answered him, All which was clean on its mother's back does so come up, all which was not clean on its mother's back does not so come up. It is said above, Our Akiba went into the heavenly garden in peace and came down from it in peace. And it is to him that the scriptural passage may be applied, Oh, draw me. After thee will we run. Nevertheless our Akiba was also in danger of being thrust away by the angels, but the Holy One, blessed be he, said to them, Leave this elder, for he is worthy to avail himself of my glory. What kept our Akiba from being misled, as was Ahur? The passage, but not in the wind was the Lord, and after the wind was an earthquake, but not in the P. 37. Earthquake was the Lord, and after the earthquake was a fire, but not in the fire was the Lord, and after the fire was the sound of a soft whisper. And, behold, the Lord passed by. The rabbis taught, 6 things are said with regard to demons, 3 in which they are like the angels, they have wings, they float from one end of the world to the other, and they know what is about to be, and 3 in which they are like men, they eat and drink, they are fruitful and multiply, and they are mortal. 6 things are said with regard to men, 3 in which they are like angels, they have knowledge like the angels, they go with stature erect, and they speak in the holy language, and 3 like the beasts, they eat and drink like beasts, and they are fruitful and multiply, and they relieve nature. Every one who does not respect the glory, etc. What is meant by this? Said R. Joseph, this is the man who commits a transgression secretly. This is in accordance with R. Itzhak, who said, every one who committeth a transgression secretly is as though he jarred the feet of the Shekinah, as it is written, thus hath said the Lord, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. But this is not so, for R. Eliah the elder said, that in such a case he may go to a place where he is not known. This presents no difficulty. The former is the case of a man who has found a means of checking his evil nature, the other, of one who is not able to do so. R. Jehuda in the name of R. Nahmani, the interpreter of Resh Lakish, lectured, every one who gazes upon 3 things, his eyes grow weak, viz., upon the bow, and the prince, and the priests. Upon the bow, for it is written, like the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud on the day of rain. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. Upon the prince, for it is written, and thou shalt put some of thy greatness upon him. 1 He that gazeth upon the priests. This has to do with the time that the temple was in existence, when they stood upon their platform and blessed Israel in the ineffable name. The same lectured again in the name of the same authority. P. 38. It is written, trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a confidant. It means, if the evil imagination say to thee, do thou sin and the Lord will forgive, be not persuaded, as it is written, trust ye not in an evil one, and an evil one is nothing but the evil imagination, as it is written, the imagination of a man's heart is evil, and there is no guide but the Lord, as it is written, my father, the guide of my youth art thou. Perhaps one might say, who witnesseth against me? The stones of a man's house and the timbers of his house, these witness against him, as it is written, for the stone will cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the wood will answer it. The sages say, the soul of a man witnesseth against him, as it is written, from her that lieth in thy bosom guard the doors of thy mouth. What is this that lieth in a man's bosom? Say, it is the soul. Arzarika said, the 2 angels which lead him, these witness against him, as it is written, for his angels will he give charge concerning thee, to guard thee on all thy ways. Others say, the limbs of one's body testify against him, as it is written. And ye are my witness, saith the Lord, and I am God. Mishnah, Hosea b. Joser says that one must not lay on his hand, but Joseph b. Yohanan says that one may. Joshua b. Prahia says that one must not lay it, but Matthai the Arbalite says that one may. Jebudah b. Tobay says that one must not, but Simeon b. Shaddah says he should. Maya says he must, but Abtalion says he must not. Hillel and Menahem did not differ. Menahem went out, Shammai entered it. Shammai says one must not, Hillel says one may. The first of the several pairs were princes, the second to them were chiefs of the court. Gemara, the rabbis taught, in the 3 former pairs, which say that a man is not to lay, and in the 2 latter pairs, which say that a man is to lay, the first were princes and the second chiefs of the court. So said Ar-Meir. But the sages say, Jehudah b. Tobay was a chief of the court and Simeon b. Shaddah was a prince. Menahem went out, etc. Whither did he go out? Said Rabha, he went out from the service of the king. We have p. 39. Learned in a Boraitha, Menahem went out from the service of the king, and there went out with him 80 pairs of disciples clothed in Syrian robes. Said our Shaman bar Abba, in the name of our Yohanan, let a rabbinical decree concerning the Sabbath not be a light thing in thine eyes, for the laying on of the hand is only a rabbinical prohibition, and the greatest men of the different generations were divided upon this matter. Is this not self-evident? He comes to teach us that even a rabbinical prohibition which is seemingly contrary to a positive command of the Bible must also not be light in thine eyes. But this is also self-evident from the teachings of our Mishnah. This is needed to object to those who say that they differ not as to the rabbinical prohibition, but as to the laying on of the hand itself, because they maintain that the laying on of the hand is necessary only in case of a voluntary peace offering, but not in that of an obligatory peace offering. 1. Said Rami bar Hama, infer from this that the laying on of the hands must be with all one's strength, because if we would imagine that all the strength is not necessary, what labor is it, or what is he doing to the animal that the rabbis prohibited it on the festival? An objection was raised. We have learned elsewhere it is written, Speak unto the children of Israel. And he shall lay his hand. He the males, but not the females of Israel. Our Hosea and our Simeon, however, said that the females of Israel, if they wish, they may lay on their hands, and our Hosea added to this, My father Eleazar told me that it happened once that we had a calf of peace offering, and we brought it to the department of the women, and the latter laid their hands on it. It was not because the laying on of the hands belongs to women, but so as to gratify them. Now, if you think that the laying on of the hand must be with all one's strength, would it be right, in order to gratify the women, to allow them to do labor with the holy things? Infer, therefore, from this that it is not necessary to use all the strength. Nay, maybe it is necessary, but in that case it was told to the women to lay on their hands lightly. If so, why does our Hosea say, not because the laying on of the hands belongs to women, etc.? Let him say, because it was not considered. p. 40. Laying on at all? Said our Ami, he meant both, firstly, because it was not considered laying on the hands at all, and, secondly, in order to gratify the women. Mishnah, the house of Shammai say, a peace offering may be brought without laying the hands on them, but not burnt offerings. But the house of Hillel say, both peace offerings and burnt offerings may be brought, and also lay the hands on them. In the case of Pentecost, which falls upon the eve of a Sabbath, the house of Shammai say, the day for sacrificing is after the Sabbath. But the house of Hillel say, there is no day for sacrificing after the Sabbath. Both, however, admit that if it fall upon a Sabbath, the day for sacrificing is the day after the Sabbath. And on that day a high priest is not to clothe himself in his costly garments, unless in case of a mourning or of a fast. The prohibition was in order not to confirm the words of those who say, Pentecost is after the Sabbath. Gemara. In the case of Pentecost which falls on the eve of a Sabbath, etc. Does that not mean that there is no day at all for sacrificing? Nay, it means that a substituted day is necessary for this. But what does it come to teach us that it shall be sacrificed on the very day of the festival? Was this not discussed already in the beginning of our Mishnah? It is needed. For if the statement would be in the latter paragraph only, one might say that the school of Shammai holds so because it can be done on the morrow, but if it fall on the eve of a Sabbath, when it cannot be done on the morrow, they agree with the school of Hillel, and if the statement would be in the first paragraph only, one might say that the school of Hillel allow it to be sacrificed on the very day of the festival because it cannot be done on the morrow, but when the Pentecost falls on the Sabbath day, they agree with the house of Shammai, therefore both statements are needed. Come and hear, he who has not kept the feast for the 7 days of the Passover, and the 8 days of the Feast of Tabernacles, and the first day of Pentecost, he cannot afterwards keep the p. 41. Feast. Did this not include also the day of Pentecost, that it has no compensation? Nay, it means the last day of compensation. The disciples of our Eliezer b. Jacob taught it is written, and ye shall proclaim. And when ye reap, what is the feast in which thou makest proclamation and reapest? Thou must say, it is the feast of Pentecost. Now, let us see. When is it? If I am to say on the holiday itself, how is reaping lawful on a holiday? We must then say, it means the completion days. Resh Lakish, however, said, it is inferred from the following passage, and the feast of the harvest. What is the feast on which thou feastest and reapest? Thou must say, it is the Pentecost. When is it? If I am to say, on the holiday itself, how is reaping lawful on a holiday? We must then say, it means the completion days. Said R. Yohanan, according to the feast of Ingathering. What is the feast in which there is an Ingathering? Thou must then say, it is the Feast of Tabernacles. When is it? Shall I say, on the holiday itself? How is work lawful on a holiday? And if you will say, that it means on one of the middle days? But even then is work allowed on those days? Therefore we must say, that it means the feast that falls during the time of the gathering in. Say, also, this is the case here. We see from this that both are of the opinion that on the middle days the doing of work is forbidden. Whence do we deduce this? From the following Boritha, it is written, no servile work shall ye do. That means, that on the middle days the doing of work is forbidden. So said R. Jose the Galilean. R. Akiba says, it was not necessary, because it is written, these are the feasts of the Lord, etc. With reference to what is the scripture speaking? If to the first day, it has been already called a Sabbath day, if to the seventh day, it has also been already called a Sabbath day. We must therefore say, it refers to the middle days, to teach that doing of work is forbidden thereon. There is another Boritha, it is written, 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God, thou shalt do no work. As on the seventh day work is prohibited, so also on the 6 days. But one might say, as on the seventh day no work at all is to be done, so also on the 6 days, therefore it is. P. 42. Written, and on the seventh day shall be a solemn assembly. Thou shalt not work, thus indicating that on the seventh day no work at all shall be done, but on the 6 days there is not a prohibition from all work. Consequently, the scripture has communicated only to the sages that they can decree on which days work is and on which work is not allowed, and what labor may and what labor may not be done, etc. But it is allowed in case of a mourning or of a fast after the Sabbath. But have we not learned in a Boritha, it happened that Alexis died in Luda, and all Israel assembled to mourn him, and our Tarfon had not allowed them because it was the festival? Now, if it was the festival itself, how did they come to assemble at all? We must therefore say, it was on the day of sacrificing, and hence we see even on those days it is not allowed to mourn. The Mishnah refers to a case when the Pentecost falls on a Sabbath. And the case of Alexis was when it fell on the first day of the week. Mishnah, one may wash his hands for common food and for second tithes and for heave offerings, but for hallowed things they must be bathed legally. For the sin offering, if one's hands be defiled, his whole body is defiled. If he have dipped for common food, he has credit as clean for common food, but is forbidden tithe. If for tithe, he has credit for tithe, but not for heave offering. If for heave offering, he has credit for heave offering, but not sacred things. If for sacred things, he has credit for sacred things, but not sin offering. If for a weightier thing, he is free for a lighter thing. If he have dipped without any intention for cleanness, it is as though he had not dipped. The garments of a common person are defiled by pressure for Pharisees, the garments of Pharisees are defiled by pressure for those that eat heave offering, the garments of those that eat heave offering are defiled by pressure for those that partake of sacred things, the garments of those that partake of sacred things are defiled by pressure for those that partake of sin offering. Jose b. Joser was the most pious among the priests, and yet his apron was defiled by pressure for those that partake of sacred things. Yohanan b. Gajoda was one who ate his ordinary food all his days with observance of the laws of purification which belong to sacred things, and yet his apron was defiled by pressure for those that partake of sin offering. p. 43. Gemara, is, then, for common food and tithes, washing of hands needed? This presents no difficulty, the one has to do with bread, the other with fruit. For R.N. Ahman said, every one who washes his hands for fruit is over-scrupulous and affected. He that dips for common food and has credit for common food, etc. According to whom is our Mishnah? Shall we say it is according to the rabbis, for they make a distinction between common food and tithes? According to whom, then, would be the latter part of the Mishnah, the garments of a common person are defiled by pressure for Pharisees, the garments of Pharisees are defiled by pressure for those that eat heave offering? Which is certainly in accordance with our Meir, who says, common food and tithes are exactly the same. Then this conclusion would be that the former part is according to the rabbis, and the latter part according to our Meir? Yeah, it is so. Raha bar Ada, however, teaches in the latter part 5 orders, and establishes it all according to the rabbis. Chapter 3. Regulations regarding in what cases sacred things are more rigorous than heave offerings, and vice versa. Mishnah, more rigorous rules hold in sacred things than in a heave offering, for we may dip vessels in the midst of vessels for a heave offering, but not for sacred things. The outside and the inside and the place for laying hold are reckoned as distinct in the heave offering, but not in the sacred things. One who takes up that which has been made unclean by pressure, may offer the heave offering, but not the sacred things. The garments of those that eat the heave offering are unclean through pressure in regard to sacred things. The manner of the heave offering is not as the manner of the sacred things. For in the case of sacred things, one loosens a knot and wipes and dips and afterwards ties up again, but in the case of a heave offering he ties up and afterwards dips. Vessels finished in purity need dipping for sacred things, but not for a heave offering. The vessel includes what is within it for sacred things, but not for heave offering. The unclean in the 4th degree in the case for sacred things is disqualified, but in the 3rd degree in the case of heave offering. Though one of his hands be unclean in the case of heave offering, its fellow is clean. In the case of sacred things, however, both are dipped, for the hand makes its fellow unclean in the case of hallowed things, but not in the case of heave offering. One may eat dry food with ordinary hands in the case of heave offering, but not in the case of sacred things. A mourner, before the burial of the dead, and one who lacks atonement, need dipping in a legal bath for sacred things, but not for heave offering. Gemara, in sacred things. Why are sacred things more rigorous? Said Arela, because the weight of the inside vessel intervenes. Shall we assume, that as the reason for the p. 45 statement in the latter part of the Mishnah is because of intervention, the first part has another reason? Nay, both the earlier and the later cases are because of intervention, and still it was necessary that they should be separately mentioned, for if he had taught us the first only, one should say, this is the reason for the rigorousness of sacred things, viz., because of the vessel's weight, which actually exists. But in the latter case, where the vessel's weight is not an element, one should say, in regard to sacred things, that it is not considered an intervention, and if he had taught us the latter only, one should say, the reason why it is not allowed for sacred things is because a knot in water is drawn tighter, while in the former case the water makes the vessel to swim, and so the intervention is not considered. Thus it was necessary that they should be separately mentioned. Arela is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, who said in the name of Arhanana bar Papa, 10 degrees of superior excellence are taught here. The first 5 refer alike to sacred things, and to ordinary things which are treated with the observance of the law of purification. Belonging to sacred things, the latter refer to sacred things only. Why so? Because the former 5 could constitute a biblical defilement. The rabbis have ordained that they apply to both. The later one, however, in which there can be no biblical defilement, the rabbis did not care to ordain. Rab Ha, however, said, since the later portion of the Mishnah is on account of intervention, the former is not on that account, but because it is a precautionary measure, in order that needles and pipes should not be dipped in a vessel, the mouth of which is not of the size of the pipe of a wineskin bottle. Raci in the name of R. Yohanan said, it means that part of the dish of which fastidious persons lay hold. One that takes up that which has been made unclean, etc. Why not sacred things? Because of the following occurrence, R. Jehuda in the name of R. Samuel said, it happened to a certain man, who was carrying a cask of wine from one place to another, and the thong of his sandal came off, and he took it up and placed it on the mouth of the cask, and it fell into the inside of the cask, and it was made unclean. And thereupon it was ordained, one that taketh up that which has been made unclean by pressure may offer the heave offering, but not the sacred things. If so, why not also the heave offering? This is in accordance with our Hananiah b. Akabia, who said, this restriction was made only as regards Jordan or a ship, and in accordance with the matter that occurred. What was that? It was that which R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, it happened with a man who was carrying the sprinkling water and the ashes of the red cow over Jordan in a ship, and a piece of a dead body as large as an olive was found fixed in the bottom of the ship. Thereupon it was ordained that such a thing should not happen again. Vessels finished in purity, etc. Finished by whom? If a learned man has finished them, why should they be dipped? If a learned man has finished them, how is it that the Mishnah calls them finished in purity? Said Rabbi Bar Shila in the name of Armothna quoting Samuel, the case is, that a learned man has finished, yet because of a drop of spittle of a common man which may have fallen upon it, it is treated as unclean. May. P. 47. Have fallen upon it when? Should we assume, before it is completed, then it is not yet a vessel, if after, then he takes good care of it? The case may be, before it is completed, yet perhaps at the moment it was made, it was still liquid. The vessel includes what is within, etc. Whence do we know that? Said Arhanin, it is written, 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense. The scripture makes everything that is in the spoon one. Our Kahana objected, we have learned, that our Akaba added to the teaching, which immediately follows, the flour and the incense, and the frankincense and the coals, for if the person, in the course of purification, touch the extremity of it, he disqualifies the whole. Now, this addition of our Akaba is certainly rabbinical, as the first part of the Mishnah states, our Simeon b. Bethera bore testimony with reference to the ashes of the red cow, that if an unclean person touch the extremity of them, he makes all of them unclean, and immediately he says, that our Akaba added this. Said Resh Lakish in the name of Bar Kapara, the addition was only necessary for the rest of the meat offering, for, biblically, what stands in need of a vessel, the vessel includes it, what does not stand in need of a vessel, the vessel does not include it, but the rabbis went further and ordained that, although a thing does not necessarily belong to a vessel, the vessel, nevertheless, includes it. The unclean in the 4th degree, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jose said, whence do we deduce the case of the unclean in the 4th degree, that in the matter of sacred things he is disqualified? By an a fortiori argument. For he who has entered on the last stage of his atonement, while he is free as regards heave offering, he is disqualified as regards sacred things, so much the more when one is unclean in the 3rd degree who defiles heave offering that he should become disqualified as regards sacred things if unclean in the 4th degree. We have learned, however, that he who is unclean in the 3rd degree is disqualified as regards sacred things, biblically, and that he who is in the 4th degree by an a fortiori argument, namely, it is written, and the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten. Are we not here treating of the touching of a thing of secondary uncleanness? And nevertheless the scripture says, it shall not be. p. 48. Eaten. That which is unclean in the fourth degree is proved to be disqualified by the a fortiori argument stated above. And though one of his hands be unclean, Ar-Shesbai said, it is only in the case of contact, but not otherwise. Abai objected, we have learned, a wiped hand renders its fellow unclean so far as to make unclean for sacred things, but not for heave offering. Such is the dictum of Rabbi Ar-Hosei Br Jehuda says, this is the case so far as to disqualify, but not to render unclean. It is correct if the Mishnah treats of a case where it did not come in contact, and therefore the importance of wiped hand. But if the case is only when there is contact, but not otherwise, where is the importance of wiped hand? It was taught also that Resh Lakish said the Mishnah refers only to his own hand, but not to the hand of his companion. With the same hand he may only disqualify, but not render unclean. Whence did he learn this? From the fact that it has been taught in the latter portion of the Mishnah. For the hand makes its fellow unclean in the case of sacred things, but not in the case of heave offering. Why the repetition? Was it not taught in the preceding clauses of the same Mishnah? We must therefore say, it comes to teach us that the hand of the companion is included. And Resh Lakish himself retracted his decision, as Ar-Jonah said in the name of Ar-Ami that Resh Lakish said, whether it be his own hand, or the hand of his companion, with that same hand he may disqualify, but not render unclean. We may eat dry food, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar-Hanana b. Antigonus said, does such a question as to whether a thing be dry or wet exist as regards sacred things? Does not love for the sacred things make men cautious in regard to defilement? The Mishnah treats of a case, that a man's companion put a piece of the sacred things into his mouth, or he put it into his own mouth with a spindle or with a skewer, or attempted to eat along with these an onion or garlic taken from unconsecrated things. As to sacred things the rabbis ordained so, but as to heave offering they did not. The mourner and he who lacks atonement. Why so? Because they were under restriction, the sages ordained that they shall dip. Mishnah, more rigorous rules, on the other hand, hold in a heave offering, for in Judea people are believed with regard to p. 49. Purity of wine and oil all the days of the year, but at the time of the vintage and the oil pressing, with regard to heave offering also. When the vintage and the oil pressing are over, and a cask of wine for heave offering was brought, it must not be received, but it may be left for the next vintage. But if he say to him, I have separated and put into the midst of it a fourth part of something consecrated for sacred things, he is believed. In the case of jugs of wine and jugs of oil which are mixed, men are believed with regard to them at the time of vintage and oil pressing and for 70 days before the vintage. Gemara, in Judea, yes, but in Galilee, no. Why so? Said Resh Lakish, because there is a strip of the Gentiles making a separation between them. But let him bring it in a box, a chest, or in a balloon. This is in accordance with Rabbi, who said, a tent projected is not a real tent. But let one bring it in an earthenware vessel tied round with a line of thread. Said Ar Eliezer, we have learned in a Boraitha, sacred things are not preserved from uncleanness by a line of thread. But at the time of vintage, etc. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, he who finishes his olives shall leave aside one box and place it before the eyes of the priest. Said Ar Naaman, this presents no difficulty. The one is the case of those early in season, the other of those late in season. Said Ar Ada bar Abba to him, for instance, things like those belonging to the house of thy father. Ar Joseph, however, said, the Mishnah refers to Galilee. When the vintage and the oil pressing are over, etc. The schoolman questioned of Ar She's hate, suppose that it is over, and yet he receives it, what about the law that he shall leave it for the next vintage? He answered them, this we have already learned in the following Mishnah, a learned man and a common person who are their father's joint heirs. The common person may say to him, take thou the wheat that is in such a place, and I will take the wheat that is in such a place, take thou the wine that is in such a place, and I will take the wine that is in such a place. But he may not say to him, take thou the liquid and I will take the dry, take thou the wheat and I will take the barley. And in regard to this we have p. 50. Learned, that same learned man burns the liquid and leaves the dry. Why? Let him leave it for the next vintage. It may be one of the things that have no vintage. But let him leave it for one of the feasts. It may be one of the things which will not keep till the feast. But if he say, I have separated for sacred things, he is believed. We have learned in a Mishnah, both the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel agree that we are to investigate a field in which a person is buried for those who are to bring the paschal lamb, but not for those who desire to eat heave offering. What is the meaning of investigate? Said Ar-Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, a man blows upon the unclean land as he walks along. 1 And Ar-Haya bar Abba in the name of Ulla said, an unclean place of this sort that is trodden is clean for those who bring their paschal lambs, as it is a case of Kareth, they did not insist upon their decisions, but for those who desired to eat heave offering, they did insist on their decisions, as it is a case of death penalty. In the case of vessels of wine, etc. There is a Boraitha, they are not believed, either about the cans or about the heave offering. Cans belonging to what? If they belong to sacred things, then if he is believed about the sacred things, he is believed also about their cans. If the cans belonging to heave offerings are meant, then it is self-evident. About heave offering he is not believed, shall he be believed about cans that belong to it? It is a case of sacred cans which are empty, and it is during the remaining days of the year. And the same is the case of those full of heave offering, and at the time of the vintage they are believed. For 70 days before the vintage. Abai said, infer from this that the law is, that the farmer shall go up to dip the cask 70 days before the time of the presses. Mishnah, from Modi'im and inwards men are believed with. p. 51. Regard to earthenware vessels, from Modi'im and outwards they are not believed. How so? The potter who is selling the pots goes inwards from Modi'im. That is the potter, and those are the pots, and those are the buyers. He is believed. If he goes out he is not believed. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, the place of Modi'im itself is sometimes considered within and sometimes without. How so? When the potter goes out, and the merchant goes in, it is considered within. Both go in, or both go out, it is considered without. Said Abai, we have learned the same in our Mishnah, viz., the potter who sells the pots and goes inwards from Modi'im. What about Modi'im itself? Is it not believed? Then how is the latter part, when he goes out he is not believed? From this we may infer that Modi'im itself is believed. Hence the case is as stated in the Boraitha. Infer therefrom. Mishnah, the tax collectors who have gone into the midst of a house, and so too the thieves that have restored the vessels, are believed when they say, we have not touched. And in Jerusalem they are believed as regards sacred things, and at the time of a feast as regards heave offering also. Gemara. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, in the case of the tax collectors who have gone into the midst of the house, the whole house is unclean? There is no difficulty. The one is when there is a Gentile with them, the other is when there is not a Gentile with them. For there is another Mishnah, if there is a Gentile with them, they are believed when they say, we did not enter, but they are not believed when they say, we entered, but we did not touch. And if there is a Gentile with them, what of it? Ar Yohanan and Ar Elazar, one says that they fear that the Gentile should not punish them, and the other says that they fear that the stranger should not give them away to the government. What is the difference between them? A Gentile who is not of importance. And so too the thieves, etc. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, in the case of the thieves who have gone into the midst of the house, only the place where the thieves' feet trod is unclean. Said Ar Pinhas in the name of Rabbite, they are to be believed only in the case they have repented. It seems that our Mishnah intended the same thing, for the statement is, who have restored the vessels. Infer from this. P. 52. And in Jerusalem they are believed, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, they are believed as regards large earthen vessels for sacrifice. And the reason is, because they do not make ovens in Jerusalem. And at the time of the feast, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Joshua b. Levi, because it is written, so all the men of Israel were gathered against the city, associated together as one man. The scripture makes them all equal. Mishnah, one that opens his cask, and one that commences his dough at the time of a festival. R. Jehudah says, he shall finish it, but the sages say he shall not. Gemara, R. Ami and R. Itzhak of Naphha sat at the portico of the latter. One began and said, according to the sages, may he keep it for another festival? He answered, every one's hand has been handling it, and dost thou say, he shall keep it for another festival? He said to him, but hitherto as well, has not every one's hand been handling it? He rejoined, what comparison is that? Hitherto the uncleanness of a common person in a festival, the law makes him clean, but now it is a case of uncleanness. Mishnah, as soon as the festival is over, they make them pass on to the cleansing of the court. But if the festival is over on a Friday, they do not make them pass on account of the honor of the Sabbath. R. Jehudah said, also not on Thursday, for the priests are not at leisure. Gemara, and the Boraitha adds, that the priests are not at leisure because of the removing of the fat. Mishnah, how is that made out, that they make them pass on to the cleaning of the court? They dip the vessels which were in the temple, and say to them, be ye clean that ye touch not the table. All the vessels that were in the temple had second and third sets, so that if the first became unclean they might bring the second instead of them. All the vessels which were in the temple were subject to dipping, except the altar of gold and the altar of bronze, because they were like the floor. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. But the sages say, because they were overlaid. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, be ye clean lest ye touch the table or the candelabrum. Why did our Mishnah not mention the candelabrum? Because the table is called in the scripture perpetual, the candelabrum is not perpetual. P. 53. Resh Lakish said, it is written, upon the pure table. From this it may be inferred that it may be defiled. Why? Is it not a vessel of wood made to rest, and as such is not subject to defilement? Infer from this that the table was raised up and exhibited the shewbread on it to the pilgrims, and they were told, see how beloved you are before the Lord, that the shewbreads are as warm now as they were when placed on the table. For R. Joshua b. Levi said, a great miracle was wrought in the shewbread. As its placing was miraculous so was its end, for it is written, so as to put down hot bread on the day when it was taken away. It is written, the ladder was of wood, 3 cubits high, and its length was 2 cubits, and its corners and its top piece and its walls were of wood, and he spoke unto me, this is the table that is before the Lord. He began with altar and he ended with table. R. Yohanan and Resh Lakish both say, at the time that the temple was set up an altar made atonement for a man, now a man's table makes atonement for him. All the vessels that were in the temple had second and third sets, etc. The altar of bronze, because it is written, an altar of earth shalt thou make unto me. The altar of gold, because it is written, the candlestick and the altars. The altars are placed in comparison one with the other, because they are overlaid. On the contrary, since they are overlaid they may become unclean. Said the rabbis to our Eliezer, why do you think them capable of defilement, because they are covered over? Their covering is of no avail in respect of them. R. Abohu in the name of our Eliezer said, as to the scholars, the flame of Gehenna has no power over them. For this is shown by an a fortiori argument drawn from the salamander. As only the creature of fire, and still he that anoints himself with its blood, flame has no power over him, how much more then that the flames have no power over the scholars, whose whole body is fire, as it is written, is not thus my word like fire? Saith the Lord. Resh Lakish said the flame of Gehenna has no power over the transgressors of Israel, as is shown by an a fortiori argument from the altar of gold. For the altar of gold, upon which is only about the thickness of a denarius of gold, it lasted so many years and was not affected by fire, how? P. 54. Much less can flame have power over the transgressors of Israel, who are full of the commandments as a pomegranate is full of seeds, as it is written, like the half of a pomegranate is the upper part of thy cheek, etc. Read not the upper part of thy cheek, but the vain fellows that are in thee. End of Tract Haggadah. Footnotes 50:1 i.e., one who is on the way, bringing the paschal lamb, and comes across a field in which a human body was buried, he may examine it by blowing as he walks along, and if there is a bone of the size of a barley, and he notices it and avoids to walk over it, he does not contract uncleanness, as it does not communicate uncleanness unless by contact. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Book 8 Section Jurisprudence. Boston, The Talmud Society. 1918. Tract Sanhedrin. Title page. A word to the reader. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Contents next. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Jurisprudence. Tract Sanhedrin. Volume 7 and 8. Boston. The Talmud Society. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, Feb. July 2002, J.B. Hare, Redactor. P2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lishna Krina, or Webeathina or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. P3. To him who ranks among the first philanthropists of our co-religionists. Abraham, Esq. In recognition of his generous deeds toward promoting literature in general and Judaism in particular, this book is most respectfully dedicated by the translator. Michael L. Rodkinson. New York. In the month of Elul. 5662. Next, a word to the reader. Contents previous next. PV. A word to the reader. Many books have been written by the scientists of the last century, and many lengthy articles have appeared in the various periodicals, concerning the Jewish High Court, and this tract, which, if extracts were given, would make an entire bulky volume in itself. However, we deem it best to give the reader the information where these are to be found. The time during which the Sanhedrin were established is the main topic of their discussions. Zunes, for instance, gives the time from King Simeon of the Maccabees. Joss states that it was from the period of Hyrcan. And an anonymous writer in Israelitisk Analan, Volume I, pages 108 to 134, maintains that they were established at an exceedingly earlier date, and that the Greek name Sanhedrin was changed during the time of the Second Temple. At all events, Schurer, in his Judisgeschichte, wrote a lengthy article on this subject, in Vol. 2, from p. 188 to 240, concluding with his opinion that the High Court began at an earlier time. Z. Frankel, too, in his article, Der Gerichtlichkeitsbeweis, Berlin, 1848, claims that the establishment of the jury in the entire civilized world was taken from the Sanhedrin. All this was written in Germany. An English book by Rabbi Mendelssohn also treats upon this topic. We, too, will have something to say concerning this in our forthcoming history of the Talmud. We are inclined, in many respects, however, to accept the opinion of Riefman, given in his Hebrew book, Sanhedrin, Warsaw, 1888. He says that courts were even established in the days of Noah, the judges of which were Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Amram, continuing until Moses. He, in turn, established a court of 70 judges, and from that time the Supreme High Court was of that number, and thereafter Supreme Courts of 23, and Courts of 3, were established at all times, and wherever the Jews resided, the sages of the Second Temple naming these courts Great and Small Sanhedrin. Riefman's reasons are gathered from the post-biblical literature, and are based upon the Bible. According to him, the 3 judges had to decide civil cases only, the 23, criminals. p. 6. And capital punishments, and the 71 were a political body, who were to decide also the great events, as, for instance, an entire tribe, or the princes and heads of tribes. We, however, would say that the court of 3 had also to decide criminal cases to which capital punishment did not apply. So it seems to us, from this tract, p. 212 of the Talmud, that a stubborn and rebellious son was punished with stripes by a court of 3, before being finally sentenced to death by the court of 23. Riefman also quotes from Midrash Agadah, that before prophesying a prophet was obliged to get permission from the Sanhedrin, who previously tried him whether he was a true prophet or not. We may here add that this contradicts the Talmud, for it says that to recognize a true prophet was by demanding a sign, p. 260, and if the prophet would have been obliged to get the permission of the Sanhedrin, this would certainly be mentioned in the Talmud instead. This is as much as we have to say in regard to the time and name, and that the Sanhedrin ceased about 40 years previous to the destruction of the temple. At the same time we would call the attention of the readers to the fact that this tract distinguishes itself from all others in Halakha as well as in Haggadah. Aside from the many strange explanations of the verses of Scripture, which are not used in other extracts, it says plainly that there are numerous laws written in the Pentateuch which have never occurred, and never will occur, but that they were written merely for study. The Haggadah also distinguishes in taking the power to judge upon the Bible personages if they are to have a share in the world to come, and also in criticism of their acts, even of the most holy of them. This is self-evident that the later commentaries, and especially the Kabbalists, interpreted the Haggadah after their ways. We, however, have translated it almost literally, with an effort to make it in some respects intelligible to the general reader, and have also added footnotes, where we deemed it necessary. And we may say that the real student will find much pleasure if he will devote his special attention to this tract. For this purpose we have made from this celebrated tract a double volume, as we deem it will please the readers and the students, and will also equalize the size of the volumes. MLR. September 16, 1902. Next, Contents. Contents previous next. PV. Contents. A word to the reader PV. Synopsis of subjects P11. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning the appointment of judges in civil and criminal cases. Which are considered civil and which criminal. How many are needed to the intercalation of a year and of months, to appraise consecrated real estate as well as movable properties, and if among the appraisers must be priests, and if so how many. The number of persons needed to add to the city from the suburbs of Jerusalem. What majority is needed to accuse and what to acquit? How many people must be in a city that a court of 23 judges should be established? 1. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning the high priest, if he may judge and be judged, be a witness and be witnessed against, the laws regarding a death occurring in his family and the custom of the condolence. The same rules concerning a king. Regulations as to what a king may and may not allow himself, how many wives and how many stables for horses he may have, how he must be respected and feared by his people, etc. 43. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning the qualification or disqualification of judges and witnesses who may decide upon strict law and who in arbitration. When a rejection against judges and witnesses may or may not take place. Of relatives that are disqualified and those that are not. How the witnesses should be examined in civil cases. Until what time new evidence may or may not affect a decision rendered. 64. p. 8. Chapter 4. Rules and regulations concerning examinations and cross-examinations of witnesses in civil and criminal cases. The difference in judging and in discussions between civil and criminal cases. How the members of the Sanhedrin were seated. How many recording scribes were needed. How judges were added if needed, and from what people. How witnesses should be frightened in criminal cases. The reason why Adam the first was created singly. 97. Chapter V. Rules and regulations concerning preliminary queries, examination, and cross-examination in criminal cases. What may or may not be considered a contradiction of witnesses. How is it if a disciple not belonging to the judges says, I have something to say to his advantage or disadvantage? By what majority one may be acquitted and by what accused, and to what number judges may be added, if they cannot come to any conclusion. 115. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the execution by stoning and the manner of heralding. How the criminal was urged to confess before death. The stripping off before death of the dress of a male and of a female. The hanging after stoning, and how it was performed. 126. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the Scripture, and how they ought to be executed. The enumeration of those who come under the category of stoning. How the examination concerning blasphemy should be conducted. Concerning those who transfer their children to Molech, familiar spirits, etc. Concerning cursing father and mother, seducers and misleaders, etc. 149. p. 9. Chapter 8. Rules and regulations concerning a stubborn and rebellious son. At what age and what has he to do to be charged as such? How is it if, example, his father condemns him, but not his mother, or vice versa? If one of his parents were lame or blind, etc. If he runs away before the decision was rendered. Concerning burglary, and if a burglar deserves capital punishment, must pay the damage caused by breaking in. 201. Chapter 9. Rules and regulations concerning those to whom burning and those to whom slaying applies. Who is considered a murderer deserving capital punishment and who is to be exiled. Those who recovered after they were diagnosed to die, killing some other one instead of those whom he had intended. 222. Chapter X. Rules and regulations concerning those to whom choking applies. Concerning a rebelling judge, what shall be his crime for which he is to be executed, at which place and with which kind of death. And concerning a false prophet. 245. Chapter 11. The Haggadah part about resurrection, shares in the world to come, and about the Messiah, etc. 265. Next, synopsis of subjects. Contents previous. Next. p. 11. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Tract Sanhedrin. Chapter I. Mishnah I. To which cases judges are needed to decide, and to which commoners, which 3, 5, 23, and 71. The great Sanhedrin consisted of 71, and the small of 23. How many a city should contain, that it should be fit for a supreme council. If one were known to the majority of the people as an expert, he alone might decide civil cases. A permission from the exilarch holds good for the whole country, from the prince in Palestine, for the whole of Palestine and Syria only. He may teach the law, decide civil cases, and may also decide upon the blemishes of firstborn animals. He saw a divorced woman and married her, and with this he annulled his priesthood. He erred in his opinion. E.g. There were 2, Tannim and 2 Amoraim who differed in a case, and he decided the case according to one. There are 3 Tannim who differ concerning arbitration. When the decision is already given in accordance with the strict law, an arbitration cannot take place. May or may not a judge say, I do not want to decide this case? And under what circumstances? Is mediation a meritorious act, or is it only permitted? There were many who used to say maxims of morality, and Samuel found that they were only repetitions of verses in the scriptures. Say unto wisdom, Thou art my sister, means, if the thing is certain to you as that it is prohibited for you to marry your sister, then you may say it, but not otherwise. If one appoints a judge who is not fit to be such, he is considered as if he were to plant a grove in Israel. The court shall not listen to the claims of one party in the absence of the other. You shall judge righteously means, you shall deliberate the case carefully, and make it just in your mind, and only thereafter may you give your decision, for the judgment belongeth to God. The Holy One, blessed be He, said, It is the least for the wicked to take away money from one and give it to another illegally, etc. Is warning needed to a scholar? Where is the hint that collusive witnesses are to be punished with stripes? Punishment of stripes is not applied to those who do no manual labor. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 to what have they a similarity? p. 12. A year must not be intercalated with 1 month, except by them who are invited for it by the Nashi. Since the death of the last prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, the Holy Spirit has left Israel, etc. A leap year should not be made because of the kids, lambs, etc. For the following 3 things a leap year is made, because of the late arrival of spring, etc. A leap year must not be made in the years of famine, the year must not be intercalary before Rosh Hashanah. A leap year must not be made in 1 year for the next. No appointment of a leap year must be because of defilement. If not for Ben Baba, the law of fines would be forgotten from Israel. The legend how Jehuda b. Baba supplied the degree of rabbi to 5 elders, and by this act he caused the oral law not to be forgotten from Israel. The custom of giving degrees must not be used out of Palestine. What is to be considered second tithe, of which the value is not known? Rotten fruit, etc. Every great matter, means the matter of a great man. By the whole tribe, is meant the head of it. The legend how a battle was decided by King David. Whence do we know that it is a duty to appoint judges to each tribe? Etc. The legend of Eldad and Medad, and what their prophecy was. How Moses selected the 70 elders from each tribe, and also the payment of the firstborn who were not redeemed by Levites. Sentence of guilt must be by a majority of 2. If all persons of a Sanhedrin are accusing, the defendant becomes free. How so? In a city in which the following 10 things do not exist, it is not advisable for a scholar to reside. And they are, etc. Of rulers of thousands were 600, of hundreds, 6,000, of fifties, 12,000, of tens, 60,000. Hence the total number of the officers in Israel was 78,600. 1-42. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I and 2. The high priest may judge and be a witness, be judged and witnessed against. A king must not judge, and is not judged, must not be a witness, nor witnessed against. There are cases from which one may withdraw himself, and there are others from which he may not. How so? A king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, nor he and a high priest engage in discussion about a leap year. The legends of 3 pastorers who had a discussion about the month Adar, which the rabbis took as a support to establish a leap year. When he goes in the road to condole with others, his vice and the ex-high priest are placed at his right, etc. Formerly the custom was for the mourners to stand, and the people to pass by, etc. A row is not less than 10 persons, not counting the mourners. All agree that if a king has relinquished his honor, it is not relinquished. How could David marry 2 sisters while they were both living? The strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz, and the strength of the latter was moderation on the part of Palti, etc., etc. If a death occurs in the house of the king, he must not leave the gate of the palace. 43-52. Mishnahs 3-6. 3 positive commandments was Israel commanded when they entered Palestine, viz., they should appoint a king, etc. The treasures of kings which are plundered in time of war belong to the king, only. He must not marry more than 18 wives. Even one p13 wife, should she be liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. The number 18 mentioned in the Mishnah, whence is it deduced? 400 children were born to David by the handsome women whom he took captive. Only a son may stay alone with his mother, but it is not allowed for anyone besides to stay alone with a married woman. He must not acquire many horses, neither more gold and silver than to pay the military. He shall not acquire many horses, and lest one say, even those which are needed for his chariots, etc. He shall not acquire much gold and silver lest one say, not even sufficient for paying the military, etc. Why does not the scripture explain the reason of its law? Because in 2 verses it was so done, and the greatest men of a generation stumbled because of them, etc. Ezra was worthy that the Torah should be given through him, if Moses had not preceded him. In the very beginning the Torah was given to Israel in Assyrian characters, etc. One must not ride on the king's horse, etc. Come and see how hard is divorce in the eyes of the sages. He who divorces his first wife, even the altar sheds tears on account of him. The king must cut his hair every day, a high priest every eve of Sabbath, and a commoner priest every 30 days, 52-63. Chapter 3. Mishnahs 1-3. Civil cases by 3, one party may select one, and so the other, and both one more. Pure-minded people of Jerusalem used not to sign a document unless they were aware who was the other who was to sign it, and also would not sit down to judge unless they were aware who was to be their colleague, etc. One has no right to reject a judge who was appointed by the majority. There is a rule that the testimony of one who is interested in a case is not to be taken into consideration. Proof is needed to each claim, even if it is not so important that it could injure the case. He who saw Resh Lakish in the college saw one uprooting hills and crushing them, and he who saw our mayor saw one uprooting mountains and crushing them. Gamblers and usurers, and those who play with flying doves, are disqualified to be witnesses. What crime is there in dice playing? Because they do not occupy themselves with the welfare of the world. One who borrows to pay usurers is also disqualified. Gamblers are counted those who play with dice, and not only with dice, but even with the shells of nuts or pomegranates. Among those who play with doves other animals are also meant. There was added to the disqualified witnesses robbers and forcers. There was secondly added to that category, collectors of duty and contractors of the government. The father of Arzera was a collector for 13 years, etc. One's thought for his maintenance injures him in his study of the law, etc. They who accept charity from idolaters are disqualified to be witnesses, provided they do so publicly, etc. One who is wicked in money matters only is disqualified to witness, but not one wicked in heavenly matters. Barhama had slain a man, and the exilarch told Abubi Jacob to investigate the case, and if he really slew the man they should make the murderers blind, etc. 64. 79. p14. Mishnahs 4-6. The following are counted relatives who may not be witnesses: brothers, brothers of father or mother, brothers-in-law, etc. My father's brother shall not witness in my cases, he, his son, and his son-in-law. The brother of my mother-in-law cannot be a witness for me. The husband of one's sister, also the husband of the sister of one's father and the husband of the sister of one's mother, their sons and their sons-in-law, are also excluded from being witnesses. A stepfather, his son-in-law, etc. There was a deed of gift which was signed by two brothers-in-law i.e., two husbands of two sisters, etc. How were the witnesses examined? They were brought into separate chambers, etc. How were the witnesses frightened? There was one who had hidden witnesses under the curtains of his bed, and he said to his debtor, "Have I a mana with you?" etc. There was one who was named by the people the man who has against him a whole cab of promissory notes. There was another who was named the mouse who lies on dinars, etc. There was a document of confession in which it was not written, "He has said to us, write a document, sign and give it him," etc. I have seen your deceased father hide money in a certain place, saying, "This belongs to so and so," etc. How is the judgment to be written? So was the custom of the pure-minded in Jerusalem. They let parties enter, listened to their claims, and thereafter let the witnesses enter, listened to their testimony, then told all of them to go out, etc. This is a rule for every case in which is mentioned a witness, that it means to Simeon b. Eliakim was anxious that the degree of rabbi should be granted to Jose b. Hananiah, etc., etc. A confession after a confession, or a confession after a loan, may be conjoined, but a loan after a loan, or a loan after a confession, do not join. Witnesses in civil cases who contradict one another in unimportant investigations are to be considered. So long as the defendant brings evidence to his advantage, the decision may be nullified by the court. However, if after he had said, "I have no witnesses," etc. What happened to R.N. Haman with a young man whom he made liable? If one who is summoning a party who says, "I want my case brought before the assembly of sages," etc., he may be compelled to try his case in that city. In Babylon they are not allowed to try cases of fine, 79-96. Chapter 4. Mishnahs I-3. Cases coming before the court, the witnesses thereof must be examined and investigated. What difference is there between civil and criminal? The following from 2. Biblically there is no difference between civil and criminal cases concerning investigations. But why is it enacted that civil cases do not need investigation? Justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, means that one shall follow to the city of a celebrated judge, etc. What has the court first to say to the advantage of the defense in criminal cases? If one has tried a case, and made liable him who is not, or vice versa, etc. Tutus the physician testified that not one cow or one swine was sent from Alexandria in Egypt of which the womb was not removed. If one was found guilty by the court, and thereafter one come, saving, "I know a defense for him," etc., so long as the fire in the p15 stove burns, cut off all that you want to roast, and roast it. All who take part in the discussion may explain their reasons, until one of the accusers shall yield to one of the defenders. In the neighborhood of Ar Yohanan there was one who was blind who used to judge cases, etc. From the time of Moses until the time of Rabbi, we do not find one man who was unique in the possession of wisdom, riches, and glory, etc. One may teach his disciple, and at the same time may judge in association with him in criminal cases. In 10 things civil cases differ from criminal cases. All are competent to judge civil cases. But not all of them are competent to judge criminal cases. The Sanhedrin sat in a half circle in order that they could see each other, etc. The Torah has testified that we are such a kind of people that even a fence of lilies is sufficient for us, and will never be broken. How were the witnesses awestruck in criminal cases? A human being stamps many coins with one stamp, and all of them are alike, but the Holy One, blessed be He, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and, nevertheless, not one of them is like the other. Although the court of the Sanhedrin existed no longer, the punishment of the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the scripture was not abolished by heaven. Adam the first was created singly, and why? That disbelievers should not say there were many creators in heaven, etc. In 3 things one is different from his neighbor in voice, etc. 97 to 114. Chapter V. Mishnah I. The court used to examine the witnesses with 7 inquiries, etc. Should one of the witnesses say, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, or one of the disciples, I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant, the court silences him. Why not say that 8 queries are necessary in the examination? Viz., how many minutes are there in the hour? Do you recognize this man as the murderer of him who was slain? Was he a heathen or an Israelite? Have you warned him? Did he accept the warning? Etc. Whence do we deduce that the warning is prescribed biblically? Witnesses who testified in case of a betrothed woman, if they be found collusive, are not to be put to death. What is the difference between examination, etc.? Until what time may the benediction of the moon be pronounced? If Israel should have only the meritorious act of receiving the glory of their heavenly Father once a month, it would be sufficient. They do not drink wine. And why not? In civil cases the court may say, the case becomes old, etc. 115 to 125. Chapter 6. Mishnahs I to 4. If the conclusion was to condemn, the guilty one was taken out immediately to be stoned. A herald goes before him, heralding, so and so, etc. One stands with a flag. I doubt who had to bear the cost of the flag and horse mentioned in the Mishnah, etc. If one of the disciples said, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, and thereafter he became dumb? He who is modest, the verse considers him as if he should. P16. Sacrifice all the sacrifices mentioned in the scripture. When he was far from the place of execution a distance of 10 ells he was told to confess. Why are the words unto us and to our children, and the ion of the ad pointed? The Lord said to Joshua, Thou thyself hast caused all the evils, because thou didst excommunicate the goods of Jericho. One should always proceed with prayer before trouble comes. It happened with one who was going to be executed, that he said, If I am guilty of this crime, my death shall not atone for all my sins. See footnote 1, concerning the legend of Simeon B.S. of the 80 witches hung by him. A male was stoned while naked, but not a female. The stoning place was 2 heights of a man, etc. If before the execution the hands of the witnesses were cut off, he becomes free from death. The avenger of the blood himself shall slay. Infer from this that it is a meritorious act for the avenger to do so himself. 126 to 139. Mishnahs V and 6. All who are stoned are also hanged. A male, but not a female. 2 must not be judged on the same day, provided there are 2 kinds of death. How was one hanged? The beam was put in the earth, etc. King Saber questioned Arhama, Whence do you deduce from the Torah that one must be buried? Etc. Is the burying because the corpse shall become disgraced if not buried, or is it because of atonement? Is the lamentation an honor for the living or for the deceased? And what is the difference? Etc. A wicked person must not be buried with an upright one. All the curses with which David cursed Job fell on the descendants of David. They were, etc. If not for Job, David would not have been able to occupy himself with the law, etc. 139 to 148. Chapter 7. Mishnahs I to V. 4 kinds of capital punishment are prescribed to the court by the scriptures. According to our Simeon, burning is more rigorous than stoning. With her father, burning applies, With her father-in-law, stoning applies. How is this to be understood? Do you come to teach a halakha which will be used only then when the Messiah will appear? The prescribed punishment of burning was this: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep. Then placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, etc. But why should burning not be inferred from the offerings of the bullocks, which were burned bodily? Nadab said to Abihu, "When will the two old men die, and you and I be leaders of Israel?" The prescribed punishment of slaying was thus: he was decapitated, etc. The prescribed punishment of choking was thus: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep, etc. To the following sinners stoning applies, viz., one who had connection with his mother, etc. A man means to exclude a minor. That lieth with his father's wife means, that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. 150 to 164. Mishnah 6 to 7. One who had connection with a human male, or with an animal, and also a human female who uncovers herself before a male animal, are punished with stoning. With an animal makes no difference whether it was a large or a small one. A blasphemer is not guilty, unless he mention the proper name of God. Any man whatsoever. P. 17. Etc., meaning to include the heathen, who are warned of blasphemy. 10 commandments were commanded to Israel in Marah, 7 of them are those which were accepted by the descendants of Noah. For transgression of these commandments a descendant of Noah is put to death, viz., adultery, bloodshed, and blasphemy. A descendant of Noah may be put to death by the decision of one judge, by the testimony of one witness, etc. Every relationship for which the punishment of the courts of Israel is death, a descendant of Noah is warned of it, but all other relationships, the punishment of which is not death, are permissible to them. He who raises his hand to his neighbor, although he has not as yet struck him, is called wicked. Flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat, means any member of the animal, while it is still alive. We do not find any case where what is forbidden to the descendants of Noah should be allowed to the Israelites. An unclean thing never came from heaven. There is no difference if one hears it from the blasphemer himself or from the witness who heard it from the blasphemer. He must rend his garments. 164 to 187. Mishnahs 8 to 12. One is considered an idolater who worships it with its proper worship, and even if he only sacrifices, smokes incense, or pours wine, etc. Why not say that from bowing all kinds of worshipping is to be inferred? In our Mishnah it is stated, he who worships idols. There is another Mishnah, farther on, which states, he who says, I will worship, is always considered an idolater, etc. If one worship an idol because he loves it, or because he fears it, etc. Concerning Sabbath it is more rigorous than all the other commandments in one respect, and all other commandments are more rigorous in another respect, etc. There is a tradition, he who conjoins the name of heaven with something else is to be destroyed. It happened to a female heathen who was very sick and vowed that if she recovered she would worship all the idols which were to be found, etc. If one gives one of his children to Molech, he is not guilty unless he has transferred him to the servants, etc. One is not guilty unless he let him pass in the usual manner. What was that? A row of bricks were placed for passing, etc. Baal-Ob is the python that makes the dead speak from his armpit, and Udani means one that makes the dead speak from his mouth. Is not he who queries an Ob the same who inquires of the dead? Nay. Etc. An observer of times is, according to our Akaba, he who reckons times and hours, saying, this day is good to go on the road, etc. He who curses his father or mother is not punished with a capital punishment, unless he curse them by the proper name of God. 187 to 194. Mishnahs 13 to 14. He who sins with a betrothed damsel is not guilty to be stoned, unless she was a maiden betrothed and still in her father's house. A seducer means one who is himself a commoner. E.g., he says, there is an idol in such and such a place which so and so eats, etc. Concerning all who are liable to capital punishment biblically, it is not allowed to hide witnesses except in this case, etc. A conjurer is liable to be stoned only when he did an act, but not if he dazzled the eyes. The halachas of witchcraft are similar to the halachas of Sabbath. There are some to which stoning applies, etc. I have seen a rider of a camel who took his sword, cut off the head of the camel, and thereafter rung a bell, and the camel stood up. It was only a dazzling of the eyes. The legend of R. Eliezer with p. 18. His disciple, thou shalt not learn to do, means, thou must not learn to do, but thou mayest learn it to understand it for the purposes of deciding cases. 194-200. Chapter 8. Mishnahs 1-8. A stubborn and rebellious son, at what age may he be considered as such? From the time he brings forth 2 hairs, etc., but the sages used to speak with delicacy. A minor of 9 years and 1 day is fit to have connection with a woman, and in a case of adultery it is considered. Whence do we know that the first generation produced children at the age of 8? A daughter should be more open to the charges of stubbornness and rebelliousness, etc. But so is the decree of the Scripture: a son, and not a daughter. He cannot be condemned as a stubborn and rebellious son, unless he eats meat and drinks wine. You shall not look for wine which makes red the faces of the wicked in this world, and makes them pale in the world to come. 13 ways are enumerated in the Scripture concerning wine, as in Genesis 9, from 20 to 25. If he has stolen from his father and consumed on his premises, etc., he is not charged as a stubborn and rebellious son unless he stole from his mother and father. If the father is willing to transfer the case of the son in question to the court, and the mother is not willing, or vice versa, etc., such a thing neither occurred nor ever will be, and the same is with the case of a misled town, and also with a house of leprosy, and was written only for study. If one hand of his father or mother is missing, or they limp, or are dumb, etc. If he runs away before the decision of condemnation is rendered, etc. The Scripture prefers that he should die innocent, and not be put to death because of his sins. For the death of the wicked is both a benefit to them and a benefit to the world, etc. In the case of breaking in the city of Luda, it was voted and resolved that if one were compelled, under threat of being killed, to commit any one of all the crimes which are mentioned in the Torah, he might commit it and not be killed, except idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. Is a descendant of Noah commanded to sanctify the holy name, or not? It happened to one that he saw a woman and became sick through his infatuation, etc. 216. 221. Chapter 9. Mishnahs 1-6. Punishment of burning applies to one man who has intercourse with a woman and her daughter, and to a daughter of a priest. p. 19. Etc. Punishment with the sword applies to a murderer and to the men of a misled town. If one pressed down a person while he is in water, or in fire, preventing him from coming out, he is guilty, etc. If one bound a person, and he died thereafter of hunger, he is not guilty of a capital crime. If, however, he put him in a sunny place, and he died because of the sun, he is guilty. Ball players: if one threw a ball with the intention of killing someone, he is to be put to death, and if it was unintentional, he is to be exiled, etc. All agree that if one kills a person whose windpipe and larynx are cut or whose skull is fractured, he is free. If one strikes a person with a stone or with his fists, and he was diagnosed to die, and thereafter he improved, etc. Capital punishment does not apply to one who intended to kill an animal and killed a man, an idolater, and killed an Israelite, etc., but it does apply to one who intended to strike a person on the loins with an article which was sufficient for this purpose, and he strikes him to death on his heart, etc. A murderer mixed up among others, all of them are free, etc. If it happen that the persons sentenced to deaths of different kinds, and are so mixed that it is not known who comes under this kind of death and who under another, all of them must be executed with the more lenient death. If one committed a crime which deserves two kinds of death, he must be tried for the more rigorous one. Ezek 18 must not be taken literally, but the mountains he eat not means that he does not live upon the reward of the meritorious acts done by his parents. His eyes he lifteth not up to the idols means that he never walked overbearingly, etc. 222 to 238. Mishnah 7 to 9. He who receives stripes, and relaxes into the same crime, the court takes him to the kifos. He who kills a person not in the presence of witnesses is taken to the kifos and is fed on scant bread and water. If one steals a kisvah, or one curses his neighbor, invoking God as a carver, zealous people have a right to strike him when caught in the act. What is this punishment if there were no zealous men? Answer to this, it happened that it was read before our Kahan in a dream, etc. In a case where there is a violation of the holy name, the honor of the master must not be considered. If a priest performs the service while he is defiled, etc. If a common Israelite served in the temple, etc. 238 to 244. Chapter X. Mishnahs I to 6. Choking applies to him who strikes his father or mother, to him who steals a living soul, etc. A son is not guilty of a capital crime unless he wounds his father by striking him. Cursing is in one respect more rigorous than striking, as he is guilty even if he did it after his lather's death. If one steals a person, he is not guilty of a capital crime unless he brings him upon his own premises. There is no difference whether he stole a male or a female, a proselyte, or a bondsman, or a minor, etc. Our Jehuda says that there is no disgrace for slaves. Thou shalt not steal, in the third commandment, means human beings, ye shalt not steal, meaning money. A judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin. There were in Jerusalem 3 courts, etc. In case a judge in the country had a dispute with his colleagues, they came to the first court. If this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision, and if not, all of them came to the great Sanhedrin, which was in the temple. Pxx. Treasury, etc. A disciple who is not a judge who decides for practice against the great Sanhedrin, is not culpable. A rebelling judge is not guilty unless he gave his decision in a matter to which, if done intentionally, Korath applies, etc. The punishment of him who transgresses the decision of the scribes is more rigorous than for that which is plainly written in the scriptures. The judge in question was not put to death by the court of his own city, etc., but was brought to the Supreme Council, in Jerusalem, etc. A false prophet who is to be sentenced by the court is only he who prophesies what he has not heard and what he was not told at all, etc. He who prophesied in the name of an idol, saying, so and so was said by such an idol, although it corresponds exactly with the Hebrew law, he is punished by choking. See all illustrations, pages 258 to 260. In every case mentioned in the Torah, if a true prophet commands you to transgress, you may listen, except as to idolatry, 245 to 261. Chapter 11. Mishnah I. All Israel has a share in the world to come. The following have no share in the world to come, he who says, etc. 3 kings and 4 commoners have no share in the world to come, etc. Is he who does not believe that the resurrection is hinted at in the Torah such a criminal that he loses his share in the world to come? Where is the resurrection hinted at in the Torah? Etc. From the Pentateuch, Prophets, and Hagiographa. See 267, also footnote. Queen Cleopatra questioned our mayor thus, when they shall be restored, will they be naked? Or dressed? Caesar questioned Rabban Gamaliel, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? Etc. The living die should the dead come to life? That which has not existed at all comes to life. Shall those who had life once not come to life again? The legend of Gibeah B. Pesisa, who advocated Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, etc. Antoninus said to Rabbi, the body and soul of a human may free themselves on the day of judgment by heaven. How so? Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? At what time does the soul come into the body? At what time does the evil spirit reach man? Lest one say that the verse just cited means, I make one die and another, one shall I bring to life, therefore it reads, I wound and I cure. As wounding and curing apply to one person only, etc. He who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple, even the embryos in the entrails of their mothers denounce him. Great is wisdom, as it was placed between two divine names. Exiles atone for everything. The upright who will be restored in the future will never return to dust. What will they do at the time the Holy One, blessed be He, shall renew His world? Etc. Concerning the dead whom Ezekiel restored, the different opinions of Tanaim and Amoraim, if it was a reality or a parable only. 6 miracles occurred on the day Nebuchadnezzar threw Chananiah, Mishael, and Azariah into the cauldron. Even at the time of danger one shall not change the dress belonging to his dignity. Where was Daniel at the time that they were thrown into the cauldron? The legend of Achab and Zedkiah with the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. According to the advice of 3, Daniel went away before the affair of Chananiah, etc., concerning the 6 barleys which Boaz gave to Ruth. All that is written in the book of Ezra was said by Nehemiah b. Chakhalyah. Why then was Pxxi it not named after him? The angel who rules the souls after their departure from this world is named Duma. Hiskiah, who has 8 names, shall take revenge on Sanherib, who also has 8 names. Hiskiah's whole meal consisted of a litter of herbs. Pharaoh, who personally blasphemed, was also punished by heaven. Sanherib, who blasphemed through a messenger, was also punished through a messenger. 10 trips had the wicked made on that day, etc., as it reads. There was 1 day more appointed for the punishment of the iniquity of Nob. And the astrologers told Sanherib, etc. If the judgment is postponed over 1 night there is hope that it will be abolished entirely. The legend how Abishai saved King David from Yishbai's hand at Nob. Sanherib, when he came to attack, brought with him 45,000 princes with their concubines in golden carriages, etc. See pages 293 to 296, the many legends concerning Sanherib. Be careful with the children of the Gentiles, as it happens very often wisdom emanates from them. That the day on which Achaz died consisted of only 2 hours. And when Hezekiah became sick and thereafter recovered, the Holy One returned the 10 hours to that day, etc. 300 mules loaded with iron saws which cut iron were given to Nebuzaradan by Nebuchadnezzar while going to attack Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan was a true proselyte. From the descendants of Sisera were such who studied the law in Jerusalem, and from the descendants of Sanherib were such who taught the Torah among a majority of Israelites, etc. Have you heard when the fallen sun will come? Etc. In his Sabbatic period when the Son of David will appear in the first year there will be fulfilled, etc. The generation in which the Son of David will come, young men will make pale the faces of the old, etc. The world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which was a chaos, etc. There are no less than 36 upright in every generation who receive the appearance of the Shekinah. All the appointed times for the appearance of the Messiah have already ceased. And it depends only on repentance and good deeds. Jerusalem will not be redeemed but by charity. What the Messiah told to Jehoshua ben Levi, ben David will not arrive until Rome shall have dominated, etc. Discussion concerning the name of the Messiah. The cock said to the bat, I look out for the light because the light is mine, but for what purpose do you wait for it? The days of the Messiah will be as from the day of creation until now. He hath despised the word of God, means he who learned the Torah but does not teach it. He who learned the Torah and does not repeat it is similar to him who sows but does not harvest, etc. Has not Moses written something better than, and Lot's sister was Thimna, etc.? Who is meant by the term Epicurean? What good have the rabbis done for us? They have never permitted us to eat a crow, and they have not prohibited us to eat a dove, etc. The measure with which man measures will be measured out to him, i.e., as a man deals he will be dealt with. A good woman is a good gift, she may be given to one who fears God. A bad woman is leprosy to her husband, etc. One may ask the fortune tellers who tell fortunes by certain oils or eggs. But it is not advisable to do so, because they often lie. Support me, and I will bear the statement of Akiba, my disciple, who says, pleased are chastisements, etc. 3 men came with indirectness, etc. What means, and he lifted up his hands. He took off his phylacteries in his presence. The legends concerning Jeroboam. PXXII. Pages 322 to 325. King Manasseh appears to Arashi in a dream. Arabohu used to lecture about the 3 kings and became sick, etc. Why was Achab rewarded by the prolongation of his kingdom for 22 years? Because he was liberal with his money and assisted many scholars from his estate, half his sins were atoned. 4 sects will not receive the glory of the Shekinah, viz., scorners, liars, hypocrites, and slanderers. Achaz abolished the worship and sealed the Torah, etc. The angels wanted to put Micah aside, but the Lord, however, said leave him alone because his house is open for travelers. Great are entertainments, for its refusal estranged 2 tribes from Israel, etc. Why does not the Mishnah count Achaz and Ammon among those who have no share? Etc. Explanation to verses of Lamentation, pages 334 to 337. The scripture is particular that if anyone tells his troubles to his neighbor, he should add, may it not happen to you. The interpreters of notes said that all of them have a share in the world to come, etc. A perpetual backsliding. Said Rabbi, a victorious answer has the assembly of Israel given to the prophets, etc. Concerning Bilm, the elders of Moab, and Midian, 265 to 340. One shall always occupy himself with the Torah and divine commandments, even not for the sake of heaven, as finally he will come to do so for his own sake, etc. The caution that Achiyah, the Shilonite, gave to Israel is better for them than the blessings that Bilm has given to them. And Israel dwelt in Shittim. Everywhere such an expression is to be found it brings infliction, etc. I saw the record of Bilm, and it was written therein 33 years was Bilm when he was killed by Pinchas, the murderer. One shall not bring himself into temptation, as David, king of Israel, placed himself in the power of a trial and stumbled. 6 months was David afflicted with leprosy, the Shekinah left him, and the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him. Exclusion shall always be with the left hand, and inclusion with the right hand, i.e., if one is compelled to repudiate someone, he shall do it easy as with his left hand, etc. Concerning David's sin with Bathsheba, 340 to 350. Mishnah 2. The generation of the flood have no share in the world to come, and are also not judged, etc. Concerning the generation of dispersion, men of Sodom and Gomorrah, etc., pages 350 to 355, Noah was just, a perfect man in his generation, but not in others. According to Resh Lakish, in his generation which was wicked, so much the more in other generations. Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, questioned Shem the Great, etc. Shem the Great questioned Eliezer, etc. The generation of dispersion. What had they done? What were the crimes of the Sodomites? Concerning the congregation of Korah. One must do all he can not to strengthen a quarrel, etc. And all on their feet means the money which makes one stand on his feet. The generation of the desert has no share, etc. Eliezer, however, said, they have, etc. 350 to 362. Mishnahs 3 to 4. The 10 tribes who were exiled will not be returned, etc. From what age has a minor a share in the world to come? Your saying is not satisfactory to their creator. Say the reverse, even he who has studied but one law does not belong to the Gehenna. It happened once that I was in Alexandria of Egypt, and I found a certain old Gentile who said to me, "Come, and I will show you what my great-grandfathers have done to yours," etc. Concerning Shebna and his society, Ref. Isaiah 8-12. Adam was created on the eve of Sabbath. And why? Pxxiii. The minim shall not say, etc. At the time the Lord was about to create a man, he created a coitus of angels, etc. Every place where the minim gave their wrong interpretation the answer of annulling it is to be found in the same place E.G. p. 370. The discussion with R. Gamaliel and other rabbis, pages 372 to 376. My creatures are sinking into the sea, and yet want to sing. It reads, the vision of the Lord. Concerning Edom. Obadiah was an Edomite proselyte. And this is what people say, that the handle of the hatchet to cut the forest is taken from the wood of the same forest, after these things. After what? After the words of the Satan, etc. According to Levi, after the exchange of the words between Ishmael and Isaac, etc., 362 to 378. Mishnah 4. The men of a misled town have no share in the world to come. Concerning the key of rain, which is one of the 3 keys which are not to be transferred to a messenger, Elijah, 2, in the days of Achab, etc., 378 to 385. Tract Sanhedrin. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning the appointment of judges in civil and criminal cases. Which are considered civil and which criminal? How many are needed to the intercalation of a year and of months, to appraise consecrated real estate as well as movable properties, and if among the appraisers must be priests, and if so how many? The number of persons needed to add to the city from the suburbs of Jerusalem. What majority is needed to accuse and what to acquit? How many people must be in a city that a court of 23 judges should be established? Mishnah I, to decide upon the following cases, 3 persons are needed: civil cases, robbery, wounds, whole damages, and half, double amount and 4 and 5-fold payments, one and the same in the case of forcing, seducing, and libel. So is the decree of our Meir. The sages, however, maintain, in the last case 23 are needed, as this is not a civil case, but a crime which may bring capital punishment. In the case of stripes, 3. In the name of our Ishmael, however, it was said, 23 are needed. To the intercalation of a month and to proclaim a leap year, 3. So is the decree of our Meir. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel maintains, it begins with 3 persons and is discussed by 5, and the decision is rendered by 7. If, however, it was decided by 3, their decision holds good. The elders who had to lay their hands upon sacrifices, and also in the case of the heifer according to our Simeon, 3 are needed, and according to our Jehudah, 5. At the performance of the ceremony of Halitzah and denial, 3, to appraise the value of the plants of the 4th year, and the 2nd tithe, of which the value in money is to be appraised, 3, to appraise the value of consecrated articles, 3, in cases of Arakan, if movable property, 3 according to our Jehudah, one of them must be a priest, and if real estate, 10, and one of them a priest, and likewise to appraise the estimated value of men. Crimes, 23, in the case of Leviticus XX. 15, 23, as verse 16 reads, then shalt thou kill the woman and the beast, and also in the preceding verse, the beast also shall ye slay. And the same is the case with the stoning of an ox, of which it reads, the ox shall be stoned, and the owner be put to death. Which means, as for the death of its owner 23 are needed, so also for the stoning of the ox. The wolf, the lion, the bear, the tiger, the bardals, 1 and the serpent are killed by the judgment of 23. Our Eliezer, however, maintains, every one who hastens to kill them is rewarded. But our Akiba says, 23 are needed. A whole tribe, or a false prophet, or a high priest, if they have to be judged for a crime which may bring capital punishment, a court of 71 judges is needed. The same number of judges is needed to decide upon battles which are not commanded by the scriptures, and also for enlarging the city of Jerusalem by annexing its suburbs or free land, and the same is the case if it is necessary to enlarge the courtyard of the temple. Also, the same number of judges is needed for appointing supreme councils to each tribe. A misled town must also be condemned by 71. However, a town which stands on the boundary cannot be condemned, nor 3 of them at one time at any place, but only 1, or 2. The great consisted of 71, and the small of 23. Whence do we deduce that the great council must be of 71? From, gather unto me 70 men. And add Moses, who was the head of them, hence 71. And whence do we deduce that a small one must be 23? From, the P3. Congregation shall judge, and the congregation shall save. 1 We see that one congregation judges, and the other congregation saves, hence there are 20, as a congregation consists of no less than 10 persons, and this is deduced from, to this evil congregation, which was of the 10 spies, except Joshua and Caleb. And whence do we deduce that 3 more are needed? From, thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. From which we infer that you shall follow them to do good. But if so, why is it written at the end of the same verse, incline after the majority, to wrest judgment? 2 This means, the inclination to free the man must not be similar to the inclination to condemn, as to condemn a majority of 2 is needed, while to free, the majority of 1 suffices. And a court must not consist of an even number, as, if their opinion is halved, no verdict can be established, therefore 1 more must be added. Hence it is of 23. How many shall a city contain that it shall be fit for a supreme council? 120 families. Our Nehemiah, however, maintains, 230, so that each of them should be the head of 10 families, as we do not find in the Bible rulers of less than 10. Gemara, are not robbery and wounds civil cases? Said Arabohu, the Mishnah means to explain the term civil cases by robbery and wounds, but to the admitting of debts or loans, 3 judges are not needed. And that so it should be understood, both expressions were needed, as, if it stated civil cases only, it would include loans, etc., and if the expression robbery, etc., only, one might also say the same is the case with loans, etc., and the expression robbery, etc., is because the main point wherein 3 judges are prescribed by the scriptures is in cases of robbery, shall the master of the house be brought unto the judges. And concerning wounds, it is the same whether a wound be in one's body or in his pocket, and therefore it begins with civil cases, and explains that cases like robbery are meant, and not common ones, etc. But whence are common loans excluded, that they do not need 3? Did not Arabohu say, if 2 persons have judged in a matter of civil law, all agree that their P4 judgment is of no value? Therefore we must say that the Mishnah means to exclude loans and admission of debts to exclude from 3 established judges, but 3 common men are needed. And the reason is what our Hananiah said, biblically, investigation is needed of crimes as well as of civil cases. As it is written, 1 manner of judicial law shall ye have. But why was it said that civil cases do not need investigation? in order not to lock the door to borrowers. And Rabha explained this statement as meaning that in two kinds of civil cases, loans, etc., three common people are needed, but in cases of robbery, etc., three established judges. And Rahabi Eka said, biblically, even one is fit to decide civil cases, as it is written, in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. But the rabbis enacted three, in order to prevent men of the market, who are ignorant of law, to undertake to judge cases. But is it not the same with three common men? Are they not men of the market? If three undertake to judge a case, it is highly probable that at least one of them knows something of law. But if so, let two who should make an error in judging not be responsible? If this should be enacted, then all the market people would undertake to decide upon things. But what is the difference between Rabha and Rahabi Eka? They differ in the following, which was said by Samuel: if two commoners have decided upon loan cases, their decision is to be respected, but they are considered an impertinent Beth Din. Rabha does not hold with Samuel, and maintains, their decision must not be respected. And Raha holds with him. Whole damages and half, etc. Are not damages the same as wounds? Because it has to state half damages, it mentions also whole damages. Are not half damages also the same? The Mishnah teaches concerning money which is to be collected according to the strict law and that which is only a fine. But this is correct only as to him who says that half damages are a fine, but as to him who says damages are strict law, what can be said? Because it has to state about the double amount, and four and five-fold, which are more than the amount damaged, it mentions also half damages, which is less, and as half is mentioned, it mentions also the whole. P5. Whence do we deduce that three are needed? From what the rabbis taught. It treats three times of judges, hence three are needed. So said Yachiha. Jonathan, however, maintains, the first expression judges, as the beginning, must not be taken into consideration, as it is needed for itself, and therefore only the two expressions judges, mentioned after, are to be counted, and the third one is added only because we do not establish a court of an even number. The rabbis taught, civil cases are to be discussed by three. Rabbi, however, said, it is discussed by five, so that the final decision should be by three. But even when there are three, is not the final decision made by two? He means to say, because the conclusion must be of three judges. This explanation was ridiculed by Arabohu, saying, on such a theory, then the Great Supreme Council ought to be 141, to the end that the final conclusion should be made by 71, and of a small council there ought to be 45, so that the conclusion should be made by 23. And therefore we must say, as the scripture reads, gather unto me 70, it means the 70 ought to be at the time established. And the same is it in the case above cited, the congregation shall judge, and the congregation shall save, meaning that at the time of judging there shall be 10. And in the same way are to be interpreted the just cited verses 7 and 8, that the plaintiff has to bring his case before three only. Therefore it may be said that the reason of Rabbi's decision is that because in the first verse is written, the judges may condemn, as in the last, three is meant, so is it with the word Elohim, mentioned before, which means judges, also two is meant, which makes four, and one is added, so that they shall not be an even number, hence 5. The rabbis do not care for this, as the term which is translated, they may condemn, is written in the singular, and is only read in the plural. The rabbis taught, civil cases are decided by three, but if one is known to the majority of the people as an expert, he alone may decide. Said Rnahman, example, I decide cases alone, without consulting any other rabbis. And so also said Arhaya. The schoolman propounded a question, what does Rnahman mean by saying, as, for instance, I? Does he mean similar to him, who knew the laws traditionally and by common sense, and was also so empowered by the exilarch, but if there? P6. was one who was equal to him in wisdom, but had no permission, his decision must not be respected? Or does he mean to say, if one were equal to him in wisdom he might so do without permission? Come and hear, Marzutra, the son of Ar-Nahman, made an error in one of his decisions, and came to question Ar-Joseph whether he must make good the error. To which he answered, if he was appointed by the parties as a judge, he had not to pay, if not, he must pay. Infer from this that he who is appointed by the parties may so do even without permission from a higher court. Said Rabbi, if one wants to decide cases, and not be responsible in case of an error, he shall get permission from the exilarch. And so also said Samuel. It is certain that here in Babylon a permission from the exilarch holds good for the whole country, and the same is the case from the prince in Palestine, for the whole of Palestine and Syria. And it is also certain that if one has a permission from the exilarch, he may practice in Palestine. As the following Boritha states, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. These are the exilarchs of Babylon, who rule over Israel with their scepters. And a lawgiver, etc., means the grandsons of Hillel, who are teaching the Torah among the majority of the people. The question, however, is, if with the permission of the princes they may judge in Babylon? Come and hear, Rabbi B. Hannah had decided a case and erred, and came to question Arhiah whether he had to pay, to which he answered, if the parties appointed you as a judge, you have nothing to pay, but if not, you have. Now, as Rabbi B. Hannah had permission from Palestine, and would be obliged to pay if not appointed, it is to be inferred that the permission from Palestine did not hold good in Babylon. But is it not a fact that Rabbi B. Arhuna, when he would quarrel with the house of the exilarch, used to say, I did not take any permission from you, but from my father, who had it from Rabbi, and the latter from Arhiah, and the latter from Rabbi? This was concerning worldly affairs only. But if the permission of Palestine does not hold good for Babylon, why did Rabbi B. Hannah take it? For the cities which are situated on the boundary of Palestine. How was the case when he took the permission? When he was about to descend from Palestine to Babylon, Arhiah said to Rabbi, my brother's son, Rabbi B. Hannah, descends to Babylon. And Rabbi answered, he may teach the P7 law, decide civil cases, and may also decide upon the blemishes of firstborn animals which are prohibited to be slaughtered without a blemish on their body. 1. When Rabbi was about to go to Babylon, Arhiah said to Rabbi, the son of my sister goes to Babylon. Said Rabbi, he may teach the law, decide cases, but not about blemishes of the firstborn of animals. Why did Arhiah name the first my brother's son and the second my sister's son? And lest one say that so was the case, did not the master say, Abu, Hannah, Shelah, Marta, and Arhiah all were the sons of Ababi? Ahakarsala of Kaphri? Rabbi, who was his brother's and also his sister's son, he named him the son of my sister, but Rabbi Hannah was the son of his brother only. And if you wish, it may be said that Arhiah named him my sister's, because of his great wisdom. As it is written, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister. But why should Rabbi not be permitted to decide about blemishes? Was he not wise enough for this? Is it not a fact that B was wiser than any of his contemporaries? Or was he not acquainted enough with the kind of blemishes? Did not Rabbi say, I have dwelt 18 months with a pasturer of cattle to learn the blemishes which are temporary, and those which remain forever? This was done that Rabbi B. Hannah should be respected, as Rabbi was highly respected even without that. And if you wish, it might be said that because of the fact itself, that Rabbi was an expert concerning blemishes, it was not allowed to him to practice, for the reason that Rabbi would allow such blemishes as other experts were not aware of, and people who should see that would act likewise, relying upon Rabbi, so that they would finally allow the animal which had a temporary blemish to be slaughtered. It is said above, Rabbi said, he shall teach law. To what purpose was this said? Does such a scholar as Rabbi need such a permission for teaching? This was said because of the p8. Following case. It happened that Rabbi went into a certain place and saw that they needed dough without offering a sample for legal purity. And to the question why they did so, their answer was, there was a disciple who taught, water of Bzion does not make articles subject to defilement. In reality, however, the expression was, mi bizim, which means eggs, and they took it for Bzion, and acted accordingly. And therefore it was taught, a decree was enacted that a disciple should not teach unless he had the permission of his master. Tanshun, the son of Arami, happened to be in the city of Hathar, and lectured, one may wet wheat and pound for peeling on Passover. And they said to him, is not there here Armani of the city of Zur, who is a great scholar, and there is a Boraitha, a disciple must not decide a halakha at the place of his master, unless distant from him 3 parses, which distance Israel took when traveling in the desert. And he answered, I was not aware of this. R. Hiah saw a man standing in a cemetery, and said to him, are you not the son of so-and-so, who was a priest? He said, yeah, but my father was one of those who follow their eyes. He saw a divorced woman and married her, and with this he annulled the priesthood. It is certain, when one takes a permission to give judgment, in part, that it holds good. But how is it if the permission was conditionally for a certain time? Come and hear what our Yohanan said to our showman, you have our permission until you shall return to us. The text says, Samuel said, if it was decided by 2, their decision is valid, but they are called an impertinent Beth Din. R.N. Haman repeated this halakha, and Rabha objected from the following. If 2 are defending and 2 are accusing, and one says, I do not know how to decide, judges must be added. Now, if it were as you say, that the decision of 2 is valid, let, then, the decision of the 2 hold good. There it is different, as they start with the intention that it should be decided by 3. He then objected to him from the following, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, judgment in accordance with the strict law must be decided by 3. In an arbitration, however, 2 suffice, and the strength of the mediation is greater than that of the law, as, if there were 2 who had decided a case in accordance with the law, although they were appointed by the parties, they may retract. But p9. If a mediation was made by the arbitrators, no retraction can take place. And lest one say that the rabbis differ with our Simeon, did not our Abohu say, all agree that a decision passed by 2 is valueless? And he answered, do you oppose one man to another? R. Abba objected to our Abohu from the following, if one has decided upon a case freed the guilty, or pronounced guilty the innocent, or decided unclean a thing which is clean, or vice versa, the act is valid and he must pay from his pocket. This Boraitha speaks of when the parties had appointed him for this purpose. But if so, why must he pay? It means, if they tell him, we appoint you to decide this case in accordance with the biblical law. Said our Saphras to our Abba, let us see what was the error. If the error was that he decided against a Mishnah, did not our Shiz Hate say in the name of Arasi that he who made an error as to a Mishnah might retract from his decision? Hence such a decision is not valid, and he has not to pay from his pocket. Therefore it must be said that it means he erred in his opinion. How is this to be understood? Said our Papa, e.g., there were 2 Tannim and 2 Amoraim who differed in a case, and it was not decided with whom the halakha prevailed. However, the world practiced according to one party, and he had decided the case according to the other party, and this could be called erring in one's opinion. Shall we assume that in that case in which Samuel and our Abohu differ, the Tannim of the following Boraitha also differ, arbitrating must be done by 3 persons? So is the decree of our Meir. The sages, however, maintain, 1 is sufficient. The schoolmen who heard this thought that all agree that arbitration is similar to a strict law, and therefore they assumed that the point of their difference was, our Meir holds 3 are needed, and the sages that 2 suffice. Nay, all agree that a strict law must be decided by three, and the point of their differing is, whether arbitration must be similar to a strict law. According to one it must, and according to the other it must not. Shall we assume that there are three Tannim who differ concerning arbitration? One holds, 3 are needed, the second, 2, and the third, that even one is sufficient. Said Aha br Eka, according to others Yema b. Clamia, he says 2 are needed, holds that even one is sufficient, and only. P10. To the end that they should be able to testify to this case as witnesses did he say 2. Said Ashi, infer from this that an arbitration does not need a sidarium, for if it should be necessary, why should not the one who maintains that 3 are needed be satisfied with 2 and a sidarium? The halakha, however, prevails, an arbitration needs a sidarium. The rabbis taught, even as a strict law needs 3, so is it with arbitration. However, when the decision is already given in accordance with the strict law, an arbitration cannot take place. Eliezer, the son of Hosea the Galilean, used to say, it is prohibited to mediate, and he who should do so sins, and he who praises the mediators despises the law, as it is written. The robber blesseth himself when he hath despised the Lord. But it may be taken as a rule that the strict law shall bore the mountain, as it is written, the judgment belongs to God. And so was it said by Moses our master. But Aaron loved peace, ran after it, and used to make peace among the people, as it is written, the law of truth was in his mouth, and falsehood was not found on his lips, in peace and equity he walked with me, and many did he turn away from iniquity. And Jehoshua b. Karha also said, arbitration is a meritorious act, as it is written, with truth and the judgment of peace, judge ye in your gates. How is this to be understood? Usually, when there is judgment, there is no peace, and vice versa. It must then be said that an arbitration is a judgment which makes peace. So also was it said about David, and David did what was just and charitable one unto all his people. Here, also, just and charitable do not correspond, as if just, it could not be called charitable, and vice versa. Say, then, it means arbitration, which contains both. The first Tana, however, who said above that arbitration is prohibited, explains the passage thus, he, David, judged in accordance with the strict law, he acquitted him who was right, and made responsible him who was so, according to the law, but when he saw that the culpable one was poor and could not pay, he used to pay from his pocket. Hence he did judgment to one and charity to the other. Rabbi, however, could not agree with such an explanation, because of the expression. P11. Unto all his people, and according to the above explanation, it ought to be to the poor. Therefore said he, although he did not pay from his pocket, it was counted as a charitable act that he delivered a theft out of the hands of the defendant. R. Simeon b. Manasseh said, if 2 persons brought a case before you have heard their claims, and even thereafter, but you are still not aware to whom the strict law inclines, you may say to them, go and mediate among yourselves. But after you are aware who is right according to the strict law, you must not advise them to mediate, as it is written. As one letteth loose of water, so is the beginning of strife, therefore before it be enkindled, leave off the contest, which means, before it be enkindled you may advise a mediation, but not after you know with whom the law is. Similar to this is, if 2 persons came with a case before you, one being mighty and the other common, you may say to them, I am not fit to judge between you, so long as you have not heard their claims, or even thereafter, not knowing as yet to whom the law inclines. But you must not say so after you are aware, as it is written, ye shall not be afraid of any man. R. Jehoshua b. Karha said, whence do we deduce that if a disciple were present when a case came before his master, and saw a defense for the poor and an accusation for the rich, he must not keep silence? From the verse just cited. Hanin said, one must not keep in his words out of respect for anyone, and witnesses also must be aware for whom they testify, and for whom their testimony goes. And who is he who will punish them for bearing false witness? As it is written, then shall both the men who have the controversy stand before the Lord. And the judge must also be aware of same, as it is written, God standeth in the congregation of God, in the midst of judges doth he judge. And so also it reads, which was said by the king Jehoshaphat, look at what ye are doing, because not for man are ye to judge, but for the Lord. And should the judge say, why should I take the trouble and the responsibility to myself, therefore it is written at the end of this verse, who is with you in pronouncing judgment. Hence the judge has to decide according to what he sees with his eyes. P12. What is to be understood by final judgment? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, when the judge is able to pronounce, you, so and so, are guilty, and you, so and so, are right. Said Rabbi, the halakha prevails with R. Jehoshua b. Karha. Is that so? Was not R. Huna a disciple of Rabbi, and his custom was, to question the parties of a case before him, do you desire strict law, or arbitration? Hence we see that he did not begin with mediation, and R. Jehoshua said that mediation is a meritorious act. R. Jehoshua, with his statement, means also to say, ask the parties which they like better. But if so, it is the same as what the first Tana said. The difference between them is according to R. Jehoshua it is a meritorious act, and according to the first Tana it is only a permission for the judge, but not meritorious. But then it is the same as R. Simeon b. Manasseh said. There is also a difference, as according to the latter we must not advise an arbitration after hearing the claim, which is not according to the former. All the Tannim mentioned above differ with Rthn Hum b. Hanilah, who said, the above cited verse was said concerning the golden calf, and when Aaron saw this, what did he see? Said R. Benjamin b. Jephthah in the name of R. Eleazar, he saw Shah, who was killed by the people. And he thought, if I do not listen to them, they will do likewise with me, and will commit a sin, as written, shall there be slain in the sanctuary of the Lord the priest and the prophet. And they will have no remedy. It is better for them that I should make the golden calf, and to that probably there will be a remedy by repenting. There was one who used to say, it is well for him who is silent while being reproved, and if he is accustomed to do so, it prevents 100 evil things which he might have to overcome through quarreling. Said R. Samuel to R. Jehuda, this man only repeats what is already written in the above cited verse. There was another who used to say, a thief is not killed for stealing 2 or 3 times. And Samuel said to R. Jehuda, this is also repeating the verse, thus hath said the P13. Lord, for 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4, will I not turn away their punishment. There was another who used to say, into 7 pits does the man of peace fall and come out, and the wicked does not come out from the first into which he falls. And to this also said Samuel to R. Jehuda, it is a repetition of the verse, Provxxiv. 16, for though the righteous were to fall 7 times, he will rise up again, and should the wicked fall in one he will not rise again. There was another who used to say, if the court levied on one's mantle for a bet to his neighbor, he might chant a song and go on his way. And to this the same said to the same, this also is to be understood from, the whole of this people will come to its place in peace. There was another who used to say, she slumbers, and the basket which was placed on her head fell down. And also to this said Samuel, the same is understood of, through slothful hands the rafters will sink, etc. And there was another who used to say, the man on whom I relied raises his fist against me. To which Samuel referred, yea, even the man that should have sought my welfare, in whom I trusted, who eateth my bread, hath lifted up his heel against me. There was one more who used to say, when love was strong, I and my wife could place ourselves on the flat of a sword. Now, when love is gone, a bed of 60 ells is not sufficient for us. To which Arhuna said, We can see this from the scriptures in, I will speak with thee from above the cover. And Aborithah states that the ark measured 9 spans, and the cover 1, hence, altogether, it measured 10. Also in house which was built 60 cubits in length. And finally we read, where is there a house that ye can build unto me? R. Samuel b. Nahumani in the name of Jonathan said, a judge who judges truth to his fellow men makes the Shekinah to rest in Israel, as the above cited Psalms xi. I reads, God. p. 14. Standeth in the congregation of God, in the midst of judges doth he judge. And those who do the contrary influence the Shekinah to leave, as it is written, because of the oppression of the poor, because of the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith the Lord. The same said again in the name of the same authority, a judge who takes away from one and gives to another, against the law, the Holy One, blessed be he, will take souls from his house. Thus it is read, rob not the poor because he is poor, neither crush the afflicted in the gate, for the Lord will plead their cause, and despoil the life of those that despoil them. And he said again, in the name of the same authority, a judge should always consider as if a sword lay between his shoulders and Gehenna was open under him. As it is written, behold, it is the bed which is Solomon's, 60 valiant men are round about it, of the valiant ones of Israel. All of them are girded with the sword, are expert in war, every one hath his sword upon his thigh, because of the terror in the night, which means the terror of Gehenna, which is equal to the night. R. Jashiha, according to others R. Nahum b. Itzhak, lectured, it is written, O house of David, thus hath said the Lord, exercise justice on morning, and deliver him that is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor. Do, then, people judge only in the morning, and not during the entire day? It means, if the thing which you decide is clear to you as the morning, then do so, but if not, do not. R. Hiabi. Abba in the name of R. Jonathan, however, said, this is inferred from, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister, which means, if the thing is as certain to you as that it is prohibited for you to marry your sister, then you may say it, but not otherwise. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, if there are 10 judges discussing about one case, the collar lies upon the neck of all of them. But is that not self-evident? It means even a disciple who is sitting before his master. R. Huna used to gather 10 disciples of the college when a case came before him, saying, in case of error, let them also have sawings of the beam. And R. Ashi, when it happened that there was the carcass of a slaughtered animal to examine if p. 15. It was legal, used to gather all the slaughterers of the city, for the above said purpose. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, R. Nahum b. Cohen lectured, it is written, a king will through the exercise of justice establish a land, but one that loveth gifts overthroweth it, meaning, if the judge is like unto a king, who needs not the favor of any one, he is establishing the land, but if like unto a priest who goes around the barns asking for heave offering, he overthroweth it. The house of the prince had appointed a judge who was ignorant, and it was said to Jehudah b. Nahum, the interpreter of Resh Lakish, go and be his interpreter. He bent himself to hear what was said for interpretation, but the judge said nothing. Jehudah then exclaimed, woe unto him that saith to the wood, awake! Rouse up! To the dumb stone! Shall this teach? Behold, it is overlaid with gold and silver, and no breath whatever is in its bosom. And the Holy One, blessed be he, will punish his appointer, as the following verse reads, but the Lord is in his holy temple, be silent before him, all the earth. Resh Lakish said, if one appoints a judge who is not fit to be such, he is considered as if he were to plant a grove in Israel. As it is written, judges and officers shalt thou appoint unto thyself, and Ibid 21 it reads, thou shalt not plant unto thyself a grove any tree. R. Ashi added, and if this were done in places where scholars are to be found, it is considered as if one should do it at the altar, as the cited verse continues, near the altar of the Lord thy God. It is written, gods of silver and gods of gold, etc. Is it only prohibited from gods of silver, and of wood we may? Said Rashi, this means the judge who is appointed by means of silver and gold. Rabbi, when he went to sit on the bench, used to say, by my own will I go to be slain, without attending the needs of my house, and I enter, clear the court, and I pray that the departing should be like the entering. And when he saw the crowd run after him, he used to say, though his exaltation should mount up to the heavens, and his head should reach unto the clouds, yet when he but turneth round will he vanish for ever, for property endureth not forever, nor doth the crown remain for all generations. Bar Kaparo lectured, whence do we deduce what the rabbis said, be deliberate concerning judgment? From, neither shalt thou go up by steps upon my altar, and the next verses these are the laws of justice. R. Eliezer said, whence do we know that the judge should not step upon the heads of the whole people? From the same cited verse. It treats, thou shalt set before them the laws of justice, it ought to be, thou shalt teach them. Said R. Jeremiah, and according to others R. Hiob. Abba, it means the preparation of things belonging to judgment, the cane, the strap, the cornet, and the sandal. As R. Huna, when he used to go on the bench, used to say, bring here all the things above mentioned. It is written, and I commanded your judges at that time. This was a warning to the judges that they should be careful with the cane and straps, which were in their hands to punish them who rebelled. Farther on it is written, hear the causes between your brethren and judge righteously. Said R. Hanana, this is a warning to the court that it shall not listen to the claims of one party in the absence of the other, and the same warning is to one of the parties he shall not explain his claim in the absence of his opponent. You shall judge righteously means, you shall deliberate the case carefully, and make it just in your mind, and only thereafter you may give your decision. It is written, between a man and his brother, and his stranger. Said R. Jehuda, it means, even between a house and its attic. Persons in judgment. According to R. Jehuda, it p. 17 means, you shall not recognize him if he is your friend, and according to R. Eliezer, it means, you shall not recognize him as strange to you, if he is your enemy. The host of Rabbi had to try a case before Rabbi, and when he entered he said to Rabbi, do you remember that you are my guest? And he answered, yeah, but why? And he said, I have a case to try. Rejoined Rabbi, I am unfit to be a judge for your case. And he appointed our Kahana to judge the case. Our Kahana, however, had seen that he relied too much upon Rabbi, so that he would not listen to him. He then said to him, if you listen to my decision, well and good, and if not, I will put Rabbi out of your mind. It reads farther on, the small as well as the great shall yet hear. Said Resh Lakish, it means, you shall treat a case of one parida with the same care and mind as you would treat a case involving 100 manas. To what purpose was this said? Is this not self-evident? It means, if two cases come before you, one of a parida and one of 100 manas, you shall not say, it is a small case, and I will see to it after. Ye shall not be afraid of any man, for the judgment belongeth to God. Said R. Hamabi R. Hanana, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, it is the least for the wicked to take away money from one and give it to another illegally, but they are troubling me that I shall return the money to its owner. And I commanded you at that time. Above it reads, I commanded your judges. Said R. Eliezer in the name of R. Simlay, this was a warning for the congregation, that they should respect their judges, incidentally, also, a warning to the judges that they should bear with the congregation. To what extent? Said R. Hannah, according to others R. Sabbati, even as a nursing father beareth the sucking child. It treats, thou must bring this people, etc. And in verse 7 it is written, thou must go with. Said Ar Yohanan, Moses said to Joshua, You and the elders shall rule over them, but the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Thou shalt bring them, because there must be one ruler to a generation, and not two or many. There is a boritha, a summons must be by the consent of 3 judges. And this is in accordance with Rabha, who said, if the messenger of the court had summoned one in the p18 name of one of the 3 judges who are in the court, the summons is nothing unless he state it is in the name of all the 3 judges, provided it was not a court day, but on a court day he has to mention nothing. Double amount. Rna B. Arhista sent a message to Rna B. Jacob, let the master teach us. In cases of fine, how many persons are needed? And the answer was, this is stated in our Mishnah, in the double amount, and 4 and 5-fold 3. And it cannot be said it means 3 common men, for your grandfather said in the name of Rabbite, even 10 commoners are illegal to decide cases of fine. Hence the Mishnah means judges, of whom, nevertheless, 3 are needed. It may bring capital punishment. And what is it? Said Ula, the point of their differing is, if an evil tongue is to be feared. According to our Meir, the fear of such is not to be taken into consideration, and according to the rabbis, it is. Rabha, however, maintains, the fear of an evil tongue is not taken into consideration by all of the parties, but the point of their difference is, if the honor of the first should be respected or not. And it treats that 23 were gathered for that case, and the husband claimed that he would bring witnesses that his wife had sinned. But thereafter he could not bring witnesses, and the case remained as a claim for money only, and then the 20 departed. And he asked them to decide at least his civil claim. According to our Meir, this case, as a money matter, might be tried by 3, but according to the rabbis, we must respect the honor of the judges gathered, and therefore even in the latter case all the 23 have to take part. An objection was raised from a boritha which states, the sages said, if the claim was money, then 3 suffice, but if a crime which could bring capital punishment, then 23 are needed. And this is correct only according to Rabha's statement, viz., if the beginning of the claim was money, then 3, and if the beginning was crime, then 23. But according to Ula's it is contradictory. p19. Said Rabha, I and the lion of our society, who is Arhiabi Abam, have thus explained this. The Mishnah treats of a case in which the husband brought witnesses that his wife had sinned, and his father-in-law brought witnesses who proved the first collusive. And his claim against the husband was money, and therefore 3 sufficed. But in a case where crime is charged, 23 are necessary. Abai, however, maintains, all agree that an evil tongue is to be feared, and they also agree that the honor of the first must be respected. The Mishnah, however, speaks of a case in which the warning was as to capital punishment, but not stoning. And this is in accordance with Ar Jehuda, who said elsewhere, one is not put to death unless he was informed in the warning what kind of death he should die. R. Papa maintains, it speaks of a scholarly woman who was aware of what kind of punishment pertained to such a thing, and the point of their differing is, if to a scholar warning is needed. And R. Ashi maintains, the warning was as to stripes, instead of capital punishment, and the point of their differing is, if a trial involving stripes needs 23, in accordance with the opinion of R. Ishmael, or not. 1. And Rabbina maintains, it speaks of when one of the witnesses was found a relative, or incompetent to be a witness, and the point of their difference is, if the testimony of the other witnesses should be ignored because of the incompetent one, or not. And if you wish, it can be said that it speaks of when one was warned by some others, but not by the witnesses, and there are some of the Tannim who hold that the warning holds good only when it was made by the witnesses. And it might also be said that the witnesses contradicted one another, at the cross-examination, concerning certain unimportant things. p20. But they did not contradict each other concerning the important thing. And there is a difference between Tannim whether such a contradiction is to be taken into consideration, or not. R. Joseph said, if the husband brought witnesses that she had sinned, and the father brought witnesses who proved them collusive, the witnesses of the husband are put to death, but do not pay the prescribed fine. If, however, the husband brought a third party of witnesses, who proved collusive the second party, they are to be punished both with death and with payment of fine to the husband. Rabha said, if witnesses testify that A had sinned with a betrothed woman, and thereafter they be found collusive, they are put to death, but do not pay the fine. If, however, they testified that A had sinned with the daughter of B, who was betrothed, they pay the fine also. And the same is the case if they testify that one had connection with an ox, and they were found collusive. If, however, they testify with the ox of so and so, they have to pay the fine to the owner of the ox also. But to what purpose did he state the other case? Is it not the same as the first? Because he himself was in doubt concerning the following case, if one testified that so and so had connection with my ox, should he be trusted or not? Shall we say that only a testimony which incriminates oneself is not to be trusted because one is kin to himself and cannot make himself wicked, but in a case where one's property is involved, we do not say that he is kin to his money, and therefore he should not be trusted? After deliberating, however, he decided that the testifying concerning his ox should be trusted, as the latter case is not taken into consideration. The cases of stripes, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Arhunat, it is written. And they judge them, which is plural, and no less than two, and as a court must not be of an even number, one is to be added, hence it is three. In the same verse it reads, and they justify. And they condemn, which is also plural, and no less than two, hence 2 and 2 are 4, and with the 3 mentioned above it is 7. The latter terms are needed for that which Ullah said, where is to be found a hint in the scriptures concerning collusive witnesses? Where is the hint that collusive witnesses are to be punished with stripes? From the above cited terms, and they shall justify. Condemn the wicked, then shall it be, if the guilty man deserve to be beaten, etc., which is not to be understood as meaning the court only, as the words, they shall justify the righteous, would be superfluous in that case. And therefore it is to be explained thus, if there were witnesses who had made the righteous guilty, and thereafter other witnesses came and justified the righteous who were indeed right, and made guilty the witnesses who accused them, then, if the former were to be punished with stripes, if found guilty, the same punishment is to be meted to the guilty witnesses. But is there not a negative commandment in EXXX? 16, Thou shalt not bear false witness. This negative commandment is counted among those who do no manual labor, and for the transgression of such, punishment of stripes is not applied. In the name of Ishmael it was said, etc. What is his reason? Said Abai, the analogy of expression, Rasha. It reads, guilty man, and who is guilty of death. As in case of death, 23 are needed, the same is the case with stripes. Rabha, however, maintains, his reason is simple, as stripes take the place of that. Said Ar-Aha, the son of Rabha, to Ar-Ashi, if so is the case, why must he be examined by the court to see if he can stand the 40 stripes? Let him be beaten without any examination, and if he cannot stand them, let him die. And he answered, it reads, and thy brother be rendered vile before thy eyes. Hence if you beat, you must beat one who is still alive, but not a dead body. If so, why does Abaritha state that if the examination shows that he can stand only 20, he is beaten with that number, which can be made a multiple of 3, say 18 only? Let him receive 21, and if he cannot receive the last stripe let him die, as the last stripe was on a body which was still alive. Rejoined Ar-Ashi, the verse reads, thy brother thus rendered vile before thy eyes, which means that after the stripes he shall still be thy brother, which would not be the case if he died while being beaten. To the intercalary month, etc. It does not state for the p. 22. Consideration of the intercalary, nor does it state for the consecration of the month, but for the intercalary itself, why are 3 needed? Let it be not consecrated at the 30th day, and it will become intercalary by itself. Said Abai, read, for the consecration of the month. And so also we have learned in a Tosefta, for the consecration of the month and the proclamation of a leap year, 3. So is the decree of our Meir. Said Rabha, you say, read for the consecration, but it is stated the intercalary. Therefore, he maintains, the consecration in the additional day must be by 3, but after the day is over, no consecration is needed. And it is in accordance with our Elazar b. Zadok, who said, if the moon was not seen at the usual time, no consecration is needed, as it was already consecrated by heaven. R.N. Ahman says, the consecration after the 30th day must be by 3, but at the 30th no consecration takes place at all. And it is in accordance with Plymai, who says in the following Boritha, when the moon is seen at her usual time, no consecration is needed, but if not at the usual time, then it must be consecrated. R. Ashi, however, maintains, it is to be understood, the consideration if the month should be intercalary, and the expression to intercalary means the consideration of it. And because it needs to teach to proclaim a leap year, it says also intercalary. Hence only to the consideration, but not to the consecration, which is in accordance with our Elazar, who said, a month must not be consecrated at any time, as it is written, ye shall hallow the 50th year, from which we infer that a year may be consecrated, but not months. Rabban Simeon Gamaliel, etc. There is a Boritha, how was it said by our Simeon b. Gamaliel that it began with 3, was discussed by 5, and concluded by 7? Thus, if one of the 3 says it must be considered, and the other 2 say it is not needed, then the individual's opinion is abandoned. If, however, vice versa, 2 more must be added to discuss the matter, and then, if 2 say it needs, and 3 say no, the majority is considered. And if vice versa, then 2 more must be added, and the decision is according to the majority. The numbers 3, 5, and 7, to what have they? P. 23. Similarity. R. Itzhak b. Nahmani and one of his colleagues, who was R. Simeon b. Pazi, and according to others just the reverse, differ. One said that the 3 were taken from the 3 verses specifying the blessings of the priests. And the other said, 3 from the 3 doorkeepers mentioned in 2 Kings, XXV 18, and 5, from R. Joseph taught the same as the latter, and Abai questioned him, why did not the master explain this to us before now? To which he answered, I was not aware that you needed the explanation. Has it happened that you questioned me, and I would not answer? The rabbis taught, a year must not be intercalated with 1 month, except by them who are invited for it by the Nashi. It happened with Rabban Gamaliel, who commanded that 7 persons should be invited for the morrow in his attic, for the purpose of the intercalation of the year, that on the morrow, when he came, he found 8 persons, and said, he who was not invited shall leave. Samuel the little then arose and said, I am the one who was not invited. I came here, not to take part in the intercalation, but to get experience in the practice of the ceremony. To which the former answered, sit down, my son, sit down. All the years which have to be intercalated might be done by you. But so was the decision of the sages, that such must be done only by the persons who were invited. In reality, it was not Samuel the little, but some other, and he did so only not to bring shame upon his colleague. It happened that as Rabbi was lecturing he perceived the odor of garlic, and he said, he who has eaten garlic shall leave. Arhiah then rose and left the place, and every one, seeing Arhiah go out, did the same. On the morrow Ar Simeon, the son of Rabbi, met Arhiah, and questioned him, was it you who disturbed my father yesterday? And he answered, save God. Such a thing would not be done in Israel by myself. And from whom did Arhiah learn this? From our Meir, as is stated in the following Boritha. It happened with a woman who came to the college of our Meir, saying, "One of you has betrothed me, but I do not know who it was." Then our Meir arose and wrote her a divorce, and handed it to her, and after him, all the people in the college did likewise. And from whom did p. 24. Our Meir learn this? From Samuel the Little, and Samuel the Little from Shechaniah b. Yachiel, who said to Ezra, "We have indeed trespassed against our God, and have brought home strange wives of the nations of the land, yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing." And he, Shechaniah, learned this from Jehoshua b. Nun, of whom it is said, "Get thee up, wherefore liest thou upon thy face? Israel hath sinned," etc. The rabbis taught, since the death of the last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, the Holy Spirit has left Israel, nevertheless they were still used to a heavenly voice. It happened once that they had a meeting in the attic of the house of Uriah, in the city of Jericho, and a heavenly voice was heard, "Among these people there is one who is worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon him, but his generation is not fit." And the sages turned their eyes on Hillel the elder. And when he departed, they lamented him. Woe, pious! Woe, modesty! O thou disciple of Ezra! The same happened again when they had a meeting in an attic in the city of Yamnia, and the heavenly voice said, "Among these people is one worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon him, but his generation is not fit." And the rabbis turned their eyes on Samuel the Little. When he departed, he also was lamented. Woe, pious! Woe, modesty! O thou disciple of Hillel! The rabbis taught, a year must not be intercalated without the prince's consent. It happened once that Rabban Gamaliel went to one ruler in Syria, and remained there longer than was expected, and the sages had intercalated the year on the condition that Rabban Gamaliel should agree, and then, when he came, he said, "I agree," and the year was intercalated without any other ceremony. The rabbis taught, a leap year should not be made unless necessary, because of the spoiled roads, bridges requiring to be repaired, and because of the ovens where the paschal lambs were to be roasted, and they were not yet dry, and for them who reside in exile, and had left their places for Jerusalem to offer the paschal lamb, but could not reach in such a short time, but not if there was still snow or cold, and also not for them who resided in exile and had not as yet left their places for Jerusalem. The rabbis taught, a leap year should not be made because of the kids, lambs, and pigeons which are too young. But this p. 25 may be taken as a support. How so? Said Arjana in the name of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, "We inform you that the pigeons are still soft, and the lambs still thin, and the time of spring has not yet arrived, and it has pleased me to add to this year 30 days. An objection was raised from the following Boritha, how much is to be added to a leap year? 30 days. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, 1 month of 29 days. Said our Papa, if they wish, they can make it with 30 days, and if they wish, with 1 month of 29 days. Come and see the difference between the old, mighty generation and that of the new, modest one. There is a Boritha. It happened with Rabban Gamaliel, who used to sit on a step in the court of the temple, that Yohanan his scribe was standing before him, and 3 pieces of parchment were lying before him. And be told him, take one parchment, and write to our brethren in Upper Galilee and to our brethren in Lower Galilee, may your peace be increased. We inform you that the time has come to separate tithe of the mounds of olives. And take another piece of parchment, and write to our southern brethren, may your peace be increased. We inform you that the time has come to separate tithe of the garden sheaves. And take the third one, and write to our brethren in exile in Babylon, and to our brethren in Media, and to all other Israelites who are scattered in exile, may your peace be increased everlastingly. We inform you that the pigeons are soft, and lambs thin, and the time of spring has not yet come, and it pleases me and my colleagues to add to this year 30 days. Perhaps this happened after our Gamaliel was discharged and reappointed, as then he became more modest. The rabbis taught, for the following 3 things a leap year is made, because of the late arrival of spring, of the unripeness of tree products, and for the late arrival of Tkafah. 1. When 2 of the 3 things occur, the year is made intercalary, but not if one of them. And when one of the reasons is spring, all rejoiced. And our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, when Tkafah was the reason. And the schoolmen questioned, how is he to be understood? Does he mean that they rejoiced when the Tkafah was? p. 26. One of the reasons, or does he mean to say that if it was the reason it suffices to make the year intercalate even without other reasons? The question remains undecided. The rabbis taught, for the following 3 lands the leap year was made, Judea, Galilee, and the other side of the Jordan. For 2 of them, but not for 1. If it happened that Judea was one of them, all rejoiced, because the offer of the Omer was brought only from the land of Judea. The rabbis taught, the year is to be made intercalary only in the land of Judea, but if it was made already in Galilee, their act is valid. However, Hananiah, the man of Ani, has testified that if the leap year was made in Galilee it was not considered. And our Jehuda b. our Simeon b. Pazi said, the reason of Hananiah is, even unto his habitation shall ye refrain, which means, all your repairing should be only in the habitation of the Omnipotent. The rabbis taught, a leap year is to be made only during the daytime, and if it was done in the night it is not intercalate. And the same is the case with the consecration of the month, it holds good in the daytime, and not in the night. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be made in the years of famine. And there is a Boraitha, our Meir used to say, it is written, and there came a man from Baal-Shalishah, and brought unto the man of God bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley bread, etc. And we know by tradition that the city of Baal-Shalishah was the most fruitful city in the whole land of Israel, in which the fruit became ripe previous to all other cities, and nevertheless at that time it was not ripe, but only one kind of grain, and not wheat, but barley, as so it reads. And lest one say it was before the time the Omer was to be brought, therefore it is written at the end of this verse, give it unto the people, that they may eat. Hence, under such circumstances, that year ought to have been intercalary. And why was it not made so by Elisha? Because it was a year of famine, and every one went to the barns in order to get something to eat, and therefore it was not intercalated. The rabbis taught, the year must not be intercalary before Rosh Hashanah. Even if it were so done, it is not to be taken into consideration. However, if circumstances compelled them to do so, they may. p. 27. Do it immediately after Rosh Hashanah, but the additional month must be no other one than Adar. Is that so? Was not a message sent to Rabha, a couple came from the city of Lechard, and caught an eagle, and in their hands were found things which were made in the city of Luz. And by the kindness of the merciful one, and because of their unripeness, they were redeemed, and left in peace. And the descendants of Nahshon desired to establish one Natib more, but the Aramaic had prevented them. However, the prominent men of the cities held a meeting, and added one ruler in that month in which Aaron died. 1. The discussion, and even the establishment, may be done even before Rosh Hashanah, but it must be kept secret until the day of New Year is past. But whence do we know that with the above-mentioned word Natib they meant a month? From, and Solomon had 12 superintendents. For the king's household, 1 month in the year, but Ibid 19 reads, besides the one superintendent who was in the land. R. Jehuda and R. Nahman one said, one manager over all the superintendents. And the other maintains that this Natib was for the intercalary month. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be made in 1 year, for the next, and also 3 successive years must not be intercalary. Our Simeon, however, said, it happened with our Akiba, that he established 3 leap years, one after the other, while he was in prison. And he was answered, This is no evidence, as the court had established each leap year in its proper time. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be appointed, neither in the Sabbatic year nor in the following year. But when were they used to be established? On the eve of the Sabbatic year. The house of Rabban Gamaliel, however, used to appoint it for the year following the Sabbatic. The rabbis taught, no appointment of a leap year must be because of defilement. R. Jehuda, however, maintains it may. p. 28. And adds, it happened with King Hezekiah, who had established such because of defilement, and thereafter he prayed for forgiveness. As it is written, for a large portion of the people, even many out of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun had not cleansed themselves, but ate the Passover not as it is written. However, Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, The Lord, who is good, will grant pardon for this. R. Simeon said, if they had established it because of defilement, it is intercalary, and Hezekiah prayed for forgiveness because the law dictates that only the month of Adar shall be intercalary. He, however, intercalated the month Nisan. R. Simeon b. Jehuda, however, said in the name of R. Simeon, he prayed for forgiveness because he seduced Israel to establish a second Passover. The master said, he intercalated the month of Nisan. Did he not hold the tradition? This month shall be unto you the chief of months, which means Nisan, and it is written, this is Nisan, but no other month shall be named Nisan? He erred in that which is said in the name of Samuel, in the 30th day of Adar no intercalary month must be appointed, because this day was fit that it should be the first of Nisan. And he, Hezekiah, did not hold this theory. There is also a Boritha which states, in the 30th day of Adar no month must be intercalated because it is fit to be the first of Nisan. But how is it if, notwithstanding this, it was established on that day? Sedula, then the month must not be consecrated on that day. But how is it if it was consecrated also? According to Rabha, the consecration abolishes the intercalary, and according to R.N. Ahman, both hold good the intercalary and the consecration. Said Rabbah to R.N. Ahman, let us see. From Purim to Passover are 30 days, and on Purim we begin to lecture about the law of Passover. Now, if they should appoint another Adar on the 30th day after the lectures of Passover were already heard, people would not believe then that another month was appointed, and so they would use leavened bread on Passover. And he answered, why, they would believe, as they know the establishment of a leap year depends on counting, and they would say that it was not as yet clear to the rabbis the reckoning of this year until the 30th day of Adar arrived. p. 29. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, a leap year must not be established unless the Tkufa was less with a greater part of the month, which are 16 days. So is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Jose, however, said, 21 days. And both took their reference from, and the feast of Ingathering at the closing of the year. One holds that the whole feast should be in the Nuthkafat, and the other holds that it is sufficient if a few days of the feast should occur in the Nuthkafat. How is this to be understood? If they hold that the day in which the Tkafa occurs is counted to the past Tkafat, why, then, is it necessary for R. Jehuda that the Tkafat shall be less with 16, and to R. Jose with 21 days? Even if it would be less with 15 days, according to R. Jehuda, and 20 days, according to R. Jose, the whole festival will not be on the Nuthkafat according to R. Jehuda, as the 15th day of Nisan, which is the first day of the feast, and in which the Tkafat occurs, is counted to the past Tkafat, and also according to R. Jose, if the Tkafat occurs on the 21st day, which is counted to the past, not one of the festival days would occur on the Nuthkafat, as the festival begins on the 15th, and the 7th ends with the 21st. Therefore it must be said, of the day in which the Tkafat occurs, both R. Jehuda and R. Jose count it as the beginning of the Nuthkafat. 1. Laying the hand of the elders upon sacrifices. The rabbis taught, it is written, And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands, etc. From the expression hodha, which means the congregation, instead of elders of the congregation, it is deduced that it means the prominent of the congregation, and from the plurality of visamku and the plurality of the elders who are also two, it is deduced 4 persons, and as the number of the court must not be even, 1 is added, hence it makes 5. So is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, maintains, there is only 1. p. 30. Plurality in the elders, who are 2, and 1 is added for the purpose mentioned above, making 3 only. And there is a boritha, to laying the hand upon the elders, and laying the hands of the elders upon the sacrifices, 3 are needed. What does this mean? Said R. Yohanan, laying the hand upon the elders means, to give one the degree of rabbi. Said Abai to R. Jose, whence do we deduce this? From, and he laid his hand upon him, etc. Then let 1 be sufficient, as Moses was only 1 person, and lest one say that Moses took the place of the large Sanhedrin, who were 71, then say that to confer a degree 71 are needed. This difficulty remains. Said R. Ahabi. Rabha to R. Ashi, do we lay the hands upon the man to whom we want to give such a degree? And he answered, we support him with that we name him rabbi and give him the permission to judge about fines upon them who deserve it. Is it indeed so that one man cannot bestow a degree? Did not R. Jehuda in the name of Rab say, behold, the memory of that person shall remain blessed forever? I mean, R. Jehuda b. Baba, as, if not ben Baba, the law of fines would be forgotten from Israel. It happened once that the government passed an evil decree upon Israel, that he who bestowed a degree should be put to death, and the same should be done with him who received the degree. The city where the degree was conferred should be destroyed, and even the boundaries which were used while giving the degree should be torn out. Jehuda b. Baba then went and sat between 2 great mountains, and between 2 large cities, between the 2 suburban limits of the cities of Usha and Sprihan, and conferred the degree of rabbi on 5 elders, and they were, R. Meir, R. Jehuda, R. Simeon, R. Jose, and R. Eleazar b. Shamuas. According to R. Ivia, there was a 6th, R. Nehomai. When the enemy got wind of it, Jehuda said to them, my children, run away. And to their question, Rabbi, what will become of you? He answered, I shall remain before them as a stone which cannot be moved. It was said that 300 iron spears were put by the enemy into his body, making it as a sieve. There were some other persons with him, but they were not mentioned because of the honor of Jehuda b. Baba. Was indeed Meir elevated by Jehuda? Did not Rabha b. Hannah say in the name p. 31 of Yohanan that R. Akiba gave the degree to R. Meir? Yeah, R. Akiba did so, but it was not accepted, and from R. Jehuda b. Baba he accepted. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, the custom of giving degrees must not be used out of Palestine. What does he mean? Shall we assume that loss of fines should not be judged at all out of Palestine? This is not so, as there is a Mishnah, Sandrins are to be established in Palestine as well as in other places out of Palestine. He means that one must receive his degree in Palestine only. It is certain that a degree of rabbi is not considered when the bestower is out of and the receiver is in Palestine. But how is it if the bestower is in Palestine and the receiver is out? Come and hear. R. Yohanan was troubled for R. Shaman b. Abba, who was not present and could not receive the degree R. Yohanan wished to honor him with. R. Simeon b. Zerad and his colleague Jonathan b. Ekamai, according to others vice versa, one of them who was present they supported with a degree, and the one who was not did not receive such. R. Hananiah and R. Hosea were 2 about whom R. Yohanan troubled himself very much, to honor them with the degrees they deserved, but was always prevented, whereat he was very sorry. Said they to him, let master not worry, as we are descendants of the house of Eli. And R. Samuel b. N. Ahaman in the name of R. Jonathan said, Whence is it deduced that the descendants of Eli are prevented by heaven from receiving degrees? From, and there shall not be an elder in thy house in all times which cannot be meant literally an old man, as it is written, and all the increase of thy house shall die as men. Hence it means a degree of an elder. R. Zerah used to hide himself so as not to be honored with a degree, because of R. Elazar's statement, be always misty, in order to have a better existence. Thereafter, when he heard another statement of the same authority, one is not raised to a great authority unless all his sins are forgiven by heaven, then he went to receive a degree. When he was graduated as a rabbi, his followers sang for him thus, there is no dyeing, no polishing, no painting, and nevertheless it is handsome and full of grace. When Ami and Asi were graduated as rabbis, likewise people sang of them thus, of such men of such people appoint rabbis for us, but not from the sermonizers. P. 32. And according to others, not steel-hearted and impudent men. R. Abohu, when he came from college in the court of the Zisur, the matrons of Zisur's house used to sing for him, great man of his people, ruler of his nation, candle of light, may thy coming be welcomed in peace. Case of the heifer. The rabbis taught, then shall thy elders and thy judges go forth, etc. Elders, 2, and judges, 2, are 4, etc. Plants of the fourth year and second tithe, etc. The rabbis taught, what is to be considered second tithe of which the value is not known. Rotten fruit, sour wine, and rusty coins. They also taught, such second tithe must be redeemed by the appraisement of 3 buyers who all know the price of such stock, but not by 3 laymen who do not know the exact price. Among the buyers may be a Gentile, and also the owner of the stock. And R. Jeremiah questioned, how is it if the 3 were partners? Come and hear, one and his 2 wives may redeem the second tithe of which the value is not known. Hence it is allowed. This is no support, as this Boritha may speak of such as were apart in business. E.g., our Papa and his wife, the daughter of Abba of Surah. Consecrated articles, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob of the following Boritha, who said, even for a small fork of the sanctuary, 10 persons are needed to appraise the value for redeeming. Said our Papa to Abai, our Eliezer is correct that it needs 10, as he may hold with the statement of Samuel, who said, priests are 10 times mentioned in the portion which speaks of consecrated things. But whence did the rabbis take 3? This difficulty remains. Arakan. Movable properly. What are they? Our Gittel in the name of Rabbite said, if one vows, the value of this utensil is to be consecrated, then it must be appraised for its value, and he must pay. Our Histah, however, said in the name of Abai, it means, if one vows his own value, and appoints movable property for the collection. Our Abohu said, if one vows his own value for the treasurer of the priests, when he came to collect, if he collects from movable property, 3 suffice to appraise it, but if from real estate, 10 are needed. Said our Aha of Diphthah to Rabbana, it is correct that 3 are. P. 33. Needed to appraise articles which are to be redeemed from the sanctuary, but why are 3 needed for bringing into the sanctuary? And he answered, it is common sense. What is the difference between bringing in and taking out? The reason of appraisement is because an error can occur by which the sanctuary would suffer, and this can take place in both taking out and bringing in. A priest, etc. Said our Papa to Abai, it is correct that our Jehudah requires that one of them should be a Kohen, as in that portion a Kohen is mentioned, but what is the reason of the rabbis, who do not require him, and for what purpose is a Kohen mentioned, according to them? This difficulty remains. By 10, and one of them a priest, etc. Whence is all this deduced? Said Samuel, in this portion the word Kohanim is mentioned 10 times, and only one of them is needed for itself, and all the others are considered as an exclusion after an exclusion, as to which there is a rule that such comes to add something. and therefore we add 9 Israelites to 1 Kohen. Arhunabi Nathan opposed, saying, why not say, add 5 Israelites to 5 Kohanim? This difficulty also remains. The value of men, etc. But does, then, a man become consecrated? Said Arabohu, if one vows, the money he is worth must be appraised as if he were a slave sold on the market, and a slave is equal to real estate. Therefore it needs 10. Arabim questioned, how is it if one vows the value of his hair, and it should be cut off? Shall we say that things which ought to be cut off are considered as already cut, and movable, and the appraisement needs 3 only, or, so long as it is attached to the body, it is considered as the body itself, and 10 are needed? Come and hear, if one consecrated his slave, no transgression is committed by using him for work. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, if one uses his hair, it is a transgression, and we are aware that he speaks when the hair in question is still attached to the body and is ready to be cut off. Hence there is a difference of opinion among the Tannim. The stoning of an ox, and the owner put to death. Said Abai to Rabha, whence do we know this verse means to equal the judgment of the ox to that of its owner? Perhaps it is meant literally that its owner also shall be put to death? Said Hezekiah, and so also was it taught by his school, it is written, he who smites him shall be put p. 34 to death, for he is a murderer. From which we infer that only when he himself smote is he to be put to death, but he is not to be killed for the death by his ox, the wolf, the lion, etc. Said Resh Lakish, this is in case they have killed someone, but if not, it is not a meritorious act to kill them. R. Yohanan, however, maintains, in any case, it is a meritorious act to kill them. There is an objection from our Mishnah. R. Eliezer says, everyone who hastens to kill them is rewarded, which is correct according to R. Yohanan, who may explain the word rewarded with the skin of the animal, but according to Resh Lakish, who said, only when they have killed, there is a rule that when so it was, the rabbis considered them as if they were already sentenced to death by the court, and in such a case it is prohibited to derive any benefit from them. What, then, means Eliezer by the expression he is rewarded? It means that he will be rewarded by heaven. There is a Boraitha in accordance with Resh Lakish, as follows, an ox, as well as other animals or wild beasts which kill, must be judged by 23. R. Eliezer, however, maintains, an ox which has killed, by 23, but as to all wild beasts, he who hastens to kill them will be rewarded by heaven. R. Akaba says, etc. Is it not the same as the first Tana? They differ in the case of a serpent. A whole tribe, etc. Let us see what sin a whole tribe may commit. Shall we assume that it has violated the Sabbath? We know that there is a difference between an individual and a majority only in the case of idolatry, but in the other commandments there is no difference, according to the scripture. And if it means that the whole tribe was accused of idolatry, and they should be judged as a majority, then our Mishnah is neither in accordance with our Jashia nor with our Jonathan of the following Boraitha, how many people must be in the city which shall be misled? From 10 to 100. So is the decree of our Jashia. Our Jonathan, however, maintains, from 100 up to the majority of the tribe. Now we see that even Jonathan says the majority, but not the whole tribe. Said our Mathna, it means the prince of the tribe only. As our Ada B. Ahaba explains, every great matter means p. 35. The matter of a great man, so also here, by the whole tribe is meant the head of it. Rabbina, however, said, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the whole tribe was accused of idolatry, your difficulty being, do we then judge them as a majority? We may say, yeah. Although their punishment is similar to that of an individual who is to be stoned. And this is in accordance with our Hamabi. Jose, who said in the name of our Asiya, it is written, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman who has committed this wicked thing, unto thy gates. which means only an individual, but not the whole city, to thy gates. The same is the case with the whole tribe, only an individual can be brought to the gates to be stoned, but not the whole tribe. False prophet, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Jose B. Hanana, from an analogy of expression presumed which is to be found in the case of a false prophet and in the case of a rebelling elder. As in the latter case 72 are needed, so also in the former. But is not the expression presumptuously used in the cited verse concerning death, of which the verse reads, and death is judged by 73 only? Therefore said Resh Lakish, the analogy is in the expression dabhor, which is mentioned in both the verses cited. High priest, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Ada B. Ahaba, from the above cited Ex 18. 22, which is explained as the matter of a great man to decide upon battles, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Arabohu, from and before Eleazar the priest shall he stand, he and all the children of Israel with him, and all the congregation. He means the king. All Israel with him means the priest who was anointed to be the leader of the war. And all the congregation means the Sanhedrin. But perhaps the cited verse means that only for the just mentioned persons the Urim is allowed to be used, but not for common men. And the question, wherefrom is it taken that 71 are needed to decide about battles, remains. Therefore it must be said, as our Ahabi Bizna in the name of our Simeon the Pious said, a harp was placed over the bed of David, and when midnight arrived a north wind used to blow in it, so that the harp would play by itself and awake David, who used to get up and occupy himself with the Torah until the p36 morning star arose. And thereafter the sages of Israel used to enter to him, saying, Lord our King, thy nation Israel needs food. And to his answer, Go, then, and make business among yourselves. They answered him, a handful of food can never satisfy a lion, and a pit can never be filled with the earth taken out from it. Whereupon David decided, they shall go to a battle. Then they consulted Achitophel, took also advice from the Sanhedrin, and asked the Urim, etc. R. Joseph said, whence do we know from the scripture that such was the custom? From, and after Achitophel Jehoiada, the son of Benaiah and Abiathar, and the captain of the king's army was Job. Achitophel was the counselor, as it reads, and the counsel of Achitophel, which he counseled in those days. Jehoiada means the Sanhedrin, as it is written of his father Benaiah, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and the Pelethites, which means the Sanhedrin, to whom Jehoiada his son was the head after Benaiah. And why was the Sanhedrin named Kerethites and Pelethites? Because the literal meaning of the two terms in Hebrew is cutting and wonder, and the Sanhedrin, with their decisions, used to cut off and do wonderful things. And Abiathar means the Urim Vethumim, and then comes the captain of the king's army, Job, which means war. And Aritzhak B. Ada, and according to others Beabudimi, said that awake, psaltery, and harp, I will wake up the morning dawn, is a support to our Ahabi business statement. For enlarging, the city, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Shimei B. Haya, from, in accordance with all that I show thee, the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it which means, so shall ye do in the later generations. Rabha objected from the following, all the utensils which were made by Moses, the anointment sanctified them, however, the utensils which were made after him, the using of them for service consecrated them. And why? Apply, so shall ye do, etc., to the utensils also, they shall need anointment in the later generations also? With this it is different, as and had anointed them, and sanctified them, means them with anointment, but not those which should be made in a later generation. But how is it inferred from the passage that for the utensils made in the later generations anointing is prohibited? p. 37. Said our Papa, it is written, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary. We see, then, that the passage makes them sanctified by ministering with them. Appointing supreme councils, etc., this is taken from Moses, who had established the first Sanhedrin, and the person of Moses is equalized to 71 of them. The rabbis taught, whence do we know it is a duty to appoint judges? From judges and officers, etc. But whence do we know that it is a duty to appoint them to each tribe? From, throughout thy tribes. R. Jehuda maintains, it was also necessary to appoint one who should rule over all the judges, as this verse reads, shalt thou appoint, which means that the great Sanhedrin, who ruled all the judges in the lower houses, should be appointed by them. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, it reads, throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge, which means, it is a meritorious act to appoint judges to a tribe from its own people. To condemn a misled town, etc. Whence is this deduced? From. Then shalt thou bring forth that man, etc. An individual you may bring to thy gates, but not the whole city, as said above by R. Hammaby. Joseph. Town on the boundary, etc. Why so? Because it reads, from thy midst, but not from a boundary. Nor three of them, etc. Because it is written, one of thy cities. But why two? Because of the word cities. The rabbis taught, one, but not three. But perhaps one, and not two? Because it reads cities, two are meant. Hence with the term one, not three, is meant. Rabbi used to say at one time that for one court it is not allowed to make three, but for 2 or 3 courts it is allowed, and at another time he said that it is not allowed to do so, even in several courts. And the reason is, that Israel must not be made bald-headed. Said Resh Lakish, this is said only in one country, but in several countries, it may. R. Yohanan, however, is of the opinion that even then it must not, for the reason that the land should not be bald-headed. There is a Boraitha in accordance with R. Yohanan. 3 misled cities must not be made in the land of Israel, 2, however, may example 1 in Judea and 1 in p. 38. Galilee, but not 2 in Judea, nor 2 in Galilee. And if it were near to the boundary, even 1 must not be proclaimed misled, for, should it come to the ears of the heathens, they might destroy the whole land of Israel. But why not deduce it from the passage which states from thy midst, and not from the boundary? This is in accordance with R. Simeon, who used to explain the reasons of what is stated in the scriptures. The great Sanhedrin, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis, who said that Moses was as head of them? Because it reads, and they shall stand there with thee, which means, and thou shalt remain with them. R. Jehuda, who says 70 only, maintains, it was necessary for Moses to remain with them, that the Shekinah should rest upon them. The rabbis taught, it is written, and there remained 2 men in the camp. According to some, it means that their names remained in the urn. As, at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, he thought, how shall I do it? Shall I appoint 6 of each tribe? Then there will be 2 more. Or shall I take 5 of each? Then there will be 10 less. Or shall I appoint from 2 tribes 5 only, while from the others 6 each? Then will I bring jealousy among the tribes. So he chose 6 from each, and wrote on 70 tickets Zikin, and 2 he left blank, then mixed, and put all of them into the urn. Then he said, go, each, and take your ticket. To those who drew elder, he said, you are already sanctified by heaven. But those who drew the blanks had no claim, as such was their lot. Similar was the case from, thou shalt take 5 shekels apiece for the poll. And to this Moses also said, how shall I do it? If I should say to one, give the shekels, he may answer, the Levite has already redeemed me. Therefore he wrote on 22,000 tickets Levite, and on 273 he wrote 5 shekels, mixed them, put them in the urn, and told the people, each shall draw his ticket. To the one who drew Levite he said, you are free, as the Levite has redeemed you. And he who drew 5 shekels was told to pay the amount and go. R. Simeon, however, said, not their names remained in the urn, but themselves remained in the camp in doubt, saying, we p. 39 are not worthy of such a high appointment. And the Holy One, blessed be he, said, because ye were modest, I will increase your grace. And what grace was increased to them? All the 70 had prophesied once, and ceased, but these 2 did not cease to prophesy. And what was their prophecy? They said, Moses shall die, and Joshua shall bring Israel to his land. Babylonian, however, said in the name of our Eleazar, they prophesied about the quail, saying, come up, quail. Come up, quail. And Rnahaman said, about Gog and Magog they prophesied, as it is written, then hath said the Lord Eternal, art thou he of whom I have spoken in ancient days through means of my servants the prophets of Israel, who prophesied in those days years, that I would bring thee against them. Do not read Shanim, but Shnam, which means 2. And who were the 2 who had prophesied at one period, with one and the same prophecy? Eldad and Medad. It is correct in respect to him who said above that their prophecy was, Moses shall die, what is written, my Lord Moses, forbid them. But in respect to them who said they prophesied about other things, why, then, should they be forbidden? Because it was not seemly for them thus to prophesy in the presence of Moses. What is meant by the words, forbid them? He meant to say, appoint them, they shall occupy themselves with the needs of the congregation, and they will be destroyed by themselves. Whence do we know that 3 more are needed, as, after all, sentence of guilt by a majority of 2 cannot take place, as, if 11 defend and 12 accuse, then there is only a majority of 1, and if 10 defend and 13 accuse, there is a majority of 3. Said Arabohu, such a case can be only when there is a necessity to add more judges according to all. And such also can be found in the Great Sanhedrin, in accordance with Jehudah, who said, there was an even number of 70. Arabohu says again, in case more judges are to be added, an even number may be made in the small Sanhedrin also. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that the one who says he is in p. 40. Doubt is counted, and if thereafter he gives a reason for his decision after deliberating he may be listened to, he comes to teach us that as from the time he is in doubt he is not to be counted at all, so after the deliberation he may not be listened to. R. Kahana said, if all the persons of the Sanhedrin are accusing, the defendant becomes free. Why so? Because there is a tradition that such a trial must be postponed for one night. As perhaps some defense may be found for him, but if all accuse him, it is not to be supposed that some will find any defense for him overnight, and therefore they are no longer competent to decide in his suit. R. Yohanan said, the persons who are chosen to be members of the Sanhedrin must be tall, men of wisdom, of good appearance, and of a considerable age, and, also, they should understand something in cases of witchcraft, and they must also know 70 languages, so that they shall not need to hear a case through an interpreter. Jehudah in the name of Rabbite said, in a city in which there are not to be found 2 persons who can speak 70 languages, and one who can understand them although he cannot speak, Sanhedrin must not be established. In the city of Bethar were 3, and in the city of Yamiam were 4, namely, Eleazar, Jehoshua, Akaba, and Simeon of Teman their disciple, who was not of age to become a rabbi. An objection was raised from the following, a Sanhedrin in which 3 of them could speak 70 languages was considered a wise one, and if 4, it was considered the highest one. We see, then, that 3 who could speak were needed. Rabbi holds with the Tana of the following Boraitha: if 2, it is a wise one, and if 3, it is the highest one. There is a rule that, where there is to be found throughout the Talmud the expression the man who learned in the presence of the sages, Levi before Rabbi is meant, and where the expression, discussed before the sages, Simeon b. Asa, Simeon b. Zoma, Hanan the Egyptian, and Hananiah b. Hakaina are meant. Rna Haman b. Itzhak taught 5 persons the forementioned above, and the 5th was Simeon of Teman. Where it is mentioned, our masters in Babylon, Rabbi, and Samuel are meant, our masters in Palestine, our Abi is meant, the judges of the exile, Karna is meant, the judges of Palestine, our Ami and Arasi, the judges of Pumaditha, R. P. 41. Papa b. Samuel, the judges of Nahardia, R. Ada b. Minamai, the elders of Surah, R. Huna and R. Hisda, the elders of Pumaditha, R. Jehuda and Arina, the geniuses of Pumaditha, Ephah and Abimi sons of Rabha, the Amoraim of Pumaditha, Rabbah and R. Joseph, the Amoraim of Nahardia, R. Hama. If it is said the Nhardlain taught, Rami b. Baraka is meant. But was it not said by Huna himself? It was said in the college. Therefore it must be said that Hamnuna is meant. It was said in Palestine, our Jeremiah is meant, a message was sent from Palestine, our Hosea b. Hananiah is meant. And where it is said, it was ridiculed in Palestine, our Eleazar is meant. But do we not find a message was sent from Palestine, according to our Hosea b. Hananiah it is so and so? Hence our Hosea b. Hananiah cannot be meant in the expression, there is a message from Palestine? Therefore it must be reversed. Where it is said, a message from Palestine, our Eleazar is meant, and it was ridiculed in Palestine, our Hosea b. Hananiah is meant. How many shall a city? 120, etc. What is the reason of that number? 23 of the small Sanhedrin, and 3 rows of 23 each, make 92, and 10 idle men, who must always be in the houses of prayer and learning, make 102, and 2 scribes, 2 sextons, 2 parties for defendant and plaintiff, 2 witnesses, and 2 men who may be able to prove the witnesses collusive, and still 2 more who could prove the last ones collusive. Hence in the total there are 114. There is a Boraitha that in a city in which the following 10 things do not exist, it is not advisable for a scholar to reside, and they are, 5 persons to execute what the court decides, a treasury of charity, a prayer house, a bath house, lavatories, a physician, a barber, a scribe, and a teacher for children. And according to others it was said in the name of our Akaba, in the city should be several kinds of fruit, as the consuming of fruit enlightens the eyes. R. Nehemiah, etc. There is a Boraitha, Rabbi said, 277. And there is another, Rabbi said, 278. And there is no contradiction, as one Boraitha is in accordance with our Jehuda, who needs only 70 for the great Sanhedrin. The rabbis taught, it is written, and place. P. 42. These over them, as rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. Rulers of thousands were 600, rulers of hundreds were 6,000, rulers of fifties, 12,000, and rulers of tens, 60,000. Hence the total number of the officers in Israel were 78,600. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning the high priest, if he may judge and be judged, be a witness and be witnessed against, the laws regarding a death occurring in his family and the custom of the condolence. The same rules concerning a king. Regulations as to what a king may and may not allow himself, how many wives and how many stables for horses he may have, how he must be respected and feared by his people, etc. Mishnah I, the high priest may judge and may be judged, he may be a witness and may be witnessed against, he may perform the ceremony of halitza, and the same may be done to his wife if he dies childless, or his brother may marry his wife in such a case. He, however, must not marry his brother's wife when his brother dies childless, because it is forbidden for a high priest to marry a widow. If a death occurs in his family, he must not accompany the coffin, but if the coffin with those accompanying it are no longer visible in the street, he goes after them. And so with other streets when they are not visible, he may enter the street, etc., and in such manner he may follow the coffin to the gate of the city. So is the decree of our Meir. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, he must not leave the temple at all, as it reads, and out of the sanctuary shall he not go. When he, the high priest, condoled with others, it was usual that the people went one after another, and the superintendent of the priests would place him between himself and the people, but when he was being condoled with, the people used to say to him, "We shall be your atonement," and his answer was, "You shall be blessed by heaven." And at the condoling meal, all the people were placed on the floor, but he sat on a chair. A king must not judge, and he is not judged, he must not be a witness, nor be witnessed against. The ceremony of halitza does not exist for him, nor for his wife. He does not marry. P. 44. His childless brother's wife, and his brother must not marry his wife. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, if he was willing to give halitza or to marry his brother's wife, he may be remembered among the good. And he was told, even if he is willing, he must not be listened to. His widow must not remarry. Our Jehuda said, a king may marry the widow of a king, as so we found with David, who married the widow of Saul, as it reads, "And I gave unto thee the house of thy master, and the wives of thy master into thy bosom." Gemara, is it not self-evident that the high priest may judge? It was stated, because it was necessary to say that he may be judged. But this is also self-evident, as if it were not permitted to judge him, how could he judge? Is it not written, "Gather yourselves," which Resh Lakish explained in Middlegate, "correct yourself first, and then correct others"? Therefore we must say, because in the latter part it was necessary to teach that a king must not judge or be judged, it teaches also that the high priest may judge and be judged. And if you wish, it may be said that it came to teach us what is stated in the following Boraitha, a high priest who killed a person if intentionally, he may be killed, and if unintentionally, he may be sent into exile, he transgresses a positive and a negative commandment, and is also, concerning other laws, considered as a commoner in every respect. Intentionally he may be killed. Is this not self-evident? It was necessary to state, if unintentionally, he might be sent into exile. But is this also not self-evident? Nay. One may consider, because it reads, "He shall remain until the death of the high priest," that he who has a remedy to return to his land by the death of the high priest shall be sent into exile, but he who has no such remedy should not, and there is a Mishnah, he who kills a high priest, or a high priest who has killed a person, is not returned from the city of refuge for everlasting, and therefore he should not be exiled. It comes to teach us that it is not so. But perhaps it should be so. There is another verse, "Every manslayer," which includes a high priest. The Boraitha states, he transgresses a positive and negative commandment. Must he, then, transgress? It means to say that if it happened he should transgress a positive and a negative commandment, he is considered a commoner in every respect. P. 45. Be a witness, and witnessed against, etc. May he be a witness? Have we not learned in the following, Boraitha, it reads, "And withdrew thyself." There are cases from which one may withdraw himself, and there are others from which he may not. How so? E.g., a priest who sees a lost thing lying in a cemetery is not obliged to pick it up for the purpose of returning it, or if there were an old, respectable man, and it was not in accordance with his honor to bother with such a thing, or even if one's time is more valuable than the value of the lost thing, he may withdraw himself. Hence it is self-evident that it is not fit for a high priest to go and witness. Why? then, should he be obliged? Said R. Joseph, he may be a witness in a case that concerns the king. But does not our Mishnah state that a king must not be a witness, and not be witnessed against? Therefore said R. Zerah, he may be witness in the case of a prince, the son of the king. A prince is he not considered a commoner in all respects concerning the law? Say he may witness before the king. But have we not learned that the king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, and also that both the king and the high priest must not take part in the discussion about a leap year? For the honor of the high priest, the king comes and remains with the Sanhedrin until the testifying of the high priest ends, and then both depart, and the Sanhedrin themselves deliberate and decide the matter. The text states that a king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, nor a king and a high priest engage in the discussion about a leap year. The first is deduced from 1 and the second a king because he would not like to add a month to the year, because of the increase of the wages of the military, and a high priest, because of the cold. Said our Papa, infer from this that the seasons of the year follow the usual months, and not according to the intercalary month. Is that so? We know that it happened, 3 pastorers. p. 46. Were standing and conversing in the presence of rabbis thus, one of them said, if there were enough heat so that the wheat which was sown in the beginning of the month, and the barley which was sown recently, should sprout, the month could be named Adar, and if not, it remains Shvat. The second said, if in the morning there is such a cold that the ox trembles from it, and in the middle of the day he should hide himself in the shadow of a fig tree, the month may be considered Adar, and if not, it remains Shvat. And the third said, if the winter has already lost its strength, and the air you blow from your mouth moderates the cold brought by the east wind, it is Adar, and if not, it remains Shvat. And as that year was not so in any of these cases, the rabbis intercalated it. Hence we see that the intercalary comes because of the cold, and not vice versa. How can you conceive that the rabbis had relied upon the pastorers to intercalate a year? They relied upon their own reckoning, and the gossip of the pastorers was considered as a support only. He may perform the ceremony of halitzah, etc. The Mishnah makes no difference if the widow was from betrothal or from marriage. And this can be correct only with a marriage, as there is a positive commandment that a high priest must marry a virgin, and a negative commandment that he must not marry a widow, while to marry the wife of his childless brother is a positive commandment only, which cannot invalidate a positive and a negative commandment. But if the widow was from betrothal, she is still a virgin, there remains only one negative commandment, he shall not take a widow. And there is a rule that a positive commandment invalidates a negative commandment. The positive commandment applies only to the first intercourse, but not thereafter, upon which the negative commandments rest. And if the first were allowed, he would come to commit a transgression thereafter, and therefore it is prohibited. And so also a Boraitha states. If death happens, etc. The rabbis taught, he shall not leave the sanctuary means he shall not go with them, but he may go out after them. How so? When they are not visible in the street, he may appear, etc. To the gate of the city, etc. Is not R. Jehuda correct with his statement? R. Meir may answer, according to your theory, he must not leave the temple for home. You must then explain this passage, that it means that he must not go out. p. 47. From his sanctuary, and while he goes after them, when they are no longer visible, he will not come in contact with the corpse. R. Jehuda, however, fears that because of his sorrow it may happen that when he shall accompany them he will come in contact with the corpse, and violate his sanctity. Condole with others, etc. The rabbis taught, when he goes in the road to condole with others, his vice and the ex-high priest are placed at his right, and the head of the priest's family at the mourners, and all other people are placed at his left. But when he stands in the road to be condoled with by others, the vice only is placed at his right, but not the ex-high priest, as he may be dejected, thinking that the ex-priest sees a revenge in him. Said our Papa, from the Borai the three things are to be inferred, that the vice and superintendent are identical, that the mourners stand and the people pass by, and that the mourners are placed at the left side of the condolers. The rabbis taught, formerly the custom was for the mourners to stand and the people to pass by, but there were two families in Jerusalem who had quarreled, one saying, I must pass first, according to my dignity, and the other said, I must pass first, therefore it was enacted that the people should stand and the mourners pass. Said Rami B. Abba, our Jose re-established the old custom that the mourners shall stand and people pass, in the city of Sephorias. And he said also, the same enacted in the same city that a woman should not go into the street with her child following her, but that she should follow the child, because of an accident that happened. He also said, the same enacted in Sephorias that women should talk to each other while they were at their toilet, for the purpose that men should not intrude. R. Menashia B. Evoth said, I questioned Arjashia the Great in the cemetery of Huzlo, and he told me that a row is not less than 10 persons, not counting the mourners, who must not be among them, and there is no difference if the mourners stand and the people pass, or vice versa. Being condoled with, etc. The schoolman questioned, what did he say when he condoled with others? And they, p. 48, were answered from a Boraitha, which states, he used to say, be comforted. A king must not judge, etc. Said R. Joseph, this is concerning the kings of Israel, but the kings of the house of David are judged and judge. As it is written, O house of David, thus said the Lord, exercise justice on every morning. We see that they did judge, and if they were not to be judged, how could they judge, as is said above by Resh Lakish. And what is the reason it is prohibited to the kings of Israel? Because an unfortunate thing happened as follows, the slave of King Janna murdered a person, and Simeon b. Cheetah said to the sages, notwithstanding that he is the slave of the king, he must be tried. They sent to the king, your slave has killed a man. And Janna sent his slave to them to be tried. However, they sent to him, you also must appear before the court. As it is written, warning has been given to its owner which means the owner of the ox must appear at the time the ox is tried. He then came and took a seat. Said Simeon b. Cheetah King Janna, arise, so that the witnesses shall testify while you stand, yet not for us do you rise, but for him who said a word, and the world was created. As it reads, stand before the Lord. And the king answered, it must not be as you say, but as the majority of your colleagues shall decide. Simeon then turned to his right, but his colleagues cast their eyes upon the floor without any answer, and the same did his colleagues at his left. Simeon then exclaimed, you are all troubled in mind. May the one who rules minds take revenge upon you. Gabriel came then and smote them to the floor, that they died. And at that time it was enacted that a king should neither judge nor be judged, neither be a witness nor be witnessed against. If he was willing to give halitza, etc. This is not so. Did not R. Ashi say, even he who holds that if a prince has relinquished his honor it holds good, agrees that if a king does so his honor is not relinquished. As it is written, set a king over you which means, that respect for the king should always be before thy eyes. R. Jehuda, however, maintains, where there is a biblical commandment, it is different. His widow must not remarry, etc. There is a Boraitha. p. 49. The sages answered R. Jehuda, the verse you refer to means, the woman who was ordained to him by the king, Saul, and they were Merab and Michal, his daughters. The disciples of R. Jose questioned their master, how could David marry two sisters while they were both living? And he answered them, he married Michal after the death of Merab. And R. Jose said so in accordance with his theory in the following Boraitha, which states, he, R. Jose, used to lecture about passages in the scriptures which were obscure, namely, it reads, and the king took the two sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, whom she had borne unto Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, whom she had borne one to Adriel, the son of Barzillai the Meholathite. But was Michal given to Adriel? Was she not given to Palti b. Laish? It reads, but Saul had given Michal his daughter, David's wife, to Palti, the son of Laish. Hence the scripture equalizes the betrothing of Merab to Adriel to the betrothing of Michal to Palti b. Laish, as the betrothing of Michal to Palti was a sin, so also was the betrothing of Merab to Adriel a sin. Rjeshb. Karha, however, maintains, the betrothal of Merab to David was by an error. As it is written, give up to me my wife Michal, whom I espoused, etc. But what would he say to that passage which reads, the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul? He might say, did, then, Michal bear them? Was it not Merab who bore them, whereas Michal merely brought them up? But they bore the name of Michal, because the scripture considers the one who brings up an orphan as if it were born to him. R. Hananiah says, this is inferred from, there hath been a son born unto Naomi, etc. Did, then, Naomi bear him? Was it not, in fact, Ruth who bore him? Therefore we must say that, though Ruth bore him, he was nevertheless named after Naomi, because she brought him up. R. Eliezer said, from, the sons of Jacob and Joseph. Selah. Were they, then, born to Joseph, and not to p. 50. Jacob? They were born to Jacob, but Joseph fed them, and therefore they were named after him. R. Samuel b. Namini in the name of R. Jonathan said, he who teaches the Torah to the son of his neighbor, the scripture considers him as if he were born to him. As it is written. And these are the generations of Aaron and Moses, and the following verse reads, and these are the names of the sons of Aaron. It is only to say that they were born to Aaron and Moses taught them, and therefore they were named after him. It is written, therefore thus hath said the Lord unto the house of Jacob, he who hath redeemed Abraham. Where do we find that Jacob redeemed Abraham? Said R. Jehudah. He redeemed him from the affliction of bringing up his children. And this is what is written, not now shall Jacob be ashamed, and not now shall his face be made pale. Which means, he shall not be ashamed of his father and his face shall not become pale because of his grandfather. In the scripture there is written in some places Palti, in other places Paltiel. Said R. Yohanan, his name was Palti, and why was he named Paltiel? For God saved him from sin. Said R. Yohanan, the strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz, and the strength of the latter was moderation on the part of Palti. The strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz. As it is written, and it came to pass at midnight, that the man became terrified, etc. And Rabbi said, his body became as soft as turnip heads. And the strength of the latter was the moderation of Palti. As with Boaz it occurred only on one night, and with Palti it was continually. The same said again, it is written, many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Many daughters means Joseph and Boaz. That feareth the Lord shall indeed be praised means Palti b. Laish. R. Samuel b. Namini in the name of R. Jonathan said, false is grace means Joseph, and beauty. p. 51. Vain means Boaz. That feareth the Lord means Palti b. Laish. According to others, false is the grace means the generation of Moses, and vain is the beauty means the generation of Joshua. That feareth the Lord means the generation of Hezekiah. And still according to others, false is the grace means the generation of Moses and Joshua, and vain is the beauty means the generation of Hezekiah. Fear of the Lord, etc., means the generation of R. Jehudah b. Eli. As it was said, in the time of that rabbi 6 disciples had covered themselves with one garment, and occupied themselves with the study of the Torah. Mishnah 2, if a death occurs in the house of the king, he must not leave the gate of the palace. R. Jehudah, however, maintains, if he is willing to accompany the coffin, he may do so, as we find that David accompanied the coffin of Abner, and King David walked behind the bier. But he was told that David did so only to appease the spirit of the people. And at the condoling meal all the people are placed on the floor and he is seated on the dais. Gemara, the rabbis taught, in those places where it is customary for women to follow a coffin, they may do so, and where it is customary for them to precede the coffin, they have to do accordingly. R. Yehuda, however, maintains that women must always precede the coffin, as we find in the case of David, who followed the coffin, as in the above-cited verse in the Mishnah. And he was told that this was only to appease the spirit of the people. And they were appeased, because David used to go from the men to the women and from the women to the men for this purpose. As it is written, and all the people and all Israel understood on that day that it had not been of the king. Rabha lectured, it is written, and all the people came to cause David to eat food while it was yet day. From which it is to be inferred that in the beginning the people came to destroy him because of the death of Abner, but after he had appeased them they caused him to eat. 1. p. 52. Said R. Yehuda in the name of Rabbite, why was Abner punished? Because he ought to have warned Saul he should not kill the priest of Nob, and he did not do so. R. Itzhak, however, maintains, he did warn, but was not listened to. And both infer this from the following verses, and the king lamented over Abner, and said, Oh that Abner had to die as the worthless dieth. Thy hands were not bound and thy feet were not put in fetters. The one who said that he did not warn interprets thus, thy hands were not bound and thy feet were not put in fetters. Why didst thou not warn? And he who said that he did, but was not listened to, interprets it thus, Oh that Abner should die as the worthless dieth. Thy hands were not bound. And thou didst warn Saul. Why, then, as one falleth before men of wickedness art thou fallen. But according to the latter, that he did warn, why was Abner punished? Said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, because he postponed the kingdom of David for 2 years and a half. Mishnah 3, and he declares a war which is not commanded in the scripture, after consultation with the court of 21 judges. He may also establish a way in private property, and nobody has a right to protest against it. The way of a king has no limit. When the military take plunder from the enemy, they must transfer it to the king, and he takes his share first. Gemara, was not this already taught in the first Mishnah of this tract? A court of 71 judges is needed to decide upon battles which are not commanded, etc. Because it teaches of other things which belong to the king, this is also repeated. R. Yehuda in the name of Samuel said, all which is written in I Samuel, 8. In that portion relating to a king, the king is allowed to do. Rabbite, however, maintains that the whole portion was not said except to warn them. The above Amoraim differ in the same respect as the Tannim of the following Boraitha, it is written, set a king over thee, etc. According to our Jose, all that is written concerning a king in Samuel, the king is allowed to do. R. Yehuda, however, maintains that the whole portion is written only to frighten them, as the expression, to set a king over thee, means that the fear of the king shall be always upon you. And thus R. Yehuda used to say, there are 3 positive commandments which Israel was commanded at the time they entered Palestine, viz., they shall. p. 53. Appoint a king, they shall destroy the descendants of Amalek, and they shall build a temple. R.N. Hurai, however, says, the whole portion was said only because they murmured against Samuel, requesting a king. As it is written, and thou sayest, I wish to set a king over me, etc. There is a Boraitha, R. Eliezer said, the elders of that generation rightly asked Samuel for a king. As it reads, appoint for us a king to judge us like all the nations. But the commoners who were among them degraded the case. As it reads, that we also may ourselves be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles. There is another Boraitha, R. Jose said, 3 positive commandments Israel was commanded when they entered Palestine, viz., they shall appoint a king, they shall destroy the descendants of Amalek, and they shall build a temple. But it was not known which was the first. However, and he said, because the Lord hath sworn on his throne that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation, it is to be inferred that the commandment relating to the king was first, because the word throne implies a king. As it is written, then sat Solomon on the throne of the Lord as king. But it was still unknown which should be first, the case of Amalek or the temple. But he will give you rest from all your enemies. And then shall it be that the place, etc., it is to be inferred that the cutting off of the nation of Amalek was to be first. And so was it with David. As it reads, and it came to pass, when the king dwelt in his house, and the Lord had given him rest, etc., he spake then to Nathan the prophet about the temple. The rabbis taught, the treasures of kings which are plundered in time of war belong to the king only, all other plunder, however, half to the king and half to the people. Said Abai to Ardimi, according to others to Araha, it is correct that the treasures of kings belong to the king, as so it is customary. But from where do we know that other plunder is half to the king, etc.? And they anointed him unto the Lord as chief ruler, and Zadok as priest. We see, then, that he compares the ruler to Zadok. As in the case of Zadok the high priest, a half belongs to him and a half to his brother, the same is the case with the ruler. And wherefrom do you? p. 54. Know that in the case of Zadok it is so? From the following Boritha, Rabbi said, it reads, and it shall belong to Aaron and to his sons, meaning half to Aaron and half to his sons. Mishnah 4, he must not marry more than 18 wives. R. Jehuda, however, maintains, he may marry as many as he likes, provided that they shall not turn his heart away. And R. Simeon maintains, even one wife, should she be liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. And the verse which reads, neither shall he take to himself many wives, means even when they were similar to Abigail. Gemara, shall we assume that R. Jehuda takes account of the reason mentioned in the scriptures and R. Simeon does not? Have we not heard elsewhere just the reverse? A widow must not be pledged, no matter if she be rich or poor. As it is written, thou shalt not take in pledge the raiment of a widow. So is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, maintains, if she be rich she may be pledged, but when she is poor she must not be pledged. And one is obliged to return the pledge to her. And to the question, how is this to be understood? It was said thus, if you take a pledge from her, you are obliged, biblically, to return it every evening, and by this act she will get a bad name, etc. Hence we see that R. Jehuda does not take account of the reason mentioned in the scriptures. R. Jehuda does not take account of the reason in all other cases. But here it is different, as the verse itself explains the reason that his heart shall not be turned away. And R. Simeon may also say, do we not take account in all other cases of the reason? Why, then, does the scripture give the reason here? Let it say, he shall not marry many wives, and we would understand the reason that it is because of his heart. And as the reason is mentioned, it is for the purpose that even if only one, and she is liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. The number 18 mentioned in the Mishnah, whence is it deduced? From. And there were born unto David sons in Hebron, and his firstborn was Amnon, of Achinom the Yisraelites, and his second was Kilab, of Abigail the wife of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third, Absalom, the p. 55. Son of Maachah the daughter of Thamai the king of Geshur, and the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Chagith, and the fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abidal, and the sixth, Yithream by Eglah, David's wife. These were born unto David in Hebron. And the prophet said, and if this be too little, I could bestow on thee yet many more like these. 1. Now let us see. The number of the wives mentioned in the scriptures is 6. Like this is 6 more, and like this is again 6 more, of which the total is 18. But was not Michal his wife, who is not mentioned? Said Rabbi, Eglah is identical with Michal. And why was she named Eglah? Because he liked her with the liking of a cow for her newborn calf. And so also it reads in Judges 14:18, and he said unto them, if he had not plowed with my heifer, etc. 2 But had, then, Michal children? Is it not written, and Michal the daughter of Saul had no child, etc.? Said Arhisdah, she had no children after that time, but previous to this she had children. But is it not written, and David took yet more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem? Nay, he married more, to fulfill the number of 18. What are wives, and what are concubines? Said Jehudah, wives are married by betrothal and marriage contract, concubines are without both of them. Jehudah in the name of Rabbi says, 400 children were born to David by the handsome women whom he took captive. All of them had never cut their hair. They were placed in golden kara. And in time of war they were placed with the chief officers of the military, and they were the mighty soldiers in David's army. The same said again in the name of the same authority, Tamar was a daughter of one of the above-mentioned handsome women. As it reads, but now, O speak, I pray thee, unto the king, for he will not withhold me from thee. And if she were really his daughter, how could she say that the king would allow a sister to marry her brother? Infer from this that she was one of the children born by one of the above-mentioned handsome women. It reads, but Amnon had a p. 56 friend. And Jonadab was a very shrewd man. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbi, he was shrewd to advise evil. It reads, and Tamar put ashes on her head, and the garment of divers colors which was on her she rent. There is a Boritha in the name of Jehoshua b. Karha, from that which happened to Tamar, a great safeguard was decreed by the sages, as it was said, if it so happened to daughters of kings, so much the more could it happen to daughters of commoners, and if to the chaste, so much the more to the lewd. And therefore said Jehudah in the name of Rabbi, at that time a decree was made that one must not stay with a married woman alone, nor with a single one. Is that so? Is this not prohibited biblically? As Yohanan in the name of Simeon b. Jehozadak said, where do we find a hint in the scriptures that one must not stay alone with a married woman, if thy brother, the son of thy mother, should entice thee? Does, then, only a brother from the mother's side entice, and not a brother from the father's side? It is but to say that only a son may stay alone with his mother, but it is not allowed for anyone besides to stay alone with a married woman. Say that at that time it was decreed that one must not stay alone even with a single woman. It is written, and Adoniah the son of Chagith exalted himself, saying, I shall be king. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbi, infer from this that he wanted to place the crown on his head and could not. It is written further, and he procured himself a chariot and horsemen, and 50 men who ran before him. What is there exceptional in this for a prince? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbi, the milt of all of them was taken out, and also the flesh of the soles of their feet was cut off. Mishnah v. He must not acquire many horses only sufficient for his chariots, and also he must not acquire more gold and silver than to pay the military. He must also write the holy scrolls for himself, when he goes to war he must bear them with him, when he enters the city they must be with him, and the same when he sits judging the people, and when he takes his meals they must be placed opposite him. As it is p. 57 written, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life. Gemara, the rabbis taught, he shall not acquire many horses, and lest one say even those which are needed for his chariots, therefore it is written for himself, from which it is to be inferred that for the chariots he may, but if so, what, then, is meant by he shall not acquire many horses? It means horses which should remain idle. And whence do we deduce that even one horse which is idle is under the negative commandment, he shall not acquire many horses. For it is written there, in order to acquire many horses. Is it not said above of even one horse, and it is idle, that he transgresses the commandment, he shall not acquire many horses? Why is it written in order to acquire, etc.? That he should be responsible for the transgressing of the above commandment for each horse which is idle. But how would it be if in the scripture were not mentioned for himself he would not be allowed even for the chariots? Is this possible? Then, it could be explained, he should have the exact number needed, but not more. Much gold and silver, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall not acquire much gold and silver lest one say not even sufficient for paying the military, therefore it is written for himself. But how would it be if this were not written he would not be allowed, even for paying the military? Is that possible? Then, it could be explained that he should have the exact amount, but not more. Now, as we see that from the words for himself things are inferred, what do you infer from the same words which are written concerning wives? This excludes commoners, who are allowed to take as many as they please. R. Jehudah propounded a contradiction in the following verses, and Solomon had 40,000 stalls for the horses for his chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, and Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 whom he quartered in the cities for chariots, and near the king at Jerusalem. How is it to be understood? If there were 40,000 stables, every one of them contained 4,000 stalls, and if it were only 4,000 stables, then each contained 40,000 stalls. R. Itzhak propounded the following contradiction, it reads: None were of silver, it was not in the p. 58. Least valued in the days of Solomon, and the king rendered the silver in Jerusalem like stones. This presents no difficulty. The first verse speaks of before Solomon married the daughter of Pharaoh, and the second after this. R. Itzhak said. The same said again, why does not the scripture explain the reason of its law? Because in 2 verses it was so done, and the greatest men of a generation stumbled because of them. They are, he shall not acquire many wives, for the purpose that they should not turn his heart away. And King Solomon said, I shall take many wives, and my heart shall not be turned away. However, and it came to pass that his wives turned away his heart. And the same was the case with the horses, of which he said, I shall acquire many, and shall not return to Egypt. However, and a chariot team came up and went out of Egypt, etc. Write the Holy Scrolls. There is a Boritha, he must not suffice himself with those left by his parents. Rabbah said, it is a meritorious act for one to write the Holy Scrolls at his own expense, though they were left to him by his parents. As it is written, now therefore write this song. Abai objected from our Mishnah, he shall write the Holy Scrolls for himself, and must not suffice himself with those of his parents. And this speaks only of a king, but not of a commoner. Our Mishnah treats of 2 Holy Scrolls, as it is explained in the following Boritha, it is written, he shall write for himself a copy of this law, which means that he must write for himself 2 Holy Scrolls, one which he must bear with him wherever he goes, and one which shall remain in his treasury. The one he has to bear with him he shall write in the form of an amulet, and place it on his arm. However, he must not enter with it a bath or toilet house. As it is written, and it shall be with him and he shall read, which means it shall be with him in those places where it is allowed to read it, but not in those where it is not. Mar Zutra, according to others Mar Ukba, said, originally the Torah was given to Israel in Hebrew characters and in the Hebrew language, the second time it was given to Israel in Ezra's time, but in Assyrian characters and in the Aramaic. p. 59. Language. Finally the Assyrian characters and the Hebrew language were selected for Israel, and the Hebrew characters and the Aramaic language were left to the Hediotim. Who are meant by idiots? Said Arhisda, the Samaritans. What is meant by Hebrew characters? Said Arhisda, The Libnuah characters. 1. There is a Boraitha, R. Jose said, Ezra was worthy that the Torah should be given through him, if Moses had not preceded him. Concerning Moses it reads, and Moses went up unto God, and concerning Ezra it reads, this Ezra went up. The term went up concerning Moses means to receive the Torah, the same being meant by the same expression concerning Ezra. Farther on it is written, and me the Lord commanded at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances. And it is also written, for Ezra had directed his heart to inquire into the law of the Lord and to do it, and to teach in Israel statutes and ordinances. And although the Torah was not given through him, the characters of it were changed through him. As it is written, and the writing of the letter was written in Aramaic, and interpreted in Aramaic. And it is also written, they were not able to read the writing, nor to make its interpretation. And why are they named Assyrian? Because they were brought from the country of Assyria. There is another Boraitha, Rabbi said, in the very beginning the Torah was given to Israel in the Assyrian characters, but after they had sinned it was turned over to them as a dasher. However, after they repented, it was returned to them. As it is written, return you to the stronghold, ye hopeful prisoners, even today do I declare that I will recompense twofold unto thee. And why is it named Assyrian? Because the characters are praised above all other characters. R. Simeon B. Eleazar, however, said in the name of R. Eleazar B. Parta, quoting R. Eleazar the Mode, that the characters were not changed at all. As it is written. 2. And it is also written, and to the Jews according to their writing, and according to their language. From which it is to be inferred, that as their language was not changed neither was their writing. But if so, what means the term Mishnah 1 in the verse in Deuteronomy cited above, he shall write a copy of this law the 2 copies of the holy scrolls which a king has to write, as said above, one for the treasury and one which he must bear attached to his arm. As it is written, I have always set the Lord before me, that, being at my right hand, I might not be moved. But he who maintains that the writing was not changed at all, what does he infer from the verse just cited? That which was said by Arhana B. Bizna, he who praises should always think that the Shekinah is opposite him, as the cited verse reads. Mishnah 6, one must not ride on the king's horse, and also must not seat himself on his chair, and must not make use of his scepter. And none must be present when he cuts his hair, and not when he is naked, and not when he is in the bath-house. As it is written, thou shalt set a king over thee, which means that his fear shall be always upon thee. Gemara, R. Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan said, Abishag was allowed to Solomon but not to Adonijah, because Solomon was a king, and to a king it is allowed to make use of the scepter of his predecessor, but not to Adonijah, who was a commoner. How is to be understood that which is written in I Kings, 4, and she became an attendant on the king, and to her request that the king should marry her he answered, you are prohibited to me. Said R. Shaman B. Abba, come and see how hard is divorce in the eyes of the sages, so they permitted Abishag to be with David and did not allow him to divorce one of his wives in order to marry her. Said R. Eleazar, he who divorces his first wife, even the altar sheds tears on account of him. As it is written, and this do ye secondly, covering the altar of the Lord with tears, with weeping and with loud complaint, so that he turneth not any more his regard to the offering, nor receiveth it with favor at your hand. And immediately after it reads, yet ye say, wherefore? Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast indeed dealt treacherously, yet is she thy companion, and the wife of thy covenant. P. 61. R. Yohanan, according to others R. Eleazar, said, frequently, one's wife dies when her husband owes money and has not to pay. As it is written, if thou have nothing to pay, why should he take away thy bed from under thee? The same said again, to him whose first wife dies, it is as if the temple had been destroyed in his days. As it is written, I will take away from thee the desire of thy eyes, etc. And when I had spoken unto the people in the morning, my wife died at evening, and, I will profane my sanctuary, the pride of your strength, the desire of your eyes. And our Alexander said, to him whose wife dies, the whole world is dark for him. As it is written, the light becometh dark in his tent, and his lamp will be quenched above him. And our Jose B. Hananiah adds, also his steps become shortened, as immediately it reads, his powerful steps will be narrowed. And our Abohu adds, also his advice is no more of use, as the end of the cited verse reads, and his own counsel will cast him down. Rabbi B. Bahana said in the name of our Yohanan, it is hard for heaven to appoint marriages as it was to divide the sea, as in Ps. 7. God places those who are solitary in the midst of their families, he bringeth out those who are bound unto happiness. 1. R. Samuel B. Nahman said, for everything there may be an exchange, but for the wife of one's youth. As it is written, and as a wife of one's youth that was rejected. R. Jehudah taught to his son R. Itzhak, one does not find pleasure only in his first wife, as it is written, thy fountain will be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. And to the question of his son, whom do you mean? He answered, e.g., your mother. Is that so? We are aware that the same read before our Itzhak his son, and I find as more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, etc. And to the question of his son, whom do you mean? He answered, e.g., your mother. True, she was hard to him at the start, but finally she overruled herself and did all he pleased. R. Samuel B. Bumayah said in the name of Rabbi, a wife is similar to a piece of metal, and does not make any covenant but with him who makes her a vessel. As it is written. P. 62. For thy husband is thy master, etc. There is a Boritha, one dies but to his wife, and the wife dies but to her husband. The first is deduced from. Thereupon died Elimelech Naomi's husband, and the second from, and as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me. Cuts his hair. The rabbis taught, the king must cut his hair every day. As it is written, the king in his beauty shall thy eyes behold. A high priest every eve of Sabbath, and the commoner priest every 30 days. Why every eve of Sabbath? Said R. Samuel B. Nahman in the name of R. Yohanan, because the watching priests are relieved every eve of Sabbath. And why for a commoner every 30 days? Because it reads, and their heads shall they not shave close, nor suffer their hair to grow long, they shall only crop their heads. And there is an analogy of expression from a Nazirite. As concerning a Nazirite it is 30 days, the same is the case here. And whence do we know that for a Nazirite it is 30 days? Said R. Mathna, it reads, holy shall he be. Because the generation of Uyi counts 30. Said our Papa to Abai, why not explain the above cited verse as that they shall not be allowed to let their hair grow at all? And he answered, if it read, they shall not let their hair grow, your explanation would be correct, but as it reads to grow long, it must be explained as the rabbis enact, they shall let it grow 30 days. If so, in our time, when there is no temple, it is to equalize the cutting of the hair to the partaking of wine, which was prohibited to the priests only when they had to enter the temple. Is that so? Have we not learned in a Boritha? Rabbi said, I say that it is prohibited for the priest to drink wine at any time whatever. But what can I do, in that the destruction of the temple was their remedy, as they were forbidden to drink wine in order that they should not enter the temple while drunk, so, now that the temple no longer exists, they do not care. Said Abai, according to whom do the priests drink wine in our time? In accordance with Rabbi's statement. Rabbi was questioned, how was the hair cutting of the high priest? P. 63. Which it is told was done very artistically. And he answered, go and see the hair cutting of Ben Aleshi. And there is a Boritha, Rabbi said, not in vain has Blshi expended his money to learn the art of cutting hair, it was only to show how the high priests used to cut their hair. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning the qualification or disqualification of judges and witnesses who may decide upon strict law and who in arbitration. When a rejection against judges and witnesses may or may not take place. Of relatives that are disqualified and those that are not. How the witnesses should be examined in civil cases. Until what time new evidence may or may not affect a decision rendered. Mishnah I, civil cases by 3, one party may select one and so the other, and both of them select one more, so is the decree of our Meir. The sages, however, maintain that the two judges may select the third one. One party may reject the judge of his opponent, according to our Meir. The sages, however, say, this holds good only when the party brings evidence that the judges selected by his opponent are relatives, or they are unqualified for any other reason. If, however, they were qualified, or they were recognized as judges from a higher court, no rejection is to be considered. The same is the case with the witnesses of each party, according to our Meir, so that the rejection of each party against the witnesses of its opponent may be taken into consideration. The sages, however, say, such holds good only in the cases said above concerning the judges, but not otherwise. Gemara, how is to be understood the expression of the Mishnah, one party selects one, etc.? Does it mean one party may select one court of 3 judges, and likewise the other, and then both the third court, which would be altogether 9 judges? Are, then, 3 not sufficient? It means, if one party selects one judge its opponent may also do so, and then both may select the third one. And what is the reason of such a selection? It was said in Palestine in the name of Arzera, because each party selects its own judge, and both agree in the selection of the third one, the decision will be a just one. The sages, however, say, etc. Shall we assume that the point of their difference is what was said by Yehuda in the p. 65? Name of Rabbite, witnesses may not sign a document unless they are aware who will be the others, and so our Meir does not hold this theory and the rabbis do? Nay. All hold this theory, and the point of their difference is thus, according to our Meir, the consent of the parties is also needed, but the rabbis hold that the consent of the judges, but not of the parties, is needed. The text reads, Our Yehuda said in the name of Rabbite, witnesses, etc. There is also a Boraitha, pure-minded people of Jerusalem used not to sign a document unless they were aware who was the other who was to sign it, and also would not sit down to judge unless they were aware who was to be their colleague, and would also not go to a banquet unless they were aware who were invited to it. Each party may reject, etc. Has, then, one the right to reject judges? Said Ar Yohanan, it speaks of the little courts in Syria, where there were Gentile judges who were not recognized by the higher court. But if they were, no objection could be taken into consideration. But does not the latter part state, and the sages, however, say, recognized by the court? From which it is to be understood that their opponent our Meir speaks even of them who were recognized. They mean to say, if not disqualified they are to be considered as if they were authorized judges against whom no rejection can take place. Come and hear, the sages said to our Meir, one cannot be trusted with any right to protest against a judge who was appointed by the majority. Read, one has no right to reject a judge who was appointed by the majority. And so we have learned in the following Boraitha, one may reject the selected judge of his opponent until he has selected a judge who was recognized by a majority. So is the decree of our Meir. But are not witnesses considered as recognized judges, and nevertheless our Meir said that one party may disqualify the witness of his opponent? But was it not already said by Resh Lakish, how is it possible that a holy mouth like our Meir's should say such a thing? Therefore it must be supposed that our Meir did not say witnesses, but his witness. Let us see. What does he mean by one witness? If concerning a civil case, the law itself disqualifies him, and if concerning an oath, he is trusted by the law as if there were two witnesses. It speaks of a civil case, and the case was that previously the parties accepted him, saying that his testimony would be considered as p. 66. If it were testified by two. But, after all, what news did he come to teach us that he may retract? This we have learned already in the succeeding Mishnah, which states that, according to our mayor, he may retract, to which our Dimi Br Nahman Br Joseph said that the Mishnah speaks of when he has accepted his father as a third judge, he may retract even if he has previously accepted him. Why not say the same in our case? Because one is not fit for a civil case, he may retract although he had previously accepted him. Both cases were needed, as if the case about his father only were stated, one might say that because the same is fit to be a judge in other cases, therefore the rabbis maintain that no retraction is to be considered, but in the case of a commoner, who is not fit to be a judge in any case whatsoever, the retraction would hold good, even in accordance with the rabbis. And if the case of a commoner were stated, one might say that only in that case are meir permitted to retract. But in the other case he agrees with the rabbis, therefore both are stated. But how would the expression of the Mishnah be understood? It speaks about the judge in the singular, and concerning witnesses, it speaks in the plural. Hence we see that the Mishnah is particular in its expression. How, then, can you say that our mayor maintains a single witness? Said our Elazar, it means that he one of the parties, and also another one who does not belong to this case come to reject this witness, as then they are two against one, and therefore the rejection holds good. But, after all, why should one of the parties have a right to reject? Is he not interested in this case, and there is a rule that the testimony of such is not to be taken into consideration? Said Aha Brika, the case was that he laid before the court the reason of his protest, which can be examined. Let us see what was the reason. If, example robbery, it must not be listened to, as he is interested in this case. Therefore we must say that the reason was the incompetence of his family e.g., that he or his father was a bondsman, who was not as yet liberated. According to our mayor, he may be listened to, as his testimony is against the entire family. The rabbis, however, maintain that even then he must not be listened to because of his interest in this case, and the court has not to consider his testimony at all. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of p. 67. Ar Yohanan that the point of their difference is two parties of witnesses, i.e., e.g., the borrower said, I have two parties of witnesses who will testify to my right, and brought one party of them against which the lender protests. According to our mayor, the protest holds good because the opponent himself confessed that he had another party. Hence he may bring the other party, against whom no protest would be considered, and according to the rabbis, no protest must be listened to even in such a case, as they do not desire a proof to each claim. But when there was only one party of witnesses, all agree that no rejection is considered. Said Arami and Arasi to Ar Yohanan, how is it if the other party of witnesses were found to be his relatives, or incompetent to be witnesses for any other reason, should the testimony of the first party be considered, or because of the incompetence of the other party, the first party also loses credit? Said Ar Ashi, the testimony of the first party was already accepted, and therefore there is no basis to ignore their testimony because of the incompetence of the other party. Shall we assume that our mayor and the rabbis differ the same as Rabbi and our Simeon b. Gamaliel differ concerning one who claims that he has bought a document and hazaka, and in the discussion we come to the conclusion that the point of their difference is, if one must prove his words or not. Nay. According to our Simeon b. Gamaliel, they do not differ at all, and the point of their difference is according to Rabbi's statement there. Our mayor holds with Rabbi. The rabbis, however, maintain that Rabbi does so only in case of the claim of hazaka, which is based upon the document, but in our case, where the testimony of the witnesses is not based upon that of others, even Rabbi admits that no proof is needed. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Yohanan that the first part of our Mishnah treats of incompetent witnesses but competent judges, and because they reject the witnesses the judges are also rejected, and the latter part speaks of the reverse, that the judges were incompetent and not the witnesses, and the witnesses are rejected because of the judges. Rabha opposed, it would be correct to say that because of the incompetence of the witnesses one may reject the judges, as the case can be brought before other judges. But how can the witnesses be rejected because of the judges? Then the p. 68 party would remain without witnesses at all. It speaks of when there was another party of witnesses. But how would it be if there were no other witnesses? Then no rejection is to be considered. Thus Rabban said the same that Ardimi said. The theory of because is the point of their difference. As to Ardimi, the theory of because is not to be used at all, while according to Rabban it is. The text says, Resh Lakish said, the holy mouth of our mayor should say such a thing, etc. Is that so? Did not Ullah say that he who saw Resh Lakish in the college saw one uprooting hills and crushing them? Said Rabbana, was it not said of our mayor that he who saw him in the college had seen one uprooting mountains and crushing them? Therefore he meant thus, come and see how the sages respected each other. 1. Mishnah 2, if one says, I accept as a judge in this case your father or my father, or, I accept certain three pasturos to judge our case, according to our mayor he may retract thereafter, and according to the sages he must not. If one owes a note to a party, and the latter said to him, swear to me by your life, and I will be satisfied, according to our mayor he may retract, and according to the sages he may not. Gemara, said Ardimi br Nahman br Joseph, it speaks of when he has accepted his father as a third judge. Even then he may retract, according to our mayor. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the Tanam of the Mishnah differ in case the creditor said to the debtor, your or my father may judge this case, and if they should acquit you, I will renounce my claim. But if the debtor said to the creditor, I trust your father, and if they shall hold me liable, I will give you the money, all agree that he may retract. Our Yohanan, however, said that they differ in the latter case. The schoolman propounded a question, does our Yohanan mean to say that they differ only in the latter case, but in the former, I will renounce my claim, all agree that no retraction is to be considered, or, does he mean to say that they differ in both cases? Come and hear what Rabha said, they differ only. p. 69. If he said, I will satisfy your claim, but in case of I will renounce my claim, all agree that he cannot retract. Now let us see. If the question of the schoolman is to be resolved according to Rabha's decision just mentioned, it is correct, as he is in accordance with our Yohanan, but if the question should be resolved that they differ in case of renouncing, etc., according to whom would be Rabha's opinion? Rabha may differ with both, and declare his own opinion. Our Ahabi Talapa objected to Rabha from the latter part of our Mishnah statement, that if he told him to swear by his life, according to our mayor he may retract, etc. Does not the Mishnah speak of one who is to be acquitted with an oath, which is equal to I renounce my claim? Nay, it speaks of them who ought to swear and collect, which is equal to I will give you. But this was stated already in the first part. The Mishnah teaches both cases, one in which he is dependent upon himself and one in which he is dependent on the mind of others. And both are needed, as, if there were stated the case when he is dependent upon others, example I trust your father, etc., one might say that only in such a case our mayor permits to retract, as he has not as yet made up his mind to pay, thinking that probably he will be acquitted, but when he depends upon himself, e.g., swear by your life, etc., our mayor also admits that he cannot retract. And if this case only were stated, one might say that in such a case only the rabbis hold that he cannot retract, but in case he depends upon others, they agree with our mayor. Therefore both are needed. Resh Lakish said, the Tanam of the Mishnah differ in case the decision was not yet rendered, but after it was, all agree that no retraction can take place. R. Yohanan, however, maintains that they differ in the latter case. The schoolman propounded a question: does R. Yohanan mean to state that they differ in a case where the decision was rendered, but in case the decision was not as yet rendered all agree that a retraction can take place, or does he mean to say that they differ in both cases? Come and hear what Rabha said: if one has accepted a relative or one who is legally disqualified to be a judge, if before the decision, his retraction holds good, but if after, no retraction is to be considered. Now let us see. If the saying of R. Yohanan is to be explained that they differ when the retraction took place after the decision but if before, all agree that it holds good, Rabbi's decision is correct, as it is in accordance with R. Yohanan's explanation and in accordance p. 70 with the rabbis. But if it should be explained that they differ also in case it was before the decision, according to whom would be Rabha's decision just mentioned? Infer from this that they differ in the case after the decision but before, all agree that a retraction holds good. R. Nahman b. Arhisda sent a message to R. Nahman b. to Jacob: let the master teach us in which case the Tannim of our Mishnah differ after or before the decision, and with whom the halakha prevails. And the answer was, after the decision, and the halakha prevails with the sages. R. Ashi, however, I said that the question was, do they differ in case he said, I will renounce my claim, or in case I will satisfy your claim? And the answer was, they differ in the latter case, the halakha prevails with the sages. So was it taught in the college of Surah. In the college of Pumaditha, however, it was taught, R. Hanana b. Shlamah said it was a message from the college, to Samuel: let the master teach us how is the law if the retraction took place before the decision, but they have made the ceremony of a sudarium. And the answer was that nothing could be changed in such a case. Mishnah 3, the following are disqualified to be witnesses: gamblers and usurers, and those who play with flying doves, and the merchants who do business with the growth of the Sabbatic year. Said R. Simeon, in the beginning they were named the gatherers of Sabbatic fruit, i.e., even those who had gathered the fruit, not for business, were disqualified. However, since the demand of the government to pay duties increased, the gatherers of the Sabbatic fruit were absolved from the disqualification, and only those who did business with same were disqualified. Said R. Jehuda, then the merchants and all the other persons named above were disqualified only when they had no other business or trade than this, but if they had, they were qualified. Gemara, what crime is there in dice playing? Said Rami b. Hama, because it is only an asmachtha, which does not give title. R. Shishhate, however, maintains that such is not to be considered an asmachtha, but they are disqualified because they do not occupy themselves with the welfare of the world, and the difference between them is if they had another business besides. As we have learned in our Mishnah, according to R. Jehuda, if they have some business besides, they are qualified. Hence we see that the reason of the disqualification is because they do not occupy p. 71 themselves with the welfare of the world, and this contradicts Rami b. Hama's above statement. And lest one say that R. Jehuda's opinion is only of an individual, as the rabbis differ with him, this is not so, as Jehoshua b. Levi said that in every place where R. Jehuda says this is only, or if he says provided, he comes only to explain the meaning of the sages, but not to differ with them, and R. Yohanan maintains that when he says this is only, he comes to explain, but when he says provided, he means to differ. And as in our Mishnah he expresses himself this is only, all agree that he is only explaining. Hence Rami is contradicted. Do you contradict one man with another man? Each of them may have his opinion. Rami holds that they do differ, and Shishhate that they do not. Have we not learned in the following Boraitha that it does not matter if he has another business besides, he is nevertheless disqualified? The Boraitha is in accordance with R. Jehuda in the name of Tarfon of the following Boraitha. R. Jehuda said in the name of R. Tarfon, concerning a Nazarite, that wherever there is any doubt he is not deemed a Nazarite. And the same is in our case, as the gambler is not certain that he will win or lose, it cannot be considered a real business, but robbery, and therefore he is disqualified even when he has another business. Usurers. Said Rabha, one who borrows to pay usury is also disqualified. But does not our Mishnah state usurers, which means the lenders, and not the borrowers? It means to say a loan which is usurious. There were two witnesses who testified against Barbonitus. One said, "In my presence he has given money at usury," and the other said, "He has loaned to me at usury." And Rabha disqualified Barbonitus from being a witness. But how could Rabha take into consideration the testimony of him who said, "I have borrowed from him at usury"? Did not Rabha say that the borrower also is disqualified, because, as soon as he has borrowed at usury, he is wicked, and the Torah says, "Thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness"? Rabha is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that one is not trusted to make himself wicked. There was a slaughterer who sold illegal meat in his business, and Haman disqualified him. And he let his hair and nails grow as a sign of repentance, and Haman was about to remove the p72 disqualification. Said Rabha to him, "Perhaps he is deceiving you. But what remedy can he have?" As Radb Aben said elsewhere, for him who is suspected of selling illegal meat there is no remedy, unless he goes to a place where he is not known and returns a valuable lost thing, or he recognizes the illegality of meat in his business, even if it is of great value. Flying doves, etc. What does this mean? In this college it was explained, if your dove should fly farther than mine, you shall take an amount of money. And Hamabi Ashia said that it means in Rugrike, one who uses his doves to entice to his cot doves belonging to other cots, and this is robbery. But to him who maintains, if your dove shall fly farther, etc., is this not gambling? The Mishnah teaches both cases depending upon himself and depending upon his dove, as if depending upon himself only were stated, one might say that, because he was sure he would win, he offered such an amount, and B has not made up his mind to pay the sum willingly in case of a loss, and therefore it is considered an asmachtha, which does not give title. But in the other case, where he is dependent upon his dove, in which he is not sure, and has nevertheless offered a sum of money, it is to be supposed that he made up his mind to pay willingly in any event, and therefore it is not considered an asmachtha. And if this latter case were stated, one might say that he did so probably because the winning of the race depends on the clapping, and he knew better how to clap, but when he depends upon himself, it is different. Therefore both are stated. An objection was raised from the following: gamblers are counted those who play with dice, and not only dice, but even with the shells of nuts or pomegranates. And when is their repentance to be considered? When they break the dice and renounce this play entirely, so that they do not play even for nothing. And usurers are counted both the lender and the borrower, and their repentance is to be considered only then when they destroy their documents and renounce this business entirely, so that they do not take usury even from a heathen, from whom it is biblically allowed. And among those who play with doves, those who train doves to fly farther are counted, and not only doves, but even other animals, and their renunciation is considered only when they destroy their snares and renounce the business entirely, so that they do not catch birds even in p73 deserts. Among those who handle Sabbatic fruits are counted those who buy or sell, and their renunciation is considered only when they cease to do so in the next Sabbatic year. Said Nehemiah, it is not sufficient that they cease to do so, but they must return the money which they derived from the sale of the fruit. How if one say, I, so and so, have obtained 200 zuz from the Sabbatic fruit, and I present them for charity? We see, then, that among those who play with doves, those who do so with other animals are also counted, and this can be correct only according to him who explains our Mishnah, if your dove should fly farther than mine, as the same can be done with other animals. But to him who says in Rugrike, could this be done with other animals? This can be done with a wild ox, and it is in accordance with him who says that a wild ox may be counted among domesticated animals. There is a Boraitha, there was added to the disqualified witnesses robbers and forcers. But is not a robber disqualified to be a witness biblically? It means even those who do not return a found thing which was lost by a deaf-mute or by minors, and as this does not occur frequently, they were not counted among the disqualified. Thereafter, however, they were added, as, after all, they take possession of money which does not belong to them. And the same is the case with the forcers, who were not placed among the disqualified, because this does not happen frequently. Thereafter, however, as the rabbis saw that it became a habit, they added them also. There is another Boraitha, there was secondly added to that category, pastorers, collectors of duty, and contractors of the government. Pastorers were not put in this category previously. Because, when it was seen that they led their animals into strange pastures, it was only occasionally, but later, when it was seen that they did it intentionally, they were also added. And the same is the case with the collectors of duty and the contractors, as at first it was thought that they took only what belonged to them, but after investigation, when it was found that they took much more than they ought, they were added. Said Rabha, the pasturer in question, it matters not if he is a pasturer of small cattle or of large ones. Did Rabha indeed say so? Did. P. 74. He not say that a pasturer of small cattle is disqualified only in Palestine, but not outside of it, and pasturers of large cattle even in Palestine are qualified. This was taught of them who raise the cattle for themselves, and if they are small cattle, they are disqualified because it was forbidden to keep small cattle in Palestine, as explained elsewhere. And so it seems to be as the previous Mishnah expresses, 3 pasturers, and it is to be assumed for witnesses. Nay, it means for judges, and this is to be understood from the number 3. As if for witnesses, for what purpose are 3 needed? But if for judges, why does the Mishnah express itself pasturers - let it state 3 laymen who do not know the law? It means to say that even pasturers who spend their time in uninhabited places are nevertheless qualified to judge of the appointment of the parties. R. Jehudah said, a pasturer of whom it is not heard that he leads his cattle into strange pasture is nevertheless disqualified, but a duty collector of whom it is not said that he takes more than he ought, is qualified. The father of Arzera was a collector for 13 years, and when the governor would come to that city he used to say to the scholars, "Go and hide yourselves in the houses, so that the governor shall not see so many people, or he will demand from the city more taxes." And also to the other people, when he saw them crowded in the streets, he used to say, "The governor is coming, and he will kill the father in presence of the son, and the son in presence of his father." And they also used to hide themselves. And when the governor came, he used to say to him, "You see that there are very few people in the city. From whom, then, shall we collect so much duty?" When he departed, he said, "There are 13 moss which are tied in the sheet of my bed, take and return them to so and so, as I took it from him for duty and did not use it." They were named gatherers of Sabbatic fruit, etc. What does this mean? Said R. Jehudah thus, formerly it was said the gatherers of the fruit were qualified, but the merchants were not. But when it was seen that they used to pay the poor that they should gather the fruit for them and bring it to their houses, it was enacted that the gatherers as well as the merchants were disqualified. This explanation, however, was a difficulty to the scholars of the city of Rehoboth as to the expression of our Mishnah, since the demand of the government, and according to this explanation it ought to be, since the increase of buyers. P. 75. And therefore they explained thus, since the government has increased their duties, it was enacted that the gatherers were qualified, but not the merchants. Hai B. Zarsiki and Simeon B. Jehazdak went to Intercalat a year in Essia, and Resh Lakish met them and said, "I will go with them to see how they practice." In the meantime he saw a man who was plowing in the Sabbatic year, and he said to them, "Is this man a priest, who is suspected of doing work in the Sabbatic year?" And they answered, Probably he is hired by a Gentile to do so. He saw again a man who was collecting the fluid in a vineyard and putting it back into the bale. And he said again, Is this man a priest, who is suspected, etc.? And they answered, He who trims vines in the Sabbatic year may say, I need the twigs to make a bale for the press. Rejoined Resh Lakish, The heart knows whether it is done for Ekal or out of Achicolath. And they rejoined, He is a rebel. When they came to their place, they ascended to the attic and moved the steps that he should not ascend with them. The latter then came to Yohanan and questioned him, Men who are suspected of transgressing the Sabbatic year, are they fit to establish a leap year? After deliberating, however, he said, It presents no difficulty to me, as they may be compared with the 3 pasturers mentioned above, and the rabbis recommended them to do so, as so it should be according to their reckoning. Afterward, however, he said to himself, There is no similarity, as, concerning the 3 pasturers mentioned thereafter, the rabbi selected the right number needed for intercalation. Here, however, they themselves did it, and they are only a society of wicked men who are not at all qualified to intercalate. Said Yohanan, I am distressed that you called them wicked. When the above-mentioned rabbis came to Yohanan, complaining that Resh Lakish called them pasturers of cattle in the presence of Yohanan and he kept silent, he answered, If he were to call you pasturers of sheep, what could I do to him? One Ullah said, One's thought for his maintenance injures him in his study of the law. As it is written, Who frustrateth the plans of the crafty, so that p. 76. Their hands cannot execute their well-devised counsel. Said Rabbah, however, if he occupies himself with the Torah for the sake of heaven, he is not injured. As it is written, There are many thoughts in a man's heart, but the counsel of the Lord alone will stand firm. Which is to be explained, a study which is for the sake of heaven, no matter in what circumstances one is, it remains forever. 1. Only then, etc. Said Arabohu in the name of Elazar, the halakha prevails with Jehuda. And the same said again in the name of the same authority, all the persons mentioned in the Mishnah and in the Boraithas are disqualified only then when their crime was announced by the court. However, concerning a pasturer, Aha and Rabbana differ. According to one, even concerning him announcement is needed, and according to the other, no announcement is needed for his disqualification. It is correct, according to him who holds that no announcement is needed, that which Jehuda said above, that a pasturer is disqualified even if we are not aware of any crime, but according to him who holds that even a pasturer must be announced, why, then, Jehuda's decision? Because he holds that the court has to announce of each pasturer, no matter what he is, that he is disqualified. There was a document for a gift which was signed by 2 robbers, and Papa B. Samuel was about to make it valid because they were not announced by the court. Said Rabha to him, When to a robbery which is only rabbinical an announcement is needed, should we say that the same is needed to a biblical robbery? R. N. Ahman said, They who accept charity from idolaters are disqualified to be witnesses, provided they do so publicly, but not if privately, and even publicly, they are disqualified only then when it was possible for them to do same privately and they do not care to disgrace themselves publicly, but if not, one is not disqualified, as he is compelled to get a living. The same said again, He who is suspected of adultery is qualified to be a witness. Said Shishhate to him, Master, answer me. Should a man who has 40 stripes on his shoulders too be qualified? p. 77. Said Rabha, Rn Ahman admits that concerning a woman he is disqualified to be a witness. And Rabbana, according to others Papa, said, This is said only concerning a divorce, but concerning bringing her into the house of her husband, the suspicion does not matter. Rn Ahman said again, If one has stolen in the month of Nisan at the harvest time, and has stolen again in the month of Tishri, he is not named a thief so that he should be disqualified, provided he was a gardener and stole a thing of little value, and if it was a thing which could be consumed without any preparation. The gardener of Arzebad stole a cab of barley, and Arzebad disqualified him. And also another one stole a bunch of dates, and was also disqualified. There were undertakers who had buried a corpse on the first day of Pentecost, and our Papa put them under the ban and disqualified them to be witnesses. However, Hunabi our Jehoshua qualified them, and to the question of our Papa, are they not wicked? He answered, they thought they were doing a meritorious act. But were they not put under the ban for this transgression, and nevertheless did it again? They thought that the putting under the ban was only a kind of atonement imposed by the rabbis for violating the holiday. However, the burial act itself is meritorious, though they will have to be under the ban for a few days for violation of a holiday. An apostate who eats illegal meat, which is identical with carcasses, because it is cheaper, all agree that he is disqualified. But if he does this not because it is cheaper, but for the purpose of angering his former brothers in faith, one according to Abai he is disqualified and according to Rabha he is not. The reason of Abai is because he is wicked, and the scripture reads plainly, "Thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness." Rabha's reason, however, is that it speaks of one wicked in money matters only. An objection was raised from the following: the meaning of the scripture concerning the testimony of a sinner means one who is wicked in money matters, as, for instance, robbers and perjurers. No matter if the oath was a vain one, or if the oath was a false one concerning money matters. Hence we see that even a vain swearer, p. 78, is also disqualified. By the expression vain swearer is not meant as explained, but that he has sworn in vain concerning money matters e.g., A owes money to B, which was not necessary at all, as A has never denied it. An objection was raised from the following: thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness, means one wicked in robbery, namely, robbers and usurers. Hence this Boraitha contradicts Abai's statement. The objection remains. Shall we assume that the above Amoraim differ in the same respect as the Tannim of the following: a collusive witness is disqualified in all law cases? So is the decree of our mayor. Our Jose, however, maintains, provided he was made collusive in a case of capital punishment, but if in money matters, he is still qualified to be a witness in criminal cases. Now, shall we say that Abai holds with our mayor, who maintains that even from a lenient we disqualify to a rigorous one, and Rabha holds with our Jose, who maintains that only from a rigorous case we disqualify, even to a lenient one, but from lenient to rigorous we do not? Nay. In accordance with our Jose's theory, they do not differ. But the point of their difference is concerning our mayor's theory, as Abai holds with him, and Rabha maintains that even our mayor said so only concerning a collusive witness in money matters, which is both wicked against man and wicked against heaven, but in our case, where the wickedness is in heavenly things only, even our mayor admits that he is qualified to be a witness in money matters. The halakha, however, prevails with Abai. But was he not objected to? The Boraitha which contradicts Abai is in accordance with our Jose. But even then, is it not a rule, when our mayor differs with our Jose, that the halakha prevails with the latter? In this case it was different, as the editor of the Mishnah Yoth taught an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with our mayor's opinion. And where is it? This was explained in the following case: Barhama had slain a man, and the exilarch told Ababi Jacob to investigate the case, and if he really slew the man, they should make the murderer blind. And 2 witnesses came to testify that he surely killed the man. The defendant, however, brought 2 witnesses who testified against one of the witnesses. One of them said, "In my presence this man stole a cab of barley," and the other said, "In my presence he stole the handle of a borer." p. 79. And the exilarch said to him, "You wish to disqualify this man to be a witness because of our mayor's theory, but I know of the rule that the halakha prevails with our Jose when he differs with our mayor, and according to our Jose, if one was collusive in money matters, he is still qualified in criminal cases." Said our Papa to him, This is so in other cases, but in this case it is different, as there is an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with our Meir. But which Mishnah is it? Shall we assume it to be that which stated that he who is competent to judge criminal cases is competent for civil cases also, which cannot be in accordance with our Jose, as, according to his theory, there is a witness who was made collusive in civil cases and is still competent in criminal cases? Hence it is in accordance with our Meir. But perhaps the cited Mishnah does not speak about collusive witnesses, but of such as are incompetent to be witnesses because of their family. Therefore we must say that he means our Mishnah which states the following are disqualified for witnesses, players with dice, etc., and a Boraitha adds, and also slaves. This is the rule in all cases in which women are not allowed to be witnesses, they also are disqualified. And this cannot be in accordance with our Jose, as he holds that they are qualified to be witnesses in criminal cases, for which women are disqualified. Hence it is in accordance with our Meir. Behama then arose and kissed him, and freed him from paying duties all his life. Mishnah 4, the following are counted relatives who may not be witnesses: brothers, brothers of father or mother, brothers-in-law, uncles by marriage from father's or mother's side, a stepfather, a father-in-law, the husband of one's wife's sister, they and their sons-in-law, and also a stepson himself, but the latter's children are qualified. Said our Jose, this Mishnah was changed by our Akaba. The ancient Mishnah, however, was thus: one's uncle, one's first cousin, and all those who are competent to be one's heirs, and also all one's relatives at that time, but if they were relatives and thereafter became estranged, they are qualified. Our Jehuda, however, maintains that even if a daughter dies and leaves children, her husband is still considered a relative. An intimate friend, as well as a pronounced enemy, is also disqualified. Who is considered an intimate friend? The groomsman. And who is considered a pronounced enemy? The one who has not spoken to him for 3 days because of animosity. And the sages answered our Jehuda, the children of Israel are not suspected of witnessing falsely because of animosity. P80. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From that which the rabbis taught. It is written, fathers shall not be put to death for the children, for his own sin, etc. To what end is this written? If only to teach the meaning of it literally, it would not be necessary, as the end of the verse reads, for his own sin shall every man be put to death. It must therefore be interpreted, fathers should not die by the witnessing of their children, and vice versa. From this is deduced fathers by sons, and vice versa, and so much the more fathers who are brothers are incompetent to testify for each other. But whence do we know that grandsons are also incompetent to testify for each other? It should read, parents shall not die because of their son. And why sons in the plural? To teach that their sons are not competent to testify for each other. But whence do we know that two relatives are not qualified to testify in one case even for a stranger? It should read in the singular, and a son for his parents. And why in the plural, and sons? To teach that two sons are incompetent to testify in one case, even for a stranger. But from this is deduced the relatives from the father's side only. Whence, however, do we know that the same is the case with the relatives from the mother's side? From the repetition of the word fathers in the same verse. And as it was not necessary for the relatives on the father's side, apply it to the relatives on the mother's side. But this verse speaks of accusation. Whence do we know that the same is the case concerning advantage? From the repetition of the words, shall not die, which were not necessary in the case of accusation. Apply it, therefore, to cases of advantage. All this, however, is said concerning criminal cases. But whence do we know that it is the same with civil cases? Hence it reads, one manner of judicial law, etc., meaning that all cases must be judged equally. Rabbi said, my father's brother shall not witness in my cases, he, his son, and his son-in-law. And similarly, I, for my part, will not witness in his cases, neither my son nor my son-in-law. But why? Is not one son a grandnephew, who is a third to a father's brother, and our Mishnah teaches that only a cousin is not competent, who is second to the party, but not a second cousin, who is third to the party. The expression in our Mishnah, his son-in-law, means the son-in-law of his son, who is already a third. But if so, why does it not teach the son of his son? Incidentally, the Mishnah teaches us that the husband, p81, is equal to his wife. But if so, according to whom would be the following Boraitha, taught by Arhaya, 8 fathers, which counts 24, including their sons and sons-in-law. And if our Mishnah means the son's son-in-law, then it ought to be third-tuo, viz., 8 fathers, 8 sons, 8 sons-in-law, and 8 grandsons. Therefore we must say that our Mishnah means his son-in-law. And why does Rabbi name him the son-in-law of his son? Because he is not a descendant from him, but came from strangers, he is considered not of the second generation but as of the third. But, after all, according to Rabbi saying it is a third to a second cousin, and we are aware that Rabbi holds that such is qualified to be a witness. Therefore we must say that Rabbi holds with our Elazar, who says in the following Boraitha, even as my father's brother cannot be a witness for me, neither his son nor his son-in-law, the same is the case with the son of my father's brother and with his son and son-in-law. Still, this cannot serve as an answer to the objection that Rabbi himself has qualified a third to a second cousin. Say, Rabbi holds with our Elazar only concerning his son, but differs with him concerning the son of his father's brother. And the reason of Rabbi's theory is because it reads, fathers shall not die because of their sons, and sons, etc., which means the addition of one more generation. And the reason of our Elazar is, for their children means that the incompetence of the fathers shall extend to their children also. R. N. Ahman said, the brother of my mother-in-law cannot be a witness for me, and the same is the case with his son, and also with the son of the sister of my mother-in-law. And there is also a Boraitha similar to this, viz., the husband of one's sister, also the husband of the sister of one's father and the husband of the sister of one's mother, their sons and their sons-in-law, are also excluded from being witnesses. Said Arashi, while we were with Ula we questioned him, how is it concerning the brother of one's father-in-law and his son, and also concerning the son of the sister of his father-in-law? And he answered, this we have learned in a Boraitha, one's brothers, the brother of one's father and of one's mother, their sons and their sons-in-law all are incompetent. It happened that Rabbi was going to buy parchments, and he was questioned, may one be a witness to his stepson's wife? The p82 answer to this question was, according to the College of Surah, that the husband is the same as his wife, and according to the College of Pumaditha, the answer was that the wife is the same as her husband, which means that he is considered as if he were really her father-in-law. And as Huna in the name of Rabbi said, whence do we know that the woman is considered to be the same as her husband? From, she is thy aunt. Is she indeed his aunt? Is she not the wife of his uncle only? We see, then, that the wife is considered the same as her husband. A stepfather, his son and son-in-law. Is not his son a brother of the party from the mother's side? Said R. Jeremiah, it means the brother of his brother Edaji, the son of his stepfather from another wife. R. Hista, however, qualified such a person. When he was questioned, was he not aware of Jeremiah's explanation of our Mishnah just mentioned? He answered, I do not care for it. But if so, it is his brother. The Mishnah teaches concerning a brother from the father's side, and also from the mother's side. Arhista said the father of the groom and the father of the bride may be witnesses for each other, as their relation is similar to the relation of a cork to a barrel only, which cannot be counted relationship. Rabbi B. Hannah said, one may be a witness for his betrothed, but not for his wife. Said Rabbina, provided he testified against her, but if his testimony is in her behalf, he is not trusted. In reality, however, there is no difference, one is not trusted in any case, as the reason concerning witnesses is that one is too near in mind to his relatives, and as she is betrothed to him, he is not fit to be a witness in any case. The rabbis taught, one stepson only. Our Jose says, the husband of one's wife's sister only. And there is another Boraitha, the husband of one's wife's sister only. Our Jehuda says, one stepson only. How is this to be understood? Shall we assume that the Tana of the first Boraitha has mentioned only the stepfather, but that the case is the same with the husband of one's wife's sister? And our Jose with his statement also does not mean to differ, but he mentioned the latter, and the same is it also with the former. Then our Mishnah, which states, the husband of one's wife's sister, he, his son, and his son-in-law are excluded, would be neither in accordance with our Jehuda nor with our Jose. Or does the Boraitha mean to say that regarding a stepfather only is he excluded, but concerning the husband of the wife's sister, he, with his sons, etc., is excluded, and our Jose differs, as, according p. 83. To his opinion, the latter only is excluded, but not his sons, etc., but a stepfather, with his sons, etc., is excluded. Then the Boraitha of Arhaya, mentioned above, which states that there are 24, would be neither in accord with our Jose nor with our Jehuda. Therefore we must say that the Boraitha is to be explained thus, the stepfather only is to be excluded, but concerning the husband of his wife's sister, his children are also excluded. And our Jose came to teach that even concerning the latter he only is excluded, but not his children, and so much the more a stepfather. And then our Mishnah is in accordance with our Jehuda and the Boraitha in accordance with our Jose. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails with our Jose. There was a deed of gift which was signed by two brothers-in-law i.e., two husbands of two sisters, and our Joseph was about to make it valid, based upon the decision of Samuel that the halakha prevails with our Jose. Said Abai to him, whence do you know that Samuel meant our Jose of our Mishnah, who qualified the husband of one's wife's sister? Perhaps he meant our Jose of the Boraitha who disqualified him. This could not be supposed, as Samuel said, example I and Pinchas, who are brothers and brothers-in-law, but if only brothers-in-law, they are qualified. And Abai rejoined, it is still uncertain, as perhaps Samuel meant to say, because Pinchas was the husband of his wife's sister. Therefore said our Joseph to the beneficiary, acquire title to this gift by the testimony of the witnesses who were present when the gift was transferred to you, in accordance with our Abba's decision. Said Abai again, but did not Abba admit that if there was a forgery in the deed while writing, it is invalid even in the latter case? And our Joseph said to the beneficiary, go. You see, people do not allow me to transfer it to you. R. Jehuda said, etc. Said Thnhum in the name of Tabla in the name of Bruna, quoting Rabha, the halakha prevails with our Jehuda. Rabha, however, in the name of R. Nahman, and also Rabba Bb. Hannah in the name of R. Yohanan, said, the halakha does not prevail with him. There were some others who taught the saying of Rabba with regard to the following, thus lectured our Jose the Galilean, it is written, and to the judge that may be in those days. Was it necessary to state thus? Can it then be supposed that one should go to a judge that is not in his days? Therefore it is to be explained that it means that the judge was previously a relative of p. 84. His, and that thereafter he became estranged. And to this said Rabbah, etc., the halakha prevails with our Jose the Galilean. The sons of Mar Uqba's father-in-law were relatives, and became thereafter estranged. And they had a case, and came, with it to his court. He, however, exclaimed, I am disqualified from being your judge. They then rejoined, is it because you hold with our Jehuda? We will bring you a letter from Palestine stating that the halakha does not prevail with him. Rejoined he, I myself know that I am not attached to you with wax, and my saying that I am disqualified to judge you is because I know that your custom is not to listen to my decision. A friend is a groomsman. But how long shall this friendship hold? Our Abba in the name of our Jeremiah, quoting Rabbi, said, all the 7 days of the wedding. The rabbis, however, in the name of Rabha said that after the first day the friendship is no longer considered, and he is qualified. An enemy, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, he was not his enemy and did not seek his harm. Which means, he who is not one's enemy may be a witness and he who does not seek one's harm may be his judge. This is concerning an enemy. And whence do we know that the same is the case with a friend? Read, then, and he is not his enemy and not his friend. And then he may be a witness, and if he does not seek his harm and not his welfare, then he may be his judge. But is it, then, written a friend? This is common sense. Why not an enemy? Because his mind is far from doing any good to him, and the same is it with a friend, whose mind is near to do all that he can in his behalf. The rabbis, however, infer from this 2 things, one concerning a judge and the other that which we have learned in the following Boraitha. Our Jose B. R. Jehuda said, from the verse, he is not his enemy and does not seek his harm, is to be inferred that if 2 scholars have animosity toward each other they must not judge in a case together. Mishnah V. How were the witnesses examined? They were brought into separate chambers and were frightened to tell the truth. And then all except the eldest were told to go out, and he questioned, how do you know that A owes money to B? And if his answer was, because A himself told me that he owes him, or, C told me that such was the case, he said nothing, unless he testified that, in the presence of myself and my colleague, A confessed that he owed to B 200 zuz, and then the second witness is brought in and they examine him, and if both p. 85 testimonies correspond the court discusses about the case. If 2 of the judges acquit and one makes him liable, he is acquitted, and if vice versa, he is liable. If, however, one acquits and the other makes him liable, and the third one says, I don't know, then judges must be added. And the same is the case if there were 5, and 2 of them were against 2, while the 5th was doubtful. After the conclusion of the judges is arrived at, they are told to enter, and the eldest of the judges announces, you are acquitted, or, you are liable. And whence do we know that one of the judges must not say, I was in favor of the defendant, but my colleagues were against, and I could not help it, as they were the majority. As to this it reads, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, and it reads also, like clouds and wind without rain, so is a man that vaunteth falsely of a gift. Said Rabha, this is no frightening, as they may think what people say, even 7 years of famine do not pass the gate of a specialist. Therefore, said he, it was said to them, a battle axe, and a sword, and a sharpened arrow is a man that testifieth as a false witness against his neighbor. And Rashi maintains that even this is not sufficient, as they may think, even in time of a pest one does not die before his time. Therefore said he, I was told by Nathan b. Marzutra that they were frightened that false witnesses were disgraced even in the eyes of those who hired them. As it reads, and set 2 men, sons of Belial, opposite to him, and let them bear false witness against him, etc. A himself told me, etc. This is a support to our Jehuda, who said in the name of Rabbi, if one wants the case to be recognized by the court, he must insist that the debtor shall say, ye shall be my witnesses. And so also was taught by Hyabi Abba in the name of our Yohanan. And there is also a Boraitha as follows, I have a mano with you, and he answered, yeah. On the morrow A asked him, give it to me, and B said it was only a joke, he is free. And not this only, but even if A has had 2 witnesses hidden under a fence, and questioned him, have I a mano with you? And B answered, yeah. And to the question, P86 would you like to confess before witnesses? B answers, I am afraid, if I do so, you will summon me to the court, and on the morrow A asks B to give him the manna, and his answer is, it was only a joke, he is not liable. However, one must not defend a seducer. A seducer. Who has mentioned this term? The Boritha is not complete, and should read thus: if, however, B does not defend himself, the court must not question him, perhaps it was a joke. But in criminal cases, a similar question must be asked by the court, although he has not so defended himself, except in the case of a seducer. And why? Said R. Hamabi. Hanana, from the lecture of R. Hayabi. Abba, I understand that it is because it reads, nor shall thy eye look with pity on him, nor shalt thou conceal it for him. Said Abai, all that is said above is, provided the defendant claims, it was a joke, but if he claims, I have never confessed, he must be considered a liar and is liable. R. Papa B. R. Ahabi. Ada, however, maintains, in the case of a joke, people do not remember their confession, and therefore even such a claim must be investigated. There was one who had hidden witnesses under the curtains of his bed, and he said to his debtor, have I a manna with you? And he answered, yeah. And he questioned him again, may the people who are here sleeping or awake be witnesses? And he answered, no. And when the case came before our Kahana, he said, he cannot be liable, as he said no. A similar case happened with one who had hidden witnesses in a grave, and to the question, may the living and the dead be witnesses? He answered, no. And when the case came before Resh Lakish, he acquitted him. Rabbina, according to others R. Papi, said, the decision of R. Jehuda that it must be said by the party, ye are my witnesses, is no matter whether it is said by the lender in the presence of the borrower and he keeps silent, or by the debtor himself. And this is inferred from that which was said above, that the debtor had answered the question with no, but if he should remain silent, he would be liable. There was one who was named by the people the man who has against him a whole cab of promissory notes. And when he heard this, he exclaimed, do I owe to anyone but B and C? The latter then summoned him before the court of R. N. Ahman, and R. N. Ahman decided that the above exclamation could not be taken as evidence, as it might be that he said so for the purpose that people should not think him too rich. There was another one who was p. 87. Named the mouse who lies on dinars, and at the time he was dying he said, A and B are my creditors. After his death the creditors summoned his heirs before R. Ismail B. R. Jose, and he made the heirs pay, for the reason that, if he said so while in good health, it might be supposed that he did so for the purpose mentioned above, but this could not apply to a man who was dying. The heirs, however, only paid the half, and were summoned for the other half in the court of Arhaya, who decided, as it is supposed that one may say so for the purpose that he shall not appear too rich, so it may be said that the deceased did so that his children should not appear too rich. The heirs then demanded what they had already paid, to which Arhaya answered, it was decided long ago by a sage, and the decision must remain. If one has confessed before two witnesses and they have made the ceremony of a sudarium, they may write it down, but if there was no sudarium, it must not be written. If he has, however, confessed before three without a sudarium, according to Rabbite it may, and according to RC it must not be written. However, there was such a case before Rabbite, and he took into consideration RC's decision. R. Ada B. Abba said, such a document of confession is dependent upon circumstances. If the people were gathered by themselves and he confessed before them, then it must not be written, but if he himself caused the gathering, it may. Rabha, however, is of the opinion that even in the latter case it must not be written unless he said to them, I accept you as my judges, and Mar Br Ashi maintains that even then a judgment is not to be written unless they appoint a place, and summon him to the court. It is certain, when one has confessed with the ceremony of a sudarium in cases of movable property, that a judgment may be written, but not otherwise. But how is it with real estate without a sudarium? According to Amamar it may not, and according to Marzutra it may be written. And so the halakha prevails. It happened that Rabbana came to the city of Damharia, and Ardimi B. Arhuna of the same city questioned him, how is the law if the confession was for movable property which is still in full possession of the parties? And he answered, then it is considered as real estate. Ashi, however, maintains that so long as the creditor has not collected it, it is to be considered as money, because if the possessor p88 would like to sell it, he could do so even after the confession, which is not the case in real estate. There was a document of confession in which it was not written, he has said to us, write a document, sign it, and give it to him, and both Abai and Rabha decided that this case was similar to that of Resh Lakish, who decided that witnesses would not sign a document unless they were aware that the person who told them to sign was of age. The same is the case here, they would not sign it unless he said to them, sign and give. Papi, according to others Hunabi. Joshua, opposed, is there a thing of which we, the judges, are not sure, and the scribes are? Therefore the scribes of Abai and of Rabha were questioned, and they were aware of the law, when it must be written and when not. There was another document of confession in which the memoranda, and all the versions which are needed thereto, were written correctly, but the words, in the presence of us three, were missing, and the document was signed by two only. And Rabbana was about to say that this case was similar to that of Resh Lakish mentioned above, but Nathan b. Ami said to him, thus was it said in the name of Rabha, in such a case it may be feared that it was an error by the court I.e., they thought that such might be done by two. Said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, if in the document was written, we the Beth Din, although it was signed by two, it is valid without any investigation. But perhaps it was written by an impudent Beth Din of two, of which, according to Samuel, the decision is to be considered, but they are named impudent. The case was that the document read, the Beth Din appointed by Ashi. Still, perhaps the same holds with Samuel. It means that it was written, our master, Ashi, thus said. The rabbis taught, if one said I have seen your deceased father hide money in a certain place, saying this belongs to so and so, or, the money is for second tithe, if this place is to be found in this house, he said nothing. If, however, the place was in a field, where the witness could take it without being prevented, his testimony is to be considered, this being the rule in such a case. If he is able to take it himself without notifying, his word is to be trusted, but not otherwise. Moreover, if they themselves saw their father hide money in a chest, or the like, and he said to them, this money belongs to so and so, or, it is for second tithe, if it looks as if he told this as his last will. P89. He is to be trusted, but if it appears that he desires to deceive them, then his words are not to be considered. The same is the case if one became harassed, searching for the money which his father left for him, and he dreamed that the sum was of such and such an amount and was placed in a certain place, but it was for second tithe. Such a case happened, and the sages decided that the caprices of dreams are not to be taken into any consideration. If two of the judges acquit, etc. But how is the judgment to be written? According to Yohanan, so and so is AC quitted, and according to Resh Lakish, such and such judges acquitted, and such hold him liable. Elazar, however, says it should be written, from the discussion of the judges, the decision is that such is acquitted. And what is the difference? The tale-bearing. According to Yohanan it must not be written who acquits and who holds liable, as this would appear like tale-bearing, and according to Resh Lakish, it must be written, as, if not, it would appear like a unanimous verdict, and it would look as though they had lied, and Elazar's decision is, to prevent vainglory it may be written, from their discussion, the decision is that the defendant is acquitted, in which there is no tale-bearing and it does not appear unanimous. Are told to enter. Who? Shall we assume the parties? It is not stated the parties, but the witnesses must go out. You must then say that the witnesses are told to enter, and this would not be in accordance with our Nathan of the following Boraitha. The testimony of the witnesses is not to be conjoined unless both witnesses have seen the case together. R. Jehoshua b. Karha, however, maintains that, even if they have seen one after the other, their testimony is not to be approved by the court unless they both testify together. R. Nathan, however, maintains that the court may hear the testimony of one today, and on the morrow from the other one, when he appears. Hence, according to him, both witnesses may not be present. The Mishnah means the parties, and it is in accordance with our Nehemiah, who said in the following Boraitha, so was the custom of the pure-minded in Jerusalem. They let the parties enter, listened to their claims, and thereafter let the witnesses enter, listened to their testimony, and told all of them to go out, and then discuss the matter. The text says that their testimony is not conjoined, etc. What is the point of their difference? If you wish, it may be said common sense. If, for instance, one testifies that he has p. 90. Seen A borrow a mana from B, and on the morrow the other witness testifies that he has seen A borrow a mana from B, one may say, example C has seen one mana and D has seen another mana. Hence their testimony cannot be conjoined according to the first Tana of the Boraitha, but according to R. Jehoshua b. Karha it may be conjoined, as both admit that A owes a mana to B. This is common sense. And if you wish, they differ in the meaning of the verse. And he is a witness, etc. And there is a Boraitha, it reads, there shall not rise up one single witness against. Why is it written single? This is a rule for every case in which is mentioned a witness, that it means two, and the term single is expressed because their testimony is to be considered only then when they saw it together. So is the explanation of the first Tana. B. Karha, however, gives his attention to the verse cited, and he is a witness, since he either hath seen or knoweth something. Hence it matters not whether they have seen together or singly. And what is the point of difference between our Nathan and the first Tana? Also, if you wish, it is common sense, and if you wish, in the explanation of the scripture. Common sense - usually one witness is brought not to make the defendant pay, but to make him liable for an oath. Hence, if their testimony does not come together, it cannot be conjoined to make the defendant pay. Such is the meaning of the first Tana. But Nathan maintains, even when they come together, does, then, their testimony go out from one mouth? They testify one after the other, and we conjoin them. The same is the case when they come on 2 days. In the explanation of the scripture, if he do not tell it, and thus bear his iniquity. And both the first Tana and Nathan hold with the opponents of B. Karha, that both witnesses have to see the case together. And the point of their difference is, if the testimony is to be similar to the seeing of the case. One holds it is, hence it cannot be conjoined if not seen together, and one holds it is not. Simeon b. Eliakim was anxious that the degree of rabbi should be granted to Hosea b. Hananiah, but the opportunity did not present itself. One day they were sitting before Ar Yohanan, and the latter questioned, is there one here who knows if the halakha prevails with B. Karha or not? And B. Eliakim pointed to Hosea b. Hananiah, saying, he knows. Yohanan then said, then let him tell. But B. Eliakim, however, rejoined, let the master give him the degree of rabbi, and then he will tell. And he did so. P. 91. And then said to him, my son, tell me just so as you have heard. And he answered, I have heard that B. Karha yielded to Ar Nathan. Rejoined Ar Yohanan, is that what it was necessary for me to know? Is it not self-evident that B. Karha could not demand that they should testify together, as he does not desire that the seeing shall be together? Nevertheless, since you have already ascended to the degree of rabbi, it may remain with you. And Arzerah said, infer from this act that if a great man gives a degree, even conditionally, it remains forever. Hiabi. Abin in the name of Rabbi said, the halakha prevails with Jehoshua b. Karha concerning real estate, as well as movable property. Ula, however, maintains, it prevails with him concerning real estate only. Said Abai to Haya, you say that the halakha prevails. Is there one who differs with him? Did not Abba say in the name of Arhuna, quoting Rabbi, the sages yield to be Karha concerning the testimony as to real estate? And so also taught Edb. Abin in the section Damages, taught by the College of Karna, the sages yield to be Karha concerning the testimony as to a firstborn, as to real estate, as to Hazaka, and concerning the signs of maturity for a male as well as for a female? You contradict one person with another. People may hold different opinions. Said R. Joseph, I say in the name of Ula that the halakha prevails with B. Karha concerning real estate, as well as movable property. However, the rabbis who came from the city of Mehuzah say in the name of Zerah, quoting Rabbi, concerning real estate, but not concerning movable property. And Rabbi is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that a confession after a confession, or a confession after a loan, may be conjoined, but a loan after a loan, or a loan after a confession, do not conjoin. P. 92. N. Ahaman b. Itzhak met Huna br Jehoshua, and questioned him thus, let us see why the testimony of a loan after a loan is not to be conjoined. Because the loan which one witness has seen may not be the same which the other saw. Why, then, not say the same concerning a confession? Say, the confession of Tuesday was not the same as that of Monday? The answer was, he speaks of when he said to the last witness, the manna which I confess before you is the same as that which I confessed yesterday before so and so. But even then, the second witness only knows this, but not the first. It means that after he has confessed before the second he goes again to the first witness, telling him, the manna which I confessed before you, I did so also before so and so. Rejoined Ahaman, let your mind be at rest, for you have set my mind at rest. And Huna asked him, what was the trouble? Because I had heard that Rabha, and according to others Arshi's hate, swung an axe at it, saying, is this not similar to a confession after a loan? Which means that he said in his confession, I confess before you that I owe a manna to so and so, which I borrowed yesterday in the presence of so and so. Hence it was already said once by Rabbi. Why, then, the repetition? Rejoined Huna, this is what I have heard of your people when they tear out trees, they plant them again. The sages of Nahardia, however, say that, no matter if it is a confession after a confession, a loan after a confession, or a loan after a loan, they are to be conjoined, as they hold with Karha. R. Jehuda said, witnesses in civil cases who contradict one another in unimportant investigations are to be considered. Said Rabha, it seems that he meant that the contradiction was that one said the purse in which the manna was given was a black one and the other said it was a white one. But if one says that the loan was with old coins and the other said it was with new ones, they are not to be conjoined. But is such a contradiction not to be taken into consideration even in criminal cases? Did not Arhisda say that if one testifies that he killed him with a sword and the other with an axe, it is not to be considered, but if one says the murdered or the murderer was dressed in white, while the other testifies that he was dressed in black, their testimony holds good? And the answer was, do you contradict one scholar with another? Each may have his own opinion. The Nahardines, however, maintain that even if one testifies old coins, p. 93, and the other new, they are nevertheless to be conjoined, and this is because they hold with Karha. But have you then heard Karha say that they may be conjoined even when they contradict each other? Therefore we must say that the Nahardines hold with the Tana of the following Boraitha, R. Simeon b. Eleazar said, the schools of Shammai and Hillel do not differ, if there were two parties of witnesses. If one party testifies that he owes him 200, and one party testifies 100, the latter amount is to be collected, as in the testimony of 200 100 is certainly included. In what they do differ is that, if among one party of witnesses was this contradiction, according to the school of Shammai the whole party must be disqualified, because one of them is surely a liar, and according to the school of Hillel they are not, as both admit that he owes 100. Suppose one testifies that he borrowed a barrel of wine and the other of oil. Such a case came before Ami, and he made him liable to pay the value of a barrel of wine, as a barrel of oil amounts to twice as much as a barrel of wine. But according to whom was his decision? Is it in accordance with R. Simeon b. Eleazar? He said so, because in the amount of 200 100 is surely included, but did he say so in such a case as that of the barrels? The case was that they testified not for the barrels themselves, but for the value. Suppose one of the witnesses says the law was made in the first attic, and the other says in the second attic. Said R. Hananiah, such a case came before a rabbi, and he conjoined their testimony. And whence do we know that one of the judges must not say? The rabbis taught, whence do we know that one of the judges, when he is going out, must not say, I was in favor of the defendant, but my colleagues were against, and I could not help it, as they were the majority? To this it reads, Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, and it reads also, the elders of his city, of his, but not of hers. Said Imamer, the halakha prevails that one may be compelled to go to the assembly. Said R. Ashi to him, but did not R. Eleazar say, he may be compelled to try his case in that city? This is when the borrower said thus to the lender, but if the lender claims so, we apply to him, the borrower is servant to the man that lendeth. A message was sent from Palestine to Mar Ukba, to him to whom the world is light as to the son of Bathia, peace may be granted. Ukban the Babylonian complained before us that Jeremiah his brother destroyed his way, and we have decided that he shall be compelled to appear before us in the city of Tiberias. They said to him, You may try him. If he will listen to you, well and good, and if not, you must compel him to see us in the city of Tiberias. Said R. Ashi, this was a case of fine, and in Babylon they are not allowed to try cases of fine, and that which they said to Mar Ukba, You shall try him, etc., was only to honor him. Chapter 4. Rules and Regulations concerning Examinations and Cross-Examinations of Witnesses in Civil and Criminal Cases. The difference in judging and in discussions between civil and criminal cases. How the members of the Sanhedrin were seated. How many recording scribes were needed. How judges were added if needed, and from what people. How witnesses should be frightened in criminal cases. The reason why Adam the first was created singly. Mishnah I, cases coming before the court, be they civil or criminal, the witnesses thereof must be examined and investigated. As it is written, one manner of judicial law shall ye have. But what difference is there between civil and criminal cases? It is the following, the former cases are to be tried by 3, and the latter by 23 judges. In the former the discussion may commence either with the accusation or with the defense, while the latter must commence with the defense and not with the accusation. In the former case one voice suffices either to accuse or to acquit, and in the latter he is acquitted by one voice, while to condemn 2 are needed. In the former the judge who proclaimed his view either to advantage or to disadvantage may, after deliberating, announce his view to the contrary. In the latter, however, he may do so only to acquit, but not to condemn. In civil cases the whole body of the court may defend or accuse, while in criminal cases all of them may acquit, but the whole body must not accuse. The former may be discussed in the daytime and the decision rendered at night, while in the latter the decision must be in the daytime. But if they did not come to a conclusion on the same day, they have to postpone it to the morrow. The decision concerning the former may be reached on the same day either to one's advantage or to his disadvantage, while in the latter the decision may be rendered on the same day to free him, but not to condemn him until the next day, and, therefore, cases of capital punishment must not be begun on the eve of Sabbath or of a legal holiday. In civil cases. p. 98. And regarding defilement and purity, they begin by asking the opinion of the eldest, while in criminal cases they begin with those who are sitting on the side. All are qualified to judge civil cases, but not everyone is qualified to judge criminal cases, as to the latter only priests, Levites, and Israelites who may legally marry daughters of priests. Gemara, are investigation and examination indeed needed in civil cases? If so, there is a contradiction from the following Tosefta, a document of which the date shows the 1st of Nisan in a sabbatical year, and witnesses came, saying, "How can you testify in favor of this document were you not with us at the same date mentioned in the document in such and such a place?" The document as well as the witnesses are valid, as it is to be supposed that they might have written the document after the date mentioned therein. Hence, if investigation and examination are needed, why should they be valid because of the above reason? Would not the investigation show if it were so or not? But according to this theory, how is to be understood the following Mishnah? Promissory notes which were written at an earlier date are invalid. However, if they were written at a later date, they are. Now, if an investigation in civil cases is needed, why should that which was written at a later date be valid? This presents no difficulty, the objection mentioned applying more to the statement of the Boraitha, as it speaks of a sabbatical year, in which people do not usually lend money because of the law of that year, and nevertheless it makes valid that which was written in the month of Nisan, because the above-mentioned law concerning promissory notes applies only at the end of the year. However, the contradiction to our Mishnah remains. R. Hanana said, biblically there is no difference between civil and criminal cases concerning investigations, as it reads, one manner of judicial law, etc. But why was it enacted that civil cases do not need investigation? So as not to close the door to borrowers. But if so, let the judge who made an error in the p. 99 decision of the case not be responsible? If this should be enacted, so much the more would the door be closed to borrowers. Rabha, however, maintains that our Mishnah treats of fine cases and the Boraitha of loan cases. However, both were taught after the above-mentioned enactment. And our Papa maintains that both treat of loan cases. But our Mishnah speaks of a case which appears to the court unfair, and to such, investigation is needed. The Boraitha speaks of non-suspicious cases. And this is in accordance with Resh Lakish, who used to propound a contradiction to the following. It reads, in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor, and Deuteronomy 16:20 reads, justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, from which it is to be understood that an investigation is needed? And he answered that the first verse speaks of an ordinary case and the second of a suspicious one. R. Ashi, however, maintains that the above answer of our Papa, concerning the contradiction from the Mishnah, holds good. However, the supposed contradiction of the verse is to be explained that the first speaks of a strict law and the second of an arbitration, as the following Boraitha states, justice, only justice, etc., one word means strict law and the other means arbitration. How so? If, example, two boats are plying on a river and they meet each other, if both try to pass where there is not room, both would be lost, but if one passes after the other, both would be saved. And the same is the case with two camels passing the steps of Beth Korin, which met each other. If both tried to pass together, both would fall, but if one after the other, both would be saved. Then the strict law is that the unloaded one should wait, and the loaded one pass, or, if one was near to the dangerous place and the other far off, the nearer one has to pass, but if both were loaded, or if both were at the same distance, then arbitration must be used as to which one has to pay to the other for loss of time. The rabbis taught, justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, means that one shall follow to the city of a celebrated judge, example at Luda, after R. Elazar, at Brarhile, after Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai. p. 100. There is another Boraitha interpreting the cited verse thus, you should always trouble yourself to follow after the sages in assembly, as, for instance, after R. Elazar at Luda, after R. Yohanan b. Zakkai at Brarhile, after Jehoshua at Pekiain, after Rabban Gamaliel at Jamnia, after Akiba at Bani Brak, after Mattia at Rome, after Hananiah b. Thirduin at Sikni, after Jose at Sephorius, after Jehuda b. Bathura at Enzibon, after Hananiah, the nephew of Jehoshua, in exile, after Rabbi at Beth Shiran, and after the sages at their assembly in the chamber of the temple. With the accusation or with the defense. But what has the court first to say to the advantage of the defense in criminal cases? Said R. Jehuda, the court may ask the witness, whence do we know that it was as you say? But from such an interrogation the witness will become dejected, and will refrain from saying anything. Therefore said Ula, the court questioned the other party, have you other witnesses to make collusive the witnesses of your opponents? Said Rabba to him, is this what you call beginning with the defense? With this saying you begin by accusing witnesses of the other party. Therefore said he, the court may say to the other party, have you other witnesses who may contradict the witnesses of your opponent? Arcana says, the court may say, from your testimony it seems that the defendant may be acquitted, and thereafter they discuss the matter. Both Abai and Rabha say, the court may say to the defendant, do not fear, if you have not committed the crime, nothing will be done to you. And Ar-Ashi said, the beginning should be with the announcement of the court, everyone who knows of a defense concerning the defendant may come to tell it before the court. There is a Boraitha in accordance with Abai and Rabha as follows, it reads, if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness behind thy husband, then be thou free. Said Rabbi, infer from this that in criminal cases the beginning must be with the defense. P. 101. May after deliberating. Announce to the contrary. There is a contradiction from the following, if one has tried a case and made liable him who is not, or vice versa, has purified a thing which is unclean, or vice versa, his decision holds good, but he has to pay for his error from his own pocket. Said R. Joseph, this presents no difficulty. A judge who was appointed by the court, if he made an error, he must pay for it, but if he was appointed by the parties only, he has not. But is there not a Boraitha, if he was appointed by the court, he has not to pay? Said R. N. Ahman, the just-cited Boraitha treats of when there was a superior judge to him, who ignores his decision, therefore he is free from paying, as the superior judge decides it properly. But if there is no superior and his decision remains, then he must pay for his error. Arshi's hate, however, maintains, it depends in what the error was made. If he erred in that which is plainly taught in a Mishnah, then he has not to pay, because his decision will not be executed, but if he erred in his opinion, then he has to suffer. So did he hear from Arasi. Rabbana questioned Ar-Ashi, is it the same even if he has erred in that which was taught in the Boraithas of Ar-Haya and Ar-Oshia? And he answered, yeah. And how is it if he erred in that which was said by Rabbi and Samuel? And he answered, yeah. And how is it if he erred in that which was said by you and me? And he rejoined, what, then, are we? Are we splitting wood or gathering splinters in the forest? How is to be understood, erred in his opinion? R. Hamnana objected to Arshi's hate from the following, it happened that a cow of which the womb had been removed was brought before Ar-Tarfan, and he made the owner give it to the dogs. However, a similar case came before the sages in Jamnia, and they made it valid, because Tutus the physician testified that not one cow or one swine was sent out from Alexandria in Egypt of which the womb was not removed, or the purpose that they should not bring forth offspring. And Ar-Tarfan exclaimed thus, O Tarfan, thy ass is gone. Said Ar-Akiba to him, you are free, as there is a rule that a judge who is appointed by the majority has not to pay for his error. Now, if an error in that which was taught in a Mishnah does not hold good and must be redecided, why does not Akiba say, you have erred against a P. 102. Mishnah. Ar-Akiba meant to say both first, you have erred against a Mishnah, and secondly, even if you erred in your own opinion you would also be free, because you were chosen by the majority. Said R. N. Ahman b. Itzhak to Rabha, How could our Hamnuna object to she's hate from the case of the cow? Did not Tarfon give it to the dogs? Hence the cow was no longer in existence, and it could not be reed-sided. Hamnuna meant to say thus, if the decision should be that the case of one who erred against a Mishnah is not to be reed-sided, it is correct that Tarfon was afraid that he must pay, and our Akaba told him that he must not, because he was a recognized judge. But if the halakha is that in such a case it must be reed-sided, let Akaba say to him, how would it be if the cow were still in existence? Your decision would not remain and the cow would be declared valid. The same is the case even now that it is not in existence, as you did not yourself give it to the dogs, you had only decided that it was invalid, and as your decision does not count, the owner of the cow, himself, has to suffer for his act. R. Hista, however, explains our Mishnah that it means, if the judge himself took from the one who was liable in his eyes and gave to his opponent, only then must he pay from his pocket, but not otherwise. But this would be correct in one case only, namely, if he had made liable the just, then we could say that he took from the just and gave to his opponent. But how could this be done in the second case, in which he has acquitted the one who was liable, as he only said to him, you are not liable? His decision, you are free, is counted as if he would take with his hand and give to him. But if so, how is to be understood the following statement of the Mishnah, that the judge may retract from this view, no matter if it is concerning defense or accusation, as this can be explained only in case he said to the just, you are liable, but did not collect from him, as then he may retract and say, you are not liable? But in case he made liable a just man, how could such a case take place, if not by the decision, you are free? And it is said above that such a decision is considered as if he would take from one party and give to the other. Hence, after such, no retraction can take place. Our Mishnah, with its expression, whether in defense or in accusation, means to say that with the acquittal of one party the other party is accused, namely, a retraction may take place in behalf of one who was erroneously made liable but it was not as yet collected. P. 103. Although it is a disadvantage to his opponent, but in case he has acquitted the one who is liable he has to pay from his pocket. But if so, then in criminal cases a retraction could take place only when it is in behalf of the defendant. But at the same time his opponent is not accused. And this can be said if the criminal case was a violation of Sabbath or a case of adultery, but in case of murder, how can such be found? But how, if there is a retraction that he is not guilty of slaying a person, who is accused? It may be said the relatives of the person murdered, as biblically, if the relatives of the person murdered took revenge on the murderer and slew him, he is freed, and by the retraction from guilty to not guilty, if the relative should put his hand on the murderer, he would be accused. But could such a thing be supposed? You mean to say, because perhaps the relative of the person murdered will take revenge, therefore no retraction shall take place and the defendant shall be put to death. And secondly, does not the Mishnah state, whether concerning defense or accusation? This difficulty remains. Rabbina, however, says, even in case he has acquitted the one liable, it may also be found that the judge did it with his hand, namely, in case he had a pledge and the judge took it away from him and transferred it to the borrower. Criminal cases, etc. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that if one was found guilty by the court, and thereafter one came, saying, I know a defense for him, that the case may be retried? Because it reads, him who hath been declared innocent and righteous, thou shalt not slay. Read, him who was declared innocent even by one person, you shall not slay. And whence do we know concerning the one who was acquitted by the court, and thereafter one says, I know of a fact which will make him guilty, that he must not be listened to? From the same cited verse, him who hath been declared righteous, ye shall not slay. Said Ar Shimei b. Ashi. And just the reverse may be done with a seducer, as the scripture reads, you shall not have any pity, etc. Our Kahana infers this from, you shall surely kill him, etc. R. Zerah questioned Arshi's hate, whence do we know that the same law applies to them who are to be punished with exile? And the answer was, from an analogy of the expression murder, which is to be found in both cases. And whence do we know that the same is the case with them that are to be punished? P. 104. With stripes. From an analogy of the expression, wicked, which, is to be found in both cases. And so also is it plainly stated in a Boraitha. But not to condemn. Said Hyabi. Abba in the name of our Yohanan, provided he has erred in a thing which the Sadduceans oppose, but if they admit, it must read so plainly in the scripture. And such a decision is not to be taken in consideration at all, as school children are aware of it, it must be retried. The same Haya questioned our Yohanan, how is it we err in a case of adultery? And he answered, so loner as the fire in the stove burns, cut off all that you want to roast, and roast it. All of them, etc. Does the Mishnah mean that even their witness who had accused him may also thereafter defend him? Then our Mishnah is in accordance with our Hosebi Jehuda, and, not in accordance with the rabbis of the following Boraitha, it is written, but one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. It means whether to defend or to accuse. Hosebi Jehuda, however, maintains that he may testify to defend, but not to accuse. Said our Papa, our Mishnah with its expression all, means to add one of the disciples who sat in a row before the judges, and such may make use of his opinion according to all. What is the reason of our Jose's statement? Because it reads, to cause him to die, we infer that only to accuse he must not testify, but to defend he may. But if so, why do the rabbis differ? Said Resh Lakish, because it appears that the witness is interested in this case. And what do the rabbis infer from the words to cause him to die? They apply this to one of the disciples, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if one of the witnesses says, I have something to say in defense of the defendant, whence do we know that he must not be listened to? From the verse cited, one witness shall not testify. And whence do we know, if one of the disciples say, I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant, that he must also not be listened to? From the same, one shall not testify to cause him to die. Only to acquit, but not to condemn. Said Rabbi, this is P. 105. Said only at the time they discuss this matter, but at the time of the conclusion he may change his views from defense to accusation also. An objection was raised from the following, on the morrow they arise early and come to the court. He who defended has to say, I defended yesterday and am of the same opinion today. And he who accused has also to say, I accused, and am of the same opinion today. However, he who had accused may change his view to defense, while this is not allowed to him who defended. Now, on the morrow it is time for the conclusion, and it nevertheless states that the defendant may not change his view. According to this theory, no discussion is to be prolonged on the morrow, and this is certainly not so. Hence the Boraitha means that he must not do so at the time of discussion. Come and hear another objection, all who take part in the discussion may explain their reasons, until one of the accusers shall yield to one of the defenders. Now, if you say that one may change his view from defense to accusation, why does not the Boraitha state, or to the contrary? It is simply because the Tana of the Boraitha does not care to repeat a matter of accusation. Come and hear another objection, R. Hosebi. Hananiah said, if one of the disciples has defended and dies at the time of the conclusion, his view should be considered as if he were still alive. And why? Let it be said that if he were alive he might retract from his view. This is no objection, as in reality he did not retract. But how can you explain that the decision of our Hosebi Hananiah may correspond with Rabbi's statement? Was not a message sent from Palestine as follows, our Hose's statement denies our master's statement? Nay, the message was just the contrary, our Hose's statement does not deny the statement of our master in Babylon. Discussed in the daytime, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Ar-Ahabi. Papa, from, and let them judge the people at all times. But how is it to be inferred from this that the conclusion must not be at night, and the discussion may? This is in accordance with Rabha, who has propounded a contradiction from the just cited verse to that of Deuteronomy XXI. 16, Then shall it be, on the day one when he divideth. What? P 106. He hath dash on the day, but not at any time. And the answer was that the beginning of the trial must be in the daytime, but the conclusion may be even at night time in civil cases. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our mayor of the following Boraitha. It reads, every controversy and every plague. 1. What have plagues to do with controversies? The scripture compares controversies to plagues, in order to apply the law of the latter to the former. As concerning plagues it must be in the daytime, but on the day, etc., the same is the case with controversies. And also as, concerning plagues, it cannot be judged by one who is blind, as the priest must see the signs, the same is the case with controversies. And also the law concerning controversies, which must not be judged by relatives, applies to plagues that the priest must not be a relative of him who has the plague. In the neighborhood of Ar Yohanan there was one who was blind who used to judge cases, and Ar Yohanan did not protest. But could Ar Yohanan be silent in such a matter? Is it not against his own decision? Did not he himself declare that the halakha always prevails with an anonymous Mishnah, and there is one which states, every one who is qualified to judge is also qualified to be a witness? However, there are some who are qualified to witness, but not to judge, and the same Ar Yohanan has declared that it means one who is blind of one eye, who is qualified to witness, but not to judge. Hence one who is blind, who is disqualified to be a witness because he cannot see, ought also to be disqualified to judge. Ar Yohanan found another anonymous Mishnah for his basis, namely, civil cases may be discussed in the daytime and the conclusion at night, which is the same as a case of one who is blind. But why does he give preference to the latter Mishnah, and not to the first? If you wish, it may be said because the latter treats of a majority, while the first treats of an individual. And if you wish, it is because the latter is taught concerning the laws of trying cases. If they did not come to a conclusion, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Shinibi. Haya, from, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord in the face of the sun. If people have sinned, wherein have the heads of the people sinned, that they should be hanged? Said Ar-Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, thus said the Holy One, blessed be he, to Moses, take the heads of the people, and set P 107 them at separate places, that they shall judge the guilty ones and hang them in the face of the sun. And why in separate places? Shall we assume, because two capital punishments must not be decided on one and the same day? Did not Ar-Hisda say that this is said only when capital punishments are of different kinds, but if of one kind they may? Therefore it must be said, to hasten the execution of the guilty, that the anger of heaven shall cease. They have to postpone it until the morrow. Whence is this deduced? Said Ar-Hanana, from, righteousness lodged therein, but now murderers which means, formerly they used to postpone the condemnation for a night, and now that they are not doing so they are considered murderers. Must not be begun on the eve of Sabbath, etc. Why so? Because it could not be done otherwise, as, if they should begin and finish on the eve of Sabbath, perhaps they would need to condemn him, and then they would have to postpone it overnight. And to conclude the case on Sabbath and to execute on the same day, the execution does not violate the Sabbath, and should it be executed at night, after Sabbath the law requires, in the face of the sun, and should the conclusion be on Sabbath and the execution on the following day, then it would be torture for the guilty one, which is not allowed. Should they begin on the eve of Sabbath and conclude on the day after Sabbath, then they are liable to forget the reasons. Although there were two scribes who used to write down the discussions, the defense as well as the accusation, they wrote only what was said, but could not write the heart of the man. And, therefore, it was impossible otherwise. They used to ask the opinion, etc. Said Rabbi, I used to be among the judges of the court of Rabbi, and they used to begin the question of opinions with me. But does not the Mishnah state that they have to begin with the eldest? Said Rabba b. Rabba, according to others Hillel b. Walls, it was different in the court of Rabbi, as in all cases they used to begin from those who were sitting at the side. The same said again, from the time of Moses until the time of Rabbi we do not find one man who was unique in the possession of wisdom, riches, and glory. Is this so? Was it not so with Jehoshua? Nay, there was Eleazar the high priest, who was equal to him. But was not Pinchas such a man? Nay, there were the elders who ruled with him. But was there not King Saul, of whom the same could be? P. 108. Said. Nay, there was Samuel. But did not Samuel die before Saul? It means, all the years of his life. But was not David such a man? There was Era of Jair. He also departed before him. It means, also, all the years of his life. Was not King Solomon such a man? There was Shimei b. Gera. But did not Samuel slay him? It means, all the years of his life. Was there not Hezekiah? There was Shebna. Was there not Ezra? There was Nehemiah. Said Rada b. Abba, I can add thus, from the time of Rabbi until the time of Rashi there is also not to be found a man who was unique in all that is said above. But was there not Hunah b. Nathan? Hunah was under the influence of Rashi. Criminal cases they began from those sitting at the side. Whence is this deduced? Said Raha b. Papa, it is written, neither shalt thou speak in a cause. Do not read Rib, but Rab, which means, you shall not contradict one who is greater than you. Rabba b. Hannah in the name of Yohanan said, this is inferred from, gird ye on every man his sword, and they girded on every man his sword, and David also girded on his sword. Rabbi said, one may teach his disciple, and at the same time may judge in association with him in criminal cases. An objection was raised from the following concerning purification and defilement. A father with his son, or a master with his disciple, are counted as two voices. However, in civil cases, in criminal cases concerning stripes, in consecration of the month and in the establishment of leap year, a father with his son, or a master with his teacher, is counted as one voice only. Rabbi speaks of such disciples as are Kahana and Arasi, who needed only Rabbi's tradition, but not his sagacity, to equalize things. R. Abohu said, in 10 things civil cases differ from criminal cases. However, all of them do not apply to the case of an ox which is to be stoned, except as to the number of judges, 23 being needed, similar to all other criminal cases. But whence is this deduced? Said Rahabi. Papa, from, thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause, i.e., thou shalt not rest the case of thy poor, but thou. P. 109. Mayst rest the case of the stoning of an ex. But are there not some other things in which criminal cases differ from civil? Have we not learned in a Boraitha that among the Sanhedrin must not be any one of great seniority, a castrate, and those who have no children? R. Jehuda also adds to these a cruel man. All are competent to judge civil cases. What does the Mishnah mean by the expression all? Said R. Jehuda. To add a bastard. But this was taught already in the above-mentioned Boraitha, that all who are competent to judge criminal cases are competent for civil cases. However, there are those who are competent for civil cases but not for criminal. And in our discussion we have debated, what does it mean by all who are competent? The same R. Jehuda said, it means to add a bastard. One means to add a proselyte and the other means to add a bastard, and both cases are necessary to be stated. For if a proselyte only were stated, one might say, it is because he is eligible to marry a daughter of an Israelite, but a bastard, who is not allowed to do so, is not competent. And if a bastard only were stated, one might say, because, after all, he is a descendant of an Israelite, but a proselyte, who is a descendant of a heathen, is not competent. Therefore both statements are necessary. But not all of them are competent to judge criminal cases. What is the reason? That which was taught by R. Joseph, as the court must be select in its uprightness, so it must be select in all other things without any blemish. And R. Amamur said, where is there to be found an allusion to this in the scripture? In, thou art altogether beautiful, my beloved, and there is no blemish on thee. But perhaps it means literally that the judges shall be without any bodily blemish? Said R. Ahabi. Jacob, it reads, and they shall stand there with thee which means those who are equal to thee. But perhaps there is a difference, because of the glory of the Shekinah. Therefore said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, this is inferred from, when they shall bear with thee. This means they shall be equal to thee in birth. Mishnah 2, the Sanhedrin sat in a half circle in order that they could see each other. 2 scribes of the judges stood before them, one on the right and one on the left, and they wrote. P. 110. Down the reasons of the accuser and of the defender. According to R. Jehuda there were 3, one who wrote down the reasons of the accuser and one the reasons of the defender, and one the reasons of both. And before them sat 3 rows of scholars. To every one of them his seat was known. If it was necessary to add a judge, one from the first row was elevated, and one from the second came and took the latter's place, and one from the third took the place of this one, and for the place in the third row one of the standing people was selected, but he did not take the same seat as the one departed occupied, but that to which he was entitled. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said R. Ahabi. Hanana, from. Thy navel is like a round goblet which lacketh not the mixed wine. By navel is meant the Sanhedrin. And why were they named navel? Because they used to sit in the middle of the world, and also protected the whole world. And why were they named a round goblet? Because the Sanhedrin sat in a circle, which lacketh not the mixed wine. I.e., if one wished to leave, it must be seen that besides him 23 remained, and if there were less, he must not. Thy body is like a heap of wheat fenced about with lilies, means that as from a heap of wheat all derive benefit, so all were pleased to hear the reasons given by the Sanhedrin in their discussions. Fenced about with lilies means that even a fence of lilies was not broken by them to go out of it. This is what was said by a certain man to our Kahana, your law permits a man to stay alone with his wife during the days of her menstruation. Is it possible that flax and fire should be together and should not burn? And he answered, the Torah has testified that we are such a kind of people that even a fence of lilies is sufficient for us, and will never be broken. Resh Lakish said, this is inferred from Ibid 6. 72, which means that even thy vain fellows are full of meritorious acts like the pomegranate. 1 Arzera said, from, and he smelled the smell of his garments, etc. Do not read Jaduf, which means dress, but Bagdav, which means his transgressor. There were Brian Greek U, Brian 2. P. 111. In the neighborhood of Arzera, who nevertheless associated with them and showed them respect, to the end that they should repent. The rabbis, however, were not satisfied with this. But after the soul of Arzera had gone to its resting place, the above-mentioned people took this to heart, saying, hitherto there was the little man who prayed for us, but now who will do so? And they repented and became good. 3 rows, etc. Said Abai, infer from this that if one left his place, all in the row had to change their places. But could one not protest, saying, hitherto I have sat in front, and now you place me in the back? Said Abai, to such a protest he was answered, there is a parable that it is better for one to be the tail of a lion than the head of a fox. Mishnah 3, how were the witnesses awestruck in criminal cases? They were brought in and warned, Perhaps your testimony is based only on a supposition, or on hearsay, or on that of another witness, or you have had it from a trustworthy man, or perhaps you are not aware that finally we will investigate the matter by examination and cross-examination. You may also be aware of the fact that there is no similarity between civil and criminal cases. In civil cases one may repay the money damage and he is atoned, but in criminal cases the blood of the person executed, and of his descendants to the end of all generations, clings to the originator of his execution. So do we find in the case of Cain, who slew his brother. It reads, "The voice of the bloods of thy brother are crying unto me from the ground." It does not read blood, but bloods, which means his blood and the blood of his descendants. Therefore the man was created singly, to teach that he who destroys one soul of a human being, the scripture considers him as if he should destroy a whole world, and him who saves one soul of Israel, the scripture considers him as if he should save a whole world. And also because of peace among creatures, so that one should not say, my grandfather was greater than yours, and also that the heretic shall not say, there are many creators in heaven, and also to proclaim the glory of the Holy One, blessed be he. For a human being stamps many coins with one stamp, and all of them are alike, but the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and nevertheless not one of them is like the other. Therefore, p. 112. Every man may say, the world was created for my sake, hence I must be upright, just, etc. Should you say, why should we take so much trouble upon ourselves? To this it is written, and he is a witness, since he hath seen or knoweth something, if he do not tell it, and thus bear his iniquity. And should you say, after all, why should the blood of this man cling to us? To this it is written, when the wicked perish, there is joyful shouting. Gemara, the rabbis taught, what means a supposition? The court may say to them, although you saw that one ran after his companion to a ruin and you ran after them, and found a sword in his hand from which the blood dripped, and you also saw the one killed move convulsively, you saw nothing. There is a Boraitha, Simeon b. Shetha said, may I not live to see the consolation of our people if I did not see one who ran after his companion to a ruin, and I ran after him, and saw a sword in his hand from which blood dripped, and the one killed moved convulsively, and I said to him, you wicked one, who has slain this man, I or you? But what can I do that your blood is not legally in my hands, as it reads, upon the evidence of two? Be put to death. But he who knows the thoughts of man shall take revenge on this man who has slain his companion. It was said that both had not moved before a snake came and stung the guilty one that he died. But was this man liable to be killed by a snake? Did not our Joseph say, and so also taught the disciples of Hiskiah, since the temple was destroyed, although the court of the Sanhedrin existed no longer, the punishment of the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the scripture was not abolished by heaven as, example, he who is liable to be stoned finds his death by falling from a roof or by being trodden down by a wild beast, he who is liable to be burned finds his death by fire or by the bite of a snake, he who is liable to be slain by the sword falls into the hand of the government, which slays him, or he comes to death by the sword of murderers, and he who ought to be hanged finds his death by drowning in the river or by diphtheritis. This man was liable to be burned for another crime, and the master said elsewhere that he who is guilty of 2 crimes is to be punished by the heavier death. Supposition. We see that a supposition does not hold good. p. 113. In the case of crimes. Does it hold good in civil cases? And if yeah, it would be in accordance with our Aha, who said in the last gate that if there was a biting camel among camels and a killed camel was found at its side, it might be taken for a certainty that it had killed him and its owner was liable. But according to this theory, if there was a witness who heard this by hearsay from another, which is not considered in criminal cases, it should be considered in civil. Does not the Mishnah state that if he said, the defendant has confessed to me that he owes, etc., or, so and so told me that he owes him, he said nothing? Hence if such does not hold good in civil cases, why should this be repeated concerning criminal cases? Therefore we must say that, notwithstanding that such a testimony is not considered in civil cases, they nevertheless warn them in criminal cases. The same is the case with the above-mentioned case of supposition. You shall be aware, etc. R. Jehuda b. Aya said, infer from the verse cited in the Mishnah that Cain made wounds and gashes on the body of his brother Abel, as he did not know by what member the soul departed until he reached his neck. The same said again, from that time when the earth opened its mouth to receive the blood of Abel, it has not again opened. As it is written, from the edge of the earth, etc. Hence it reads from the edge, but not from the mouth. Hiskia, his brother, however, objected to him from, and the earth opened her mouth, etc. And he answered it opened for disadvantage, but not for advantage. The above said again in the name of the same authority, exile atones for only half of a sin, but not for all of it, as it reads, and I shall be a fugitive and vagabond on the earth, etc., and dwelt in the land of Nod. Hence half of his sin was atoned. 1. Therefore after them man was created singly. The rabbis taught, Adam the first was created singly, and why? That disbelievers should not say there were many creators in heaven. And another reason is because of the upright and the wicked, that the upright should not say, we are descendants of an upright man, and the wicked should not say, we are descendants of a wicked one. There is another reason, because of families, that they should not quarrel, saying. P. 114. Our parents were better than yours. As we see that when only one man was created there are quarrels of rank, how much the more if many original Adams had been created. Still another reason, because of robbers and forcers. As even now, when he was created singly, there are robbers and forcers although they are all from one father, how much the more would there be robbers and forcers if they were from different parents. To save the glory, etc. The rabbis taught, to save the glory of the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He. A human being stamps many coins and all are alike, but the Holy One, blessed be He, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and nevertheless not one is like his neighbor. As it reads, she is changed as the sealing clay, and stand as though newly clad. And why are not the faces of men alike? Because one might see a nice dwelling or a handsome woman, and say, it is mine. As it reads. And from the wicked is their light withdrawn, and the high raised arm is broken. There is a Boritha, our mayor used to say, in three things one is different from his neighbor in voice, in face, and in mind, in voice and in face, because of adultery, and in mind, because of robbers. Chapter V. Rules and regulations concerning preliminary queries, examination, and cross-examination in criminal cases. What may or may not be considered a contradiction of witnesses? How is it if a disciple not belonging to the judges says, I have something to say to his advantage or disadvantage? By what majority one may be acquitted and by what accused, and to what number judges may be added, if they cannot come to any conclusion? Mishnah I. The court used to examine the witnesses with the following 7 inquiries: in what Sabbatic period? In what year of the latter? In what month? On what date of the month? On what day? At what hour? And in what place? R. Jose, however, maintains. Only on what day? At what hour? In what place? And also, did you know this man? Did you warn him? If the crime was idolatry, they were questioned which idols they worshipped and what kind of worship. He who is more particular and who enlarges the examination is praiseworthy. It happened that Ben Sakai had examined the witnesses concerning the kind and the size of the figs of a certain fig tree which was connected with the crime. What is the difference between examination and queries? In the latter, even if only one answered, I don't know, the complaint is dismissed, while in examination, if one of the witnesses, and even two, claim that they did not know, their testimony holds good. In both cases, however, if they contradict each other, their testimony is ignored. If one says, "It happened on the 2nd of the month," and the second says, "On the 3rd of it," their testimony holds good, as it is to be supposed that to one was known the intercalation of the last month and to the other it was not. However, if one says on the 3rd and the other says on the 5th of the month, their testimony is ignored. If one says in the 2nd hour and the other says in the 3rd, it holds good, but if one says in the p. 116 3rd and the other in the 5th hour of that day, it is ignored. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that it still holds good, but if one says in the 5th hour and the other says in the 7th, even according to R. Jehuda it is ignored, as in the 5th hour the sun is in the east, while in the 7th hour it is already in the west. After one witness was examined they let the second enter and examined him. And if their testimony correspond, the discussion begins with the defense. Should one of the witnesses say, "I have something to say in behalf of the defendant," or one of the disciples, "I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant," the court silences him. If, however, one of the disciples says, "I have something to say in his behalf," they take him out of his place, and set him among them, and he remains there the whole day, and if his words are reasonable, he is listened to. Furthermore, if the defendant says, "I have something to say in my behalf," he is to be listened to if there is something in his defense. If the judges find a good reason to acquit him, they do so immediately, and if not, they postpone the trial to the morrow. The judges then go out in pairs, and eat something not much, but do not drink wine the whole day. They continue their discussion all night, and on the morrow they come early to the court. He who was among the defenders says, "I defended yesterday, and am still of the same opinion." The same is it with the accuser, he has to say, "I accused, and am still of the same opinion." The one who has accused may retract from his statement of yesterday, to the advantage of the defendant. This is not allowed to him who has defended. If some of them erred in their statements, the scribes of the judges remind them of it. And again, if the conclusion is to the advantage of the defendant they free him immediately, and if not, they arise to be numbered. If 12 of them acquit and 11 accuse, he is acquitted. But if 12 accuse and 11 acquit, and even if 11 accuse and 11 acquit, but the 23rd says, "I am in doubt," even if 22 are for acquitting or accusing and one says, "I don't know," judges are to be added. And to what number? 2 and 2, till the whole number reaches 71. And then if 36 acquit and 35 condemn, he is acquitted, but if vice versa, the discussion is prolonged until one of the accusers accepts the opinion of the acquitters. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? Said R. Jehuda. p. 117. From Deuteronomy 13:15, "Then shalt thou inquire and make search, and ask diligently. And it reads also, and it be told thee, and thou hearest of it, thou shalt inquire diligently, and also, and the judges shall inquire diligently." But perhaps the scripture does not require 7 queries in one case, and it is meant literally. As if 7 in one case were needed, let the scripture state all the above cases together, and then all other criminal cases would be inferred from this. Because searching is mentioned in all 3 cases above, we infer one from the other, so as to apply everything which is in one case to the others. But the law concerning those cases is not similar, as the case of a misled town cannot be equalized to the other 2 cases, as they are punished only in their body, but not in their estate, while in the case of a misled town all its estates must be destroyed. Neither can idolatry be equalized to the 2 cases, as the latter are put to death by the sword, while an idolater is to be stoned. And the case of collusive witnesses is also in one respect more rigorous than the others, as they are put to death without warning. One is inferred from the other, because of the analogy of the expression diligently, which is to be found in all the cases, and would be superfluous if it were not written for that purpose. And to such an analogy, which comes from a superfluous expression, an objection is not to be made. Hence we infer the case which is to be punished with hanging by an a fortiori conclusion, from those which are to be punished by stoning or by the sword, and those by burning, by an a fortiori conclusion from those by stoning, etc. But such an a fortiori conclusion would be correct if all of the rabbis agreed that stoning is a more rigorous death than all the others. But there are some who hold that burning is more rigorous. Hence, according to them, the above a fortiori conclusion could not be drawn. Therefore said R. Jehuda, the 7 queries of examination are inferred from, and behold, if it be true the thing is certain, which term is again repeated in Ibid 17. 4. The words certain and true, which are repeated, make 4, and in the above 3 cases searching is mentioned 7 times. These altogether make 11, of which 7 are to be taken for the 7 queries, 3 of them for an analogy, and the 1. P 118. Which remains applies to that case of which the punishment is burning, in accordance with our Simeon's theory that burning is more rigorous. And concerning the rabbis, who hold that stoning is more rigorous, it does not matter if a thing which is to be inferred by the drawing of an a fortiori conclusion is nevertheless mentioned in the scripture. R. Abohu ridiculed this statement. Why not say that the superfluous word of the 11 in question is to teach that 8 queries are necessary in the examination? 8 queries. What is this? How many minutes are there in the hour? And so, also, Aboritha states that queries were used. But such a question is correct, according to Abai, who said that our mayor maintains that one is not liable to err in the minutes at all, or in a few minutes. But according to him, after R. Jehuda, who maintains that one is liable to err in a half hour, and according to Rabha, who maintains that one can err even in a whole hour, what should be the 8th query? What period of the Jubilee year? However, he who maintains that the 11th word mentioned above is applied to something else, maintains that the latter query is not necessary, as they were already questioned, what period of the Sabbatic year? R. Jose said, etc. There is a Boritha, R. Jose said to the sages, according to your theory, if a witness came before the court testifying, yesterday this man killed someone, may he be questioned in what period of the Sabbatic year, or in what year, month, and on what day of the month? And he was answered, the same as, according to your theory, that the queries should be, on what day, at what hour, and in what place. How is it if one testifies before the court, this man has just killed a man? Nevertheless the above queries are put to him, on what day, and at what hour? Hence, although not necessary, nevertheless he is to be questioned in accordance with the theory of R. Simeon b. Eleazar, who maintains that the examination should be made severe, that the witnesses may lose heart in case they do not tell the truth. The same is the case with the other queries, they have to be put although it is not necessary. R. Jose, however, may say, usually the case is not tried just after the crime is committed, and therefore it is very seldom that the witness has to say, he killed him just now. However, 1 or a few days after the crime has been committed, it frequently happens that the case is tried. Do you know this man? Etc. The rabbis taught, the P 119. Query was, do you recognize this man as the murderer of him who was slain? Was he a heathen or an Israelite? Have you warned him? Did he accept the warning? Did he answer in spite of this? Did he commit the crime just after he was warned? And if the crime was idolatry, which idol has he worshipped, the idol Peor or Margulis? Now did he worship it? Did he sacrifice an animal or incense to it, or pour out wine for it, or bow himself down before it? Ullah said, whence do we deduce that the warning is prescribed biblically? From. And if a man take his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and see her nakedness, is he guilty because he has seen it? It must therefore be said that it means he is aware of the crime. Hence the same is it with all other crimes, that he is not to be sentenced unless he was aware that it was a crime, and to be certain that he was aware, it can only be through warning. And as this verse speaks of a crime for which he is punished with Korath, which means through heaven, to which warning is not applied, apply to it the punishment of stripes. The school of Hiskia deduces it from, but if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor, to slay him with guile, which means it was presumptuously done even after he was warned. The school of R. Ismail inferred this from, and they that find him gathering sticks, which means that after they warned him he still gathered the sticks. And the school of Rabbi deduced this from, because he had done violence. One and all of them are needed, as if it were stated only in the case of his sister, as to which it was explained that it means the punishment of stripes. One might say that this applies only to stripes, but not to capital punishment. Therefore the cited verse in EXXXI. And if the two only were stated, one might say that it applies only to a kind of death which is more lenient than stoning, but to the punishment of stoning, which is very rigorous, it does not apply. Therefore all are needed. The Boraitha states, did he answer in spite of this? Whence do we know this? Said Rabha, and according to others Hiskia. P. 120. From, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, which means, provided he answered, I will do this even should it cause my death. R. Hanan said, witnesses who testified in case of a betrothed woman, if they be found collusive, are not to be put to death, as they may say, our intention was to make it unlawful for her to be his wife only, but not that she should be put to death. But did they not warn her? It speaks of when they did not. But in such a case it is self-evident, as without warning she is not to be put to death. He speaks of a scholarly woman, and this is in accordance with our Jose B. Jehuda, who said in the following Boraitha, warning does not apply to a scholar, as the purpose of warning is only to recognize if the perpetrator of the crime did it while he was not aware that such was a crime, or he did it although he was aware, and as a scholar is aware of this crime, no warning is needed. And as they are not to be put to death, she also is exempted from death, as the scripture requires that the collusive witnesses should be punished with the same punishment as the perpetrator of the crime, if it were true, and as they claim that they intended only to make it unlawful for her to be the wife of her betrothed, such a punishment is not applicable to the witnesses, and therefore she also is acquitted. R. Hisda said, if one of the witnesses testifies that he slew him with a sword and the other says with a razor, it is not admissible. But if one says that the murderer or the one murdered was dressed in white, and the other testifies, he was in black, it is to be considered admissible. An objection was raised from the following, it should exactly correspond, means that if one testifies that he slew him with a sword and the other with a razor, or if one says that he was dressed in black and the other that he was dressed in white, it does not. Arhisda explains this Boraitha, that it means if both have testified that he strangled him with a muffler, and one said it was a white one, and the other said it was a black one. Come and hear another objection, if one says, he wore black sandals, and the other says, white ones, it is not considered corresponding? Also this Boraitha may be explained that he kicked him with his sandals and killed him. Come and hear another objection from our Mishnah, it happened that Ben Sakai examined the witnesses of a certain fig tree. Said our Jose, do you want to contradict a man from Ben Sakai's theory? He was of the opinion that there is no difference between examination and query, and his p. 121. Theory is individual. Who was Ben Sakai? Shall we assume that it means Rabban Yohanan ben Sakai? Was he, then, among the Sanhedrin? Is there not a Boraitha that the age of our Yohanan was 120, the first 40 years he was engaged in business, the middle 40 he studied, and the last 40 he taught? And there is another Boraitha, 40 years before the temple was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled from the chamber of the temple to a store. And R. Itzhak B. Abudimi explained that it means that from that time the Sanhedrin did not try cases of capital punishment. And there is also a Mishnah which states that after the temple was destroyed Yohanan ben Zakkai enacted, etc. Hence we see that during 40 years of his life there were no cases of capital punishment in the court of the Sanhedrin, and it cannot be that the examination in question was made by him. Therefore it must be said that this ben Zakkai was someone else. And so it seems to be, as if it were Yohanan b. Zakkai. How is it possible that Rabbi, the editor of the Mishnayot, should name him ben Zakkai only? But have we not learned in a Boraitha, it happened that Yohanan b. Zakkai examined the kind of figs. Therefore it must be said that at that time he was a disciple who was sitting in the row before the Sanhedrin, and he said something which was accepted by the Sanhedrin, and therefore it was established in his name. Hence while he was as yet a student he was named ben Zakkai, and afterwards, when he began to teach, he was named Rabban Yohanan. And the Mishnah which mentioned him by the name of ben Zakkai did so because when this happened he was still ben Zakkai. The Boraitha, however, mentioned him by his name of the latter period. What is the difference between examination, etc.? How is to be understood, if two claim, etc.? Is it not self-evident that if the testimony holds good when one says, I don't know, the same is the case also when two say so? Said Arshiz Haight, this statement applies to the first part, namely, if the investigation shows that two of them are aware and the third says, I don't know, even then their testimony is ignored, and it is in accordance with our Akaba, who compares 3 witnesses to 2. As with 2, if there is a difference in their testimony, the case is to be dismissed, the same is it with 3, if even only one of them says, I don't know. Said Rabbah, how can such an explanation hold good? Does not the Mishnah state that their testimony holds good? Therefore said he, it is to be explained. P 122. Just in the reverse. Even concerning queries, if 2 witnesses are aware, but the third one says, I don't know, their testimony holds good, and it is not in accordance with our Akaba. R. Kahana and R. Safra used to learn the track Sanhedrin in the college of Rabbah, and when Rami b. Hama met them, he questioned them, what new have you found in the track Sanhedrin, as taught by Rabbah? And they rejoined, and how would it be if we had learned track Sanhedrin other than at Rabbah's college? Would you ask us for any news? It must be that there is some difficulty to you in this tract. Tell us, then, what it is. And he answered, the statement of the Mishnah, which makes a difference between queries and examination, the reason for which is unknown to me. Are not both prescribed biblically? And they answered, what comparison is this? In the inquiry, if one said, I don't know, their testimony is annulled, because the witnesses of such a testimony cannot be made collusive. And there is a rule that such a testimony is not to be taken into consideration, while in examination, if one said, I don't know, their testimony still holds good. Hence they remain legal witnesses who can be made collusive. Rejoined he, if it is so, then you have brought with you very great news. Rejoined they, because of the kindness of you, Master, not to object to us, it may be named good news, but if you were to use your sagacity to object to us, we would have nothing to say. The intercalation of the month, etc. Until what date of the current month should the supposition of the ignorance of the intercalation of the last month hold good? Said R. Ahabi Hanana in the name of Arasi, quoting R. Yohanan. Until the greater part of the month is past. Said Rabha, this we infer also from our Mishnah, which states that, if one says on the 3rd, and the other on the 5th, their testimony is ignored. And if the intercalation were taken into consideration, why not say that one of the witnesses was aware of 2 intercalations, and the other was not aware of it? Hence the reason must be, because one may not be aware of it during the first half of the month, but in the second half it is impossible that he has not heard of it. This, however, is not to be taken as a support, as it? P 123. May be said that one is not aware of it even during the second half of the month. And the reason why the Mishnah does not say that he was not aware of two intercalations is because, usually, each intercalation was announced by blowing in the cornet, and it could happen that one might overhear one blowing, but not two. R. Ahabi. Hananiah said again in the name of the same authority, until what time may the benediction of the moon be pronounced? Until it becomes more round. But until what date? R. Jacob B. BB in the name of R. Jehudah said, until the 7th. And the sages of Nahardiah said, until the 16th. And the basis of both is R. Yohanan's statement. They differ, however, in the explanation of it. According to R. Jehudah, his expression, until it becomes more round, means when it is already half, and according to the others, R. Yohanan means a full moon. Said R. Aha of Diphthah to Rabbinah, let one pronounce, after the time of the month's benediction has elapsed, the benediction of who is good, and does good to the world, and he answered, do we then pronounce the benediction of blessed is he who judges true when the moon diminishes, so that we shall pronounce the blessing, who is good, etc., after the full moon? But why not pronounce both? Because to accustom no such benedictions are used. The same said again in the name of the same authority, he who pronounces the benediction of the moon in time is considered as if he had received the glory of the Shekinah. And this is deduced from the analogy of the expressions A mentioned in Ex 13. 2 and Ibid 15. 2. In the school of R. Ismail it was taught, if Israel should have only the meritorious act of receiving the glory of their heavenly Father once a month, it would be sufficient. Said Abai, therefore we must pronounce the above benediction standing. Miramar and Marzutra used to stand shoulder to shoulder, pronouncing this benediction. Said R. Aha to R. Ashi, in the west they used to pronounce the benediction, blessed be he who renews the moon. And he answered, such a blessing our women also pronounce. We, however, have adopted that which was composed by R. Jehudah, blessed be he who with his words has created the heavens, and with the breath of his mouth all their hosts, to whom he gave order and time, that they should not change his command, and they rejoice and are happy in doing the will of their Creator. They work truthfully. P. 124. And what is done through them is truth. 1. And to the moon he commanded that she renew herself every month, and that she should he a crown and a guide to the people who were selected by him from their birth. It is a symbol to the children of Israel that, finally, they also will be renewed like unto her, and they will praise their Creator, his name, and the glory of his kingdom. Blessed be thou, Eternal, who dost renew the moon. If one says, in the second hour, etc. Said R. Shimei B. Ashi, this is only when they differ concerning the hour, but it one says, it was before sunrise, and the other says, it was after, their testimony is to be ignored. Is this not self-evident? Even if one says, it was before sunrise, and the other says, at the sunrise. Is this also not self-evident? Lest one say that the one who says it was before the rising of the sun stood at such a place that he could not see it well, he comes to teach us that it is not so. The whole day, etc. The whole day only. Have we not learned in a Boraitha that if they accepted his reasons he remains with them all the time, but if his reasons were not accepted, he nevertheless remains there the whole day to the end that his descent should not be a disgrace to him? Said Abai, explain, then, our Mishnah that he remains there the whole day if his reasons were not accepted. They do not drink wine, etc. And why not? Said R. Ahabi. Hananiah. Because of. Nor for Rosnam strong drink. By Rosnam is meant that those who occupy themselves with rouse of the world should not drink strong drinks. P. 125. The opinion of the acquitter. But how is it if he does not accept it? Said R. Aha, and so also R. Yohanan, they have to acquit him. Said R. Papa to Abai, if so, why was he not acquitted previously when they? And he answered, so said R. Yohanan. Because they should not leave the court disputing, according to others the answer was. R. Jose of the following Boraitha holds with you. As there is no addition to the court of 71, so there is no addition to the court of 23. The rabbis taught. In civil cases the court may say, the case becomes old. But this cannot be said in criminal cases. What does this mean? If it means it becomes so old that it is hard to reach a conclusion, and that therefore it must be postponed, then the reverse should be the case. It means, in criminal cases they must postpone it, as perhaps they will find some defense, but not in civil. Said Hunabi. Monoake in the name of Ahabi. Ika. Reverse the Mishnah. R. Ashi, however, said, the Mishnah must not be reversed, as the expression become old means that the matter has received a thorough discussion and may not be further prolonged. An objection was raised from the following: the oldest of the judges may proclaim the case old. And this is correct according to the explanation of R. Ashi, as such a proclamation belongs to the oldest. But according to the first explanation, should the oldest blame himself? Nay, it would be a disgrace if someone else should say this to him. But if he himself proclaims this, there is no disgrace. According to others, it was questioned, how could the oldest praise himself, saying that the matter has become so clear that objection cannot be made? Is it not written, let another man praise thee, and not thy own mouth? With the trial it is different, as it rests upon the shoulders of the oldest, for the Mishnah states. After the conclusion, the oldest of the judges proclaims, you, so and so, are acquitted, or, you, so and so, are guilty. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the execution by stoning and the manner of heralding. How the criminal was urged to confess before death. The stripping off before death of the dress of a male and of a female. The hanging after stoning, and how it was performed. Mishnah I, if the conclusion was to condemn, the guilty one was taken out immediately to be stoned. The place where he had to be executed was outside of the court, as it reads, lead forth the blasphemer. One stood at the gate of the court with a flag in his hand, and one who rode on a horse stood so far distant that he could see the signal of the flag in case there were any. And then if one came before the court, saying, I have something to say in his defense, the man raised up the flag, and he who was on horseback rushed and stopped the procession, and even if the guilty one himself says, I have something new to say in my defense, he is to be brought back to the court, even 4 and 5 times, provided there is something in it which is worthy of consideration. And then, if the court finds that he is not guilty, he is acquitted, and if not, he is taken back to be stoned. And a herald goes before him, heralding, so and so, the son of so and so, is taken to be stoned, because he committed such and such a crime, and A and B are his witnesses. Everyone who knows something in his defense may come and tell it before he is executed. Gemara, was, then, the place of execution outside of the court only? Does not a Boraitha state that it was outside of all the 3 camps, and when they were in the cities the place of execution was outside of them? Yeah. It is as you say, and the expression of the Mishnah, outside of the court, means that if it happened that the court took its place outside of the 3 camps or outside of the towns, even then the place of execution must be outside of the court, for the purpose that it should not appear that the court itself executed him, or for the purpose that there should be a procession. P. 127. To give time to one who might have some defense for the guilty. Whence is this deduced? From that which the rabbis taught, it reads, lead out the blasphemer to without the camp, meaning out of all the 3 camps. But perhaps only out of 1 camp? There is an analogy of the expression camp which is mentioned here, with that in the case of the burning bullocks, and he shall carry forth the bullock to without the camp, and burn him, and as there it means outside of all 3 camps, as explained elsewhere, the same is the case here. Our Papa, however, maintains that this is to be inferred from the following, let us see. Moses sat in the camp of the Levites, and the merciful one said to him, lead out the blasphemer to without the camp. Hence, out of the camp of the Levites. And thereafter it reads, and they led forth the blasphemer to without the camp, and they stoned him, which means out of the camp of the Israelites. But is not the verse necessary in itself, to state that it was done as Moses commanded? This is written plainly farther on, and the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses. But to what purpose is it written, they have stoned him with stones? It is already written they did it, and it is self-evident that they stoned him. It is needed, as we have learned in the following Boritha, it reads, they stoned him with a stone, which means him his body but not his garments, i.e., they had to undress him before the execution. With a stone means that if he dies by the first stone no others are needed. In number 15:35 it reads, with stones, in the plural. And both expressions are needed, as if it were stated only in the singular, one might say that one stone should be thrown, and should it not cause death, no other stones must be thrown, and if it were mentioned in the plural only, one might say that many stones are needed to start with. Therefore both are stated. 1. But how could our Papa differ from the Boritha mentioned above? Does not the Tana state it was said so? Hence the analogy of expression was traditional, to which an Amora had no right to object. The Tana meant to say that if there were not a verse it could be inferred from the analogy, but inasmuch as there is a verse, the analogy is not necessary. Rashi said. p. 128. That from the same cited verse this is inferred. Let us see. Moses was in the camp of the Levites, and the merciful one commanded him, lead out the blasphemer, etc., meaning from the camp of the Levites. Out of the camp, means the camp of Israel. One stands with flag, etc. Arhuna said, I am certain that the stone with which the executed was stoned, as well as the tree upon which he was hanged, the sword with which he was slain, and also the cloth with which he was choked must be at the expense of the congregation. However, I doubt who had to bear the cost of the flag and the horse mentioned in the Mishnah. The defendant, as they are provided only for his sake, or the congregation, because they are obliged to do all they can to save him. I am in doubt also as to that which was said by Arhaya to Rashi in the name of Arhisda. When one was going to be killed, they used to put a grain of frankincense in a goblet of wine and gave him to drink, so that he should become dazed. As it is written, give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those who have an embittered soul. And there is a Boritha that the wine and the frankincense were donated by the respectable women of Jerusalem. Now, if it happened that they were not donated, who must bear the expense? Says the Gemara concerning the latter, common sense dictates, at the expense of the congregation, as the verse reads give, which means the congregation. Ahabi. Huna questioned Arshi's hate, how would it be if one of the disciples said, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, and thereafter he became dumb? Gestured Arshi's hate, saying, then we would have to consider that there was someone at the other end of the world who had some defense for him. But, after all, it was said by the disciple that he had a defense, and when he became dumb, would it not be right for the court to investigate again? Perhaps they would find out what he meant? Come and hear that which was said above by Ar-Hosea. Hananiah, if one of the disciples who defended him at the time of the discussion dies, it will be seen at the time of the conclusion whether he is still alive and defends him. Hence we see that if he has already defended, and he says, I have something to say in his defense, and he becomes dumb before he gives his reasons, it is not to be taken into consideration. Rejoined R. Aha, notwithstanding that it is certain to you that Ar-Hosea meant when his defense was already made by him, but p. 129. Not otherwise, it is still a question to me. For perhaps Ar-Hosea said so because it is usual, if one has something to say, that he says it immediately, but if it happened that he became dumb before telling the reasons, it might be that even Ar-Hosea would admit that the court must look the matter up again. Which is worthy of consideration, etc. Does the Mishnah mean that for the first 2 times it must be examined while he is yet at his place if there is something, etc.? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that the first 2 times he is to be brought back to the court, even if he does not give a good reason, and only at the 3rd time it is to be examined if there is something in his defense before he is taken back? Said our Papa, I interpret it that the Mishnah means after the 2nd time. But who decides whether it is a good reason or not? Said Abai, after the 2nd time the court appoints a pair of the rabbis to follow him, and if he has something to say, they examine him and decide if there is a good reason to take him back or not. But why should not the same rabbis be appointed previously, so that even at the 1st time he should not be brought back unless the rabbis found a good reason? Because he is affrighted he cannot say at the beginning all he wishes to say. Such and such a crime, etc. Said Abai, the herald must also proclaim the day, the hour, and the place, for the purpose that perhaps there will be found some people who know that the witnesses were not in that place on that day or at that hour, and they will come to make them collusive. The herald goes before him, etc. It means only when he is already sentenced, but not before. R. Jehoshua b. Leph said, him who repents and mortifies his passions after they have taken a firm hold of him, and he confesses before heaven, the verse considers him as if he should glorify the Holy One, blessed be he, in both this world and the world to come. As it is written, whoso offereth thanksgiving, glorifieth me. 1. The same said again, when the temple was in existence, if one brought a burnt offering the reward for such was with him, a meat offering, the reward of such was with him, but him who is modest, the verse considers him as if he should sacrifice all the sacrifices mentioned in the scripture. As it reads, the sacrifices of God are a broken p. 130. Spirit. Furthermore, his praying is never despised, as it reads farther on, a broken and a contrite heart, O God, wilt thou not despise. Mishnah 2. When he was far from the place of execution a distance of 10 ells he was told to confess, as so is the custom, that all who are to be executed should confess, and they who do so have a share in the world to come. And so do we find with Achan, to whom Joshua said, my son, give and make confession. And Achan answered Jehoshua, truly, I have sinned, and thus have I done. And whence do we know that he was atoned after his confession? From, and Joshua said, how hast thou troubled us? So shall the Lord trouble thee this day but not in the world to come. However, if the guilty one does not know how to confess, he is told to say, my death shall atone for all my sins. R. Jehudah said, if he knew that he was innocent of this crime, he might say, my death shall atone for all my sins, except this one. And R. Jehudah was answered, if it were so, all those who were to be executed would say so, to the end that they should be innocent in the eyes of the people. The rabbis taught, in the verse cited in what Jehoshua said to Achan the term Na is used, and Na means I pray. At the time the Holy One, blessed be he, saw, Israel hath sinned, Jehoshua said before him, Lord of the universe, who has sinned? To which he answered, am I a tale-bearer, to tell you who? Go and draw lots. And he did so, and the lot fell on Achan. And he said to him, Joshua, do you accuse me on account of a lot? Thou and Eleazar, who are the greatest of this generation, if I were to draw lots between thee and him, to one of you the lot would fall. And Jehoshua rejoined, I pray thee, do not discredit the decision of the lots, as the land of Israel will be divided by lots. As it is written, through the lot shall the land be divided. Give confession. Said Rabbinah, he bribes him with words. We want of you only the confession. Give the confession, and you will be free. And Achan answered Jehoshua, and said, truly, I have indeed sinned against the Lord the God of Israel, and thus have I done. Said Arac in the name of Arhananah, infer from this that Achan had committed a similar crime twice in the days of Moses and once in the day of Jehoshua. As it reads, and thus I have done. P 131. R. Yohanan in the name of R. Eleazar b. Simeon said, 5 times 4 in the time of Moses and once in the time of Jehoshua. As it reads, I have sinned, and thus I have done. But why was he not punished until the last crime? Said R. Yohanan in the name of the same authority. Because Israel was not punished for crimes which were committed secretly until they passed the Jordan. On this point the Tannim differ. It is written, the secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are publicly known belong unto us and to our children forever, to do all the words of this law. Why are the words, unto us and to our children and the ion of the ad pointed? To teach that they were not punished for secret crimes until they passed the Jordan. So is the decree of our Jehudah. Said to him our Nehemiah. Where is the plain which it is written that they were punished for secret crimes at any time? Is it not written in the cited verse, forever? Say, then, as they were not punished for secret crimes, so they were not punished for crimes which were done publicly until they passed the Jordan. But why was Achan punished? His crime was in secret. Because his wife and children were aware of it. Israel hath sinned. Said Arabah b. Zabda, although he had sinned he was still called an Israelite. And said Arabah, this is what people say, a myrtle which stands between thorns is still a myrtle, and so it is named. In Joshua, 7:11, 5 times is Gam written in the cited verse, infer from this that he had transgressed all that is written in the 5 books of Moses. The exilarch said to Arhunah, it reads, and Joshua took Achan the son of Zerach, and the silver, and the mantle, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his ox, and his ass, and his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had, and all Israel were with him, and they brought them up unto the valley of Achor. Yet he had sinned, but wherein had his sons and daughters sinned? And he answered, according to your theory, what had all Israel to do with this? Hence it was only to terrify them. The same was it with his sons and daughters. It reads farther on, and all Israel burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. One were they, then, punished. P 132. With both? Said Rabbinah, that which was fit for burning, example silver, gold, and garments, was burned, and those which were fit for stoning, example oxen and other cattle were stoned. It reads, I saw among the spoil a handsome Babylonish mantle, and 200 shekels of silver. Rabbi said, a silk mantle, and Samuel said, a sarabala Greek sarabala. It reads farther on, and as they laid them out before the Lord. Said Nahman, Joshua cast them down before the Lord, saying, Lord of the universe, were these little things worth that the majority of the Sanhedrin should be killed on account of them? It reads, and the men of Ai smote of them about 36 men. There is a Boritha, 36 men were slain. So said our Jehudah. Said our Nehemiah, to him, is it, then, written 36? It reads, about, and it means that only Joarbi, Manasseh, who was equal to the majority of the Sanhedrin, was put to death. R. Nahman said in the name of Rabbi, it reads, the poor speaketh entreatingly, but the rich answereth roughly. The poor speaketh, means Moses, and the rich, etc., means Joshua, but why? Is it because he cast them down before the Lord and said, little things, etc.? Did not Pinchas do the same? As it reads, then stood up Phinehas, etc. It ought to be written, Vayat Palel, which means, and he prayed, instead of Vayaphalel. Infer from this that he had debated with his Creator. He cast them before the Lord, saying, Lord of the universe, were they, then, worthy that on account of them 24,000 persons of Israel should fall? As it reads. So said our Eleazar. And if because of, wherefore hast thou caused this people to pass over the Jordan? Did not Moses say similar to this, wherefore hast thou let so much evil come upon this people? Therefore it must be said, because Joshua said at the end of the above cited verse, would that we had been content, and dwelt on the other side of the Jordan. It reads, get the cup, etc. Arshila lectured, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to him, thou thyself hast transgressed more than Israel, as I have commanded, and it shall be so, as soon as ye are gone above the Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones, and ye went a distance of 60 miles before ye did this. After Shiloh went away, Rabbi appointed an interpreter and lectured, it reads, as the Lord had commanded. P. 133. Moses and his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and so did Joshua, he left nothing undone of all that the Lord commanded Moses. But why is it written, get thee up? It means that the Lord said to him, thou thyself hast caused all the evils, because thou didst excommunicate the goods of Jericho, and no crime would have been committed if thou hadst not done so. And this is what is written, only its spoil and its cattle shall ye take for booty unto yourselves. It reads, and it came to pass, when Joshua was by Jericho. And he said, no, for as a captain of the host of the Lord, am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth, etc. How could Joshua do so? Did not our Yohanan say, one must not greet a stranger, with peace in the middle of the night, as perhaps he is a demon, and so much the more must he not bow before him? There it was different, as he said, I am a captain of the Lord. But perhaps he lied. We have a tradition that even the demons do not pronounce the name of the Lord in vain. And then the angel said to him, yesterday you abolished the presenting of the daily eve offering, and today you abolished the studying of the law. And to the question, for which of the two transgressions hast thou come? He answered, for that of today. Hence it reads, and Joshua went that night into the midst of the valley. And our Yohanan said, infer from this that he had occupied himself the whole night with the deepness of Halak 1 Samuel b. Anya in the name of Rabbi said, the study of the Torah is greater than the sacrifices of the daily offerings, as the angel said, for that of today. Abai said to Ardimi, it reads, do not proceed to a contest hastily, lest what thou wilt have to do at its end, when thy neighbor has put thee to confusion. Carry on thy cause with thy neighbor, but lay not open the secret of another. How do the people of the West explain this passage? And he answered at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Ezekiel, and thou shalt say, thy father was an Amorite and thy mother was a Hittite, the arguing spirit before the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Lord of the universe, if Abraham and Sarah should come and stand before thee, and thou saidst to them this, they should become ashamed. Carry on thy cause with thy P. 134. Neighbor, but lay not open the secret of another. Had he, then, a right to say such a thing? Yeah. As our Jose B. Hananiah said, Gabriel has three names: Piskin, Atman, Zigoran. Piskin means that he argues before heaven for Israel's sake, Atman means that he restrains the sin of Israel, Zigoran means that when he concludes his defense for Israel and it does not have any effect, none of the other angels would attempt any further defense, being certain that none would accomplish anything if Gabriel had not done so. It reads, hast thou prepared thy prayer before thy trouble came? One said R. Eleazar, one should always proceed with prayer before trouble comes. As if Abraham had not proceeded with his prayer until the trouble between Bethel and the city of Ai, not one of Israel would have remained alive when the trouble happened at the city of Ai. Resh Lakish said, he who strengthens himself with prayer on the face of the earth has no enemies on the face of heaven. R. Yohanan said, one should always pray mercy, that all shall support his strength to pray, and he should not have enemies to accuse him in heaven. Atoned after confession, etc. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that his confession has made atonement for him from Joshua, How hast thou troubled us? So shall the Lord trouble thee this day. This day, but not in the world to come. And it is also written, and the sons of Zerach, Zimri and Ethan and Heman and Calcol and Dara, in all 5. To what purpose is it written in all 5? It means all 5 have a share in the world to come. Here it reads Zimri, and in Joshua he is named Achan. Rabbite and Samuel according to one, his name was Achan. And why is he named Zimri? Because his acts were according to Zimri of the Pentateuch. And according to the other his name was Zimri. And why is he named Achan? Because he caused the sins of Israel to rest upon them like a circle. To the end that they should be innocent, etc. But what harm could he do, if he should say so? He could cast suspicion on the court and the witnesses. The rabbis taught, it happened with one who was going to be executed, that he said, if I am guilty of this crime, my death shall not atone for all my sins. And if I am innocent of this crime, my death shall atone for all. P 135. My sins, and I have nothing against the court and all Israel, but to the witnesses I do not surrender my innocence, and they shall not be atoned for, forever. When the sages heard this, they said, it is impossible to bring him back, as the sentence is already rendered, but he shall be executed, and the collar shall rest upon the neck of the witnesses. Is this not self-evident for who could trust such a man? The case was, that the witnesses retracted from their first statement. But even then, what did it amount to? Is there not a rule that after testimony has been made and accepted no retraction can take place? The case was, that they gave a good reason for their retraction, and nevertheless they were not listened to. 1. P 136. Mishnah 3, when he came to 4 ells from the place of execution, he was stripped of his garments. If a male, he was covered in front, and if a female, she was covered on both sides. So said Jehuda. The sages, however, say, a male was stoned while naked, but not a female. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if it was a male, he was covered a little in front, but a female was covered in the greater part of the front and back. So said Jehuda. But the sages say, only a male was stoned while naked, but not a female. And what is their reason? And all the congregation shall stone him. And what does it mean? It cannot be said him, but not her, as it reads, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman, and therefore it must be said, it means him without his garments, but her with her garments. Hence he is to be stoned while naked, but not a female. Rnahman in the name of Rabbi Abohu said. Mishnah 4, the stoning place was 2 heights of a man. One of the witnesses pushed him on his thighs, but if he fell face down, he had to be turned over. If he died from the effects of the first fall, nothing more was to be done. If not, the second witness took a stone and thrust it against his heart. If he died, nothing more was to be done, but if not, all who were standing by had to throw stones on him. Thus, the hand of the witnesses shall be first upon him, to put him to death, and the hand of all the people at the last. Gemara, there is a Boraitha, with his own height he was. P 137. Thrown down from the height of 3 men. Was such a height necessary? Does not a Mishnah in first gate state that as a pit which causes death is of 10 spans, so all other heights which may cause death must be no less than 10 spans. Hence the height of 10 spans is sufficient? Said Nahman in the name of Rabbi Abohu, from the above cited verse, it is inferred that a decent death must be selected for him. If so, why not from a still higher place? Because his body would be mangled. One of the witnesses pushed him, etc. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that he must be pushed? From, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. From the term yura or yira, which means pushing. And whence do we know that he must be stoned? From the term sakarul. And whence do we know with both stoning and pushing? Therefore it reads Saklal Yiso Kel O Yiral or Yiret. And whence do we know that when he died from pushing nothing more was to be done? From O, which means or. And because the term is future, we infer that the same shall be in later generations. Took a stone, etc. Took. Have we not learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, there was a heavy stone, which 2 men had to carry, and this he took and thrust against his heart, and if he died he fulfilled his duty. He lifted it up with the support of his comrade, and then he alone threw it, that the blow should be stronger. To throw stones, etc. Is there not a Boraitha, it never happened that he did not die from the hand of the witnesses, so that one should need to throw another stone? Does, then, the Mishnah state that it was so done? It states, should it be necessary. The master said, there was a stone, etc. But does not a Boraitha state that the stone with which he was stoned, as well as the tree upon which he was hanged, or the sword with which he was killed, or the muffler with which he was choked, must be buried with him? It means that before it was buried they prepared another like it, which remained. But is there not another Boraitha which states that the above things were not buried with the one executed? Said our Papa, it does not mean that it was buried just with him, but near him, at a distance of 4 ells. P 138. Samuel said, if before the execution the hands of the witnesses were cut off, he becomes free from death, because the commandment, the hand of the witnesses should be on him first, cannot be fulfilled. But if so, should witnesses who have no hands be disqualified? There it is different, as the verse reads, the hand of the witnesses, which means that when they testified they had hands. An objection was raised from the following: every one, of whom 2 witnesses testify that he was sentenced at such and such a court, and A and B were his witnesses, he is to be put to death. Hence we see that in any case he is executed. Samuel may explain the Boraitha that it means that the witnesses themselves testified that they were witnesses in the former court. But is it indeed needed that it should be done as the verse dictates? Is there not a Boraitha, it reads, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, he is a murderer. We know that one is to be put to death by that which applies to him, but whence do we know that if it is impossible that he should be killed by that which applies to him, he is nevertheless to be executed by any death which is possible? From the verse cited, he shall surely die, which means in any case. That case is different, as it reads, he shall surely die. But let all other cases be inferred from it. Because the verse cited, which speaks of a murder, and the verse which speaks of the avenger of the one murdered, are 2 verses which dictate one and the same thing, and there is a rule that from 2 such verses nothing is to be inferred. What verse of the avenger is meant? The avenger of the blood himself shall slay. Infer from this that it is a meritorious act for the avenger to do so himself. And whence do we know that if the murdered one had none such, that the court is obliged to appoint one? From the end of the verse, when he meet him, shall he slay him. Said Mar the elder Br his to R Ashi, how can one say that it is not needed as the verse dictates? Does not Mishnah 5 in chapter 8 of this tract state that it must be done just as the verse dictates, and it is deduced from the scripture? With the verse cited in the Mishnah in question it is different, as that verse is altogether superfluous, and is written only so that it should be done just as it dictates. But does not a Boraitha say in the 11th chapter, concerning a misled town, that if there was not a main street in the city, according to our Ismail such is not to be recognized as a misled town, as the verse dictates, U. P 139. Shall gather all its goods in the main street, and according to our Akaba a main street should be made? We see, then, that they differ only if such should be made or not, but both agree that it must be done just as the verse dictates. In this case Tanum differ, as a Mishnah in Tract Negaim states. If he lack the thumbs of his right hand and foot, or the right ear, he can never be purified. Our Eliezer, however, said, it may be done at the place they are lacking. And our Simeon said, it shall be placed on the left one. Mishnah v, all who are stoned are also hanged. So is the decree of our Eliezer. The sages, however, said, only a blasphemer and an idolater are hanged. A male is hanged with his face toward the people, and a female with her face toward a tree. So our Eliezer. The sages, however, say, a male is hanged, but not a female. Said our Eliezer to them, did not Simeon b. Sheva hang females in the city of Ascalon? And he was answered, he hanged 80 women in one day, and there is a rule that even two must not be sentenced in one day, if the punishment is with the same death. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, and he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree. And lest one say, all who are put to death must also be hanged, therefore it is written in the second verse, for he that is hanged is a dishonor of God, and as a blasphemer is to be stoned, the same is the case with all others who are to be stoned. So our Eliezer. The sages, however, say, that as with a blasphemer who has denied the cardinal principle of our faith, the same is the case with an idolater who denies the might of God, but all others who are stoned are not to be hanged. And what is the point of their difference? According to the rabbis, when there is a general expression and an explicit statement, we infer from the general expression and from the explicit statement which comes after it. And our Eliezer infers from additions and exclusions. According to the rabbis, he should be put to death and hanged, is a general expression, the dishonor of God hangs, is an explicit statement. And if they were in one verse it might be said, that the general expression applies only to that which is in the explicit statement, viz., only those which are mentioned in that case, but no others. But as they p. 140 are in two verses, we infer from these an idolater, who is equal to a blasphemer in all particulars. And according to our Eliezer, he shall be put to death and hanged, is considered an addition, the dishonor of God is considered an exclusion. And if they were in one verse, we would add an idolater only, but, seeing that they are in two verses, all the cases of stoning are to be added. A male is to be hanged, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis? It reads, thou hang him, which means him, but not her. And according to our Eliezer, it means him, without his garments, and the rabbis also hold this theory, but as it reads, and if a man has committed, etc., it means a man, but not a woman. And our Eliezer infers from the word man, to exclude a stubborn and rebellious son. But is there not a Boraitha which states that, according to our Eliezer, even a stubborn and rebellious son is stoned and hanged? Therefore said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, our Eliezer infers from this to include a stubborn son, and his reason is this, it reads, if a man, meaning a man, but not a son, committed a sin, means he is put to death, because he has already committed a sin, but a stubborn son is put to death, not because he has sinned, but because in the future he will sin. And this is an exclusion after an exclusion, of which the rule is, that it comes to add. Said our Eliezer to them, etc. Said our Hisda, two must not be judged on the same day, provided there are two kinds of death, but if there is only one kind, two may be judged. But was not the case of Simeon b. Sheva one kind of death? And nevertheless it was said to him, two cases of capital punishment must not be judged on one day. Therefore if it was taught in the name of our Hisda, it was thus, provided there is one kind of death applicable to two kinds, namely, for two separate crimes, but if there was only one crime, and only one kind of death, it may. Rada b. Ahaba objected from the following, two must not be judged in one day, even in the case of adultery the two adulterers, he and she. Our Hisda explained this Boraitha, that it speaks of a daughter of a priest, and her paramour, in which case, according to the law, she is to be burned, hence there are two different kinds of and he is to be stoned. Death. There is a Boraitha, our Eliezer b. Jacob said, I have heard that the court may punish with stripes and even capital punishment, not in accordance with the biblical law, not with the intention to violate the law, but to make a safeguard for it. p. 141. So it happened with one who rode on a horse on Sabbath. At the time Palestine was under the Greeks, and this man was brought before the court, and stoned, not because he deserved such a punishment, but because it was a necessity of that time, to warn others. And it also happened that one had connection with his wife under a fig tree, and he also was brought to the court, and was punished with stripes, not because he deserved such a punishment, but because of the necessity of that time. Mishnah 6, how was one hanged? The beam was put in the earth, and it was fastened at the top, and he tied the hands of the culprit one upon the other, and hung him up. Our Jose said, the beam was not put in the earth, but the top of it was supported by the wall, and he hung him up as the butchers do, and he took him off immediately. And should he leave him overnight, he transgressed a negative commandment, as it reads, Thou shalt not leave his corpse on the tree overnight, but thou shalt surely bury him on that day, is a dishonor of God, etc. How so? Why is this man hanged? He is a blasphemer. Hence the name of heaven is violated. And not only of him who was executed it was said that he should not remain overnight. But even everyone who leaves unburied his corpse overnight transgresses the negative commandment. However, if he left it overnight for the sake of its honor, as for instance to prepare for it a coffin or shroud, he does not transgress. The one executed was not buried in the cemetery of his parents, but two cemeteries were prepared by the court, one. p. 142. For those who were slain with the sword and choked, and one for those who were stoned and burned. After the flesh of the corpse was consumed, the relatives gathered the bones and buried them in their right place. And the relatives came, and greeted in peace the judges, as well as the witnesses, to show they had nothing in their heart against them, as the judgment was just. The relatives also did not lament for him loudly, but mourned in their heart. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if the verse read, if a man committed a sin, he shall be hanged, we would say that he should be hanged until death occurs, as the government does, but it reads, he shall be put to death and hanged, which means he shall be put to death and thereafter hanged. How was it done? They kept him till near sunset, condemned him, killed him, and then hanged him. One hangs him up, and the other immediately loosens the knot, as his hanging was only to fulfill the commandment. The rabbis taught, it is written, on a tree, from which ought to be inferred that it makes no difference if the tree was still attached to the ground or not. Therefore is it written, Thou shalt surely bury him, from which it is to be understood that everything should be already prepared for the burying. And if the tree were still attached to the ground, it could not be considered prepared, as the tree was not as yet cut off. Our Jose, however, maintains that this verse excludes also a beam which is put in the ground, as it is not considered prepared, for the tree was not as yet taken out from the ground. But the sages say that the taking out is not to be considered. Why is he hanged? Because he is a blasphemer. There is a Boraitha, our mayor used to say, there is a parable. To what can this be compared? To two twin brothers, one of whom was selected for a king and the other became a robber, and was hanged at the command of the king. Now, people who saw him hanged would say that the king was hanged, and therefore the king commanded the corpse to be taken off. And not only for him who was executed, etc. Our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Jaka said, where is to be found an allusion to this in the Torah? In Thou shalt surely bury him. King Saber questioned our Hama, whence do you deduce from the Torah that one must be buried? And the latter remained silent without answer. Said our Ahabi. Jacob, the p. 143. World is transferred into the hands of fools. Why did he not answer from the above cited verse? Because the above is to be explained that it means a coffin and shroud are to be prepared for him. But let him say, because all the upright were buried. This is only a custom, and not a command of the Torah. And why not say, because the Holy One, blessed be he, buried Moses. It may be said that this also was not to change the custom. Come and hear. And all Israel shall mourn for him, and bury him. This, also, was not to change the custom. But is it not written, they shall not be lamented for, nor shall they be buried? Them Jeremiah cautioned, that with them should be a change of custom. The schoolmen propounded a question, is the burying because the corpse shall become disgraced if not buried, or is it because of atonement? And what is the difference? If one says, I do not wish to be buried, if it is because of the disgrace, he must not be listened to, but if it is for atonement, he should be listened to, as he says, I don't want any atonement. Come and hear. Because all the upright were buried. And if the reason should be for atonement, then, the upright need atonement? Yeah, as it reads, for no man is so righteous upon earth that he should do always good, and never sin. Come and hear the above cited verse about Jeroboam, in which it reads that only he should be buried. Now, if the reason is atonement, why should not the others also be buried and atoned? He who was upright ought to be buried and atoned, the others who were wicked were not worthy to be atoned. The same is the case with them who were cautioned by Jeremiah that they should not be buried, because they were not worthy of atonement. The schoolmen propounded another question, is the lamentation an honor for the living or for the deceased? And what is the difference? If, example 1 says, I do not wish to be lamented, if it is an honor for the deceased only, he may be listened to, and if for the living, he may not. Or, on the other hand, if his heirs do not want to pay the mourner, if it is an honor for the deceased, they may be compelled to pay, and if it is for the living, they may not. Come and hear, and Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. Now, if this were only an honor for the living, should the body of Sarah have been kept till Abraham came, for his p. 144. Honor? Nay. Sarah herself was pleased that Abraham should be honored because of her. Come and hear. All Israel shall mourn for him. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, were, then, the people of Jeroboam worthy to be honored? The upright are pleased that any human being should be honored on their account. But is it not written that they shall not be mourned for and buried? The righteous do not wish that they shall be honored because of the wicked. Come and hear Jeremiah, in peace shalt thou die, and as burnings were made for thy fathers, the former kings who were before thee, so shall they make burnings for thee, and, ah Lord, shall they lament for thee. Now, if it is to the honor of the living, what good can this do to Zedekiah? The prophet said to him thus, Israel shall be honored because of thee as they were honored because of thy parents. Come and hear. It is said elsewhere, the despicable is despised, meaning King Hezekiah, who bore the remains of his father on a bed of ropes. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, why did Hezekiah do so? For the purpose that his father should have an atonement. But has he a right to invalidate the honor of Israel because of the atonement of his father? The people themselves were pleased to relinquish their honor, because of the atonement of Achaz. Come and hear what was said by Rabbi in his will, Ye shall not lament me in the small cities, but in the large ones. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, why such a will? He thought, let the people be more honored because of me. Come and hear the statement in our Mishnah, if he left it overnight for its honor, to prepare for it a coffin and shroud, he does not transgress. Hence we see it is to the honor of the dead. Nay, for his honor means for the honor of the living. But has one the right to leave the corpse overnight, for the sake of his own honor? Yeah, as the commandment not to let the corpse hang was because of the disgrace, but if it is not disgraced, the honor of the living is to be considered. Come and hear another Boritha, if he left him overnight for his honor, that his friends in other cities should hear of his death, or bring for him the lamenting women, or prepare for him a coffin and a shroud, he does not transgress the negative commandment, for all he does is for the honor of the dead. It means to say that all he does for the sake of his own honor is not considered a disgrace for the dead. Come and hear another Boritha. Our Nathan said, it is a good sign for one deceased if he was punished after his p. 145. Death, namely, if he was not lamented, not buried properly, or a wild beast seized upon his corpse, or if, while carrying him to burial, rain wet the corpse. All these are good signs that it was done for his atonement. Hence we see that all these are to be done for the honor of the dead. Infer from this that so it is. But 2 cemeteries, etc. And why so? Because a wicked person must not be buried with an upright one. As our Ahabi Hananiah said, whence do we know that a wicked person must not be buried with an upright? From, and it came to pass, as they were burying a man, that, behold, they saw the hand, and they cast down the man into the sepulchre of Elisha, and as the man came and touched the bones of Elisha, he revived, and rose up on his feet. Said our Papa to him, but perhaps this was done to fulfill what is mentioned, let there be, I pray thee, a double portion of thy spirit upon me. And as Elijah restored only one man, so did Elisha also restore one while he was alive, and the second was restored after his death. And he answered, if it were so, why, then, does a Boritha state that the restored only stood upon his feet, but did not go home? And if it were for the purpose said above, he would remain alive. But if, as you say, Elijah's promise was not fulfilled, as it was said by our Yohanan, this was fulfilled with the cure of Naaman from his leprosy, for leprosy is equal to death. As it reads, let her not be as a dead-born child. And as it is prohibited to bury an upright person with a wicked, so also it is not allowed to bury a lesser wicked with a greater one. But if so, there should have been 4 cemeteries. The 2 cemeteries were traditional. 1. The rabbis taught, they who are put to death by the government. p. 146. Their estates belong to the government, and they who are killed by the court, their estates belong to their heirs. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that their estates belong to the heirs even when they are killed by the government. Said the sages to him, is it not written? And it came to pass, when Achab heard that Naboth was dead, that Achab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth, the Yisraelite, to inherit it? And he answered, Achab was his brother's son, and was a legal heir. But had not Naboth many sons? Rejoined R. Jehuda, he slew him and his sons. As it reads, surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth, and the blood of his sons. The rabbis, however, maintain that the expression sons means those who would come out from him had he remained alive. It is correct for him who says that the estates belong to the government, as it reads, Naboth hath blasphemed God and the king. But to him who says the estates belong to the heirs, why was it necessary to add and the king? But according to your theory that they belong to the heirs, why was God mentioned? You may say it was done to increase the anger of the people. For the same reason, it was also mentioned, and the king. It is correct to him that it belongs to the government, as it is written, no, but here will I die which means, I do not wish to be counted among those who were killed by the government, so that my estate should belong to it. But according to him who says that it belongs to the heirs, what difference did it make to Job? The simple one of remaining alive 1 hour longer. It reads, and Benaiah brought the king word again, saying, thus hath Job spoken, and thus hath he answered me. Job said to Benaiah thus, go and tell the king, you cannot do 2 things with me. If you wish to slay me, you must accept for yourself the curses with which your father cursed me. And if you will not accept them, you will have to leave me alive. Farther on it is said, then said the king unto him, do as he hath spoken, and fall upon him, and bury him. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, all the curses with which David cursed Job fell on the descendants of David. They were, and may there not fail from the house of Job one that hath an issue, or that is a leper, or that leaneth on a crutch, or that falleth by the sword, or that lacketh bread. The first fell on Rehoboam, the second leper on Uzziyahu. As it reads, the leprosy even broke out on his forehead. Leaneth on a crutch Asa, of whom it reads, nevertheless, in the time of his old age he became diseased in his feet. And Jehudah in the name of Rabbite said, Podagra caught him. Said Mar Zutrabi. Naaman to Naaman, what kind of a sickness is this? And he answered, it pains like a needle in raw flesh. Falleth by a sword on Josiah, as it reads, and the archers shot at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, carry me away, for I am sorely wounded. And Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, they made his body like a sieve. Lacketh bread fell on Jgonyah, and his allowance was a continual allowance, etc. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, this is what people say, it is better for one to be cursed than to curse, as usually a curse in vain falls upon the invocarashi. Job was brought before the court to justify himself for the killing of Abner, and he answered that he was the revenger of the blood of Asahel. But did not Asahel prosecute Abner? And he said, then he could save himself by striking on one of the members of his body. And to the question, perhaps he could not do so? He answered, did he not strike him, so Amasa? He remained longer than the set time. And he was answered, Amasa was not a rebel, as he had a good reason for his delay. 1 But you are indeed a rebel, as you were inclined to Adoniyahu against David's will. It reads, and the report came to Job, for Job had turned after Adoniyahu, though he had not turned after Absalom. Why is it mentioned here that he had not turned after Absalom? Said R. P. 148. Jehudah, he was inclined to turn, but did not. And why? Said R. Eleazar, because the moisture of David was still in a good condition. And R. Hosebi. Hananiah said, because the active force of David were still in their strength. As it is said above in the name of Rabbite, 400 children, etc. All the Amoraim mentioned above differ with Arababi. Kahana, who said, if not for Job, David would not have been able to occupy himself with the law, and if not for David, Job would not have been able to wage the war. As it is written, and David did what is just and right unto all his people. And Job the son of Jeriah was over the army. It means that, because Job was over the army, David was able to do justice, etc., and also vice versa. It reads, who brought him back from the well of Sirah. What does well of Sirah mean? Said Arababi. Kahana, the well means the pitcher of water which David took from under the head of Saul, and Sirah literally a thorn means the piece of cloth which David cut off from the garment of Saul, which were good reasons for Abner to reconcile Saul with David, if he should care to do so, but he did not. It reads farther on, Job took him aside in the gate, to speak with him in private. Said Yohanan, he brought him before the Sanhedrin to try him for having killed his brother Asahel. And to his answer that Asahel was his persecutor, he was told as said above. It reads, and may the Lord bring back his blood guiltiness upon his own head, because he fell upon 2 men more righteous and better than he. Better than he? Because they were commanded verbally and did not listen, and Job was commanded in a letter to kill Uriah, and he listened. It reads farther on, and he was buried in his own house in the wilderness. Was, then, his house in the wilderness? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, it was like a wilderness. As a desert is ownerless, and every one who wishes can derive a benefit from it, so was the house of Job. And also as a desert is free of robbery and adultery, so was the house of Job. It reads, and Job repaired the rest of the city. Said Jehudah, Job supplied to the poor of that city everything to which they were accustomed, even little things and fishes. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the Scripture, and how they ought to be executed. The enumeration of those who come under the category of stoning. How the examination concerning blasphemy should be conducted. Concerning those who transfer their children to Molech, familiar spirits, etc. Concerning cursing father and mother, seducers and misleaders, etc. Mishnah I, 4 kinds of capital punishment are prescribed to the court by the scriptures, viz., stoning, burning, slaying by the sword, and choking. R. Simeon, however, maintains, their order is, burning, stoning, choking, and slaying by the sword. The laws of stoning are already explained above. Gemara, Rabha in the name of Rs Ora, quoting Arhuna, said, where the sages give an arrangement, one must not be particular with it, as it does not matter if one changes the order and acts with the latter before the former, except in the case of the 7 dyes with which a spot of menstruum is to be tested, which are mentioned in chapter 9, Mishnah 4, of Tract Nida, of which the Mishnah says, if one tested with them not according to the order mentioned, or one mixed all the 7 together, and tested with them, he has done nothing. Our Papa the Elder in the name of Rabbite said, the same is the case in the 4 kinds of capital punishment mentioned in our Mishnah. As our Simeon differs in their order, it must be understood that the Mishnah is particular in their arrangement. But why does not Arhuna mention them? Arhuna speaks of that in which all agree, but where there is dissension he does not. Our Papa himself said, also concerning the arrangement of worshipping on the Day of Atonement, as there is a Mishnah. All the rites on the Day of Atonement, whose order is prescribed by the Bible. If they are performed in a wrong order, one has done nothing. Arhuna, however, did not mention this. P. 150. For the reason of not changing the order prescribed by the scripture is because of the holiness of that day, and not because one act is more rigorous than the other. Arhuna Br. Jehoshua maintains that the order of the daily offerings is also not changeable, as there is a Mishnah, this is the arrangement. However, Arhuna, who did not mention it, maintains that this is only meritorious. And the rule mentioned above in the name of Arhuna excludes also the ceremony of Halitza, and also the dressing of the priests at their worship in the temple, as explained elsewhere. 1. Stoning, burning, etc. Stoning is more rigorous than burning, as blasphemers and idolaters are punished with it. And why are these 2 crimes considered more rigorous than others? Because the sinners laid their hands on the main principle of the Jewish faith. But why not say, on the contrary, that burning is more rigorous, as it applies to the daughter of a priest who has sinned? And why should this crime be more rigorous? Because it reads that she violates her father, which means that her father loses his priesthood. The rabbis hold that only a married woman who was the daughter of a priest is to be burned if she sinned, but if betrothed, stoning is applied. And because a betrothed woman is distinguished from a married one, who bears the name of her husband and not of her father, while a betrothed still bears the name of her father, we see that stoning is more rigorous. The same is also more rigorous than slaying by the sword, because of the reason stated above. But why not say that the sword is more rigorous, because it applies to the men of a misled town? And what is the rigor of a misled town that their property is to be destroyed? It may be answered that a misleader is always considered more criminal than those who are seduced. And there is a boraitha that the punishment of a misleader is stoning. Stoning is also more rigorous than choking. And lest one say that choking is more rigorous, as it applies to one who strikes his father or mother, and the rigor is because the honor of the parents is equalized with the honor of the omnipotent, it is inferred from the case of a daughter of a common Israelite, who is excluded from choking, which applies to a married daughter of the same, and is included in the category of stoning, and it is already explained above that a betrothed. P. 151. Disgraces her father and his whole family, while the disgrace of a married one belongs more to her husband. 1. Burning is more rigorous than the sword, as it applies to a sinning daughter of a priest, whose crime is more rigorous for the reason stated above. But why not say, on the contrary, the sword is more rigorous, because it applies to a misled town, the property of which is to be destroyed? We find the term her father concerning stoning, and the same term is used concerning burning. And it is to be said, as the term her father, used concerning stoning, is more than the sword, the same is it with the term which is used by burning, that burning is also more rigorous than the sword. Burning is also more rigorous than choking. This is inferred from the fact that a married daughter of a priest is excluded from choking, which applies to a married daughter of a common Israelite, and is included in the category of burning. And lest one say that choking is more rigorous, as it applies to him who has struck his father or mother, the honor of whom is equalized with the honor of the omnipotent, it is already decided above that they who laid their hands on the main principle, etc., are considered the greatest criminals. R. Simeon said, etc. According to him, burning is more rigorous than stoning because it applies to a daughter of a priest who has sinned, and it is considered more criminal because her father loses his priesthood. And he differs from the rabbis, who make a distinction between a betrothed and a married woman, as according to him both are punished with burning, and because the greatest criminal is punished with burning, it is to be inferred that this punishment is more rigorous than all others. 2. R. Simeon also differs concerning the punishment of misleaders of a misled town, as according to him they also are punished with choking. R. Yohanan used to say, a betrothed young girl, who is the daughter of a priest, is to be stoned if she has sinned, but according to R. Simeon, she must be burned. And the same is p. 152. The case if she had sinned with her father, as according to their theory stoning is more rigorous, and there is a rule that he who is guilty of 2 crimes liable to capital punishment is to be executed with the more rigorous one. And according to R. Simeon, that burning is more rigorous, she is to be put to death by that. And where do we find R. Simeon saying so? In the following Boraitha, R. Simeon said, there are already 2 general expressions about adultery, viz. Then shall the adulterer be put to death, together with the adulteress. And this applies either to a betrothed or to a married woman, with whom the daughter of a priest is certainly included. Why, then, does the scripture distinguish a daughter of a priest, and if the daughter of any priest profane herself by committing harlotry, her father doth she profane, with fire shall she be burnt, which makes no difference between a betrothed and a married woman. To exclude her from the punishment of a betrothed commoner, to whom stoning applies, and if married, choking applies, and puts her in the category of those who are to be burned. Now, as to the punishment of a married one, which applies to a daughter of a priest, all agree that it is more rigorous than that of a commoner. The same is the case with a betrothed one, whom the scripture excluded from an easier punishment, for a severer one. Hence burning is more severe than stoning. However, collusive witnesses are not excluded from that punishment which they would have to suffer if they had been found collusive in the case of a daughter of a commoner, and are punished with the death of their accused, no matter if the accused were the daughter of a commoner or of a priest, namely, if they had testified regarding a betrothed one, and thereafter were found collusive, the death which would apply to her, were she a daughter of a commoner, applies to them. And the same is the case if they had testified regarding a married one. The rabbis taught, it reads, and if the daughter of any priest profane herself. Lest one say that it means that she profaned herself by violating the Sabbath, therefore it reads further, by committing harlotry. But lest one say, even if she were single, it reads here, her father. And the same expression, p. 153, is used concerning a betrothed woman, as there the sin is because of her bond to a husband. The same is the case here. It is considered a crime liable to capital punishment if she were already betrothed or married. But perhaps it means when she has sinned with her father, and not with someone else. Therefore it reads, she profane, which means that she has profaned him, and not he her. Hence from the analogy of expression, father, we infer that the sin is because of her husband. But from this analogy of expression it is inferred when she was betrothed. Whence do we know that, if she was not of age and nevertheless married, or of age and betrothed or married, or even if she were already an old woman, that the same is the case? Therefore it is written, and the daughter of any priest, which means, whatever her condition. But lest one say, it speaks only when she was married to a priest, but if to Levite or to a common Israelite, to a heathen, to a descendant of one who has profaned the priesthood, to a bastard, or to a descendant of the Gibeonites who were temple servants, it is different. Therefore it is written, the daughter of any priest, which means, even though she was not the wife of a priest. She is to be burned, but not her paramour. She is to be burned, and not her collusive witnesses. R. Eliezer said, with her father, burning applies, with her father-in-law, stoning applies. How is this to be understood? Shall we assume that he means she has sinned with her father? Then why only a daughter of a priest? Is not the case the same even when she was a daughter of a common Israelite? Burning applies to committing a crime with a daughter, and stoning to the crime with a daughter-in-law. We must then say that with the expression, with her father, he means when she was still under the control of her father, and the same is it with the expression, with her father-in-law. Now, let us see in accordance with whom is his theory. It is not in accordance with the rabbis, as they hold that only a married woman is to be burned, but not a betrothed. It is also not in accordance with our Simeon, as he holds that there is no difference between betrothed and married, both are to be burned. And also not in accordance with our Ishmael, as he holds that only a betrothed is to be burned, but not one married. And he also holds that if she had committed a crime with her father-in-law, choking applies. As to this, Rabin sent a message in the name of our Jose B. Hanana. This Boraitha is to be explained thus, it is in p. 154. Accordance with the rabbis. And the expression of our Eliezer, with her father, means thus, if such a crime be punished, with an easier death than if the crime had been committed with her father e.g., that of a married woman, daughter of a commoner, to whom choking applies, in her case, because she is a daughter of a priest, the death of her father, if he should commit the crime with her, applies to her, viz., burning. And if such a crime by a commoner were punished with a heavier death than if the crime were with her father e.g., a betrothed daughter of a commoner, to whom stoning applies, no exception is to be made, and the punishment of her sinning with her father-in-law applies, viz., stoning. Our Jeremiah opposed, does, then, the Boraitha read easier and heavier death, which it should do according to your explanation? Therefore, said he, it must be said that our Eliezer is in accordance with our Ishmael, and the expression, with her father, means under the control of her father, viz., a betrothed, not yet married, to whom burning applies, and with her father-in-law means, literally, if she had sinned with her father-in-law she is to be stoned, but if with someone else choking applies. Said Rabha, this explanation is still more complicated than the first one, as both expressions must be explained equally, either both are to be taken literally, or both mean under the control. And therefore said Rab Hina, our Eliezer is in accordance with the rabbis, and his decision was just the reverse. With her father, stoning applies, and with her father-in-law, burning applies. And both expressions mean under the control. And although a betrothed woman is no longer considered under the control of her father, he so expressed himself because of the latter expression, under the control of her father-in-law. Said R.N. Ahaman in the name of Rab Habi Abohu, quoting Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to the message which was sent by Rabban in the name of our Jose B. Hanana. Said R. Joseph, do you come to teach a halakha which will be used only then when the Messiah shall appear? Said Abai to him, according to your theory, why should we study the section holiness at all? Is not the whole for the time when the Messiah shall appear? You must then say that we must study and be rewarded for it by heaven. The same is the case here. We have to study, although it is not for use to us. p. 155. At this time, and the reward will come from heaven. Answered R. Joseph, I mean to say, may one name halakha in the explanation of a Boraitha? To which it may be said, that such an explanation is correct. The expression halakha, however, means law, which does not correspond with his meaning. Where do we find our Ishmael's opinion, of which it is said above that Eliezer holds with him? In the following Boraitha, it reads, the daughter of any priest profane, etc., speaking of a young betrothed maiden. But perhaps it means a married woman? This is not the case, as the law about adultery is already written in Leviticus XX, in which a daughter of a priest is included. However, we find that the scripture has distinguished a daughter of a commoner, and applied stoning to her, if she was betrothed and not married. The same is the case with the distinction of a priest's daughter, to whom the scripture applies burning, meaning also when she was betrothed only. Her collusive witnesses, however, are to be punished with the same death that applies to her paramour, because it reads, then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother. To his brother, but not to his sister. So is the decree of our Ishmael. Our Akiba, however, maintains, there is no difference whether she was betrothed or married, as in both cases burning applies. And to the question of our Ishmael, why should we make a distinction concerning a daughter of a priest, the expression for which is nara, while the same expression is used concerning a commoner who is betrothed only? Our Akiba rejoined, Ishmael, my brother, I infer it from the word and, which begins the verse, and the daughter of any priest. Rejoined our Ishmael, do you desire that this should be burned, because the vav is in your way? Let us see. Our Ishmael infers the punishment of a priest's daughter from an analogy of expression. How does he explain the above cited verse, her father has she profaned? He explains it as in the following Boraitha, our Meir used to say, this phrase means that if, until now, their custom was to consider her father holy, from that time they consider him common, if until that time he was honored, from that time he is disgraced. As people say, cursed be such a man who has borne such a daughter, cursed is he who has brought her up, cursed. P 156. Is he that he has such an offspring? Said Rashi, according to whom do we name a wicked person, wicked, the son of a wicked, although his father was upright? In accordance with the Tana of the just mentioned Boraitha. Mishnah 2, the prescribed punishment of burning was thus, the sinner was placed in waist knee deep. Then, placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, they wound it around his neck. One pulled one end toward himself, the other doing the same, until he opened his mouth. Meanwhile the executioner lights the string, and thrusts it into his mouth, so that it flows down through his inwards and shrinks his entrails. To which R. Jehuda said, should the culprit die before the string is thrust into his mouth, the law of burning has not been properly executed, and therefore his mouth must be opened forcibly with a pair of pincers. Meanwhile, the string having been lighted, is thrust into his mouth so that it may reach his intestines and shrink his entrails. R. Eliezer B. Zadok, however, said, once a daughter of a priest, having sinned, was surrounded with faggots and burned. He was answered, the court which so decided was ignorant of the exact law. Gemara, what kind of a string was it? Said our Matna, a string of lead. And whence is this deduced? They infer this burning from the burning of the congregation of Korah. As there the souls only were burned, but the bodies remained, so also here only the soul is to be burned, but the body is to remain. R. Eliezer said, they infer this burning from the burning of the sons of Aaron. As there the souls only were burned and the bodies remained, the same is the case here. Let us see. He who infers it from the congregation of Korah, wherefrom does he know that the soul, and not the body, was burned? From the censures of these sinners against their own souls. One which means that the souls only were burned, but the bodies remained. And the other, who infers it from the sons of Aaron, maintains that this phrase means they were burned bodily, and the expression own souls means that they were liable to be burned because of their souls. And it is in accordance with Resh Lakish, who said elsewhere, it reads, with flattering, babbling mockers, they gnashed upon me with their teeth, which p. 157 means that, because they had flattered Korah for the sake of entertainments, the ruler of Gehenna gnashed upon them with his teeth. And he who inferred this from the sons of Aaron, wherefrom does he know that their souls only were burned, etc. From, and there went out a fire from before the Lord, and consumed them, and they died before the Lord, which means that, although they died before the Lord, they died as all other only their corpses remained. And the other maintains that the sons of Aaron were burned bodily, and the expression, they died, means, that the beginning was from inside the body. As we have learned in a Boraitha, Abba Hosebi. Dusthai said, 2 fire cords came out from the Holy of Holies chamber, and were divided into 4, 2 of them entered the nostrils of one, and 2 the nostrils of the other, and burnt them. But is it not written, and consumed them? From which it is to be inferred them, and not something else. Yea them, and not their garments. But why should burning not be inferred from the offerings of the bullocks, which were burned bodily? Common sense dictates that a man must be inferred from man, and not from cattle, as a man sins, and one infers a man who has sinned from another man, and from him whose soul was taken for his sin to him whose soul is to be taken. But he who infers it from Korah's congregation, why did he not infer it from the sons of Aaron? Because he maintains that the sons of Aaron were burned bodily, and to infer from them would not be proper, as R.N. said in the name of Rabhabi. Abohu, from the phrase thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, we deduce that one may select a decent death for the sinner. But as the theory of R.N. is accepted, why, then, the analogy of expressions at all? If not for the analogy, one might say that the burning of the soul, while the body remains, is not called burning at all, and that which is written, thou shalt love thy neighbor, etc., could be done by increasing the fire by bundles of faggots so that he should die quickly. Therefore the analogy of expression shows that such a burning, although the body remains, is called burning. There is a tradition that Moses and Aaron used to walk, and Nadab and Abihu followed them, and all Israel after them. And Nadab said to Abihu, when will the 2 old men die, and you and I be the leaders of Israel? To which the Holy One, p. 158, blessed be he, said, time will show who will bury whom. Said our Papa, this is what people say, there are many old camels who are laden with the skins of young ones. Our Eleazar said, a scholar, in the eyes of a commoner, at first acquaintance appears to him like a golden kithon. However, after he holds conversation with him, he appears like a silver kithon. If he accepts a benefit from him, he appears like an earthen one, which, once broken, cannot be mended. Aimretha Bathtli was the daughter of a priest, who had sinned, and Arhamabi Tubia surrounded her with bundles of twigs and burned her. And Joseph, when he heard this, said, he erred twice. In the explanation of the Mishnah, in which, according to R.N. the sinner was burned with lead, and he was not aware of the following Boraitha, it is written, and thou shalt come unto the priests the Levites, and unto the judge that may be in those days. At that time, when the priests acted, judgments concerning capital punishments might be rendered, but when there were no more acting priests, no such judgment could be rendered. Said Eleazar b. Zadok, etc. Said Joseph, the court in question was of the Sadducees. Did, indeed, Eleazar say so? And the answer was as stated in the Mishnah? Is there not a Boraitha which states, Eleazar b. Zadok said, I recollect, when I was a child, being carried upon the shoulders of my father, and a daughter of a priest, who was a sinner, was brought, and was surrounded with bundles of twigs and burned? To which the sages answered, at that time you were a child, and we cannot accept any evidence from a child. 2 such cases happened in the days of Eleazar, and when B was answered that no evidence of a child is to be taken into consideration, he related before them the other case which B saw when he was already of age, and to this they answered him, that court was an ignorant one. Mishnah 3, The prescribed punishment of slaying was thus: he was decapitated, as was customary with the Roman government. R. Jehuda, however, maintains, such a death is repulsive. But they put his head on the block and cut it off with a butcher's hatchet. And he was answered, there is not a more detestable death than this. Gemara, there is a Boraitha. R. Jehuda said to the sages, I myself am aware that the death I explained is repulsive. P. 159. But what can we do against the scripture, which reads, and in their customs shall ye not walk, etc. To which the rabbis answered, as this is written in the scripture, we are not learning this from them, but they learned it from us. And should one disagree with us, then what would he say to the following Boraitha? Garments and some other valuable things may be burned on the grave of kings, for the sake of their honor. And this custom is not considered the custom of the Amalekites. And why? It is because it is mentioned in the scripture, and as burnings were made for thy father, etc., we do not learn from them. The same is the case here. Let us see. In the succeeding chapter, there is a Mishnah, the following are slain with a sword, a murderer, and the men of a misled town. It is correct, a misled town, as it is plainly written, with the edge of a sword. But whence do we know that the same is the case with a murderer? From the following Boraitha, it reads, and if a man smite his servant or maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, it shall be surely avenged. And as we do not know what revenge means, therefore it is written, and I will bring unto you the sword avenging. Hence avenge means with a sword. But whence do we know that they decapitated him? Perhaps they killed him with the sword in another part of the body. It reads, with the edge of a sword, which excludes stabbing. But perhaps it means splitting the head. It is already inferred by Rab Habi Abohu from the phrase, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, that one must select a decent death. But all this speaks of when one has slain a bondman. Whence do we know that the same is the case with a freeman? This cannot be, as an a fortiori conclusion is to be drawn, a slave, who is less in value than a freeman, if one kills him, he is punished with slaying by the sword. If one kills a freeman, so much the more should he be punished with a more rigorous death. But this would be correct only to him who holds that the sword is more rigorous than choking. But to him who holds the contrary, what can be said? He infers this from another verse, as is stated in the following Boraitha, it is written, and thou, P. 160, shalt put away the innocent blood from the midst of thee. From this we see that all shedders of blood are compared to the heifer in that connection. And lest one say that as the heifer is killed with a butcher's knife toward the back part of the neck, the same shall be done with all other shedders of blood, it is already inferred above that a decent death must be selected. Mishnah 4, the prescribed punishment of choking was thus: the sinner was placed in waist knee deep. Then, placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, they wound it around his neck. One pulled one end toward himself, the other doing the same, until the soul of the culprit departed. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, and if there be a man man means to exclude a minor, who committeth adultery with a man's wife man's wife means to exclude the wife of a minor. With his neighbor's wife means to exclude those people who live with their wives in common. 1. Then shall the adulterer be put to death means choking. But perhaps it means some other kind of death which is prescribed by the scripture? It was said that wherever it is written in the Torah death, without specifying which, you must not apply a rigorous one, but an easier one. So is the decree of R. Jashia. R. Jonathan, however, maintains, the reason is not because choking is an easier death, but because there is a tradition that in any place where death is mentioned in the scripture, without specifying which, it is choking. Rabbi said, the reason is because there is mentioned in the scripture a heavenly death, and there is also mentioned death from human hands. And as a heavenly death does not leave any marks on the body of the man, the same must it be by death from human hands. But perhaps burning is meant, which also does not leave any signs outside of the P161 body. As the scripture prescribed burning to a daughter of a priest, it is to be understood that all other sinners are not punished with the same. It is correct that choking is to be used, according to our Jonathan, who says that it is a tradition, and Rabbi gives the reason. But our Joshua, who wants only an easier death, whence does he deduce choking at all? And perhaps there is no more than 3 kinds of death, and from these 3 the easier one must be selected, which is the sword. Said Rabha, the 4 kinds of death are known traditionally. And the expression of our Jonathan, not because it is easier, shows that he and our Joshua differ concerning choking, whether it is an easier death. In the same manner differ our Simeon and the rabbis. R. Zerah said to Abai, there are sinners who are punished with stoning, although it is not so mentioned in the scripture. But they are inferred from an analogy of expression, from a familiar spirit. I question you which expression of the 2 following is meant: put to death, or their blood shall be upon them. And he answered, the latter expression, as the first is needed, to death, which is explained above. Mishnah V, to the following sinners stoning applies, viz., one who has had connection with his mother, with his father's wife, with his daughter-in-law, with a human male, or with cattle, and the same is the case with a woman who uncovers herself before cattle, with a blasphemer, an idolater, he who sacrifices one of his children to Moloch, one that occupies himself with familiar spirits, a wizard, one who violates the Sabbath, one who curses his father or mother, one who has assaulted a betrothed damsel, a seducer who has seduced men to worship idols, and the one who misleads a whole town, a witch, a stubborn and rebellious son. One who has had connection with his mother is guilty of transgressing 2 negative commandments: the negative commandment as to his mother and the negative commandment as to his father's wife. R. Jehuda, however, maintains, he is guilty only for his mother. One who has connection with his stepmother is also guilty in respect to 2 negative commandments: the commandment of adultery and the separate commandment as to his father's wife. There is no difference if he has done it while his father was still alive or after his death, and there is also no difference if she was only betrothed to his P162 father, or already married. One that commits a crime with his daughter-in-law transgresses also 2 commandments: adultery and of the separate commandment of his son's wife. And there is also no difference if it was done while his son was still alive or after his death, after her betrothal or after marriage. Gemara, there is a Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, if his father had married his mother illegally, he transgresses only the commandment as to mother and not as to his father's wife. And the expression illegally means that by marrying, he has transgressed a negative commandment, which is not punished capitally or with Korath. As to such, even according to the rabbis, such a marriage is not considered at all. But to death, which is only of a negative commandment, e.g., a widow to a high priest, according to the rabbis the marriage is considered, and according to our Jehuda it is not, as he holds with our Akaba, who is of the same opinion. Our Ashia objected, there is a Mishnah in Yebamith, owing to other legal prohibitions, or on account of the holiness of station. By legal prohibitions are meant the secondary degrees of relationship prohibited by the rabbins as to intermarriage. Those prohibited to intermarry on account of holiness of station are a widow to a high priest, a woman who had been divorced or performed the ceremony of halitza, who had been married to an ordinary priest. To which a Boraitha adds, our Jehuda changes the expression, viz., by legal prohibition, a widow to a high priest, etc., is meant, and on account of holiness of station, the secondary degrees of relationship, etc., are meant. Hence we see that our Jehuda changes the expression only, but nevertheless the ceremony of halitza is required. And if it were in accordance with our Akaba, why, then, the ceremony of halitza? Our Jehuda collected only the expressions which ought to be in accordance with the opinion of the first Tana, but he himself does not require anything of that kind. When our Itzhak came from Palestine, he taught just as our Mishnah teaches, viz., Ar Jehuda said, he is guilty only concerning the negative commandment as to the mother. And what is the reason? Said Abai, because it reads, she is thy mother, which means, you have to make him guilty only because of his mother, but not because of the wife of his father. But why do the rabbis make him guilty concerning p. 163? 2 commandments. Do they not hold this theory? The rabbis apply this expression to that which was said by Ar Shesha Bred, which is stated farther on. But does not Ar Jehuda also hold the theory of Ar Shesha? Hence, his theory cannot be inferred from it. Therefore said Ar Ahabi Iki, it reads, she is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness, meaning, for one nakedness you can make her guilty, but not for 2. But if so, why does not Ar Jehuda differ concerning a daughter-in-law, who is guilty, according to our Mishnah, as to 2 commandments? It then must be said, because there is one body, although there are 2 transgressions, he is culpable only for one, as it reads, her nakedness. The same should be the case concerning the mother. Therefore said Rabha, Ar Jehuda holds, at the beginning of the verse, the nakedness of thy father means thy father's wife. And that it means thus he infers from an analogy of expression, as stated farther on. And father's wife means that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. But whence do we know that it is the same with his mother, who is not his father's wife? Therefore it is written, she is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Hence only for the crime as to the mother you make him guilty, but not as to that of his father's wife. There is a Boraitha according to Rabha, a man means to exclude a minor, that lieth with his father's wife means that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. But whence do we know that the same is the case with his mother who is not his father's wife? Therefore it reads, his father's nakedness, which is pleonastic, 1 and is written only for the purpose of an analogy of expression. Both of them shall be put to death means by stoning, but perhaps with some other death? It is written here, their blood shall be upon them, and in the case of familiar spirits there is also the same expression. And as concerning the latter stoning is plainly applied by the scripture, the same is the case here. But here we have heard only of the punishment. Whence do we know of the warning? Therefore it is written, the nakedness of thy father, etc., which means of thy father's wife. But perhaps it means literally the father himself? It is written here, the nakedness of thy father thou shalt not uncover. P. 164. And there it is written, the nakedness of his father he had uncovered. As the latter means his wife, so does the former. And from the expression his father's wife, it is inferred, whether his mother or not. But whence do we know as to his mother who is not his father's wife? Therefore it is written, the nakedness of thy mother, etc. But this is only in the warning in which the scripture has equalized the mother who is not his father's wife with her who is. But whence do we know that the punishment is also equal? From the analogy of the expressions, the nakedness of thy father thou shalt not uncover, and it reads also, he has uncovered the nakedness of his father. And so as in the warning it is equalized with the mother who is the wife of his father and with her who is not, the same holds good concerning the punishment. She is thy mother means, you can make her guilty only for the crime as mother, but not for the crime as father's wife. But the rabbis, who do not use the above analogy of expression, whence do they deduce the punishment of a mother who is not the wife of one's father? Said Ar Shesha Bred, it reads, she is thy mother, which means that the scripture equalized the mother who is not the wife of his father with her who is. Who had connection with his daughter-in-law. But let him be guilty also because of the wife of his son? Said Abai, the verse begins with his daughter-in-law and ends with the wife of his son to teach that daughter-in-law and wife of his son are one and the same. Mishnah v, one who had connection with a human male or with an animal, and also a human female who uncovers herself before a male animal, are punished with stoning. And should one say, if man has sinned, what is the fault of the animal? Because a misfortune has happened to a human being through it, Therefore says the verse, it shall be stoned. There is also another explanation, viz., should it happen that people saw the animal passing the street, they would say, on account of it so and so was stoned. Gemara, a human male whence is deduced? That which the rabbis taught, a man means to exclude a minor, with a male, of any age whatever or a minor. As they lie 1. P 165. With a woman means to say that with a woman there are two kinds of lyings, one usual and one unusual, and one is guilty as to both. Said R. Ishmael, this verse came to teach that which was just mentioned, as if not for this teaching it would be pleonastic, for regarding a male there is only one kind of connection. Both of them have committed an abomination, they shall be put to death by stoning, but perhaps by some other death. Therefore it is written, their blood shall be upon them. And the same expression is used concerning a familiar spirit, etc. And as the punishment of the latter is known to be stoning, the same applies here. From this we have heard the punishment. Whence is the warning, and with a man shalt thou not lie as with a woman, it is an abomination. But this is a warning only to him who has done so. But whence is the warning to them with whom the connection was made? As to this it reads, there shall not be a courtesan of the sons of Israel, and also. And courtesans also were in the land. The Lord had driven out. So R. Ishmael. R. Akiba, however, said, it was not necessary to have another verse warning him with whom the connection was made, as this is inferred from the same verse, which may apply also to the latter by some change in pronunciation. Concerning animals, whence is this deduced? The rabbis taught, from Leviticus XX. 15. A man excludes a minor, with an animal, it makes no difference whether it was a large or a small one, shall be put to death means stoning but perhaps some other kind of death? It reads here Thahargu, and in Deuteronomy 13. 10, Thaharjanu. And as there the punishment is stoning, as it reads plainly in Ibid 11, the same is the case here. Here, however, we have learned only the punishment to the man. But whence do we know that the animal with which the crime was done is also to be killed in the same manner? It reads, whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death, which was not necessary for the man, as there is another verse cited above. Apply it, therefore, to the beast. From this we have learned the punishment for both. But whence is the warning? From the above cited verse. But this is only a warning to the man, and whence the warning concerning the animal? From Deuteronomy XXIII. 18. Mishnah 6, a blasphemer is not guilty, unless he mention the proper name of God. Said R. Jehoshua b. Karha, through the entire trial the witnesses are examined pseudonymously i.e., Jose shall be beaten by Jose. When the examination was ended, the culprit was not executed on the testimony under the pseudonym, but all are told to leave the room except the witnesses, and the oldest of them is instructed, tell what you heard exactly. And he does so. The judges then arise, and rend their garments, and they are not to be mended. The second witness then says, I heard exactly the same as he told. And so also says the third witness. Gemara, there is a Boraitha, one is not guilty unless he blesses the holy name by the holy name, Jose shall be beaten by Jose. And whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, from Leviticus XXIV. 16, of which the term in Hebrew is Wenochwib Shem, which means, when he has cursed with the name. And whence do we know that the term Nochwib means cursing? From, how shall I curse, etc. And the warning as to this is, thou shalt not revile Elohim. But does not Nochwib mean whole? Why, then, not so say I.e., suppose one wrote the holy name on a piece of parchment and tore it, the term Weyukob. Meaning he bored a hole in its lid - and the warning as to which should be from, ye shall destroy their name out of the same place. Ye shall not do so to the Lord, etc. It was said above if the name should be cursed by the name, which is not the case here. but perhaps the term Noquib is meant as plainly expressed, as the same is used in number I-17, which are expressed by name. And the warnings should be from, the Lord thy God shalt thou fear. This does not hold good, firstly because, as said above, it must be by the name, and secondly, a warning of a positive commandment cannot be counted as a warning. And if you wish, it may be said because it is so written plainly, the son of the Israelitish woman pronounced the holy name and blasphemed. Hence this term is used to blaspheme. But perhaps one is not guilty unless he did both express the name and blasphemed. This cannot be supposed, as farther on it reads, lead forth the blasphemer, and the expression Noquib is not mentioned. Hence it is one and the same. The rabbis taught, it reads, any man whatsoever, etc., meaning to include the heathen, who are warned of blasphemy the same as an Israelite. And they are to be executed by the sword, as wherever it is mentioned in the scripture concerning death to the children of Noah, it means by the sword, and not otherwise. But is this inferred from the verse cited? Is it not stated farther on that such is inferred from a verse in Genesis? Said Yitzhak of Navia, this verse is needed to include the pseudonyms. And it is in accordance with our mayor of the following Boritha, any man whatsoever that blasphemeth his God shall bear his sin. To what purpose is this written? It reads earlier, but he that pronounced the name of the Lord shall be put to death? Because from this one might say that he is not guilty, unless he has done so with the unique proper name, but not with the pseudonyms. Therefore it reads in the cited verse, his God - no difference between proper and pseudonym. So is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain, for the unique proper name death is the punishment, and for the pseudonyms it is only a warning by a negative commandment, and the punishment is as for the transgression of a negative commandment. Yitzhak of Navia differs with Armisha, who said, one of the children of Noah, who blasphemed God by any of his pseudonyms whatsoever is guilty, and is put to death, even according to the rabbis. P. 168. The rabbis taught, 7 commandments were given to the children of Noah, and they are, concerning judges, blasphemy, idolatry, adultery, bloodshed, robbery, and that they must not eat of the member of a body while the animal is still alive. R. Hananiah b. Gamaliel said, also of the blood of the same. R. Hidka said, also castration was forbidden to them. R. Simeon said, also witchcraft. And R. Jose said, all that is said in, the portion on witchcraft is forbidden to a descendant of Noah. As it reads, there shall not be found among thee any one who causeth his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one who useth divination, one who is an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a conjurer, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or who inquireth of the dead. For an abomination unto the Lord are all that do these things, and on account of these abominations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. And as there is no punishment without preceding warning, hence they were commanded not to do all this. R. Eleazar said, also Kilam. I mean to say, the descendants of Noah are allowed to dress themselves with a mixture of wool and flax, and also sow different kinds of seeds together, but they are forbidden to gender different kinds of animals and to graft 2 kinds of trees together. Whence is all this deduced? Said R. Yohanan, from Genesis 2:16. Were the descendants of Noah indeed commanded concerning judges? Is there not a Boritha, 10 commandments were commanded to Israel in Marah, 7 of them are those which were accepted by the descendants of Noah, and 3 were added to them, viz., judges, Sabbath, and to honor father and mother. Judges as it is written, there he made for them a statute and an ordinance, etc. And concerning Sabbath and the honor of parents it reads, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. And R. Jehudah said, as he hath commanded thee in Marah. Said R. Ahabi. Jacob, this means that Israel was commanded to establish courts of justice in every district and P. 169. City, and the children of Noah were commanded concerning judges in general only. But is there not a Boritha, as Israel was commanded to establish judges in every city and district, so also were the children of Noah commanded? Said Rabha, the Tana of the Boritha cited above is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, which excluded from the 7 commandments judges and blasphemy, and included castration and kilame. Thus was it taught in the school of Manasseh, 7 commandments were the descendants of Noah commanded, concerning idolatry, adultery, bloodshed, robbery, a member of a living animal, castration, and kilame. Jehudah, however, said, Adam the first was commanded as to idolatry only, as it reads, and the Lord commanded the man, i.e., the Lord commanded him about the law of God. Jehudah b. Bathura said, also as to blasphemy. And there are some others who say, also concerning judges. According to whom is that which was said by Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, God said to Adam, I am God, thou shalt not blaspheme me. I am God, thou shalt not exchange me for an idol. I am God, the fear of me shall be always upon thee. According to the some others just mentioned. Said Joseph, it was said in the college, for transgression of the following 3 commandments a descendant of Noah is put to death, viz., adultery, bloodshed, and blasphemy. She's hate opposed, it is correct concerning bloodshed, as it reads, whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. But whence do you deduce the 2 others? And should you say that it is inferred from bloodshed, then why not infer all the 7? And if you infer it from any man whatsoever, then idolatry is also inferred from same. Therefore said he, in the college it was said, for they are but not put to death? Said Rna b. Itzhak, it means Ant of Noah indeed put to death because of idolatry. Have we not learned in a Boritha concerning idolatry, if for such a crime one is put to death by the court of Israel, the descendants of Noah are warned of it? Hence they are only warned, but not put to death? Said Rna b. Itzhak, it means that they are warned if they should commit this they will be put to death. Huna and Jehudah and also all other disciples. P 170. Of Rabbite say, for each case of the 7 commandments a descendant of Noah is to be killed. As the scripture prescribed death for one, it shall serve as an example for the others. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Elazar, quoting Hananiah, a descendant of Noah who has separated a female slave to one of his male slaves, and thereafter had connection with her, is to be put to death for this crime. A similarity to this in the crime of bloodshed was not taught. Said Abai, if such a similarity is to be found, it may be in that which we have learned in the following Boritha, Jonathan b. Saul said, if one runs after his neighbor to kill him, and the one who flees could save himself by injuring one of the members of his pursuer, and he did not so, but killed him, it is a crime of bloodshed and he is put to death for it. 1 Jacob b. Aha found a writing in a Haggadic book written by the College of Rabbite, thus, a descendant of Noah may be put to death by the decision of one judge, by the testimony of one witness, and although he was not warned previously. However, the testimony must be from a man, and not from a woman, and the testimony holds good even if given by one of his relatives. In the name of Ishmael it was said, he is put to death even for killing an embryo. Whence is this deduced? Said Jehudah, from your blood, however, on which your lives depend, will I require, meaning even by one judge. At the hand of every beast means even without warning, at the hand of man means even with one witness, at the hand of every man means of a man but not of a woman, brother means even when the witness was a relative. And the reason of Ishmael is, whoso sheddeth man's blood in man, to his blood shall be shed. What is meant by a man in man, if not an embryo, which is in the entrails of his mother? And the first Tana, who holds that a descendant of Noah is not guilty for an embryo, is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, which maintains that every death which is mentioned regarding the descendants of Noah is choking, and he explains the above cited verse in man shall his blood be shed, that it means choking, from which death occurs inside of the body as illustrated above. R. Hamnuna objected, does, then, the commandment p. 171 of bloodshed not apply to a woman? Is it not written, for I know him, that he will command his sons and his household after him? And by the household it means the woman, as the sons are already mentioned. He objected, and he himself answered, it reads farther on, that they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice. It means that he shall command his sons to appoint judges for justice and his household to do righteousness and charity. Said Arabia the elder to our papa, say, then, that a woman who is a descendant of Noah shall not be put to death if she has killed a man, as it reads from the hand of a man, which means not from the hand of a woman? And he answered, so said our Jehuda, it reads, whoso sheddeth the blood of a human, etc., which means any human whatsoever. The rabbis taught, it should read a man. Why is it written any man whatsoever? To include heathens in the warning of adultery, as well as Israelites. But was it not said above that in the 7 commandments which were given to the descendants of Noah adultery is included? Said our Yohanan, it is needed for such a relationship which they do not recognize, but the Israelites do, example a betrothed woman before marriage, whom they consider as single. And if it happened that a heathen should sin with a woman betrothed of an Israelite, he is to be tried in the courts of the Israelites. But if he sins with a married woman, he may be tried in his own courts, the punishment of which is by the sword, and not choking. But is there not a Boritha, a heathen who has sinned with a betrothed woman is to be stoned, and if with a married, choked? Hence, he is tried in the Israelitish courts, as in his own courts he would be slain by the sword. Said Rna Haman b. Itzhak, by the term married woman is meant that the ceremony of marriage was performed, but her husband had not as yet had any connection with her, and such a marriage their courts do not consider, and the bride is still deemed single. Therefore he is to be tried in the courts of Israel, and punished with their prescribed p. 172 death. And so taught our Hananah, the law of the heathen considers the wife of a man only after their connection, but not after the ceremony of marriage. There is a Boritha in accordance with our Yohanan, every relationship for which the punishment of the courts of Israel is death, a descendant of Noah is warned of it, but all other relationships, the punishment of which is not death, are permissible to them. So is the decree of our Mayor. The sages, however, say, there are many relationships which in our courts are not punished with death, nevertheless the descendants of Noah are warned of them. If it happens that one of the latter has committed a crime with a daughter of Israel, which is considered adultery in the courts of the Israelites, but not in the courts of the heathens, he is to be tried in the courts of Israel. But if such a crime is considered adultery also in the courts of the heathen, he may be tried in their own courts. However, we do not find a case which would be a crime for Israelites and not for heathens, except that of a betrothed woman. But why does the Boritha not count the case of a married woman by the ceremony of marriage only, which is a crime according to our law, and not according to their law? The Boritha is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, the death of the descendants of Noah is also choking. Hence it makes no difference in which court he should be tried. 1. Resh Lakish said, he who raises his hand to strike his neighbor, although he has not as yet struck him, is called wicked. As it is written, and he said to the wicked one, wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? It does not read, why hast thou smitten, but why smitest thou? Hence he is called wicked even if he only raises his hand to strike. Zeri in the name of our Hananah said, he is named sinner. As it reads, if not, I will take it by force. And immediately after it reads, the sin of the young men was very great. Arhunah said, if one has the habit of raising his hand against man, his arm may be cut off. As it reads, and the high raised arm should be broken. 2. Our Eleazar said, there is no remedy for such a man, but burial. As it is written, but as for the man of a strong arm, for him is the land. He said again, only one who has a strong arm may obtain land. Resh Lakish said again, it reads, he that tilleth one his ground will be satisfied with bread. It means, when one makes himself a slave to the earth, he may be satisfied with bread, but not otherwise. The Boraitha states, are Hananiah b. Gamaliel, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, but flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat? This means any member of the animal, while it is still alive. And Hananiah b. Gamaliel said, also the blood of same. And his reason is that the verse is to be read thus, flesh in which its life is, ye shall not eat, and blood in which its life is, ye shall not eat. The rabbis, however, maintain that blood is here mentioned to teach that other animals, as reptiles, are allowed to a descendant of Noah. Similar to this, it reads, only be firm, so as not to eat the blood, for the blood is its life, which the rabbis explain as meaning the blood of the veins, by which the soul departs. For what purpose is it written concerning the descendants of Noah, and thereafter repeated in the laws which were given on Mount Sinai? It is as our Hosea b. Hananiah said, every commandment which was given to the descendants of Noah, and thereafter repeated in the laws given on Mount Sinai, applies to both Israel and the descendants of Noah. And that which was given to the descendants of Noah, and not repeated, applies to Israel only. However, we have only one case which was commanded before the laws were given on Mount Sinai, which was not repeated, and applies only to Israel, according to our Jehuda's theory. The Master said, a commandment which was repeated on Sinai is for both. Why not the contrary? Because it was repeated on Sinai, it must be said it was given to Israel only. Although p. 174. Idolatry was repeated on Sinai, as we find that the descendants of Noah were already punished for idolatry, therefore it applies to both. He says further that that which was given to the descendants of Noah and not repeated is for Israel only. Why not the contrary? Because it was not repeated, it applies to the descendants of Noah and not to Israel. Because we do not find any case where it is forbidden to the descendants of Noah and allowed to the Israelites, a commandment which was given to the children of Noah and repeated on Sinai applies to both. Is there not circumcision? And God said unto Abraham, but thou, for thy part, shalt keep my covenant, and it reads also, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. And nevertheless it applies to Israel only, and not to the descendants of Noah. The verse just cited was needed to permit the circumcision to be done on Sabbath, as the term on the 8th day means even on Sabbath. And if you wish, it may be said that circumcision was given to Abraham especially. As it reads, but thou, for thy part, shalt keep my covenant, thou, and thy seed after thee, in their generations. Which means thou and thy children, but not some other man's. But according to this, let the descendants of Ishmael be obliged to circumcise. It reads, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. But if so, let this obligation be for the children of Esau also? It reads in Isaac, but not the whole of Isaac, which means to exclude the descendants of Esau. Arashia opposed, let, then, the children of Cherah not be obliged to circumcision. And Hosea b. Abin or Hosea b. Hananiah said, from, he hath broken my covenant is understood even the sons of Cherah. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, Adam the first was not permitted to eat meat. As it reads, to you it shall be for food, and to every beast of the field, meaning, but not the beasts to you. However, after the descendants of Noah came, he permitted them. As it reads, every moving thing that liveth shall be yours for food, even as the green herbs have I given you all things. And lest one say that they may be eaten while still alive, therefore it reads, but flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat. And lest one say that this forbids also reptiles, the term but excludes them. How is this to be understood? Said Arhunah, it reads his blood, which means of animals in p. 175. which the blood is separated from the flesh, and excludes reptiles, of which the blood is not separated from their flesh. There was an objection to that which was said that Adam the first was not allowed to eat meat, from that which Jehudah b. Bethuel said, Adam the first was sitting in the Garden of Eden, and the angels served him with roasted meat, etc. Hence he was allowed. And the answer was that with meat which came from heaven it is different. And the question is, was there any meat which came from heaven? It was answered, yeah. As it happened to our Simeon b. Chalafta, who, being on the road, met lions, which were stirred against him, and a miracle occurred, and 2 legs fell from heaven, one of which the lions consumed, and the other one remained. Simeon then took it, brought it into the college, and questioned if it was allowed to eat it. And he was answered, an unclean thing never came from heaven. And Arzerah questioned Arabohu, how is it if such should come from heaven in the form of an ass? And he was scolded for this question thus, was it not decided long ago that no unclean thing descends from heaven? R. Simeon said, also witchcraft. What is his reason? It reads, Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and farther on, whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. Which applies also to the descendants of Noah. And as this applies to them, the same is the case with the first verse. R. Eleazar said, Kilam. Whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, from, my statutes shall ye keep, which means the statutes which I stated long ago. Thy cattle shalt thou not let gender with a diverse kind, thy field shalt thou not sow with mingled seeds. And as concerning cattle gender is prohibited, so concerning fields grafting is prohibited, and as the prohibition of the first applies to every place in Palestine and outside of it, the same is the case with the fields. But if so, why not explain, ye shall therefore observe all my statutes, and all my ordinances, in the same way, my statutes which I stated long ago? Nay. You shall therefore observe my statutes means which I have now given to you. But in the above cited verse, which begins, my statutes ye shall observe, it must be said the statutes which are already stated. Said R. Jehoshua b. Karha, etc. Said R. Ahabi. Jacob. P. 176. Infer from this that one is not guilty unless he blesses the name which contains 4 letters, but not that of 2 letters, the great name. 1. They arise. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Itzhak b. Ami, from, and Ehud came unto him, and he was sitting in the summer upper chamber, which was for himself alone. And Ehud said, I have a word of God unto thee. And he arose out of his chair. Is there not to be drawn in a fortiori conclusion Eglon, the king of Moab, who was a heathen, to whom the God of Israel was known only by a pseudonym, rose up from his chair when he heard the name of God, an Israelite, hearing the great name, so much the more must he arise. Rend, etc. Whence is this deduced? From, then came Eliakim the son of Chilkiah, who was superintendent over the house, and Shavuah the scribe, and Yoach the son of Asaph the recorder, to Hezekiah, with their clothes rent, and they told unto him the words of Rabshakeh. Not to be mended. Whence is this deduced? Said Arabohu, from an analogy of expression rent. It reads here, with their clothes rent, and Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and their horsemen. And saw him no more, and he took hold of his clothes and rent them in 2 pieces. Why the word pieces? Is it not self-evident that when he rent them in 2, they became pieces? Hence this term means that they should remain pieces and never be mended. P. 177. The rabbis taught, there is no difference if one hears it from the blasphemer himself or from the witness who heard it from the blasphemer, he must rend his garments. However, the witnesses themselves are not obliged to rend their garments again, as they already did so when they heard the blasphemy. But supposing they have already rent? Do they not hear this now? Hence they should rend again? This cannot be supposed, as it reads, and it came to pass, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he rent his clothes. Hence Hezekiah rent, but they who told him did not rend again. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, if one hears a blasphemy from the mouth of a heathen, he is not obliged to rend his garments. And should one say, why did they rend when they heard it from Rabshakeh, he was not a heathen, but an apostate Jew. The same said again in the name of the same authority, garments must be rent only upon the unique proper name, but not upon a pseudonym. And he differs from Arhiah in both his decisions, as Arhiah said, if one hears a blasphemy in our times, he is not obliged to rend, for if one should say he is obliged, then all garments would be full of rents. Now, who are the blasphemers Israelites? Are they so bold as to blaspheme God? Hence he means heathens. And are, then, the heathen aware of the unique proper name? Hence he means a pseudonym. And nevertheless he says, in our times, from which we understand that in previous times it was obligatory to rend upon a pseudonym also. Infer from this that so it was. The second witness says, I heard exactly the same, etc. Said Resh Lakish, infer from this that in civil cases, as well as in criminal, if one of the witnesses says, I have heard just the same, and does not repeat what he has heard, it is lawful. And that which the court used to require from the witnesses, that each of them should explain how the case was, is only a higher standard which the rabbis have enacted. In the case of blasphemy, however, in which it is impossible that the second witness should repeat, they leaned on the biblical law. As, if it were biblically illegal, how could it be supposed that because it is forbidden to repeat, a man should be put to death? And so also says the third witness. This anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with our Akaba, who compares 3 witnesses to 2. Mishnah 7, he is considered an idolater who worships. P 178. It with its proper one worship, and even if he only sacrifices, smokes incense, or pours wine. He is also so considered if he bows himself to it, or accepts it as a god, even without any other act. And also if he only says, Thou art my God. However, he who arms, kisses, wipes the dirt, sprinkles water, washes, anoints, dresses, or shews it, transgresses a negative commandment. He who vows or determines in its name transgresses also a negative commandment. He who uncovers himself before Baal Peor, and commits a nuisance, this is the mode of worshipping him. Also, he who casts a stone on a Hercules, that is the way of worshipping it. Gemara, whence is this deduced? The rabbis taught, it is written, he that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord only, shall be utterly destroyed. If the word any were omitted from this verse, I would say it speaks of one who sacrifices animals outside of the sanctuary, but as the word is written, it is to explain that it means, who sacrifices to any idol. From this, however, we infer sacrificing only. But whence do we know that the same is the case with smoking incense or pouring wine? From the words unto the Lord only, which would be superfluous if they do not mean, all the kinds of worshipping the Lord. If he has done it to an idol, he is guilty. Now, as sacrificing is included in the worshipping of the Eternal, and nevertheless specified, it is to be assumed that it comes to teach that one is guilty for that kind of worshipping which takes place inside of the sanctuary. Whence, then, do we know that bowing is also considered? From, and he hath gone and served other gods and bowed to himself to them, and, it reads, then shalt thou bring forth that man, etc. But from this we know the punishment, whence is the warning, for thou shalt bow thyself to no other god. And lest one say that arming, kissing, shooing are also included to be crimes subject to capital punishment, as they are to be inferred from bowing, therefore sacrificing was specified, to show that nothing is to be inferred from bowing, and also to teach that as a distinction is made concerning the worshipping inside of the sanctuary, the same is the case with all other worshippings which are used inside if with such one has worshipped an idol. p. 179. He is liable to a capital punishment. However, bowing is out of this rule and stands alone. The Master said, if not for the word any, I would say it speaks of sacrificing out of the sanctuary. But is not such a crime under the category of Korath? Should one say that it is when he was not warned, but if he was, capital punishment applies, he comes to teach us that it is not so. Said Rabbi Hanan to Abai, why not say that from bowing all kinds of worshipping is to be inferred, and the specification of sacrificing is needed for itself, to teach that an intention of worshipping an idol with any future act, although one does not intend it by the first act, is considered worship. Example, if one slaughters a cow with the intention of sprinkling its blood, or of burning its fat before the idol, although with the slaughtering he does not worship it, it is nevertheless considered, and it is prohibited to derive any benefit from the cow, according to Yohanan. But according to Resh Lakish the cow is permissible for use, as he does not hold this theory. And the reason of our Yohanan is because he infers it from the worshipping inside, as to which a future intention, example to sprinkle the blood on the morrow, makes invalid the whole sacrifice. The same is the case with an outside act, as illustrated here. Said Araha of Dipti to Rabbina, according to Rabbi Hanan, who said to Abai, why not say that from bowing all kinds of worshipping are to be inferred? What, then, would he exclude from the passage which reads, how did these nations serve their God? And lest one say that one who uncovers himself for such idols as are worshipped with sacrifices is excluded, this may be inferred from bowing, as the act of bowing is an honor to the idol, so are all kinds of worship which are in order to honor. But uncovering, which is a disgrace, is not considered a worship? Say to exclude the one who uncovers himself for Mercules. And lest one say that as the kind of worship of Mercules is a disgrace, the same shall be the case with the disgrace of uncovering, it comes to teach us that it is not so. But did not our Eleazar say, whence do we know that if one sacrifices an animal to Mercules he is guilty? From, so that they shall offer no more their sacrifices unto evil spirits, which is not needed for itself, as this is already written elsewhere? Apply it, therefore, to bringing an offering to an idol of which the kind of worshipping is not sacrificing. Now, as from bowing is inferred all kinds of p. 180 worshipping which are of honor, so one is liable if he did it for any idol, whatsoever be the kind of its worship. Why, then, does our Eleazar need the above-cited verse? He means to say, even if he had sacrificed to Mercules, not as an honor but for dishonor, he is nevertheless liable for the transgression of the negative commandment cited above. It happened to Hamnana that he lost his oxen, and while searching for them Rabha met him, and propounded to him a contradiction from the two following Mishnayot. In our Mishnah it is stated, he who worships idols, from which is to be inferred only worshipping, but not saying. And there is another Mishnah, farther on, which states, he who says, I will worship, or I will go to worship, or we will go to worship is already considered an idolater. And he answered, our Mishnah means that he said, I do not accept this idol as a god unless by worshipping. Said our Joseph to him, you are saying this as if it were your own opinion. Do you ignore the Tannim who differ on this point in the following Boraitha? If one says, come ye and worship me, for I am a god, our Mayor makes him guilty as a seducer, and our Jehuda frees him. However, if there were some who had already worshipped him, all agree that he is guilty. Thus it reads, then shalt thou not consent unto him, nor shalt thou hearken unto him. From which it is to be understood that if he did listen, and consented unto him, he is culpable. Abai objected to him, is there indeed a difference between an individual who was seduced and a majority? Is there not a Boraitha? It reads, if thy brother, the son of thy mother, should entice thee, means that there is no difference between an individual and a majority, if they were seduced. And the verse which excluded an individual from a majority, is to make more rigorous his body, viz., to be stoned, and lenient concerning his property, which remains for his heirs, and excluded also a majority from an individual, to make more lenient their bodies, viz., slaying by the sword, and rigorous concerning their property, which must be burned. Hence we see that only on this point is there a difference between them, but on all other points they are equal. And therefore he explains the two contradictory Mishnayot, that one speaks of when he has seduced himself, therefore he is not culpable unless he worshipped, as from his talk only, it is supposed that he will retract after deliberating. And that Mishnah which makes him culpable for talking only, speaks of when he was seduced by others, as it is not to be supposed that he will retract. On the contrary, as they are many, it is highly probable that he will be inclined to them. And Abai also infers his theory from the above cited verse, if he did not consent, etc., from which it is to be understood that if he did, he is culpable. Rabha, however, maintains that both Mishnayot speak of when he was seduced by others, but one treats of when the seducers said to him, so does the idol eat, so does it drink, so does it good, and so does it harm, and the other one treats of when he was not so informed. And he adds, whence do I deduce my theory? From some of the gods of the nations which are round about you, that are nigh unto thee, etc. To what purpose is it written? Is there a difference if the idols were near to him or far from him? It must be explained that the verse means. P 182. Thus, from the nature of the idols which are near to thee, thou mayst understand the nature of those which are far from thee. Rashi maintains, the Mishnah which makes one guilty for talking treats of an apostate, who is guilty for talking, as such would not retract after it is seen that such is his habit. Rabbana, however, said, both Mishnayot speak of an Israelite, not of an apostate, and they do not differ at all, as the first Mishnah says, who worshipped, and the second states not only worship, but if he says, I will, he is also culpable. It was taught, if one worship an idol because he loves it, or because he fears it, according to Abai he is culpable, and according to Rabha he is free. The former said so because, after all, he has worshipped it, and therefore he is guilty, and the latter maintains, he is guilty only when he accepts it as a god, but when this is no longer the case, he is free. Said Abai, I take my theory from our Mishnah, which states, if one worship, etc., sacrifice, etc. Now, as the Mishnah explains farther on all the kinds of worshipping, the term worshipped, without specifying the kind, means for love or for fear. Rabha, however, maintains that the Mishnah is to be explained as by our Jeremiah. Said Abai, I may infer my theory from the following Boraitha, it reads, Thou shalt not bow thyself to them but thou mayst bow thyself to a man who is equal to thee. But lest one say, even if the man were worshipped like Haman. Therefore it reads, Thou shalt not worship them. Now, Haman was worshipped for fear. We see, then, that such a worship is considered. Rabha, however, explains the Boraitha, like Haman, who established himself as an idol, but not like him who was worshipped only for fear. And Abai said again, I infer my theory from the following Boraitha, the anointed priest for war may bring an offering, if he acted unintentionally concerning idolatry. So is the decree of Rabbi. Now, let us see. What means, he acted unintentionally? Shall we assume that he thought, of a house of idolatry, that it was a synagogue, and bowed himself? Then why should he bring an offering? His heart was toward heaven. We must then say that he saw an image and bowed himself. Now, if he accepted it as a god, then he has acted intentionally. P 183. And should be put to death. But if he has not accepted it as a god, but bowed himself e.g., for the honor of the king who was with him, then it cannot be considered a sin at all, even to the extent of bringing an offering. We must then say that unintentionally means for love or for fear. Rabha, however, maintains that his error was that he thought that such a thing was allowed. R. Zakkai taught in the presence of R. Yohanan, if one has sacrificed, smoked incense, poured wine, and bowed himself before an idol, because of one forgetfulness, he is liable for one sin offering only. And our Yohanan answered him, Go and teach your teaching outside of the college. Said our Abba, as to the theory of our Zakkai, our Jose and our Nathan differ in the following Boraitha, the negative commandment of kindling on Sabbath, which is already included in the negative commandment, Thou shalt not do any labor, is written for the purpose of teaching that he who kindles transgresses only a negative commandment, which is not under the category of Korath or capital punishment, as for all other labor on Sabbath. And our Nathan differs from him. And there is the same difference here concerning bowing. According to our Jose, bowing was specified for the purpose of showing that he who does so transgresses only a negative commandment, to which capital punishment does not apply. And our Nathan differs from him with the same theory as concerning kindling. When our Samuel b. Jehuda came from Palestine, he said that our Zakkai had taught before our Yohanan thus, concerning Sabbath it is more rigorous than all other commandments in one respect, and all other commandments are more rigorous than concerning Sabbath in another respect, viz., concerning Sabbath, if one has done two kinds of labor by one forgetfulness, he is liable for two sin offerings, and in all other commandments if, for instance, he worshipped with two kinds by one forgetfulness he is liable to one sin offering. And in another respect the other commandments are more rigorous than concerning Sabbath, as concerning Sabbath, if he had done any labor unintentionally i.e., he intended to do another thing and did this he is not liable at all, while concerning other commandments, if such a thing occurs, he is liable for a sin offering. R. Ami said, if one has worshipped by all three worships. P. 184. Viz., sacrificing, smoking, and pouring in one forgetfulness, he is liable only for one sin offering. Said Abai, the reason of our Ami's theory is, because it is written, Ye shall not worship them, hence the Torah has included all kinds of worship into one. Did Abai indeed say so? Has he not said, there is written in the scripture 3 times bowing, concerning idolatry, once, that one is culpable if the worship of the idol was by bowing, second, that one is culpable even if the worship of the idol was not by bowing, and the third, to distinguish it from all other worships that one is liable for it to a capital punishment? You say once, when the usage is to worship thus. Is, then, a verse needed as to this? Is it not written plainly, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Say then, once, for such an idol as is not accustomed to be worshipped by bowing, but only occasionally, and once, for such as before which bowing is not used at all -e.g, Baal Peor, and once, to separate it for capital punishment. Hence we see that he is not in accordance with our Ami. He said so to give a reason for our Ami's theory, but he himself does not agree with him. And also if he only says, Thou art my God. Rn Ahaman in the name of Rabbi Abohu, quoting Rabbite, said, as soon as he has said, Thou art my God, he is culpable. But what news is this? If he means capital punishment, did not the Mishnah say so? He means to say that he is liable to bring a sin offering, if this was said by an error, even according to the rabbis, who require an act. But does not a Boraitha state, one is not culpable unless by acting e.g, sacrificing, smoking, pouring, or bowing? To which Resh Lakish said, who is the Tana who holds that bowing is also an act? Our Akaba, who does not require a mental act from which it is to be understood that the rabbis do. Rabbite also means to say in accordance with our Akaba. But is this not self-evident? Does not our Akaba say that even an unintentional blasphemer is also liable for a sin offering? Lest one say that our Akaba holds liable a blasphemer because the punishment of Korath is mentioned in the scripture concerning him, but concerning bowing, which is not mentioned, even our Akaba frees him from this obligation, he comes to teach us that they are compared. As it reads, they have bowed themselves to it, and have sacrificed unto it, etc. R. Yohanan said, if not for the vav in the word Hialuka. P 185. In the above cited verse, all Israel would be liable to be destroyed. However, in this the following Tannim differ. Anonymous teachers say, if not for the vav in the word Hialuka, etc. Said R. Simeon B. Yohei to them, this is still worse, as there is a tradition, he who conjoins the name of heaven with something else is to be destroyed, and therefore the vav in Hialuka, which makes the word plural, shows that they were fond of many gods. He who arms, kisses, etc. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Elazar that one is not punished with stripes for all them, unless one vows or determines in its name. But let us see. Why is one not punished for all these? Because the negative commandment is not plainly written to this effect, but was included in the negative commandment, thou shalt not worship them. And there is a rule that for such a commandment no stripes apply. Why, then, should stripes apply to one who vows? This commandment is also not for mental labor, but for manual. And there is a rule that concerning a commandment in which mental labor is not involved, stripes do not apply. He is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who said that for such a negative commandment stripes do apply. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, it reads, and ye shall not let anything of it remain until morning, and that which remaineth of it until morning ye shall burn with fire. Hence the scripture came to give a positive commandment after a negative commandment, to say that for the transgression of such a negative commandment stripes do not apply. So R. Jehuda. R. Jacob, however, says, the reason why stripes do not apply is not because of that which is said by R. Jehuda, but because in this commandment no mental labor is involved, and to such no stripes apply. Hence we see that, according to R. Jehuda, even to such stripes do apply. He who vows in its name, etc. Whence is this deduced? From, and of the name of other gods ye shall make no mention which means, one must not say to his neighbor, await me in such and such a place, where such and such an idol is to be found. It shall not be heard out of thy mouth means, one shall not vow or determine in its name, and shall also not cause others to do so. Another explanation to, it shall not be heard out of thy mouth, is that it is a warning. P 186. To a seducer and to a misleader. But concerning a seducer is it not written plainly, and all Israel shall hear and be afraid? Therefore it must be said that it is a warning to a misleader, and also that one shall not cause others to vow or determine in its name. And this is a support to Samuel's father, who said that one must not make partnership with an idolater, as it may be that his partner will owe an oath to him, and he will swear by the name of his idol. And the Torah says, it shall not be heard out of thy mouth, which means, you shall not cause others to vow in its name. It happened once that Ulla lodged in Kalamview, and when he came to Rabha, he asked him, where did the master lodge last night? And he said, in Kalamview. Said Rabha to him, is it not written, the name of other gods ye shall not mention? Rejoined Ulla, so said R. Yohanan, every idol which is mentioned in the scripture, one may mention. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, it happened to a female heathen who was very sick and vowed that if she recovered she would worship all the idols which were to be found. And after her recovery she did so. When she reached Baal Peor she asked how it should be worshipped. And she was told that worshippers ate mang corn, drank beer, and then uncovered themselves in its face. And she said, I would rather suffer the same sickness again than perform such a worship. But yet the house of Israel have not done so, as it reads, that have been joined unto Baal Peor, which means like the cover to a pot. However, but ye that cleave unto the Lord, etc., as a twin of dates. A Boraitha states, joined to Peor, as a ring on the finger of a woman, cleave to the Lord means, literally. The rabbis taught, it happened to Sapta b. Als, who hired his ass to a certain female heathen. And when she reached the place of Baal Peor, she said to him, await me here, I will enter only for a while and come out. And when she came out, he also said to her, await me here, I will also do the same. And to her question, are you not a Jew? He answered, what do you care? He then entered, uncovered himself and put the dirt on the nose of the idol. And the ministers of Peer praised him for this, saying that there was no man who worshipped Peer as properly as he did. The sages, however, made him guilty for the proper worship of the idol, although his intention was to disgrace it. And the same is the case if he, p. 187, throws a stone at Mercules, although with the intention of stoning it, he is nevertheless guilty, for so is the kind of its worship. R. Manasseh went to the city of Tirda, and was told that this place is of an idol. And he took up a lump and threw it at it. He was then told that it was Mercules, and he answered that the Mishnah states he who throws a stone at Mercules, i.e., to worship. And when he came to the college he was told that the Mishnah means, even if his intention was to stone it. He then said, I will go and take it up. However, he was told that it is the same transgression, for by taking one stone he makes room for another. Mishnah 8, if one gives one of his children to Molech, he is not guilty unless he had transferred him to the servants of Molech and let him pass through the fire. If, however, he had transferred and not passed through the fire, or vice versa, he is not guilty. Gemara, the Mishnah speaks of idols, and mentions Molech. Said Rabiu, our Mishnah is in accordance with him who says that Molech is not an idol at all. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, there is no difference whether one has given of his children to other idols or to Molech, he is culpable. R. Eliezer B.R. Simeon, however, maintains, only if he has done it to Molech he is guilty, but not if to another idol. Said Abai, R. Eliezer B. Simeon and Hananiah B. Antigus have said the same. R. Eliezer b. Simeon, in the Boraitha cited, and Hananiah, who said in the following Boraitha, why does the Torah use the term Molech? 1 to say of everyone whom they have accepted as a king over them, be it even a piece of wood, one is guilty if he had transferred one of his children for it. Hence we see that, according to him, one is guilty only concerning Molech, but not concerning another idol. Rabha, however, maintains that Simeon and Hananiah differ concerning a temporary Molech, as according to our Simeon one is not guilty on account of such. R. Janna said, one is not guilty unless he transfers a child to the servants of the idol, as it reads, and from thy children thou shalt not give to pass through the fire to Molech. And so also we have learned in the following Boraitha, lest one say that when he passed his child and has not transferred, he should be guilty, therefore it reads, thou shalt not give. If he has transferred and not passed through. P. 188. The fire, he is also not guilty, because it reads, to pass through the fire. And if one has done both, but not for Molech, one might say he is guilty. Therefore it reads, to Molech. If one has transferred and passed to Molech, but not through fire, he is also not guilty, because it reads, through fire. And it is written also, there shall not be found among thee any one who causeth his son or his daughter to pass through the fire. And we infer one from the other. As there it is mentioned plainly fire, so here also it is meant fire, and as here is meant Molech, so also there is meant Molech. Said Ar-Ahabi. Rabha, if one has transferred all his children to Molech, he is not guilty, as the verse reads, and from thy children but not all. Ar-Ashi questioned, how is it if one has passed through the fire a son blind or asleep, or one of his grandchildren? The last question may be answered from the following, it reads, because of his seed he has given unto Molech. To what purpose was it written? Because in the above cited verse in Deuteronomy it reads son and daughter, and one might say, but not of grandchildren. Therefore it is written, when he giveth of his seed, in which grandchildren are included. Let us see. The Tana begins with verse 3 and ends with verse 4. He did so because of another teaching. One might say that one is guilty only for legitimate children, but not for illegitimate, therefore it reads in verse 4, from his seeds, which includes all. Said Jehuda, one is not guilty unless he let him pass in the usual manner. What was that? Said Abai, a row of bricks were placed for passing, and on both sides fire was kindled. Rabha, however, maintains that it was by jumping, as children used to jump on Purim. There is a Boraitha in accordance with Rabha, one is not culpable unless he has passed in the usual manner of worship. However, if he passed it by not jumping, he is not guilty. He is also culpable only when he passed his descendants, but not if his brother, sisters, father, mother, or even himself. R. Eliezer Br. Simeon, however, makes guilty him who passed himself. There is no difference whether he has passed to Molech or to any other idol. R. Eliezer Br. Simeon, however, maintains, to Molech, but not to others. P. 189. Said Ula, the reason why R. Eliezer makes guilty him who passes himself is because it reads, literally, in thee, which means thyself. But do not the rabbis also give attention to the word ko? Is there not a Mishnah in Middlegate, and R. Jehuda said, the reason of it is because it is written ko? There is also another reason because the verse begins with although, indeed. R. Jose B. Hanana said, 3 times Korath is mentioned concerning idolatry, once for worshipping it as it is done usually, once as not done usually, and once for Molech, although it was not considered an idol. And to him that holds that Molech was also an idol, why is a separate Korath needed for it? Is it not included in idolatry? To him who passes his son not in its usual manner. And to him who holds that he who worships idols he sings before one is also considered blasphemous. To what purpose is Korath mentioned concerning blasphemy? To that which we have learned in the following Boraitha, it reads, Hikorath Takorath Hikorath, which means cut off from this world, Takorath, from the world to come. So R. Akiba. Said R. Ishmael to him, is it not written in the preceding verse, shall be cut off? Are there then 3 worlds? Therefore the expression means from this world, and the term Hikorath means from the world to come, and the expression Takorath is not to be considered, as the Torah speaks with the usual language of human beings. Mishnah 9, Baal Ob is the python that makes the dead speak from his armpit, and Udui means one that makes the dead speak from his mouth. These 2 are to be stoned, and he who queries from them is warned. Gemara, why does our Mishnah count both Baal Ob and Udui, and in Tract Karitoth the Tana mentioned only Baal Ob and omitted Uduim, etc.? The rabbis taught, Baal Ob is one who ventriloquizes, and a Udui is he who puts a certain bone in his mouth, which speaks from itself. The rabbis taught, there are 2 kinds of Ob, one who brings up the dead, and one who questions a dead head. He. P. 190. Who brings up the dead, it appears before him not in the usual manner, but with its feet on top, and on the Sabbath it does not come up at all. But he who does this with the head of one dead answers as usual, and answers also on Sabbath. Also about this, R. Akiba was questioned by Turnus Rupus, why is this day distinguished from all other days? To which Akiba answered, why is this man distinguished from all other men? And he answered, because it is the will of my master. Rejoined R. Akiba, Sabbath is also distinguished because it is the will of the Lord of the universe. Said Turnus Rupus, you misunderstand me. My question is, whence do you know that this day is Sabbath? And he answered, from the river of Sabation, and it may also be proved from the fact that he who occupies himself with bringing up the dead cannot do his work on Sabbath, and also the grave of your father may prove that the smoke which comes out of it on all weekdays does not come out of it on all weekdays does not come out on Sabbath. Exclaimed Turnus Rupus, you have disgraced, ashamed, and insulted me. Is not he who queries an Ob the same as one who inquires of the dead? Nay. The latter is as we have learned in the following Boraitha, by inquire of the dead is meant he who does not take food all day, and while he suffers hunger he goes to a cemetery, and remains there overnight for the purpose that the unclean spirit should rest upon him. And when our Akiba used to read this passage, he would weep, saying, "Is not an a fortiori conclusion to be drawn from this passage? If one who makes himself suffer from hunger, for the purpose that the unclean spirit should rest upon him, usually succeeds, and the spirit in question rests upon him, so much the more, if one makes himself suffer hunger for the purpose that the pure spirit should rest upon him, should he succeed in reaching his desire. But what can we do if our sins cause that our desire shall not be reached, as it reads, but your iniquities have ever made a separation between you and your God?" Said Rabha, if the upright would take care to be clean from any sin whatsoever, they would be able to create a world. Rabha created a man and sent him up to Arzera. The latter spoke to him, and he did not answer. Exclaimed Arzera, "I see that thou wast created by one of our colleagues. It is better that thou shouldst be returned to p. 191. The earth from which thou wast taken." Our Hanana and our Oshia were accustomed to sit every eve of Sabbath studying the book of creation, and create a calf like that of the third offspring of a living cow, and they used to consume it on Sabbath. The rabbis taught, an observer of times is, according to our Simeon, he who passes the outcome of a certain male over his eye. According to the sages, it is he who dazzles the eyes. Our Akiba, however, said, the one who reckons times and hours, saying, "This day is good to go on the road, such a day is good to buy things, on the eves of the Sabbatic years the wheat is fine, such and such a time is good for picking peas as they will not become verminous." The rabbis taught, an enchanter is he who says, "My bread has fallen from my mouth today, and it is a bad sign," or, "My cane has fallen from my hands," or, "My son called me up from my back," or, "A robin is calling me," or, "A ram has crossed my way," or, "A snake is on my right, a fox is on my left, and all this is a bad sign." Or, if one says to a collector, "Do not begin with me, as this will be a bad sign for me." And the same is it if he says, "Today is the first day of the month," or, "It is the Sabbath eve, and if I should pay at this time I will have a bad week or a bad month." And the same is the case with them who enchant with cats, birds, and fish. So is the teaching of the rabbis. Mishnah X, he who violates the Sabbath with such a labor as is liable to Korath if done intentionally, and to a sin offering if unintentionally. Gemara, from this we see that there are violations of Sabbath to which neither Korath nor a sin offering apply. What are they? The limit of the cities, in accordance with our Akiba, and kindling, according to our Hosea. Mishnah 11, he who curses his father or mother is not punished with a capital punishment, unless he curse them by the proper name of God. If he has done so with a pseudonym, according to our Meir he is guilty, and according to the sages he is not. Gemara, who are the sages? Arnahem b. Hosea of the following Boritha, who said thus, it reads, when he pronounceth the holy name, etc. Why is here repeated the holy name? It should read, if he blaspheme. p. 192. etc. To teach that in the case of cursing father and mother one is not guilty unless he do so with the holy name. The rabbis taught it reads, every one, instead of one. This came to include a daughter, or an hermaphrodite, or an androgen, that curseth his father and his mother. But whence do we know that the same is the case when he curses his father only, or his mother only? Therefore it reads farther on, his father and his mother has he cursed. Hence the word cursed corresponds with the word mother, and in the beginning of the verse the word cursed corresponds with father, which is to be explained as that he is equally guilty if he has cursed his father or his mother. So is the decree of our Jashia. Our Jonathan, however, said, the beginning of the verse can be explained that it means both together, and also one or the other, and in such a case the applicability is to each of them, unless the verse itself explains that both together are meant. Shall be put to death by stoning. but perhaps with some other kind of death mentioned in the scripture? It reads here, his blood shall be upon him, and elsewhere it is written, their blood shall be upon them. As there it means stoning, the same is it here. But here we have heard of the punishment. Where is the warning, the judges thou shalt not revile, and a ruler among thy people thou shalt not curse? If one's father were one of the two, he is included, but if he was neither a judge nor a nasi, whence do we know that the same is the case? This can be inferred from the construction of the leading rule in both cases, as concerning a judge we are commanded to follow his decision, which is not the case with a nasi, and concerning the latter we are commanded not to rebel against him, which is not the case with a judge. However, in one case they are equal, in that they are of thy people,